My parents demanded $50,000 to save my sister's ruined wedding after banning me from it. I said no, then discovered the reason: the wedding was cancelled. My parents uninvited me from my sister's wedding because my presence was too triggering for her perfect day, so I packed my bags, muted my phone, and flew to a beach in Belize. But when my dad called me mid-vacation begging for $50,000 to save the family after the wedding mysteriously fell apart, I didn't just refuse, I dug into the truth. Uncovered a massive financial felony my sister was desperately trying to hide, and let her wealthy fiancé burn her entire life to the ground. I'm Maya, I'm 29 years old, and I work as a senior financial auditor for a corporate firm. I make a very good living, which is an important detail for later. My sister, Chloe, is 26. To say Chloe is the golden child of our family would be the understatement of the century. Chloe is the sun, the moon, and the stars in my parents' universe, and I am essentially the dark matter that just takes up space in the background. Growing up, the dynamic was blatantly obvious to everyone except my parents, Richard and Helen. If Chloe wanted a new laptop for high school, my dad would work overtime to buy her a MacBook Pro. When I needed a laptop for college, I was handed a bulky, 5-year-old hand-me-down that sounded like a jet engine and told that hardship builds character. When Chloe wrecked her brand new car by texting and driving, my parents emptied their savings to pay for the damages, so her insurance wouldn't go up. When I got a flat tire on my way to my college graduation, my dad told me to look up a YouTube tutorial on how to use a jack because he was busy helping Chloe pick out a dress for a sorority party. I learned early on that I was completely on my own. I stopped asking for help. I put myself through college with scholarships and 3 part-time jobs. I built my career from the ground up, bought my own condo, and created a quiet, stable, peaceful life for myself. I wasn't bitter, or at least, I tried very hard not to be. I accepted that my parents simply loved her more, in a loud, performative way, and I kept my distance to protect my own peace. But things took a massive turn for the worse when Chloe got engaged to Julian. Julian is 31, a wildly successful architect who comes from a very wealthy, prominent old money family in our city. When Chloe brought him home, my parents practically salivated. They treated Julian like royalty, and Chloe paraded him around like a shiny new accessory. I genuinely liked Julian. He was polite, grounded, and seemed completely oblivious to the toxic, manipulative underbelly of my family. I was happy for Chloe. I truly was. I thought maybe marrying into a good family would force her to mature. I couldn't have been more wrong. The wedding planning turned Chloe from a spoiled brat into a tyrannical monster. The budget was astronomical, around $120,000. Julian's parents generously offered to cover $80,000 of it, paying for the luxury country club venue, the high-end catering, and the open bar. My parents, desperate to keep up appearances, took out a second mortgage on their house to cover the remaining $40,000 for her custom designer dress, the lavish floral arrangements, and the world-class photographer. From the very beginning, I was pushed to the absolute margins. Chloe asked 6 of her sorority sisters to be bridesmaids, complete with extravagant proposal boxes filled with champagne and jewelry. I didn't get one. When I asked my mom if I was in the bridal party, she looked at me like I had just asked to wear a clown suit to the ceremony. "Oh, Maya. Sweetheart, no," my mom said, waving her hand dismissively. "Chloe's aesthetic is very specific. Her bridesmaids are all blonde, and your dark hair would just ruin the symmetry of the photos. Plus, you're so awkward in front of the camera. We don't want to stress you out." I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded. Fine. I didn't want to spend $1,000 on a bridesmaid dress anyway. I offered to help with the planning instead. I offered to track the budget, literally my professional expertise, but Chloe scoffed at me. "I don't need a spreadsheet, Maya, I need vibes. You wouldn't understand." Over the next few months, I was systematically excluded from everything. I wasn't invited to the dress fitting, I was left off the group chat for the bridal shower. When I bought a beautiful, modest navy blue dress as a guest, Chloe texted me demanding I return it because navy was Julian's mother's color and I was trying to upstage her. I bit my tongue. I kept my head down. I just wanted to get through the wedding, smile for a few photos, and go back to my quiet life. But then, 3 weeks before the wedding, I got the phone call that shattered whatever fragile illusion of family I was still holding on to. It was a Tuesday evening. I had just gotten home from work and was making dinner when my mom called. Her voice was tight, clipped, and completely void of warmth. "Maya, we need to have a serious conversation about the wedding," she began. "Okay. What's going on? Is everything all right with the caterer?" I asked, stirring my pasta. "The caterer is fine. It's about you," she said. She let out a heavy sigh. The kind of dramatic sigh she uses when she's about to play the victim. Chloe has been having severe panic attacks lately. The stress of the wedding is just eating her alive. She's been talking to her therapist, and they both agree that she needs to eliminate all sources of negative energy from her life right now. I stopped stirring. The kitchen suddenly felt very cold. Negative energy? Mom, what are you talking about? Maya, please don't make this harder than it has to be, she snapped, her tone turning defensive. Chloe feels like you've been extremely unsupportive. You're always so quiet and judgmental at family dinners. You don't match the joyful energy she needs. Your presence is honestly just triggering for her. So, we've decided that it's best if you don't attend the wedding. I stood there in my kitchen, the phone pressed against my ear, completely paralyzed. My own sister. My own parents. They were uninviting me from the biggest day of her life because my energy wasn't joyful enough. After a lifetime of being ignored, pushed aside, and treated like an afterthought, I was now being formally banished. You're uninviting me? I whispered, my voice trembling. Mom, I'm your daughter, I'm her sister. I haven't done anything wrong. See, this is exactly what she means. My mom raised her voice. Always playing the victim. Always making it about you. It is Chloe's day. She deserves to be surrounded by people who uplift her. If you actually loved her, you would understand and step aside gracefully. A deep, burning anger flared in my chest. Decades of resentment bubbled to the surface, but I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I just felt a terrifying, icy calm wash over me. Understood, I said softly. Oh, thank you, Maya, I knew you'd I hung up the phone. I didn't shed a single tear. I walked over to my laptop, opened a new tab, and looked up last-minute flights. If my presence was so triggering, I would remove it entirely. I booked a 10-day solo trip to a luxury beachfront resort in Belize. I scheduled it so I would leave a week before the wedding and return a few days after. It cost me a small fortune, but I didn't care. I needed to be as far away from them as physically possible. The next morning, I sent a brief text to my dad, my mom, and Chloe in a group chat. I respect your decision to uninvite me. I will not attend the wedding, and I will not be in the country. I wish you all the best. Please do not contact me. Then, I blocked their numbers, packed my bags, and flew to Central America. For the first week, it was paradise. I drank margaritas on the beach, read books by the crystal clear water, and slept for 10 hours a night. For the first time in my life, I felt completely untethered from the heavy, suffocating weight of my family's expectations. The day of the wedding came and went. I spent that Saturday snorkeling and eating fresh ceviche. I didn't look at social media. I didn't care what kind of dress Chloe wore or how perfect her photos looked. I was free. But drama, like a parasite, always finds a way to latch back onto you. Update 1. It was a Tuesday afternoon, 3 days after the wedding was supposed to happen. I was lying on a sun lounger, staring out at the ocean, when my phone vibrated. I had unblocked my parents the night before, just in case there was a legitimate medical emergency while I was out of the country. It was my dad. I stared at the caller ID, feeling a knot twist in my stomach. Against my better judgment, I answered it. Hello? I said cautiously. Maya. Oh my God, Maya, thank God you answered. My dad's voice was frantic, breathless, and laced with absolute panic. There was no greeting. No, how is your trip? Just raw, unfiltered desperation. We need your help. You have to come home right now. Everything is ruined. Everything. Everything is ruined. Everything. I sat up, pulling my sunglasses down. What are you talking about? Didn't the wedding happen on Saturday? No. There was no wedding. He cried out, his voice cracking. It's a disaster, Maya. Chloe had a massive mental breakdown on the morning of the wedding. She completely lost her mind. Maya. She locked herself in her room, screaming that she couldn't go through with it. Julian was devastated. The guests were already arriving. We had to send everyone home. The whole thing was cancelled. I blinked, processing the information. Chloe, the girl who had planned this wedding like a military general, got cold feet and cancelled it on the day of? It didn't make any sense. I'm sorry to hear that, Dad, but what does that have to do with me? I'm in Belize. I told you not to contact me. Maya, listen to me, he practically shouted. Because she cancelled on the day of the wedding, none of the vendors are issuing refunds. The country club, the caterer, the florist, everything is gone. Julian's parents are absolutely furious. They're demanding their $80,000 back because Chloe is the one who pulled the plug. Me and your mother, we're tapped out. We took out a second mortgage for this. We have nothing left. Okay? I said, my voice hardening. Again, Dad, why are you calling me? There was a heavy, agonizing pause on the line. I could hear him breathing heavily. When he finally spoke, his voice shifted into that manipulative, pleading tone I knew all too well. Maya. You have savings. We know you do. You make great money at your firm, and you don't have a mortgage or kids. We need you to lend us $50,000. Just to get Julian's parents off our backs and pay off the remaining vendor penalties. If you don't do this, we are going to lose the house. Maya, Chloe is suicidal, the family is falling apart. You are the only one who can save us. I sat there, the tropical breeze suddenly feeling like ice against my skin. The sheer audacity, the absolute, unmitigated gall of this man. 2 weeks ago, I was a toxic presence who wasn't allowed to stand in the background of their photos. Now, I was their personal ATM, expected to drain my life savings to clean up my golden child sister's mess. A laugh bubbled up in my throat. It wasn't a happy laugh. It was dark, bitter, and completely devoid of empathy. "Are you out of your mind?" I asked, my voice deadly quiet. "Maya, please." "No, shut up and listen to me," I snapped, standing up from the lounger. "You uninvited me from the wedding. You told me I was a burden. You told me I was toxic. You deliberately pushed me out of your life to coddle Chloe's delusions. And now that she's blown up her own life, you want me to pay $50,000 for a party I wasn't even allowed to attend? Are you actually insane? You selfish little brat," my dad roared, the mask completely slipping. "This is about family. We are going to lose our home. Chloe is suffering. How can you be so heartless? You have the money sitting in a bank account doing nothing. If you don't wire us that money, you are dead to us. Do you hear me? Dead to us." "I was already dead to you, Dad," I whispered. "Good luck with the house." I hung up. I immediately blocked his number again. I blocked my mom. I blocked Chloe. I marched back to my hotel room, my hands shaking with a mixture of rage and adrenaline. I packed my bags a day early and booked the next flight back to the States. I knew this wasn't over. My parents were desperate, and desperate people do crazy things. I arrived back at my condo late Wednesday night. I locked the deadbolt, closed the blinds, and tried to sleep. But Thursday morning, my phone exploded. Since my parents couldn't reach me, they had deployed the flying monkeys. My Aunt Susan, my cousin Greg, and several of Chloe's bridesmaids were blowing up my Facebook and Instagram. "I can't believe you're letting your parents go homeless over your petty jealousy. Chloe is in the hospital on suicide watch, and you're hoarding your money like a dragon. You're disgusting. Family means being there in the hard times. Maya, step up and do the right thing." I didn't reply to a single one. I just took screenshots and blocked them all. But then, on Friday evening, the doorbell rang. I checked the peephole. It was my mom and dad. They looked awful. My dad had dark bags under his eyes, and my mom's hair was a disheveled mess. They were crying. I opened the door, leaving the chain locked. "Leave," I said firmly. "Or I'm calling the police for trespassing." "Maya, please, just open the door." My mom sobbed, pressing her hands against the doorframe. "We have nowhere else to go. Julian left her. His parents are threatening to sue us. We need the money, Maya, please. I'm begging you on my hands and knees." "You chose her," I said, staring directly into my mother's tear-filled eyes. "You chose her every single day of my life. You paid for her mistakes, you funded her vanity, and you pushed me away. This is the bed you made. Now you and Chloe get to sleep in it. Do not ever come to my house again." I slammed the door in their faces. I stood in the hallway, listening to my mother wail and my dad bang his fists against the wood. It took 20 minutes before they finally gave up and walked away. I felt a massive wave of relief, but something in the back of my mind was itching. The math wasn't adding up. I am an auditor. I deal with financial discrepancies for a living. If Julian's parents had already paid the $80,000 for the venue and catering up front, why were they demanding the money back from my parents? Usually, in a cancelled wedding scenario, the money is just lost to the vendors. You don't owe the groom's parents a refund unless you were the one holding the cash. And why were my parents suddenly facing a lawsuit from Julian's family? A cancelled wedding is a civil dispute, sure, but a lawsuit implies damages beyond just broken contracts. I needed to know the truth. Not from my lying parents, and not from my manipulative sister. I pulled out my phone, went to Instagram, and searched for Julian. I hadn't blocked him. I sent him a direct message. "Julian, it's Maya. I am so incredibly sorry for everything that has happened. My parents are harassing me for $50,000 to cover the wedding debts. Something feels very wrong here. If you have a moment, I need to know what actually happened on Saturday." I didn't expect a reply. But 10 minutes later, my phone lit up with a text message from an unknown number. "Maya, it's Julian. Can we meet for coffee? There's a lot you don't know." Update 2. I met Julian the next morning at a quiet cafe downtown. When he walked in, I barely recognized him. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week. He was pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and he had a thick stubble on his jaw. He sat down across from me, ordered a black coffee, and stared at his hands for a long time before speaking. "I'm sorry your parents are harassing you, Maya," he said quietly. "But whatever you do not give them a single cent." "I have no intention of giving them anything," I replied. "But Julian, what happened?" "My dad said Chloe had a panic attack and canceled the wedding." "Why are your parents threatening to sue my family?" Julian let out a bitter, hollow laugh. "A panic attack? Is that what they're calling it?" "Maya, Chloe didn't cancel the wedding because of cold feet. The wedding was canceled because when I showed up at the country club on Saturday morning, the doors were locked. The event manager told me our reservation had been terminated 3 weeks prior due to non-payment. I froze. My coffee cup stopped halfway to my mouth. Non-payment? But your parents gave her the $80,000 for the venue and catering months ago. Julian looked up at me, his eyes burning with a mixture of betrayal and fury. Yes, my parents wired $80,000 directly into a joint wedding account that Chloe was managing. But she didn't pay the country club, Maya. She didn't pay the caterer. She didn't pay the florist. My auditor brain immediately kicked into overdrive. Where did the money go, Julian? He pulled out his phone, unlocked it, and slid it across the table to me. It was a screenshot of bank statements. Pages and pages of transfers. She stole it, Julian whispered, his voice cracking. She completely drained the account. Over the course of 6 months, Chloe transferred $75,000 to a guy named Marcus, an ex-boyfriend of hers from college. I hired a private investigator on Monday. Turns out, Chloe had been secretly seeing Marcus our entire relationship. Marcus is a crypto investor who got into massive debt with some very bad people. Chloe took my parents' money, the money meant for our wedding, and gave it to her secret boyfriend to pay off his gambling and crypto debts. I felt the blood drain from my face. My hands started to shake. Grand larceny, wire fraud, embezzlement. My sister didn't just ruin a wedding. She committed a massive, 6-figure felony against her wealthy fiancé's family. The panic attack on Saturday morning? Julian continued, tears finally spilling over his eyelashes. It was a performance. She knew the venue was cancelled. She knew there was no food, no flowers, no nothing. She faked a mental breakdown so she could play the victim and cancel the wedding before everyone found out she had stolen the money. Oh my God, I breathed, covering my mouth in sheer horror. Julian, I am so sorry. My parents are out for blood, Maya, he said, his voice hardening into stone. My dad's lawyers have already drafted the paperwork. They gave your parents an ultimatum: pay back the $80,000 she stole by next Friday, or we are going to the police with the bank statements and pressing criminal charges for grand larceny and fraud. Chloe will go to state prison. The puzzle pieces violently slammed into place in my mind. My parents didn't need $50,000 to pay off vendor penalties. They needed $50,000 to add to their own remaining funds to pay off Julian's family. They were trying to extort my life savings to cover up Chloe's felony and keep their golden child out of a jail cell. And they had the absolute nerve to try and guilt trip me into doing it by playing the family emergency card, without ever telling me the truth. A rage unlike anything I have ever experienced in my entire life ignited inside my chest. It wasn't just anger. It was a cold, calculating, volcanic fury. Julian, I said, sliding the phone back to him. Do you have the bank statements? The proof of the transfers? Yes, he said. The lawyers have everything. Send them to me, I demanded. Right now. He didn't argue. He airdropped the PDF files directly to my phone. I thanked him, paid for his coffee, and walked to my car. I didn't drive home. I sat in the parking lot for 20 minutes, staring at the evidence of my sister's breathtaking deceit. Then, I opened the family group chat. The one with my mom, my dad, Chloe, and my extended family, Aunt Susan, Cousin Greg, and the flying monkeys who had been harassing me all week. I typed out the following message. To everyone who has been harassing me for the last 5 days, calling me selfish, and demanding I empty my bank account to save the family, I just had a very enlightening coffee with Julian. Attached are the bank statements proving that Chloe did not have a panic attack. Chloe stole $80,000 from Julian's family and funneled it to her ex-boyfriend Marcus to pay off his gambling debts. There was no wedding venue on Saturday because Chloe embezzled the funds. Mom and Dad didn't ask me for a loan to pay vendors. They tried to extort $50,000 from me to pay off Julian's family before they press criminal charges for grand larceny. I will not be paying a single cent to keep a thief out of prison. Do not ever contact me again. If you do, I will file a restraining order. I attached the 1/4-page PDF of the bank statements. I hit send. I didn't wait to see the read receipts. I didn't wait for the frantic typing bubbles to appear. I instantly blocked every single number in that group chat. I went to all my social media platforms, posted the exact same message with the exact same screenshots for all her sorority sisters and friends to see, and then I deactivated my accounts. I nuked her entire world from orbit, and I didn't lose a single second of sleep over it. It has been 3 months since that day. The fallout was absolutely apocalyptic. Because the truth was made public, Julian's parents didn't just want the money back, they wanted blood. They officially pressed charges against Chloe. She was arrested 2 weeks later at my parents' house. From what I heard through a mutual friend, my parents tried to hire a high-powered defense attorney, but because they had already drained their equity for the wedding, they couldn't afford a good lawyer. They are completely bankrupt. The bank foreclosed on their house last month, and they are currently renting a tiny 2-bedroom apartment on the bad side of town. Chloe is currently out on bail, awaiting trial. She is facing multiple felony charges for wire fraud and grand theft. Marcus, Her ex-boyfriend took a plea deal and threw her completely under the bus, testifying that she orchestrated the entire theft. She is looking at a minimum of 3 to 5 years in state prison. All of her bridesmaids abandoned her. Her reputation is completely destroyed. As for me, I got a promotion at work. I bought myself a beautiful new car. I sleep 8 hours a night, I drink wine on my balcony, and I live in absolute, unbothered peace. For 29 years, I was the family scapegoat. I was the dark matter they ignored while they worshipped the sun. But in the end, the sun burned their entire world to ash, and I was safely watching from the shade. Top comments. User 1. Holy sh times T. This is the most satisfying nuclear revenge I have ever read on this app. Your parents literally tried to make you an accessory to grand larceny by tricking you into paying off a felony, and they tried to use family loyalty to do it. The absolute audacity of your mother, to say your energy was triggering. Yeah, your energy of not being a literal criminal was probably throwing off Chloe's embezzlement vibes. Enjoy your peace, OP. User 2. As an accountant, reading about those bank transfers made me physically gasp. She wired $75K to an ex-boyfriend from a joint wedding account and thought nobody would notice? What was her endgame? Just fake panic attacks for the rest of her life. The fact that Julian's family went scorched earth and pressed charges is beautiful. Let her rot in a cell. Good on you for exposing the whole family to the flying monkeys. User 3. The fact that your dad screamed at you that you were dead to them while secretly begging you for hush money to keep his golden child out of federal prison is textbook narcissism. They literally lost their house, their reputation, and their daughter all because they couldn't stop enabling her. You didn't just dodge a bullet, Maya, you dodged an entire ballistic missile. Cheers to your promotion and your new car. My brother forged court documents to take over my finances because I had savings. Then the judge shut down his insane presentation. My brother literally dragged a projector into small claims court to prove I owed him money for the psychological privilege of lending him $4,500. He thought he was a financial guru liberating me from wealth addiction, but his insane crusade ended with him in a psychiatric hold and me realizing the terrifying truth about his mind. I, 28 male, desperately need some perspective on whether I am slowly losing my grip on reality or if my older brother, Marcus 32 male, is orchestrating the most elaborate, manipulative gaslighting campaign in human history. This entire situation has been escalating for the better part of a year, and I am completely at my wit's end trying to untangle his absolutely backwards logic. For some context, I work as a data architect for a mid-sized tech firm in Chicago. I've been incredibly fortunate in my career, allowing me to save a very healthy portion of my income over the past 5 years. I currently live in a nice, modern 2-bedroom apartment in the West Loop that I've been renting for about 3 years. It's certainly nothing extravagant by luxury standards, but it is very comfortable, it has a decent view of the skyline, and it's a short commute to my office. Marcus, on the other hand, works as a regional manager for a chain of retail shoe stores. He has always struggled financially, a situation born from a mixture of genuinely terrible luck, medical emergencies, car accidents, and what I now clearly recognize as a long history of remarkably poor financial decisions. The pattern of borrowing began about 9 months ago when Marcus frantically called me, asking to borrow $600 for an emergency transmission repair on his car. I didn't even hesitate. He is my older brother. I had the liquid cash sitting in my checking account, and I wanted to help him. He swore up and down he would pay me back within 2 pay periods. When those 4 weeks passed without a word about repayment, he instead asked for another $400 to cover an unexpectedly high utility bill and some groceries. Again, I transferred the funds. This cycle just kept repeating with various amounts. It was $300 here for a vet bill, $500 there for car registration, always accompanied by solemn promises of imminent repayment. Here is where the situation took a hard left turn into the bizarre. About 4 months ago, Marcus started making highly critical, unprompted comments about my spending habits. It began relatively subtly. He came over to my apartment one evening, saw that I had purchased a new, high-end espresso machine, shook his head in disgust, and muttered, "Must be nice to just throw money around like it's water." I gently reminded him that I had taken on 2 freelance projects specifically to afford it, but he just scoffed and rolled his eyes. The comments rapidly escalated from passive-aggressive muttering to full-blown lectures. When I casually mentioned that I was planning a 4-day weekend trip to Austin with some college buddies, he launched into a fiery diatribe about financial responsibility. "You know, Alex," he said, using his authoritative manager voice, "the mere fact that you can just lend money out to people proves you have absolutely no idea how to manage it properly. If you were actually smart with your finances, every single dollar would be tied up in investments or high-yield savings, not just sitting around in checking accounts available for casual loans." I sat there on my couch, entirely speechless. This profound financial wisdom was coming from a man who, at that exact moment, owed me nearly $4,500. When I very gently pointed out this glaring hypocrisy, he immediately got fiercely defensive. That is exactly my point, he snapped, pacing across my living room. If you were a financially responsible adult, you wouldn't have had that $4,500 available to lend me in the first place. You are actively enabling both of us with your catastrophic lack of financial planning. The mental gymnastics were absolutely breathtaking. According to Marcus's newly invented economic theory, my ability to help him in his time of need was irrefutable proof that I was terrible with money. From that day forward, he started critiquing every single aspect of my life. My apartment, why on earth? Do you need a second bedroom when you're single? It's pure ego. My car, a 10-year-old Civic would get you to work just as well as your Mazda. Even my grocery shopping. Name brand Greek yogurt? Really, Alex? You're a victim of corporate marketing. Last week, things reached a terrifying new plateau. Marcus came over, ostensibly to finally discuss a structured repayment plan for the $4,500. Instead, he sat me down at my own kitchen island for what he seriously called a financial intervention. Alex, I've been doing some deep thinking about our dynamic, he began, looking at me with profound pity. I realize now that by accepting your money, I have been actively enabling your deeply irresponsible, consumerist lifestyle. I actually let out a short laugh, genuinely thinking he was doing a bit. He wasn't smiling. Look at this place, he continued, gesturing wildly at my living room. 2 bedrooms, West Loop location, matching furniture. You are living so far beyond your means it's terrifying. The fact that you had $4,500 to lend me proves you are not budgeting correctly. A truly responsible man has every penny allocated to wealth building. I tried to interject, explaining that I utilize a zero-based budget, save 35% of my gross income, max out my 401k, and that the money I lent him came directly from my 6-month emergency fund, a fund I was now deeply regretting dipping into. Emergency fund, he scoffed, shaking his head condescendingly. If you managed your life properly, you wouldn't need an emergency fund. You'd have proper lines of credit for real emergencies. Keeping cash liquid is primitive. It's what uneducated people do. The conversation devolved into utter madness from there. He earnestly suggested I break my lease, move into a basement studio in a much cheaper suburb, sell my car, take the bus, and stop cosplaying as a rich person. When I finally lost my patience and demanded to know when he was going to pay me back, he stood up, adjusted his jacket, and said, "We will discuss returning those funds after you get your financial house in order. I won't fund your downward spiral." I am genuinely so confused and incredibly frustrated. Am I missing some fundamental economic principle here? How on earth did I become the financially reckless villain in a scenario where I am the one bailing him out? His logic is so completely backwards, yet he delivers it with such absolute, unwavering confidence that I am legitimately starting to question my own sanity. My friends think he is just a toxic manipulator trying to dodge a debt, but I cannot understand the endgame. What does he possibly gain from this bizarre reverse psychology? Am I being gaslit, or is there some secret millionaire mindset I'm failing to grasp? Update 1. 2 weeks later. I want to express my deepest gratitude to everyone who took the time to read and respond to my original post. Your comments were a lifeline. They helped me realize I wasn't losing my mind and that Marcus's behavior was a textbook, albeit incredibly elaborate, campaign of manipulative gaslighting. I took the most common advice offered. I started meticulously documenting everything. I created a heavily detailed spreadsheet tracking all the bank transfers, dates, amounts, and screenshots of his text messages promising repayment. The grand total is exactly $4,500. Unfortunately, things have escalated in a way I could never have anticipated in my wildest nightmares. Last Sunday, we had our mandatory monthly family dinner at my parents' house in the suburbs. I made a conscious decision to keep things strictly civil. I wasn't going to bring up the money or the intervention. Marcus, however, had entirely different plans. About halfway through the roast beef, Marcus literally clinked his spoon against his wine glass until the room went silent. He stood up and solemnly announced that he had a matter of vital family importance to discuss. My stomach instantly plummeted into my shoes as he launched into what I can only describe as a TED Talk about generational financial responsibility. I've been doing a tremendous amount of research on wealth distribution and familial health, he began, locking his eyes directly onto mine. And I've come to the painful realization that our family has developed a highly toxic dynamic that is actively preventing all of us from reaching our true potential. My mother, Helen, paused with her fork halfway to her mouth, looking completely bewildered. "What on earth do you mean, sweetheart?" Marcus smiled at her with this sickeningly sympathetic expression. "Well, Mom, let me pose a question. Have you ever sat back and wondered why Alex has so much excess capital to throw around while I am constantly struggling to make ends meet?" I immediately tried to shut it down, but he held up his hand like a traffic cop. "Please, Alex, let me finish. The core issue isn't that Alex earns a higher salary. I celebrate his salary. The issue is that he aggressively hoards it instead of deploying it properly. Did you know he's been lending me thousands of dollars? Both of my parents slowly turned to stare at me, utterly shocked. I had never breathed a word about the loans to them because I didn't want to humiliate Marcus or cause unnecessary family drama. The fact that Alex can casually lend out $4,500 proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that he is not managing his wealth responsibly, Marcus continued, pacing behind his chair. Think about it logically. Elon Musk doesn't have thousands of dollars in a checking account just sitting around to lend to his siblings. Every penny is deployed. Alex's liquid cash is a glaring symptom of financial immaturity and deep-seated insecurity. My father, Robert, a retired accountant, frowned deeply. But Marcus, if your brother is lending you his money, doesn't that mean? That is exactly my point, Dad. Marcus interrupted triumphantly. I've realized that by accepting these loans, I have been the one enabling his poor financial habits. It is no different than buying a bottle of whiskey for an alcoholic. I am actively helping him avoid facing his severe money management trauma. The dining room was dead silent. You could hear the grandfather clock ticking in the hallway. I could literally see my parents' brains short-circuiting trying to process this spectacular leap of logic. My younger sister, Chloe, 21, who was home from college, caught my eye from across the table and blatantly mouthed, "What the actual F?" But Marcus was far from finished. Alex lives alone in a 2-bedroom apartment in the West Loop. He drives a car that is only 4 years old. He takes vacations to Austin. Meanwhile, I am living paycheck to paycheck in a modest space, driving a car that's falling apart, and never taking a single day off. I ask you, who is truly living the responsible, grounded life here? My mother, who has spent her entire life playing the family peacemaker, tried to desperately find a middle ground. Well, Marcus, honey, people just have different priorities with their... No, Mom? Marcus slammed his hand on the table, making the silverware jump. This is about far more than priorities. This is about the soul of this family. Alex's hoarding of wealth is creating a deeply diseased dynamic. If he truly cared about our family's overall well-being, he would drastically downsize his bloated lifestyle and invest that capital properly. The fact that he didn't even blink at lending me $4,500 proves he has entirely too much. I finally found my voice, my hands shaking with pure adrenaline. Marcus, you begged to borrow that money. You came to me in a panic, claiming you needed help, and I bailed you out. How in God's name does that make me the irresponsible one? He looked down at me with an expression of profound, sorrowful pity. The very fact that you still view it through that primitive lens shows just how deep your sickness goes. A financially actualized person would have had those funds locked in untouchable assets. You are essentially stuffing cash under your mattress, Alex. It's embarrassing. Chloe finally snapped. This is completely insane. Marcus, you are literally standing there arguing that Alex is bad with money because he was financially secure enough to save your ass when you were broke. Do you even hear the words coming out of your mouth? Marcus's face darkened instantly. I don't expect a college student to grasp macro financial philosophy, Chloe. When you enter the real world, you'll understand that true responsibility means every dollar has a designated mission. Emergency funds are a myth sold to the poor. Lending money is for institutional banks, not brothers. The dinner abruptly ended shortly after that. The atmosphere, man, was suffocatingly awkward, with my parents clearly distressed and confused. As I was putting on my coat in the foyer, my father pulled me into his study and closed the door. Alex, look at me, is everything okay? He asked, his voice low. That entire presentation was deeply disturbing. I gave him a rapid-fire rundown of the reality of the situation, the constant begging for money, the broken promises, and Marcus's recent, bizarre behavioral shift. My father's face morphed from confusion, to shock, and finally, to a cold, hard anger. So, let me get this straight. He owes you $4,500, and he just tried to convince your mother and me that you are the one teetering on the edge of financial ruin? He summarized, rubbing his temples. That is exactly what is happening, I confirmed, feeling a wave of relief that at least my dad wasn't buying the delusion. My father sighed heavily. I spent 40 years in accounting and I have never seen a defense mechanism quite like this. Watch your back, son. I don't know what kind of game Marcus is playing, but this has crossed the line from irresponsible into something very dark. Since that horrific dinner, Marcus has been relentlessly blowing up my phone, texting me links to obscure finance blogs about lifestyle inflation and the spiritual danger of liquid assets. He even created a new family WhatsApp group chat called Wealth and Wellness, where he posts daily affirmations about how having available cash is a sign of moral decay. Chloe texted me privately last night, is Marcus having a psychotic break? This is genuinely starting to scare me. I am starting to wonder the exact same thing. This has evolved far beyond a simple manipulation tactic to avoid paying a debt. It has morphed into something almost completely delusional. He genuinely appears to believe his own insane rhetoric, and he is actively trying to recruit our entire family into his cult-like worldview. I have completely stopped responding to his messages. I am meeting with a civil litigation lawyer this Thursday to discuss my legal options for recovering the $4,500. I have also contacted my building's security to ensure Marcus is not allowed up to my floor. I will update you all again when the legal wheels start turning. Update 2. 1 month later. The situation with Marcus has taken a turn so profoundly surreal that I genuinely debated whether I should even post this update. It reads like a rejected script for a psychological thriller, but I made a commitment to keep you all informed, and honestly, I need to write this down just to prove to myself that it actually happened. Following the advice of the lawyer I consulted, she drafted a very stern, formal demand letter for the $4,500, citing the exact dates and amounts of the loans, backed by the text messages. I had it delivered to Marcus via certified mail, requiring his signature. I expected anger. I expected him to ignore it. His actual response was something I could never have prepared for. 3 days after the letter was signed for, Marcus showed up at my apartment building. Security stopped him, but he called me from the lobby, claiming he had the money and wanted to hand it over in person to clear the air. Against my better judgment, I told security to let him up. He arrived at my door carrying a thick manila folder, radiating the terrifying, manic energy of a door-to-door salesman who genuinely believes he is about to change your life. Alex. He beamed brightly, stepping into my foyer before I could even fully open the door. I am so incredibly glad you took the initiative to formalize this. I've prepared a comprehensive resolution that I know will bring us both peace. He marched over to my dining table, opened the folder, and began spreading out meticulously printed and highlighted documents. I recognized some of them. They were blown-up screenshots of our text conversations where I had agreed to send him the money. I've been doing a deep dive into alternative economic theories. He began, clasping his hands together. And I discovered a truly fascinating concept. Did you know that in numerous ancient cultures, charging interest on loans to blood relatives is considered a severe moral atrocity? I stared at him, completely bewildered. Marcus, I didn't charge you a single cent of interest. I asked for exactly what I lent you. Exactly. He pointed at me like I had just solved a riddle. Which brings me to my formal proposal. You see, Alex, while you didn't charge me times monetary times interest, you have been secretly collecting something exponentially more valuable: psychological interest. I felt the room spin slightly. I felt like I had slipped into an alternate dimension. Psychological interest? He nodded enthusiastically, pulling out a custom-made spreadsheet. Every single time you transferred money to my account, you gained a massive power dynamic shift over me. You got to play the role of the responsible, successful younger brother. You got to be the benevolent provider. The immense psychological superiority and dopamine hits you've been harvesting from our arrangement that is worth far, far more than standard financial interest. He slid a document across the table. It was titled, in bold Arial font, Reconciliation of Debts, Financial versus Psychological. I have meticulously calculated the fair market value of the psychological benefits you've extracted from me, he said, his voice entirely serious. The self-esteem boosts, the elevated family status, the moral high ground. I've assigned them monetary values based on standard therapy rates. I looked down at the document. It was pure, unadulterated madness. He had literally created itemized billing lines. Feeling of superiority at family dinners, $75 per dinner x 8 dinners equals $600. Self-esteem elevation from playing the successful brother, $150 per month, x 9 months, equals $1,350. Anecdotal value, stories to tell friends about helping family, $500 one-time value. Moral high ground during arguments, $50 per argument x, 12 arguments equals $600. Savior complex fulfillment, $2,150. As you can clearly see by the math, Marcus said proudly, tapping the bottom of the page, your total psychological benefit comes to exactly $5,200. Since the initial capital loan was only $4,500, technically, you actually owe me $700. But, he held up his hands magnanimously, because you're my brother, I am willing to call the debt completely settled and walk away clean. I was paralyzed. Chloe had warned me he might try something unhinged, but this defied all known logic. Marcus? I finally choked out, my voice trembling with suppressed rage. This is not how reality works. You cannot just invent a fictional form of emotional currency, assign arbitrary dollar amounts to it, and declare a legal debt paid. His bright expression instantly morphed into a look of deep, sorrowful disappointment. Alex, I am trying to help you break free. Your pathological attachment to fiat currency is destroying you. The fact that you are so hyper-fixated on extracting exactly $4,500 from me proves how completely money controls your mind. It has nothing to do with control, I snapped. You borrowed money. You agreed to pay it back. That is the fundamental basis of human commerce. You borrowed money. He shook his head slowly. You are so hopelessly trapped in the capitalist matrix, I am offering you a spiritual out. Truly wealthy people wouldn't even notice $4,500 missing. When I pointed out that truly wealthy people don't get wealthy by letting people steal from them, he loudly accused me of regurgitating corporate propaganda. But here is where the evening went from absurd to genuinely frightening. As he was packing his insane documents back into his folder, clearly annoyed that I hadn't accepted his psychological interest theory, he stopped at the door. "You know, Alex, I've been doing some calculations regarding your living situation," he said smoothly. My blood instantly ran freezing cold. Several commenters on my last post had warned me that he was angling for my apartment. "What about my apartment?" I asked, stepping back. "Well, you are clearly drowning in deep-seated trauma regarding wealth and possessions. Living in this massive, excessive space is only feeding your sickness. I have a proposal that will heal our family." He paused for dramatic effect. "I will move in here, and assume the lease. You will pack your things and move into my basement studio. It is a much more appropriate, grounded space for a single person. The $1,000 a month difference in rent can go directly toward the intensive therapy you so clearly need for your wealth addiction." I let out a harsh, involuntary bark of laughter. "Are you out of your mind? Are you seriously demanding we swap apartments?" "It is not a swap," he corrected sharply. "It is a therapeutic intervention. Over the 9 months I've been borrowing from you, that's $9,000 in rent savings you could have retained if you lived responsibly. I am literally trying to save your life." "Get out," I said, pointing at the door. "Alex, your addiction is clouding your anamina. Get out of my apartment now," I yelled, stepping toward him. He threw his hands up and backed out into the hallway, but not before sliding a 15-page printed manifesto under my door an hour later. It detailed exactly how the apartment swap would spiritually cleanse me. Since that night, Marcus has been calling our parents relentlessly, expressing deep, fake concern about my rapidly deteriorating mental state. He actually convinced my mother that I am having a nervous breakdown because I am obsessively demanding repayment. Yesterday, my mother called me in tears, gently suggesting that maybe I should just forgive the debt to stop tearing the family apart. When I read her Marcus's itemized bill for psychological interest and his demand for my apartment, she went dead silent for a full minute before whispering, "Oh my God, he's not well. Chloe has been my absolute rock." She sent me screenshots of Marcus trying to recruit her, telling her to refuse any birthday gifts from me because it would feed my toxic financial superiority complex. I have officially filed a lawsuit in small claims court. My lawyer assured me that psychological interest is not a recognized legal defense in the state of Illinois. I have also upgraded my apartment security, installed a Ring camera, and given a photo of Marcus to my building management with strict instructions to call the police if he sets foot on the property. I don't know if this is calculated, sociopathic manipulation, or a genuine descent into madness. Update 3, 6 weeks later. I need to start this update by describing exactly what happened at the small claims court hearing, because the sheer absurdity of it sets the stage for the absolute nightmare that followed. Marcus arrived at the courthouse wearing a full, 3-piece pinstripe suit, carrying a vintage leather briefcase, looking like he was about to argue before the Supreme Court. He didn't bring a lawyer. Instead, he brought a man he introduced to the bailiff as his alternative dispute resolution guide, a guy he explicitly admitted he found in the gigs section of Craigslist. When the judge called our case, Marcus stood up and confidently asked if he could provide visual context for the complex socioeconomic relationship at hand. The judge, an older woman who already looked completely exhausted by the morning docket, hesitantly agreed. Marcus proceeded to pull a portable projector out of his briefcase. "Yes, my brother brought a functional PowerPoint presentation to small claims court." The title slide beamed onto the courtroom wall, "The Hidden Economy of Familial Debt, a Case Study in Psychological Capitalism." I buried my face in my hands. The Craigslist guy nodded sagely. Marcus spent the next 10 minutes explaining his completely fabricated theory of psychological currency to the judge, who was staring at him like he had lobsters crawling out of his ears. Marcus even showed a slide featuring an actual algebraic equation he invented. EB equals LX, PDX, T, emotional benefit equals loan amount, multiplied by power, dynamic, multiplied by time. The judge finally slammed her gavel, cutting him off mid-sentence. "Mr. Thompson, I am going to ask you a very simple question. Do you possess any tangible evidence proving that you did not borrow $4,500 from your brother?" Marcus stood tall. "Your Honor, I am not disputing the transfer of fiat currency. I am mathematically demonstrating that the debt has already been satisfied through alternative emotional compensation." The judge's tone dropped to absolute zero. "Mr. Thompson, this is a United States court of law. We deal in legal tender. We do not deal in feelings, vibes, or psychological currency. Do you have the $4,500? Marcus's confident facade cracked for a split second. "Your Honor, if you will just examine slide 7, the paradigm shift clearly shows judgment for the plaintiff in the full amount of $4,500 plus court costs," the judge snapped, stamping a document. You have 30 days to comply. Bailiff, next case. As we walked out of the courtroom, Marcus turned to me with a chilling, serene smile. You think you won today, Alex. But you've only proven my point. You are so hopelessly addicted to money that you weaponize the state against your own blood. I weep for your soul. That was 6 weeks ago. The 30-day deadline passed. I haven't seen a dime. Instead, the situation exploded. 2 weeks after the court date, I received a highly official-looking letter in the mail from an organization called the Institute for Financial Wellness and Familial Harmony. It took me a quick Google search to realize Marcus had literally registered this fake institute as an LLC himself. The letter formally informed me that I had been selected for a mandatory, comprehensive financial rehab program due to my severe wealth hoarding. The treatment plan included 1. Mandatory weekly auditing sessions where Marcus would review my bank statements. 2. Gradual asset reduction therapy, forcing me to sell my electronics and furniture. 3. Residential downsizing, again, demanding I move out of my apartment. The letter ended with, your intake fee of $4,500 has been graciously waived in light of your severe mental condition. I threw it in the trash, thinking it was just another pathetic stunt. Then, my building manager called me in a panic. Marcus had contacted my apartment's leasing office, falsely identifying himself as my court-appointed financial conservator. He had forged documents, literally photoshopped court seals claiming a judge had deemed me mentally unfit to manage my own assets, and requested the immediate transfer of my lease into his name. Thank God my building manager knew me well and immediately flagged it as fraud. But Marcus didn't stop there. He decided to take his crusade to my workplace. I work in a secure corporate building, but the main lobby is open to the public. 3 weeks ago, Marcus walked into my office lobby carrying a large cardboard box. He told the front desk receptionist it was a critical family emergency. When I rushed downstairs, my heart pounding, I found Marcus standing in the center of the crowded lobby. Inside the box was my blender, a pair of my expensive running shoes, and a table lamp, items he had apparently stolen from my apartment during his earlier visits. Alex, he announced, projecting his voice so dozens of my coworkers could hear. I am returning these material anchors to you. Part of your recovery is learning to detach from consumerism, but I realized forcing you into cold turkey separation was too traumatic for your fragile state. People were stopping and staring. My manager, Jessica, who happened to be getting coffee, walked over, looking deeply concerned. Alex, is everything all right here? Before I could speak, Marcus thrust his hand toward her. Hi, I'm Marcus, Alex's brother and financial wellness coach. I'm guiding him through a very dark period of wealth addiction. Has he been exhibiting any erratic spending behaviors at work, buying too many lunches? I physically grabbed Marcus by the arm and dragged him out the revolving doors, threatening to call the police, but the damage was done. The office rumor mill exploded. I had to have a humiliating closed-door meeting with HR to explain that my brother was suffering from some kind of delusion and that I was not, in fact, mentally unstable. The harassment immediately spilled over to social media. Marcus created a public Facebook page titled Supporting Alex's Road to Recovery. He began posting multiple times a day, tagging our extended family, my high school friends, and even my coworkers. Sample post. Day 43 of Alex's journey. He is still violently resisting help. If you love someone suffering from wealth hoarding, remember that their anger is just the money talking. Keep them in your prayers. Number, financial wellness. Number, intervention. Number, family first. My aunt from Ohio called me sobbing, genuinely believing I was about to file for bankruptcy and lose my home. I spent days doing damage control, explaining the insane reality of the situation to horrified relatives. The terrifying climax happened 3 days ago. I came home from the gym to find Marcus sitting on the floor of my apartment hallway, right outside my door. Next to him was a woman holding a bundle of burning sage. Alex, Marcus said solemnly, standing up. This is Dr. Silas Vance. She is an energetic wealth healer. We are here to perform an intervention on your living space. Your aura is absolutely corrupted by fiat energy. I didn't say a word. I pulled out my phone, dialed 911, and requested police assistance to remove trespassers. While we waited for the cops, Marcus and this random woman stood in the hallway, loudly chanting about cleansing the capitalist trauma. The police eventually arrived and escorted them off the property, but as he was being led into the elevator, Marcus screamed, "Rock bottom is just the beginning, Alex. We won't let the money kill you. I am currently exhausted beyond measure. I have filed for a permanent restraining order. My lawyer has initiated wage garnishment for the $4,500, though Marcus's retail salary means it will take an eternity to collect. I have locked down every aspect of my life. My parents are absolutely devastated, finally realizing that their oldest son has completely lost his grip on reality. I don't know what happens next, but I am terrified of what his broken mind will come up with. Final update, 4 months later. This will be my final update regarding the saga of my brother Marcus. I debated for a long time whether to post this, because the conclusion to this nightmare is both incredibly dramatic and surprisingly tragic. It puts everything into a perspective I never could have anticipated. First, the legal housekeeping. Through the wage garnishment order, I managed to recover exactly $2,800 of the original $4,500 debt. I will likely never see the remaining balance, and honestly, I do not care anymore. The reason the garnishment stopped is because Marcus spectacularly lost his job. About 2 months ago, Marcus's behavior at the retail shoe store he managed crossed the line from eccentric to full-blown catastrophic. According to Chloe, who got the inside scoop from a mutual friend who worked there, Marcus started pulling his employees off the sales floor to lecture them about the spiritual poison of their paychecks. The final straw occurred when Marcus attempted to completely overhaul the store's payroll system. He tried to pay his teenage employees in life credits, essentially handwritten IOUs that he claimed could be redeemed for one-on-one mindfulness coaching sessions with him in the break room. When corporate HR caught wind of a manager refusing to pay legal wages in favor of meditation credits, he was terminated immediately and escorted off the premises by mall security. Unemployed, facing eviction from his own apartment after trying to pay his landlord with the same fake currency, and increasingly isolated, Marcus completely doubled down on his delusion. He took the last of his savings and rented a conference room at a local community center. He printed hundreds of flyers and plastered them around town for a seminar titled, "Breaking Free from Financial Prison, The Revolutionary Truth About Money." My father, deeply worried, attended the seminar incognito, sitting in the back row. He told me it was the saddest thing he had ever witnessed. About 8 people showed up, mostly confused retirees who thought they were attending a free retirement planning workshop. Marcus paced the stage for 2 hours, sweating profusely, speaking a mile a minute. He projected his insane charts, ranted about the gold standard, and spent 40 minutes explaining how his own brother me was patient zero in an epidemic of wealth addiction. At one point, he completely broke down, dropping to his knees and sobbing into the microphone, screaming that I had chosen paper money over his love. The community center manager eventually pulled the plug on the microphone and asked everyone to leave. 2 weeks after the disastrous seminar, my phone rang at 3 a.m. It was my mother, absolutely hysterical. Marcus had been hospitalized. I rushed to the emergency room, my heart in my throat. Despite the absolute hell he had put me through, the gaslighting, the harassment, the sheer terror, he is still my brother. When I arrived, I found my parents huddled outside a room in the psychiatric ward. A doctor pulled us aside and explained the situation. Marcus had been picked up by the Chicago police at a downtown bank at 2 p.m. the previous day. He had walked into the lobby and started passionately screaming at the customers in line, telling them that their bank accounts were a shared hallucination, and physically trying to slap deposit slips out of their hands to liberate them. He hadn't slept in at least 4 days. He was surviving entirely on espresso shots and pure, unfiltered adrenaline. This is where the anger I had been holding onto for nearly a year finally began to dissolve into a heavy, crushing sadness. After a thorough evaluation, the hospital psychiatrist diagnosed Marcus with bipolar I disorder, explicitly stating he was in the midst of a severe, prolonged manic episode with psychotic features. The doctor explained it to us in detail. The grandiose thinking, the incredibly elaborate but nonsensical schemes, the institute, the PowerPoint, the psychological interest, the absolute, unwavering conviction in his irrational beliefs, the pressured speech, the lack of sleep, these were all textbook symptoms of extreme mania. Looking back, the warning signs had been there for years, hiding in plain sight. The region while, the periods of deep depression that Marcus always blamed on financial stress, the times he would suddenly quit a job because he had a $1 million business idea that never materialized. The way he could shift from barely getting out of bed to possessing unstoppable, chaotic energy. We as a family had just written it off as Marcus being eccentric, moody, and bad with money. We missed the disease entirely. Marcus spent 3 full weeks in an inpatient psychiatric facility. When they finally found the right combination of mood stabilizers and antipsychotic medication, the change was jarring. The first time I was allowed to visit him after he had stabilized, I walked into the visitor's room to find him looking smaller, older, and profoundly exhausted. He looked up at me, his eyes finally clear of that terrifying manic shine, and his voice cracked. "Alex. What did I do?" The next 2 hours were the most difficult, painful conversation of my entire life. Marcus, now fully lucid, sat in horror as I gently recounted the events of the past year. The fake lawsuits, the harassment at my office, the attempt to steal my apartment, the sage-burning intervention. He remembered pieces of it, but it was fragmented, like trying to recall a fever dream. I remember thinking I had unlocked the secrets of the universe. He wept, burying his face in his hands. I thought I had cracked a code that everyone else was too stupid to see. It made such perfect, absolute sense to me at the time. "I thought I was saving you. The psychiatrist later explained that during severe manic episodes, the brain can construct incredibly elaborate delusions that feel as real to the patient as gravity. The fact that Marcus's mania fixated specifically on money and financial philosophy wasn't unusual. Mania often latches onto a person's deepest real-world insecurities and blows them up to mythological proportions. Marcus's lifelong insecurity about being poor compared to me became the fuel for his psychosis. He asked me, tears streaming down his face, if I could ever forgive him. I told him the truth. I needed time. That was 4 months ago. Today, the landscape of our family looks entirely different. Marcus is strictly maintaining his treatment plan. He goes to therapy twice a week, takes his medication without fail, and attends a support group for adults living with bipolar disorder. He is currently living in my parents' guest room while he slowly rebuilds his life. He is also paying me back, not through the court system, but voluntarily. He managed to get a low-stress, back-office data entry job, and every single month, on the first of the month, he transfers exactly $250 into my account. He told me, I need to make actual, real-world amends. Not the insane psychological currency I invented. We are very slowly, very carefully rebuilding our relationship as brothers. We meet for coffee once a month, always in a public place, always with incredibly clear, strict boundaries. He has never once asked to come back to my apartment, and I am deeply grateful for that respect. He also spent weeks writing deeply personal apology letters to everyone he dragged into his manic hurricane. He wrote to Chloe, to my parents, to my manager Jessica, and even mailed a formal apology to the judge at the small claims court. He completely deleted the Facebook pages, dissolved the fake LLC, and shredded the manifestos. Chloe has been an absolute champion through all of this. She changed her college major to psychology, heavily researching bipolar disorder to help our parents understand what happened. She said something to me last week that really helped me let go of the residual anger. Alex, he was deathly ill. The disease took his normal human flaws, his jealousy, his financial stress, his stubbornness and mutated them into a monster. You were fighting the disease, not your brother. I am in therapy now, too. Not for wealth addiction, but to process the genuine trauma of being systematically gaslit, harassed, and betrayed by the person who was supposed to look out for me. It is incredibly difficult to reconcile the anger I felt with the medical reality of his condition. The money, the $4,500 that started this entire nightmare, has ironically become the least important detail of the story. I don't care if I ever see the rest of it. What matters is that my brother is finally getting the medical intervention he desperately needed, our family is healing, and we now know exactly what warning signs to look for. Yesterday, Marcus sent me a text message. It was a photo of a flyer at the local library advertising a financial wellness seminar. Beneath the photo, he wrote, "Saw this. Only threw up in my mouth a little bit. Progress." It was the first time I had genuinely laughed with my brother in over a year. I don't know what the future holds for us. We will probably never have the easy, carefree relationship we had when we were kids. Too much damage was done. But we are building something new, something grounded in absolute truth, firm boundaries, and a profound respect for the fragility of the human mind. To everyone who followed this insane saga, thank you. When I thought I was the one losing my mind, your validation kept me anchored to reality. And if anyone reading this is dealing with a family member whose behavior has suddenly become irrationally toxic or bizarre, please remember that sometimes, there is a medical explanation hiding behind the malice. Take care of yourselves, and protect your peace. Top comments. User 1. I have been following this saga since the very first post, and my jaw literally hit the floor reading this final update. The PowerPoint presentation in small claims court was the funniest thing I've ever read, but the bank incident is genuinely heartbreaking. It makes so much sense in retrospect. The grandiosity, the zero sleep, the absolute conviction that he had cracked the code of the universe. That is textbook bipolar mania. I am so sorry you had to endure the trauma of being his target, but I am incredibly relieved he didn't end up in prison and actually got a diagnosis. The fact that he is paying you back $250 a month voluntarily shows that the real Marcus is back and taking accountability. Wishing you both the best of luck in therapy. User 2. As someone who works in HR, the moment you described him walking into your office lobby with your blender and trying to talk to your manager, my blood pressure spiked to dangerous levels. That could have destroyed your career if your manager wasn't understanding. I'm so glad you got HR involved early to get ahead of the narrative. Bipolar disorder is an absolute beast of an illness. My mother had bipolar 1, and during her manic phases, she once tried to sell our family home to a cult because she thought the property taxes were demonic. It is terrifying how real the delusions are to them. Chloe is absolutely right. The disease takes their existing insecurities and weaponizes them. Stay strong, OP. Keep those boundaries firm. User 3. I am going to frame that equation. Honestly, before the bipolar reveal, I thought your brother was just the most arrogant, manipulative narcissist on the planet trying to scam his way into a luxury West Loop apartment. The psychological interest invoice where he charged you $75 for family dinner superiority is something out of a sitcom. It's wild how the human brain can construct such elaborate, mathematically detailed fantasies when the chemistry goes wrong. The fact that he can joke about the library seminar now is a massive green flag for his recovery. Forgive yourself for being angry at him. You didn't know he was sick, and his actions were objectively abusive, regardless of the cause. Healing takes time. My family fired me as their free accountant via text, forgetting I was the sole guarantor on their $300,000 credit line. So, I froze their accounts, and uncovered a felony. My name is Clara, and I'm 29 years old. The notification that liquidated my role as the family bank, punching bag, and free financial fixer didn't happen during a scream-filled, plate-smashing argument. It arrived silently, vibrating against the mahogany table during a high-stakes corporate audit meeting that could define my entire career. It was a Tuesday afternoon. The air in the conference room was sterile, cold, and smelled faintly of dry erase markers and expensive coffee. My phone screen lit up with my mother's name, Diane. A single line of text appeared on the illuminated glass. "We found a new partner. We don't need your negativity and constant oversight anymore. We're cutting ties." No warning. No phone call. Just that. 5 seconds later, my younger sister, Chloe, reacted to the message with a heart emoji. A literal red heart. I sat there and stared at the message, the taste of my lukewarm water suddenly turning metallic and bitter in my mouth. I didn't even feel anger right away. I just felt the kind of heavy, detached numbness that comes when you've watched a condemned building collapse in slow motion, and you are finally watching the dust settle over the rubble. So, I excused myself from the audit meeting. I didn't slam the door. I didn't make a scene in front of the senior partners. I walked calmly down the hallway to my private office, closed the heavy glass door, pulled down the privacy blinds, and locked it. My hands were perfectly steady as I opened my laptop and woke up the screen. I didn't reply to the text. I didn't ask why. I didn't beg for an explanation. Instead, I logged directly into the family business banking portal. These were the accounts I had managed entirely for free for the last 3 years. The ledgers I had spent my weekends violently untangling while they were out spending money they didn't have. The transactions populated on my screen immediately, a glaring testament to their financial delusion. There was Chloe's recent influencer trip to Mykonos, brazenly classified as a marketing expense. There was my father Richard's lease on a $65,000 luxury sports car, charged directly to the company card. And there was the $4,200 monthly withdrawal, vaguely labeled operating expenses, that I knew for a fact went straight into my mother's personal checking account to fund her country club lifestyle. They thought they were so incredibly clever. They thought they had found a new investor, some hard money lender who didn't ask annoying questions, who didn't demand receipts, and who wouldn't hold them accountable. To them, that meant they didn't need my strict oversight anymore. They thought I was just a buzzkill daughter trying to ruin their fun. But they forgot one crucial detail. They forgot that I am a forensic accountant. And they definitely, catastrophically forgot that I was the sole personal guarantor on their $300,000 commercial line of credit. I opened the bank portal for the $300,000 credit line. The cursor hovered over the management tab. For 3 agonizing years, I had been their ultimate safety net. I had co-signed the massive loan because they cornered me, looked me in the eye, and swore it was to build a family legacy that we would all share. I had covered their exorbitant interest payments out of my own pocket when they were short on cash. I had meticulously fixed their fraudulent tax returns when they tried to claim luxury vacations to the Maldives as legitimate business trips. I had been the only adult in the room while they played house with $250,000 of other people's money. And the absolute second they thought they had secured a better deal with less oversight, they discarded me via a cowardly text message. I moved my mouse and clicked, "Freeze account." A harsh red confirmation window popped up on the screen. "Are you sure you want to suspend all activity on this credit line?" I didn't hesitate for a fraction of a second. I clicked, "Yes." Then, I navigated to the guarantor section of the banking portal. I selected the option to initiate the permanent removal of the guarantor due to a fundamental breach of contract and bad faith dealing. The bank system prompted me for documentation. I took a screenshot of the text message from my mother, highlighting the words, "We're cutting ties," and attached it as legally binding evidence of the severance of our business relationship. I hit submit. The screen refreshed with a loading wheel, and then the final message appeared. "Request pending, account frozen. Line of credit suspended." It was done. The action was immediate, silent, and entirely lethal to their business operations. I sat back in my ergonomic desk chair, the profound silence of my locked office pressing against my ears. My phone buzzed again. This time, it wasn't my mother, it was an automated notification from the bank. Alert. Commercial line of credit ending in 4,492 has been suspended. All linked cards have been deactivated. I watched the notification slowly fade from the lock screen. I expected to feel a crushing wave of guilt. I expected to feel the familiar panic of letting my family down. But I didn't feel guilty at all. I felt incredibly light. I felt like I had just set down a massive, lead-lined backpack filled with rocks that I had been forced to carry since I was 22 years old. I thought of the countless sleepless nights I'd spent going over their chaotic ledgers, desperately trying to find legal ways to make the numbers work, trying to save them from their own staggering incompetence. I thought of the dozens of times I'd had to say no to my fiancé, Mark, about taking a simple weekend trip because I had to drain my savings to pay for an emergency plumbing repair on one of their poorly inspected flip houses. I had been their silent investor, their unpaid fixer, their ultimate insurance policy, and they had treated me like a disposable employee they could fire at will. Well, they were about to find out exactly what happens when the insurance policy gets canceled without a refund. I opened my work email and drafted a brief, highly professional message to the new hard money lender they had foolishly mentioned in previous arguments, the shady one known for exorbitant interest rates and predatory terms. Subject: Notice of Guarantor Withdrawal, Richard and Diane, last name, to whom it may concern. Please find attached the bank confirmation regarding the suspension of the primary credit line for the aforementioned parties. I am no longer serving as the personal guarantor for any of their business or personal ventures. Govern yourselves accordingly. I attached the PDF bank confirmation. I didn't need to say anything else. It was a professional courtesy. If this new lender was foolish enough to invest based on my pristine credit score and professional reputation, they deserved to know that specific asset was permanently off the table. I hit send. Then, I closed my laptop. The blue glow of the screen vanished, leaving me bathed in the soft, natural afternoon light filtering through the blinds. I caught my reflection in the glass of the window. I looked different, calmer, sharper. I wasn't the desperate people-pleasing daughter who begged for scraps of approval anymore. I was a senior forensic auditor who had just permanently closed a file on a catastrophically bad investment. I picked up my phone, went into my contacts, and blocked their numbers. Mom, Dad, Chloe. One by one, block, block, block. I didn't want to hear the sheer panic in their voices when the company credit cards were humiliatingly declined at expensive restaurants. I didn't want to hear the screaming when the checks to their contractors bounced. I wanted absolute silence. And for the first time in my entire life, I was going to get it. People always ask me why. Why does a highly educated, smart woman, a forensic accountant who literally hunts down corporate fraud for a living, sign her financial life away to people who clearly don't respect her? It wasn't because I was weak. It wasn't even because I was afraid of them. It was because I was a gambler. In my line of work, we extensively study cognitive biases. The most dangerous one in existence is the sunk cost fallacy. It's the insidious voice in your head that says, you can't fold your hand now, because you've already put way too many chips in the pot. If you walk away now, you lose everything you've ever invested. But if you stay, if you put in just a little more money, a little more effort, maybe you can turn it all around. Maybe you can finally hit the jackpot. For me, the jackpot was never about money. It was the deeply ingrained delusion that if I just solved one more financial crisis, if I just covered one more massive overdraft, my father would finally look at me with the same unconditional adoration he gave Chloe when she simply walked into a room. I vividly remember the day I signed the immense stack of papers for the commercial line of credit. It was 3 years ago. We were sitting in a stuffy, small office at the bank branch near their sprawling house. My father, Richard, was wearing his lucky suit, the expensive navy one he wore when he was aggressively pitching a big idea. He had his hand resting heavily on my shoulder, radiating false warmth. He looked the loan officer dead in the eye and proudly said, "This is Clara. She's the absolute brains of this entire operation. She's the one who's going to make sure the family legacy survives and thrives." Legacy. That was the heavily loaded chip they always played. I looked across the desk at my mother, Diane. She actually had tears welling up in her eyes. She reached under the table, squeezed my hand tightly, and whispered that I was literally saving them. That I was the good one, the responsible one. In that fleeting moment, I felt a massive rush of dopamine that was stronger than any narcotic. I felt seen, I felt valued, I felt indispensable. So, like an absolute fool, I signed the dotted line. I put my immaculate credit score, my hard-earned life savings, and my entire financial future on the line for a real estate flip house business that had never, not once, turned an actual profit. I truly thought I was buying equity in this family. I thought I was investing in a future where I finally had a permanent seat at the table. But that's the brutal reality of the sunk cost fallacy. The house always wins, and you always lose. Over the next 3 grueling years, I kept throwing good money after bad. When they inevitably missed a massive loan payment, I quietly covered it from my savings because if the loan defaulted, my initial investment of trust and my credit score would be totally destroyed. When they demanded a new luxury car to keep up appearances for high-end clients, I stupidly signed the lease because I desperately needed them to succeed so my sacrifices would mean something. I spent my precious weekends reconciling their disastrous, chaotic receipts while Chloe spent hers partying on yachts in the Maldives. I canceled romantic anniversary vacations with Mark to pay for emergency roof repairs on properties they hadn't even bothered to inspect before purchasing. I was constantly chasing my losses, utterly convinced that the Times Next Times property, the Times Next Times check, would be the one that fixed everything. I was a textbook addict, and their fleeting, conditional approval was the needle. But, looking at the frozen bank screen now, the clarity was blinding. This was never a partnership, it was an emotional Ponzi scheme. They were paying me meaningless, microscopic dividends of affection using the capital of my own self-esteem. There was never going to be a return on my investment. There was never going to be a moment where they handed me a check and said, "Thank you, Clara, you saved us, you can rest now." They were going to bleed me dry until I was financially bankrupt and emotionally hollowed out, and then they were going to discard me like trash. Just like they did this morning. The text message wasn't a sudden, out-of-the-blue break. It was a margin call. They had found a new lender, a new source of naive liquidity, so my capital was no longer required. They thought they were firing me. They didn't realize I was the one permanently closing the ledger. I rubbed my eyes, fully expecting to feel a wave of intense grief. I waited for the crushing sadness of losing my parents to wash over me, but it simply didn't come. Instead, I felt the cold, hard, clinical satisfaction of an auditor who has finally found the missing variable that perfectly balances a complex equation. I wasn't losing a family. I was writing off a catastrophically bad debt. I was aggressively cutting my losses before I lost myself completely. The computer pinged loudly. The bank request was fully processed. The commercial line was locked down tight. No more withdrawals, no more wire transfers, no more credit card swipes. The casino was officially closed. I reached for my phone, not to call them, but to call Mark. I needed a brilliant corporate lawyer, and for the first time in 3 years, I wasn't going to lie to him about how bad the numbers really were. Update 1. It took exactly 48 hours for the silence to violently break. The timeline was almost mathematically predictable. Commercial banks usually take 24 hours to process a guarantor removal, and another 24 hours to officially notify the primary account holders via certified email and phone calls. So, when my office phone lit up on Thursday afternoon with a blocked caller ID, I knew exactly what was happening. The hurricane had made landfall. I was sitting in my office, the thick glass walls insulating me from the dull hum of the accounting firm outside. I watched the phone violently vibrate across my desk. It stopped, then started again immediately. Then my direct office line rang. I let it go straight to voicemail. Then my email notification chimed loudly. Subject, urgent, medical emergency, please call immediately. Sender, Diane via a newly created Gmail address. I didn't open it. I didn't have to. I could vividly imagine the contents perfectly. First the feigned confusion, then the escalating panic, then the unhinged, toxic rage. It's a fundamental biological response. In nature, when a deeply entrenched parasite suddenly realizes its host is dying or forcibly detaching, it doesn't quietly accept its fate. It violently releases toxins. It induces a massive cytokine storm. It actively tries to make the host so incredibly sick that the body stops fighting the infection just to survive the agonizing symptoms. My family was the parasite, and their unhinged rage was the toxin. My assistant, Sarah, tentatively knocked on the glass door. She looked deeply uneasy, holding a notepad. "Clara, I'm so sorry to interrupt. There's a woman on line 2 who claims she's your mother. She sounds completely hysterical. She says your father is having a medical emergency and you need to wire funds immediately." I felt a sudden, sharp flicker of the old reflex, the massive adrenaline spike, the overwhelming, ingrained urge to rush in and fix it, but I ruthlessly tamped it down. I looked Sarah dead in the eye. "It's not a medical emergency, Sarah, it's a financial one. Tell her I am in a sworn deposition and absolutely cannot be disturbed under any circumstances. If she calls back, hang up." Sarah nodded, visibly relieved, and quickly left. I turned back to my dual monitors, but my focus on the corporate audit was gone. I opened a new incognito browser window and searched for Chloe's public social media accounts. It was a morbid curiosity, like checking the local weather radar for a massive Category 5 hurricane you know is barreling toward your house. And there it was. A video posted exactly 20 minutes ago. Chloe was sitting in the driver's seat of her imported SUV. The ring light lighting was absolutely perfect. A single, pristine tear was strategically glistening on her lower lash line without ruining her expensive mascara. The caption read, "When toxic family members try to ruin your success because they're deeply jealous of your light. Number, betrayal. Number, narcissistic abuse. Number, healing." She was vague booking, masterfully crafting a completely fictitious narrative where she was the innocent, hardworking victim of my sudden, unprovoked cruelty. "I just don't understand how someone who shares your blood can be so incredibly hateful," she whispered to the camera, her voice trembling with practiced fragility. We were finally getting somewhere. We were finally building our dream, and she just violently pulled the rug out from under us with zero warning, just because she can't stand to see us happy and thriving. But we will rise above this toxicity. The comments section was already overflowing with sickening sympathy. Stay strong, Queen. Jealousy is a literal disease. Cut them off, babe. You don't need her negative energy. I scrolled through the comments, feeling a wave of absolute, freezing detachment. They were brazenly rewriting history in real time for an audience of strangers. They weren't panicking because they missed my presence in their lives. They were panicking because the company credit card had just been humiliatingly declined at the luxury gas station. They were panicking because the new investor, the shady one they had so gleefully discarded me for, had likely run a routine credit check, seen the massive, glaring red flag of a freshly frozen $300,000 line of credit, and immediately pulled their funding. Then came the voicemails. I had my phone on strict, do not disturb, but the automatic text transcripts appeared directly in my inbox. My father, Richard, had left 3 messages. His voice wasn't sad, or confused, it was utterly venomous. You think you're so damn smart, Clara? You think this little stunt is funny? You just cost us the biggest deal of our lives. The new funding fell through, because your bank froze the primary assets. You are going to fix this immediately. You are going to call the loan officer right now, grovel, and tell them it was a massive mistake. Or so help me God, I will retain counsel and sue you for breach of fiduciary duty and intentional interference with business relations. Fiduciary duty. I actually laughed out loud in my empty office. He was throwing around complex legal buzzwords he'd half heard on a television procedural. He was entirely too stupid to understand that a personal guarantor has absolutely zero fiduciary duty to the borrower. In fact, it's the exact opposite. The borrower has a strict legal and ethical duty to the guarantor not to default or mismanage funds. He was literally threatening me with severe legal action for refusing to let him continue robbing me blind. I watched the notifications roll in for another hour. It was a textbook extinction burst, the final, desperate, explosive surge of energy before a toxic behavior permanently dies. They were throwing everything at the wall to see what would stick. Immense guilt, weaponized shame, legal threats, public humiliation. They were desperately trying to trigger the old Clara. The Clara who was utterly terrified of their disapproval. But that Clara was dead. She had been thoroughly audited, found entirely redundant, and completely liquidated. I picked up my phone and called Mark. They're escalating, I said the second he picked up. I expected his voice to be tense, but it was perfectly calm, a solid steel anchor in the swirling chaos. Do you want me to draft and send a formal cease and desist letter to their residence? He asked smoothly. Not yet, I replied, my eyes scanning the massive digital files I had pulled from the bank before freezing the account. Let them burn themselves out and put their threats in writing. But I need you to come to my office right now. I've been reviewing the old ledgers, the ones from before the digital transition last year. I found something. What did you find? Mark's tone shifted from supportive fiancé to razor-sharp corporate attorney. I found a highly suspicious pattern of wire transfers, I said, zooming in on the PDF displayed on my right monitor. A recurring, escalating transfer to a private LLC called Crimson Tide Investments. It started exactly 6 months after I signed the original loan guarantee. Mark, I don't think they're just chronically incompetent and bad with money. I think they're actively hiding it. I'm leaving the courthouse now, I'll be there in 15 minutes. I hung up and looked out the massive window at the sprawling city skyline. The frantic panic playing out on my phone screen felt incredibly distant now, like a police siren wailing several blocks away. They were screaming and thrashing because the free money tap had finally been turned off. But they didn't realize that a frozen credit line was the absolute least of their impending problems. I was about to turn on the blinding fluorescent lights, and parasites absolutely hate the light. Mark arrived exactly 15 minutes later. He didn't bring comfort food or wine. He brought his heavy leather briefcase, his encrypted laptop, and a massive banker's box of yellow legal pads. That is exactly why I love him. He deeply understands that for me, true peace of mind doesn't come from empty platitudes, it comes from airtight, irrefutable documentation. He took off his suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and sat up across from me at the small conference table in my office. Okay, he said, cracking his knuckles. Let's look at your total liability. If they actually try to sue for breach of fiduciary duty, it's complete legal nonsense, and I'll get it dismissed with prejudice in a day. But we need to make absolutely sure your guarantor withdrawal was bulletproof. Show me the books. We spent the next 3 hours in what I fondly call the quiet zone. It's that intense, hyper-focused state of flow where the outside world completely falls away, and nothing exists except the raw data. I projected the massive Excel ledgers onto the smartboard on the wall. We meticulously traced the cash flow of the family business for the entire last fiscal year. It was a staggering, horrifying mess of gross mismanagement, overpriced, unlicensed contractors, massive late fees, exorbitant interest penalties, unjustified luxury expenses. But then, we finally got to the Crimson Tide transfers. Right there, I said, pointing a laser pointer at a specific line item from 8 months ago. Transfer to external vendor, Crimson Tide Investments. Oh, $12,000. Labeled as consulting retainer. Oh. Mark frowned, leaning closer to the board. Who the hell are they? I've reviewed their vendor lists before. I've never seen a formalized contract for a company by that name. Neither have I said softly. And look, I scrolled rapidly down the ledger. It happens again, and again, every single month, in wildly varying amounts. $8,500. $15,000. $10,200, always labeled with incredibly vague, non-specific terms. Site management, design retainer, strategic consulting. I sat down at my desk, opened the State Secretary of State's official business registry portal. It's a matter of public record, a powerful tool I use literally every single day to catch wealthy executives trying to illegally hide assets during hostile divorces or bankruptcies. I slowly typed in Times Crimson Tide Investments LLC. The search wheel spun for one agonizing, endless second before the official results popped up on the screen. I felt all the blood rapidly drain from my face, leaving me cold. Registered agent, Diane. Last name, my mother. Principal address, a generic P.O. box in a small town 3 hours away. But that wasn't the smoking gun. I dug much deeper, pulling the actual scanned PDF of the original articles of organization filed with the state. The LLC wasn't a standard operating business. It was legally structured as a pass-through entity for a private trust. Beneficiary, the Chloe Future Trust. I sat back in my chair, the air leaving my lungs in a sharp, painful hiss. Mark stared at the screen, his brilliant lawyer brain rapidly clicking the disparate pieces together faster than I could even say them out loud. They weren't just carelessly spending the money, Clara, he said, his voice dropping low and turning incredibly dangerous. They were systematically laundering it. It was the ultimate missing variable. The complex math finally, horrifyingly made sense. They had aggressively borrowed $300,000 against my pristine credit score. Thanks for watching. They constantly claimed the flipping business was failing, that they were completely broke, that they desperately needed me to cover the massive interest payments out of my savings because market conditions were tough. But the real estate market wasn't tough at all. They were deliberately siphoning the loan principal times my personal liability times into a legally protected, offshore-style asset entirely for my sister. They were planning to intentionally default. I whispered, the words tasting like bitter ash in my mouth. They were going to completely max out the $300,000 credit line, quietly transfer all the liquid cash to this hidden shell company, and then abruptly file for Chapter 7 bankruptcy on the main business, leaving you entirely holding the bag for the $300,000 debt. Mark finished grimly, his eyes flashing with genuine fury. Because you're the personal guarantor. The bank would bypass the bankrupt business and immediately come after your personal assets, your savings, your condo. While they walked away completely tangent-free with a massive six-figure nest egg safely hidden away for Chloe. It wasn't just gross financial incompetence. It wasn't just a toxic family being terribly bad with money. It was highly premeditated, meticulously structured, felony-level fraud. They had looked me dead in the eye, squeezed my hand, and tearfully begged me to co-sign the loan to save the family legacy, all while they were actively, enthusiastically digging a massive financial grave they fully intended to push me into. They valued Chloe's future unearned comfort infinitely more than they valued my basic financial survival. I was the acceptable sacrifice they were more than willing to make to ensure their precious golden child never had to work a day in her life. The last microscopic, lingering thread of guilt I possessed, the tiny voice holding on to the naive idea that maybe they were just desperate, sad, incompetent older people, violently snapped. It didn't just break. It completely disintegrated into dust. This is highly criminal, Mark said, pacing the room now. This is textbook fraudulent conveyance. If a federal bankruptcy trustee or the district attorney saw this paper trail, they would go to federal prison. All three of them. Ass. I know. I said. My voice was eerily steady, colder and harder than it had ever been in my entire life. And they're about to find out that the absolute only thing worse than having a forensic accountant for a daughter is having a forensic accountant they actively tried to frame for a felony. I turned back to the printer and hit print. The articles of organization, the devastating transfer logs, the highlighted bank statements. I methodically compiled them into a thick, red legal file. I wasn't going to wait around for them to try and sue me. I wasn't going to wait for them to offer a fake apology. What exactly do you want to do? Mark asked, watching me assemble the weapon. I looked at the massive stack of damning paper. I want to invite them to a formal meeting. Do you think they'll actually show up? Mark let out a dark, humorless laugh. Oh, they'll absolutely come. I know, I said, a cold smile touching my lips. Because I'm going to text them and say I'm ready to negotiate the immediate release of the frozen funds. They'll think they finally won. They'll think I completely cracked under the pressure. I picked up my phone, navigated to my blocked contacts, and temporarily unblocked my father's number. I typed a single, carefully crafted text message. Come to my firm's main conference room tomorrow morning at exactly 10 a.m., bring Mom and Chloe. We need to settle this and discuss unfreezing the accounts. He replied in less than 30 seconds, glad you finally came to your senses and stopped this ridiculous tantrum. See you at 10. I stared at his arrogant words on the screen. He had absolutely no idea. He genuinely thought he was coming to a surrender ceremony. He didn't know he was happily walking straight into his own execution. Update 2. They arrived at the firm at exactly 9:58 a.m. the next morning. Punctuality is incredibly easy when you falsely believe you're walking into a room to collect a massive check. I watched them enter the lobby from the glass mezzanine above. My father, Richard, was wearing his aggressive closer suit again, the sharp navy one with the obnoxious gold cufflinks. He was practically strutting. My mother, Diane, had intentionally worn a soft pastel cardigan, perfectly playing the rehearsed role of the deeply concerned, soft-hearted, victimized matriarch. Chloe was trailing lazily behind them, aggressively typing on her phone, looking profoundly bored, as if salvaging the family fortune was just a minor, annoying errand interfering with her lavish brunch plans. They confidently walked up to the reception desk with a swagger I hadn't seen in years. They truly thought I had cracked. They thought the total silence of the last 48 hours was me slowly crumbling under the unbearable weight of their disapproval and legal threats. They didn't know it was just the eerie, dead quiet before the verdict is read. I walked down the sweeping staircase and met them at the reception desk. I didn't smile. I didn't offer to shake hands. I didn't offer them coffee or water. Clara, darling, my mother gasped, dramatically reaching out for a tight hug that I deftly and coldly sidestepped. Her eyes rapidly scanned the busy lobby, ensuring she was performing for an audience of receptionists and passing security guards. We were so incredibly worried about you. You've been acting so utterly erratic and manic lately. Conference room B, I said. My voice was entirely flat, devoid of any recognizable emotion. Follow me. I turned on my heel and led them past the open plan desks, ignoring the curious, lingering glances of the junior auditors who knew exactly who I was. I opened the heavy, soundproof glass door to the executive boardroom. Mark was already inside, standing tall at the head of the massive mahogany table, wearing his sharpest dark suit, his hands resting on a massive stack of legal files. My father stopped dead in his tracks in the doorway, his arrogant smile faltering slightly. Who the hell is this? What is Mark doing here? We don't need lawyers, Clara. This is a private family meeting to fix your little mistake. This is a formal settlement meeting, I corrected, gesturing to the chairs. And Mark isn't just my fiancé today, he is acting as my retained legal counsel. Sit down. They slowly sat down, and the entire dynamic of the room shifted instantly. The corporate boardroom is my ultimate arena, not theirs. The air conditioning hummed softly in the background. I walked to the front of the room and plugged my laptop into the HDMI cable. The ceiling projector whirred loudly to life, casting a harsh, blinding white light onto the massive screen behind me. I assume you're here to demand I unfreeze the $300,000 credit line, I said, remaining standing while they were forced to look up at me. We're here to accept your formal apology, my father snapped, aggressively leaning back in his leather chair, trying desperately to reclaim the rapidly shrinking space. And to figure out exactly how you're going to fix the massive mess you made with the new lender. Do you have any idea how deeply embarrassing it was to explain your little temper tantrum to them? I didn't answer his question. I simply clicked a key on my laptop. The screen behind me instantly changed. In massive, bold black letters, the slide read, Crimson Tide Investments LLC, Registered Agent, Diane, last name, Beneficiary, the Chloe Future Trust, Total Fraudulent Transfers, YTD, $142,500. The deafening silence that followed wasn't just empty. It was incredibly heavy, physically sucking the oxygen right out of the room. Chloe finally looked up from her phone, her jaw literally dropping open, her eyes widening in pure, unadulterated terror. My mother went completely, sickly pale, her hand flying to her mouth. My father's jaw worked frantically up and down, but absolutely no sound came out of his throat. We know, I said, my voice slicing through the silence like a scalpel. We know everything. We know about the monthly wire transfers. We know about the hidden shell company. We know you were systematically siphoning the loan principal, my personal liability, to hide liquid assets before you filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy. That's just high-level tax planning. My father finally stammered, thick beads of sweat suddenly forming on his forehead. You don't understand complex corporate finance, Clara. We were legally protecting the family estate. You were committing severe, premeditated fraudulent conveyance. Mark interjected, his voice perfectly calm, highly professional, and utterly lethal. You were intentionally moving protected assets out of a dying business specifically to defraud your major creditors. And more specifically, to massively defraud Clara, whom you fully intended to leave holding the bag for a $300,000 debt while you funded a trust for Chloe. How dare you? My mother suddenly shrieked, jumping up from her chair, her voice violently trembling with that weaponized, hysterical fragility she used so masterfully for decades. We did this for the family, to ensure Chloe had a basic safety net. You have a highly lucrative career, Clara. You can easily handle the debt. Your sister needs financial support. You are incredibly selfish. They all started shouting at once then, a chaotic, deafening wall of noise. My father screaming wildly about ungrateful, traitorous daughters. My mother violently sobbing about how I was maliciously twisting their deep parental love into something ugly. Chloe screeching at the top of her lungs that I was just a bitter, jealous loser who wanted to steal her trust fund. It was a pathetic cacophony of massive entitlement and sheer, unadulterated fear. And right there, in the middle of that screaming room, I learned the single most important lesson of my entire life. I call it the sound of a closing door. For my entire life, I truly thought that power was about having the absolute best, most logical argument. I thought if I could just explain myself clearly enough, if I could lay out the facts, if I could just scream my agonizing pain loud enough, they would finally hear me. I thought communication was the ultimate key. But I was completely wrong. True, unshakable power isn't found in the noise, it's found in the absolute silence. Explaining yourself to abusers is just a pathetic form of begging. It's a desperate attempt to get someone else to validate your reality. When you finally stop explaining, when you completely stop arguing, you instantly stop handing them your power. I didn't shout back. I didn't try to logically justify why it was morally wrong for my own parents to steal $300,000 from me. I just stood there, perfectly still, and watched them. I let their hysterical, venomous words hit the dead silence of the room and fall completely flat. I looked at them not as the terrifying giants of my childhood, but as small, pathetic, desperate criminals who had just realized the locks on the vault had been permanently changed. When they finally ran out of breath, realizing with dawning horror that I wasn't engaging, the room fell dead quiet again. The only sound was my father's heavy, panicked breathing. "Are you quite done?" I asked quietly. My father glared at me with pure hatred. "You can't prove any of this in court, it's all circumstantial. I don't have to prove a single thing to you," I said softly. I gave Mark a slight nod. Mark reached into his briefcase and smoothly slid 3 thick, heavily sealed manila envelopes across the polished mahogany table. They stopped directly in front of my father. "This is a formal, legally binding notice of a massive corporate fraud investigation initiated by the bank's internal security division," I said, watching my father's eyes lock onto the bank's logo on the envelope. "I officially submitted the entire binder of evidence to them at 8 a.m. this morning. They are extremely interested in the specific mechanics of Crimson Tide investments." My father slowly picked up the envelope, his hands shaking so violently he could barely open the flap. "And this," I continued, pointing to the second document, "is my formal, irrevocable revocation of the personal guarantee. The bank officially accepted it this morning based on overwhelming documentary evidence of your bad faith dealing and intentional fraud. The $300,000 credit line is permanently closed. The existing debt is now entirely, exclusively yours. And because of the fraud investigation, the bank will be aggressively calling in the entire loan balance immediately. You're literally sending us to federal prison," Chloe whispered, her face completely drained of color, the terrifying reality finally piercing her thick bubble of delusion. "I'm not sending you anywhere, Chloe," I said, closing my laptop with a sharp snap. "I'm just finally turning on the lights." I reached deep into my blazer pocket and pulled out a heavy set of brass keys. They were the keys to the massive, sprawling McMansion project house they were currently living in rent-free, the one they bought entirely with the money I secured. The one they were letting slowly rot while they secretly funneled all the renovation cash to Chloe's trust. I forcefully slid the keys across the long table. They clattered incredibly loudly, the sharp metal sound echoing off the glass walls like a gunshot. "I am completely divesting," I said, looking each of them dead in the eye one last time. "The properties, the business, the massive debt, the family. I am entirely out. Clara, please, wait." My mother suddenly lunged forward, desperately grabbing for my hand across the table. Her tears were completely real now, born not of manipulation, but of sheer, unadulterated terror. "We can fix this. We can dissolve the trust. We can put all the money back. Please, God, don't leave us like this." I calmly and firmly pulled my hand back out of her grasp. I looked at her really, truly looked at the woman who birthed me and realized with profound relief that I felt absolutely nothing. No lingering hate. No residual love. Just the cool, clinical detachment of a senior auditor permanently closing a highly toxic file. "The meeting is over," I said. Mark and I turned around and walked out of the boardroom. We didn't look back. Behind us, the frantic shouting and sobbing started up again, but through the heavy soundproof glass, it sounded muffled, distant, and entirely irrelevant, like a broken radio playing in another room. I walked purposefully through the grand lobby, past the nodding security guard, and pushed through the revolving doors out into the busy city street. The midday sun was shining brilliantly. The air smelled intensely of exhaust, roasting coffee, and absolute freedom. The heavy door of my past had finally closed, and God, I absolutely loved the sound it made. 6 months is an absolute lifetime in the high-stakes financial world. Global markets crash, massive assets violently liquidate, and entirely new entities rise from the smoldering ashes of failed ventures. It has been exactly 180 days since I walked out of that conference room, and the entire landscape of my life has been radically restructured. The immediate fallout for my family was exactly what the forensic data predicted. Without access to the massive credit line to artificially float their lifestyle, the massive flip house, the one they were living in while pretending to renovate, completely stalled. They couldn't pay the angry contractors. They couldn't pay the massive ballooning mortgage. The commercial bank, armed with my fraud evidence, moved with terrifying speed. The public foreclosure auction happened exactly 3 weeks ago. I didn't go. I didn't even bother to look up the final listing online. I just saw the automated legal notification pop up from the county clerk's office, mentally filed it under resolved, and went about my day. The criminal fraud investigation is moving slower, as federal things often do, but it is moving relentlessly. The district attorney's office is reportedly extremely interested in the complex tax implications and wire fraud aspects of Crimson Tide investments. My father desperately tried to reach out to me last month through a sleazy third-party defense lawyer, aggressively offering a pathetic settlement if I would just formally retract my sworn statement and evidence to the bank. I didn't even respond. I simply handed the letter to Mark. His official legal response was a single, devastatingly brief sentence on his firm's letterhead: "My client has absolutely no interest in negotiating with the defendants." As for me, I got a massive promotion. I am officially a senior partner at the firm now. The executive board recognized that an auditor who can ruthlessly spot a complex shell company meticulously hidden inside a family trust and who has the absolute iron stomach to turn in her own fraudulent parents is exactly the kind of apex predator they want leading the anti-fraud division. I'm sitting on the massive balcony of my new penthouse condo right now. It's a beautiful Friday evening. The sprawling city lights are slowly blinking on, creating a brilliant grid of gold against the deep purple twilight. Mark is inside the kitchen, laughing as he pours 2 large glasses of an incredibly expensive vintage red wine. I bought the wine, I paid cash for the massive apartment, I paid for every single piece of custom furniture. Every single thing in my line of sight completely and utterly belongs to me, free and clear. There are absolutely no hidden liens on my peace of mind. I pick up my phone one last time. I navigate deep into the hidden, blocked messages folder. It's an old trauma habit I'm actively trying to break, like obsessively checking a deadbolt you already know is perfectly secured. There are dozens of new messages sitting in the dark. Desperate, rambling texts from my mother about the sacredness of family loyalty, unhinged, angry rants from my father about ungrateful children ruining his life. Vague, passive-aggressive quotes from Chloe about karma and forgiveness. They are all still desperately trying to transact business in a currency I simply no longer accept. They want my immense guilt. They want my explosive anger. They want my engagement. But I am absolutely not buying what they are selling. Mark steps out onto the breezy balcony and hands me the heavy crystal glass of wine. He sits comfortably beside me, perfectly at ease in the quiet silence. He doesn't ask if I'm okay. He already knows I am. "You checking the market?" he asks softly, nodding at the glowing screen of my phone. "No," I say, taking a slow sip of the incredible wine, "just permanently clearing the cache." I press select all. Then I firmly press delete. The massive wall of toxic messages vanishes instantly. The dark history is gone. The server is completely wiped clean. I look out at the beautiful, glowing city. For years, I truly thought solvency was just a complex math problem. I thought it was purely about ensuring your total assets exceeded your total liabilities. I genuinely thought if I just poured enough money, enough time, and enough of my soul into the massive black hole of my family's endless expectations, eventually I would be in the black. Eventually, I would finally be worthy of their love. But I realized tonight that true solvency isn't about money at all. It's about emotional liquidity. It's the profound, unshakable ability to walk away from a catastrophically bad investment without ever looking back over your shoulder. It's the absolute freedom to wake up in the morning and know with total certainty that you do not owe anyone a single piece of your soul just to keep their fake peace. It's knowing that your inherent value isn't determined by how much you can be financially abused and used. My family is completely bankrupt. Not just financially, but morally, spiritually, and emotionally. They selfishly spent absolutely everything they had. My deep trust, my unconditional love, my fierce loyalty, and today, they have absolutely nothing left to show for it but a massive pile of debt and a looming criminal indictment. But me? I am incredibly profitable. I have my unshakable integrity, I have my brilliant career. I have my deep peace, and I have the beautiful, Echoing sound of a closing door that is going to stay locked forever. Top comments. User 1. As a fellow CPA, reading the part where you found the pass-through entity to your sister's trust made my blood run entirely cold. That wasn't just them being bad at business, that was a highly calculated, predatory move to destroy your financial future so your golden child sister could live comfortably. The fact that they tried to write it off as tax planning when confronted is hilarious. Enjoy the promotion, you absolutely earned it. User 2. Corporate lawyer here. Your fiancé Mark handled that boardroom meeting flawlessly. The moment they threatened you with breach of fiduciary duty, I literally laughed out loud. They had no idea they were actively committing fraudulent conveyance and wire fraud. The DA is going to have an absolute field day with those ledgers. Please post an update when the indictments finally drop. User 3. Explaining is a form of begging. Wow, I really needed to read that today. I've spent the last 5 years trying to explain to my toxic parents why their behavior hurts me, hoping they'll finally have a breakthrough. You just made me realize that my silence is the only power I have left. Thank you for sharing this, Clara. Enjoy your beautiful, drama-free life on that balcony. My sister threw away my wedding invitations, then tried to play victim. When Dad complained, I showed how she ignored it. And watched him crumble. It smells like cinnamon and pine, yet the scent of the green estate may just as easily be formaldehyde. My fingers are grasping a cream-colored present box, wrapped in silk ribbon, as I stand in the middle of the living room, marveling at the contents. A lifetime VIP subscription to Last Chance Love. An app specifically targeted at overbamui desperate individuals. A hardcover book titled How to Find Happiness When You Die Alone with raised gold lettering was located underneath it. A.T. The marble fireplace behind me is roaring with flames. The well-kept grounds are covered with heavy, silent sheets of snow outside the French windows. However, the cold in this room has nothing to do with December. Sophia chuckles. Sharp and loud, the sound reverberates like shattered glass off the vaulted ceiling, with a falsely beautiful voice. My sister says, I saw it on TikTok. The reviews were outstanding. For women who have given up on conventional dating, I offer it 5 stars. I'm not looking up. I can't stop looking at that awful pink app card with the cartoon image of a withering flower that is meant to symbolize ladies like me. Women, who are said to be dead. Accept it, my love. The room echoes with my mother's speech. Isabella Green appears to be carved from the same marble as the fireplace, as she sits on the ivory settee. All Sophia is concerned about is your future. Don't let your pride to make you a spinster for life. My dad remains silent. Charles Green is standing close to the bar cart, swirling bourbon in a crystal tumbler, and examining the amber liquid as if it contained answers he didn't want to tell me. William Moore, his business partner, moves uneasily in the leather seat next to him. Sophia's fiancé, Ethan Carter, looks at his phone with quick, serious attention. I shut the box, slowly. Something seems like it's breaking open inside my chest, but my hands don't shake. 6 months. I spent 2 evenings at my Austin dining table, choosing the ideal cardstock and hand-tying velvet ribbons, before sending those invites 6 months ago. Hi chum-num-grams. The kind that, when you hold it, whispers quality. With his arms folded and a cautious gaze, Jacob had observed me from the doorway. Are you certain you don't have to give them a call? He had inquired. My fingers worked the silk into a flawless bow as I smoothed another ribbon. They are my parents. This would not be missed. I can't get the memory out of my throat. Staring at those 2 empty front row seats. One for Mom and one for Dad. I had postponed the ceremony for 30 minutes. My mother had previously stated that she liked daisies, therefore I painted the signs myself on little wooden plaques adorned with wildflowers. 5 years have passed since then. However, I do recall everything they forgot. I recall. Okay? Sophia's golden hair falls in a deliberate tumble over one shoulder as she leans forward on the couch. Her 2-carat diamond engagement ring, which cost more than my entire wedding, catches the firelight. Will you not express gratitude? The words are stuck in my throat. A part of me wants to yell, like I've done countless times before. I want to dash out those enormous oak doors, drive back to the airport, and take a plane home to Austin, where Jacob is most likely reheating leftover Thai food, and wondering how I'm doing. However, I'm exhausted from running. The throat of William Moore is cleared. With a deliberately bland tone, he offers that we might proceed to supper. I think the dining room is prepared by the caterers. Sophia's smile gets bigger. She is aware that she has prevailed this time. She does it every time. But something inside of me doesn't shatter this time. It breaks, not my heart, which has been splintering in our household, ever since I became old enough to realize that certain kids are cherished while others are put up with. No. It's the harder object that breaks. I've been carrying these chains for 29 years. The ones with the titles of good daughter and second best. And perhaps if you put in more effort. I glance up, my gaze locks with Sophia's, and I see her victorious face waver just a bit. She doesn't recognize something in my face. Something icy, tidy, and definitive. I say, "Thank you, Sophia." My voice sounds smooth, almost pleasant. "I'll take great care of this." Holding the box to my ribs like proof, I slip it under my arm, because that is precisely what it is. Green, Isabella, frowns. "Don't be theatrical, Megan. It's merely a considerate present." "Yes, I am aware." I grin. I feel like I'm wearing someone else's mouth because of the peculiar expression on my face. It's really valuable and considerate. At last, Charles turns to face me, his gray brows furrowing. "Megan, it serves as a warning," he said, in the same tone, "that perhaps, just possibly, Sophia shouldn't have a BMW for her first automobile, when I had been given a 7-year-old Toyota when I was 16. It's a tone that says, don't make a scene. Don't embarrass us. Don't exist too loudly in spaces meant for your sister to shine." I look him in the eye. "Yes, father?" He turns back to his bourbon after opening and closing his mouth. Ethan Carter shoves his phone into his jacket pocket and stands up suddenly. He murmurs, "I need some air," and moves toward the French doors that open onto the patio. At last, Sophia's smile breaks. "It's chilly outside, Ethan." With a dejected sigh, Ethan turns back to join the procession to the dining room, as he pauses at the patio doors, where the cold air is rushing in. However, he has already left, and I realize something at that same moment. He feels uneasy. He ought to be. Any good person would be. "Should we?" With a stiff set of shoulders that betrays his anxiety, William points to the dining room. The white linen tablecloth is covered in diamond patterns from the dining room chandelier. The sound of Isabella tapping her spoon on her crystal water glass pierces the quiet of courteous talk like a dagger. My mother says, "I want to toast this very special season, the year of the bride," in an audience-pleasing voice. Before we start, Sophia's practiced smile blossoms across her face as I watch her straighten in her chair, as if she's been waiting for this cue all her life. Isabella, my youngest daughter, goes on, pointing with her wine glass at Sophia. "This February, we will tie the knot in what I can only characterize as a contemporary royal wedding with high chum-numwe guests. It took 6 months to design the clothing for the Four Seasons ballroom." Ethan moves next to Sophia, his jaw clenched. With the focus of an archaeologist studying an item, William Moore examines his salad fork. Isabella continues. "Sophia has always known how to do things properly, and the word properly hits me like a slap, gracefully. Taking family into account." In agreement, my father raises his bourbon. Since we sat down, he hasn't given me a glance. I started eating my filet mignon. My hand feels fused to the handle, but the knife cuts through the meat with hardly any resistance. Isabella clicks gently to put down her drink. She turns to face me, and I can see the sparkle in her eyes. Her performance is coming up. With a tone full of fake worry, she declares that Sophia is at ease. "But Megan, how about you? You're getting close to 30. You can't expect to live with plants indefinitely. Can you?" There is silence at the table. Even the caterers appear to freeze in the middle of a downpour, as they refill water glasses by the sideboard. "When will it be your turn?" Isabella queries. Like smoke, the question lingers in the air. Ethan's gaze darts to and from me. William does not speak, but he clears his throat. "If you didn't know Sophia, her expression might pass for sisterly interest. But I do." She leans forward a little. The fingers wrap around the wine stem, and I can see the excitement in them. She's waiting for me to lose it, to stumble, to justify myself by saying that I should be concentrating on my work or that I haven't found the right person yet. The clatter of metal on porcelain is louder than it should be, so I put down my silverware. "Mother, I'm not unmarried." The remarks sound steady and composed, like I'm making a weather statement. Isabella blinks. "I'm sorry. It has been 6 months since my marriage." In 2 seconds, my mother's face changes into 3 different expressions: bewildered, incredulous, angry, and dishonest. Before she can stop herself, the word bursts from her mouth. The cutlery rattles as her hand slams into the table. "Why would nobody be aware of this? Did you elope in secret in Vegas? Is it the reason you have been so aloof?" "In Vegas, I didn't elope." Although Sophia's face has turned pale, she gets better quickly. She does it every time. "Are you fabricating tales to spoil my engagement celebration?" Her voice breaks just right, striking that delicate balance between hurt and disbelief. Megan. Even if you've always been envious of me, this is pitiful. Her hand finds Preston's arm as she turns to face him. Is this unbelievable? However, Preston's lawyer's mind is obviously working on calculations I can't quite read as he looks at me. I say I sent out invitations. The pitch of my voice hasn't changed. I sound almost bored. Which is odd because my heart feels like it's trying to get out by banging against my ribs. In February. By FedEx. Overnight. The bourbon sloshes over the rim, when my father's glass strikes the table. Why didn't you call if you sent out invitations and didn't hear back? The vein in his temple is pulsating, and his face is flushed. Did you intentionally do this? To make this family look bad in front of the Moors? There it is. The answer I didn't want to see, despite the fact that the evidence was piling up around me like snow against a door, is the truth I've been thinking about for 6 months. They remembered. I'm being gaslighted by them. Now. In front of observers. While I sit here with the receipts they are unaware of. I am rewriting history. The final strand of hope I'd been holding on to, the one I wasn't even aware I had left, dissolves. I feel a change in my chest. The part of me that can read blueprints, calculate load-bearing walls, and pinpoint the precise location of pressure required for a structure to fail takes over. This is the architect in me. I give up using my feelings to defend myself. My feelings are unimportant to them. Never have they. I slip my phone out of my handbag and hide it beneath the table, concealed by the white linen. My thumb locates the thread of messages with Jacob. I type a single word. Right now. After being delivered, the message is read. As if nothing had happened, I placed the phone away and resumed using my fork to stab a piece of asparagus. Megan. There's a dangerous aspect to my mother's voice now. The one that used to make me rush to my bedroom as a child. Put an end to this foolishness, and offer your sister an apology. For what purpose? I munch into some asparagus. It has no taste at all. For marriage? For asking my relatives to attend my wedding? Which aspect requires an apology? Tears that have not yet fallen are shining in Sophia's eyes. She's skilled at keeping them just on the brink of illumination. That you would lie about anything like this is unbelievable. On the eve of Christmas. Christmas Eve. I'm telling the truth. Then demonstrate it. My dad loses his temper. Across the table, I look him in the eye. All right. William Moore moves about in his chair, obviously wishing he were somewhere else. Preston's lawyer instincts have finally caught up with what his gut has been telling him, and he has become very still next to Sophia. My wedding band is caught in the chandelier above us. I have worn it the entire time. They didn't even notice. In 15 minutes, dessert will be prepared. Ignorant of the tension that is resonating throughout the room like static electricity, one of the caterers makes an announcement from the doorway. Once, my phone buzzes against my thigh. Jacob texted. The system was accessed. When you're ready, it's ready. Anyhow, good night. I glance up at the 10.1-inch smart TV that is positioned over the fireplace in the adjacent sitting area. It is currently showing a digital fire log that replicates the actual fire that is blazing beneath it. I get up from the table and say, actually, I think we should skip dessert tonight. My heels click against the hardwood floor as I make my way to the TV. Everyone should see this. Sit down, Megan. The sharpness in my mother's voice that used to make me withdraw within myself in an attempt to be quieter, smaller, and less disruptive has returned. Not this evening. With my back to the room, I pause in front of the television. You have an unwavering faith in Sophia. To my own ears, my voice sounds weird. Be calm. Nearly conversational. However, have you forgotten my husband's occupation? Quiet. I look over at them. Senior cybersecurity analyst Jacob Harris. He is employed by a company that defends Fortune numchum businesses against data breaches. Isabella opens her mouth. Shuts down. Reopens. I fail to see the connection between that and anything. Do you not? I take my phone out of my hand and hold it up for them to see the screen. There are 3 glowing letters, right now, sent 18 minutes ago. Delivered. Behind me, the TV screen flickers. Sophia raises her head. She forgot her tears. What are you doing? The virtual log of the fire stops. For precisely 2 seconds, the screen becomes black. Then it illuminates once more, showing a completely new image. A desktop computer, background of blue. Neat folders arranged in rows. A little white writing that reads "Remote access activated" appears in the corner. What is this? Charles's voice has become harsh. Switch that off. This house's electrical system was created by me. I speak in a nice, almost conversational tone, as if I were talking about the weather. Were you aware of that? I was hired right out of graduate school by you. Paid me in family discount rates and publicity. Every sensor, camera, and smart system was set up by myself. I return my attention to the screen and see the movement of the cursor without any physical contact. Jacob is moat. Numchum miles away. Working from our home office in Austin. His fingers gliding over keys. No changes were ever made to the admin password. I go on. I suggested that you alter it. Do you recall? That email was sent by me. Twice. William Moore leans forward. His face torn between dread and fascination. Ethan Carter had remained motionless next to Sophia, evidently considering the ramifications with his lawyer's mind. This is against the law. Well. Sophia's tone falters. This time, without tears. In a panic. It isn't, in fact. I avoid looking at her. The system administrator listed is me. I have complete legal access. All Jacob is doing is assisting me in getting my own files back. With her chair scraping the hardwood, Isabella gets to her feet. Documents? Which files? The screen's cursor shifts to a folder. Sophia gasps at the label. Project. The truth. When you said that I was just messing with plants for a living. Silently, I say. I'm an architect. In case you forgot, the architect's blueprint. 3 steps ahead is how we think. We create long-lasting systems. My dad's face is flushed. Without informing us, you had no right to install cameras in our house. I informed you. I speak in a level tone. A Bonway-page guidebook was given to you. Everything was approved by you. The front door is equipped with a camera. One at the side door. The driveway is covered by one. Everything was revealed. Everything is lawful. Everything is captured on a top-notch NVR system. In your wine cellar. An NVR system. What is it? Isabella's voice has become softer. A network video recorder. At last I turn to face her. Cloud storage does not expire after 6 months. Physical hard drives are involved. Expert quality. 2-year data retention period. I saw Sophia's face lose its color. She gets it. The math is already being done by her, calculating the number of months in reverse. As she whispers, "You're bluffing." I look back at the screen. The folder is under the cursor. Sophia, do you recall Marchmost? I inquire. I sound nearly sweet when I speak. Tuesday was the day. Chilly. You had on your coat made of cream cashmere. At Muy Lama. The FedEx driver showed up. Put an end to it. Sophia raises her voice. Stop her, Mom. It was a blue package. I go on. Overnight Express. Inside are 4 velvet boxes, encased in a ribbon of ivory. Invitations to my wedding. Ethan looks in Sophia's direction, as if it were his first time meeting her. Switch it off. Sophia yells. Make her turn it off, Mom. Isabella is frozen though. She kept her fingers over her throat. She fixed her gaze on the TV. In any case, it's too late. On my phone, I pressed enter. The signal is received by Jacob, who opens the folder. In flawless high definition, the initial image takes up the entire screen. A FedEx receipt. The signature line is readily apparent. Green. Sophia. In her characteristic looping handwriting. She signed. Date. Marchmost. Time. Muy Lama. Chaos breaks out in the dining room. I simply stand there. Though. I'm holding my phone, observing the disintegration of my sister's meticulously built world. And all I can feel is pristine, icy satisfaction. Sophia says right away. That's my signature. The frantic edge in her voice has faded. Changed to something flatter. I'm more hazardous. What the heck? I accepted a package. Other than the fact that I was at home that day. That doesn't prove anything. She's getting better. Quicker than I anticipated. I say, with a calm voice. Evidence 1. Clinical. As if I were showing designs to a challenging customer. On Marchmost, you accepted a box from Megan and Jacob Harris. Our wedding invitations were delivered overnight by FedEx 2 weeks later. I can't recall every package I signed for. Sophia folds her arms. We receive deliveries all the time. Every week, dozens of shipments are produced by my brand collaborations alone. However, Isabella straightens her posture. She seems to be clutching for this explanation, encircling it with her hands like a lifeline. It's accurate. Sophia's company needs to maintain its inventory constantly. It is unrealistic to expect her to recall a single, arbitrary delivery from 6 months ago. The cursor of Jacob moves across the screen. The screenshot of an email inbox takes the place of the receipt. The email inbox of my mother. Second piece of evidence, I say. Isabella's Gmail account settings are displayed on the screen. Filters. There is a lengthy list of them, organizing promotional emails and newsletters into different folders. However, one filter, denoted by a red flag icon, is at the top of the list. Name of the rule. Block for the wedding. I read out loud. Delete the subject permanently if it includes Megan and the wedding. Ignore the inbox. Avoid archiving. There, in gray lettering, is the creation date. March 2 days following the delivery of the invitations. The IP address used to install this filter can be traced back to Sophia's device. I go on. Specifically, her iPhone. She maintains her Instagram account on the same gadget. The ensuing quiet isn't tranquil. It's the sound of a trap closing. Isabella has a pale face. That isn't feasible. That's not what I ever approved. You didn't, of course. My mother's eyes contact mine. Your password is with Sophia. It has been with her for years. Do you recall last Christmas when she set up your two-factor authentication? It's for security, she said. Ethan gently gets out of his chair. He's gazing at Sophia as if he's never seen her before. You broke into your mom's email account? Nothing was hacked by me. Sophia's voice has a higher pitch. Mom asked me to assist in handling her correspondence, so I have access. The volume of emails overwhelms her. Every week, I oversee philanthropic relationships, Isabella says. Communications from the charity board. Sophia assists me in putting things in order. By clearing out emails pertaining to your daughter's nuptials. The voice of William Moore pierces the space. His posture has shifted, yet he is still seated in his chair. He is no longer the awkward bystander. He is now engaged and concentrated. Sophia jumps to her feet. The hardwood floor makes a scratching sound when her chair moves. All right. Indeed. In order to keep my parents safe, I concealed the invitations. It freezes in the room. She's changing course. Her expression changes from protective to irritated, and I see it unfold in real time. Tears well up in her eyes. She trembles, but not in terror. With just outrage. Those invitations were dispatched at the last minute. Her voice trembles as she goes on. Dad has high blood pressure for some dilapidated Texas vineyard. Mom worries about her image all the time. About people's opinions. Megan, I saw the place you selected. That look of a rustic barn. I was also terrified. Worried about being made fun of. Worried that they would worry about appearances the entire time. She uses the back of her hand to dab at her eyes. So the answer is yes. I kept them hidden. I tossed them aside. I did it because I loved you. I was attempting to keep our parents from feeling embarrassed. Isabella takes a deep breath. I see her face change. Watch her grab driftwood for this new story, as if she were drowning. Were you defending us? I was, of course. Sophia's tone falters. Megan seldom thinks about how her actions affect the family. She always does things her own way. I couldn't allow you to endure a mediocre wedding simply because she doesn't live up to our expectations. It's excellent. In a terrible manner. In just 30 seconds, she has transformed herself from a villain to a hero. The act of malice turns into a sacrifice for protection. The deception turns into love. Ethan furrows his brow. He doesn't believe it. His jaw tightens, and I can see the skepticism written on his face. My folks are already becoming more lenient though. They have already discovered the explanation they wish to accept. I'm not scared. I'm not angry. Sophia doesn't get satisfaction from watching me fall apart. Rather, I grin. It's a pitying smile. The sort you give a kid who is arguing that their homework was eaten by a dog while you can see the ripped papers in the trash. I repeat quietly, protecting them. Is that your tale? That's the reality. Sophia's chin goes up. So why? I say, carefully choosing my words. Rather than concealing the invitations in a drawer, did you dispose of them in the recycling bin? Sophia blinked. What? You would have concealed the invitations in a secure location, if you were concerned about your parents' feelings, and wanted to protect them. Somewhere you can get them later if you need them. In case your plan didn't work out, you would have taken care to preserve them. I point to the screen where the following file has already been queued by Jacob. But that's not what you did. Did you? Ethan glances across at Sophia. Take a close look at her. Did you? I was upset, replies Sophia hastily. I was having trouble thinking coherently. I find that intriguing because it appears from the video that you were thinking pretty clearly. I give the screen a nod. Jacob presses the play button. The quality of the video is amazing. The front door camera, which is positioned above the entry and provides an ideal view of the driveway and porch, has crystal clear footage. The timestamp is muy bon AM, on March most. The FedEx truck comes into view. With a blue bundle in hand, the driver exits the vehicle. He presses the doorbell. 30 seconds later, Sophia shows up. She has her hair up in a high ponytail, and is dressed in yoga leggings and a cropped sweater. She accepts the gift, signs the tablet, and grins at the driver. The chauffeur departs. Sophia examines the package underneath. I watch as she reads the label with the return address. Jacob Harris and Megan. Her face shifts. The grin disappears. It is replaced with something sharp and chilly. She appears unconcerned. She doesn't appear to be defensive. She appears enraged. Sophia looks around to see if anyone is observing. She then proceeds to the side of the home, where a lovely lattice screen conceals the recycling bins. She doesn't pause, hesitate, or open the gift to see what's inside. She simply throws it in the trash can as if it were trash. It's likely that the 4 velvet boxes I had so meticulously wrapped crumbled upon impact. My hand-lettered invites probably wrinkled and bowed. She wipes her hands on her jeans and enters without turning around. The video concludes. There is silence in the dining room. The fire in the hearth seemed to be holding its breath as well. Ethan's expression is blank. Blank. Carefully. Purposefully. The look on someone's face as their whole future falls apart. I whisper. There's your protection. Your affection is there. The dining room is silent. Ethan's facial emotions change too quickly for me to identify. Perplexity. Knowledge. Disgust. My mother would recoil at the sound of his chair scraping the hardwood floor as he stands so suddenly. Did you discard your sister's wedding invitations? It's made worse somehow by the quietness of his voice. Because you didn't want to share the limelight? Sophia grabs his arm. Ethan, I can clarify. He recoils from her contact. Even though you knew she was married, you still handed her a book about dying alone. He's gazing at Sophia, as if he's never seen her before. Perhaps he is. A monster is not someone I can wed. It lingers in the air. Monster. Sophia wrinkles her face. She's always, but Ethan is already moving, so you don't get it. I'm shocked that the engagement ring doesn't bend when he removes it from her finger with such force. With a purposeful click that sounds like a gunshot, he sets the 2-carat diamond on the table after it has caught the chandelier light one more time. He declares, "We're done." My mom jumps up and down. Preston. Avoid hurrying. Sophia made an error, but surely. An error? Preston chuckles harshly. Your daughter tampered with the mail, Mrs. Green. She ruined the wedding of her own sister. She spent 6 months lying to me. He gives a head shake. I desired to wed into a morally upright household. I was obviously wrong about what I would discover here. Beside his kid, William Moore stands up, his face etched in stone. He turns to face my father, whose face has turned the color of old newspapers, and who hasn't left his seat. Charles. William's voice bears the weight of his 4 decades of professional experience. I've always thought that a man can't run a business if he can't run his home. Halfway to his mouth, my father's glass of bourbon stopped. Your daughter is dishonest. William points to Sophia. She is made possible by your wife. He glances at my mom, whose lips move silently in and out. You are also careless. His eyes return to my dad. Next month's merger project? Think of it as cancelled. The Green family will not do business with Moore Group. The words land like blows on the body. I see the last of the color fading from my father's face. His greatest accomplishment, the agreement that would solidify his career, was to be that merger. Contracts worth $40 million. A collaboration that would have increased the scope of his business. Absent. Please, William. At last my dad finds his voice. We can talk about this in private. Of course. There is nothing to talk about. William touches Preston's shoulder. We're heading out. Sophia leaps out of her seat. You are to blame for this. Her face contorted with anger, she spins around on me. Everything was damaged by you. I'll ruin you. I will tell everyone about your actions and manipulation. No. The word is soft, but it interrupts her in the middle of her statement. I smooth my clothing as I carefully stand up. No, you won't. Observe me. Sophia's voice becomes more and more hysterical. I have 1.5 million followers. I am aware that secret audio recording is illegal in Massachusetts. I speak in a casual, level tone. Thus, tonight's supper video remains confidential. I'm not going to publish it. Sophia's look changes to one of triumph, as if she had discovered a way out. But I take a moment to allow the words to sink in. Did you drop that FedEx package on camera? That is proof of tampering with federal mail. Title Muitam. The United States Code. Section Mortnien by Chum Latham. A maximum sentence of 5 years in federal prison. Sophia's face loses its color. The police and your business sponsors will be the targets of that video, and a lawsuit if you dare to say even one false thing about me on social media. I cock my head to examine her. I'm curious about Dior and Cartier's reaction to their ambassador being under investigation for federal offenses. Sophia collapses back into her chair. She makes a sound that is neither quite a scream nor quite a sob. It's the sound of someone's meticulously planned world coming crashing down. My mother sits frozen, her hands clutched in her lap. My father stares at the table like the wood grain holds answers. I reach for the cream-colored gift box, the one containing that horrible app membership, and that cruel book that I put on the table. I pick it up with both hands and walk around the table. Sophia flinches when I approach, like I might hit her. I place the box directly in front of her, right next to Preston's abandoned engagement ring. Keep it, I say. You need it more than I do now. The words taste like freedom. I turn toward William and Preston, who are already in the foyer, collecting their coats. As I pass William, he gives me a single nod. Respect, maybe. Or approval. It doesn't matter which. Behind me, I hear my mother's voice, thin and desperate. Megan, wait. We can fix this. We can. But I'm already walking. Through the foyer, past the marble staircase, where Sophia and I posed for Christmas photos as children, through the massive oak doors that close behind me with a final, definitive thud. The December air hits my face like cold water. Clean. Sharp. Real. My Uber is waiting at the bottom of the circular drive, exhaust puffing white in the freezing air. I climb into the back seat, and the driver glances at me in the rearview mirror. Logan Airport, I confirm. As we pull away, I allow myself one look back at the green estate. Every window blazes with light. But from here, it looks empty. A beautiful shell, with nothing living inside. I pull out my phone and video call Jacob. His face fills the screen, and the knot in my chest finally begins to unwind. His hair is messy, like he's been running his hands through it. His eyes search mine. Is it done? He asks. It's done. Mom's heating up soup for you. His smile is soft, warm, everything that house wasn't. Let's go home. Home. Not the place I was born, but the place where I'm loved. Yeah, I say, and my voice only shakes a little. Let's go home. 3 days later, I'm unpacking groceries in our Austin kitchen when the FedEx truck pulls up. Through the window, I watch the driver jog to the porch, scan a package, jog back. The box sits there on the welcome mat, square and flat. I know what it is before I open it. I can practically smell my father's desperation through the cardboard. Inside, a check. Bon muy. Come. The number seems obscene. Written in my father's careful architect's print. The note is brief, typed on his business letterhead like this is just another transaction. I'm sorry, please stay silent about the contract. I stand there in my kitchen, holding bon muy. Come. And I think about the girl who would have cashed this check. The one who showed up on Christmas Eve still hoping. The one who saved their chairs at her wedding. She's gone. I tear the check in half, then quarters, then confetti. My phone is already in my hand. I arrange the pieces on the granite counter, photograph them, open the family group chat. 3 people. Mom. Dad. Sophia. I type. I don't sell my silence. I'm gifting it to you for free. As a parting gift. Do not contact me again. My thumb hovers over the send button for maybe 3 seconds. Then I press it. The message shows delivered. Then read. Someone starts typing. Stops. Starts again. I don't wait to see what they'll say. I scroll to the top of the chat, tap the settings icon, and find the words I've been looking for. Leave group. Are you sure? I've never been more sure of anything. Leave. New Year's Eve arrives wrapped in Seattle rain, and the smell of Meredith's famous pot roast. Jacob's family crowds into their living room, laughing, arguing about what movie to watch before the countdown. His sister steals the remote. His nephew spills grape juice on the carpet. His mother hugs me tight, and I feel the weight of the sapphire brooch on her coat pressing against my shoulder. Real. Solid. An actual heirloom passed down with love instead of obligation. Come on, Jacob says, taking my hand. Let's get some air before the fireworks. We step onto the back porch. The Space Needle glows in the distance, and the city hums with celebration. Jacob wraps his arm around my waist, and I lean into him, breathing in rain and cedar and freedom. Any regrets? He asks quietly. I think about the empty chairs, the hidden invitations, the cruel gift, the check torn into pieces. Not one. The first firework explodes overhead. Gold sparks against black sky. Jacob's family cheers from inside. And through the window, I can see them raising glasses, pulling each other into hugs. I'm not the green daughter anymore. I'm Megan Harris, architect of landscapes and now, finally, architect of my own life. I cleared the weeds. I burned out the rot. And here, in this garden I chose, something real is growing. Domtat. Megan Green, standing in her family's cold, tense living room, grips a cream-colored box containing a lifetime VIP membership to Last Chance Love, an app for desperate singles over Bamui, along with a cruel book titled, How to Find Happiness When You Die Alone. Her sister, Sophia, smiles smugly, proud of the gift, as their mother, Isabella, urges Megan to accept it. The tension in the room is palpable. With Megan's father, Charles Green, quietly sipping bourbon and avoiding eye contact. But the real moment of change comes when Megan, after years of being the good daughter and second best, finally snaps. She looks Sophia in the eye and calmly accepts the gift, ready to face her family's cold treatment head-on. As dinner progresses, Sophia continues her passive-aggressive behavior, questioning when Megan will settle down and accusing her of living with plants forever. But Megan, no longer willing to be the doormat, reveals that she has been married for 6 months, dropping the bombshell in front of the entire family. Her father, shocked and enraged, accuses her of not calling when the wedding invitations went unacknowledged. Megan, however, stands firm. She reveals the evidence, FedEx receipts and emails showing that her parents had intentionally ignored her wedding, gaslighting her for months. As the chaos unfolds, Megan presents a well-organized defense, holding up the cold, hard truth for all to see. The story culminates with Megan, standing in her childhood home, a place filled with lies and manipulation, finally ready to break free. She leaves behind a family that failed to love or support her, walking out with the evidence of her rejection and a new resolve. The last blow comes when she receives a check from her father, an attempt to buy her silence. She tears it up, sends a final message to her family, and walks away, finding peace with Jacob Harris, her husband, in a new life, far away from the Green family. The weight of her past finally lifted. Megan embraces a future built on her own terms, leaving behind a family that never truly saw her for who she was. My mother-in-law shaved my daughter's golden hair to teach her humility. Her grandmother called it a lesson. I called it assault. Then filed the papers. I assumed that my mother-in-law had given my daughter Lily too much sugar when I picked her up from her place on Tuesday afternoon. Then I noticed my baby girl sitting in the corner, crying uncontrollably, and entirely bald. It was 3 days before she spoke again. My next action forced my husband to choose between his mother and his family, and his decision ruined all we had worked so hard to achieve. I'm Claire Anderson, and I'm going to share with you how my bay-year-old daughter almost lost her soul due to a woman's perverted approach to discipline. This goes beyond a simple haircut. This is about the moment I realized my child had been cruelly deceived by the 2 people I trusted the most. When Lily was a kid, she would name the earthworms she found on sidewalks. Her golden hair would fall like sunlight down her back as she woke up singing. That hair, which reached her waist, was her pride and joy. I would braid it every morning as she talked about her dreams, making wild gestures with her tiny hands. Since she was 4 years old, she had been cultivating it, in an attempt to resemble the princesses in her stories. Margaret, my mother-in-law, had a different perspective on what young girls ought to cherish. Wearing her severe armor, she was a retired bank manager, who thought children should be seen rather than heard, submissive and never questioned. Twice a week, she looked after Lily while my husband Ethan and I were at work. Even though I wasn't quite comfortable with her strict methods of punishment, receiving free child care from family seemed like a blessing we couldn't pass up. I ought to have followed my gut. When Lily began returning home more subdued on the days she spent with Margaret, I ought to have taken notice. When she started inquiring about whether being attractive was a bad thing, I should have seen the warning flags. Grandma said that God would punish conceited young females, but I didn't see it coming. Not the outright betrayal of confidence. Not the attack on my baby's body and soul. And most definitely not my husband's complicity. Something inside me broke that day when I discovered Lily on the floor of her grandmother's guest room, shaven, bald, and broken. Instead of being angry, I came to the cold, distinct realization that I would defend my daughter at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing all else. The legal system refers to what transpired as assault on a minor. Margaret referred to it as a humility lesson. When I requested a protective order, Ethan referred to it as overreaction. However, Lily, my courageous, lovely daughter, lost her trust forever and her voice for 3 days. It was the day her father allowed her to be harmed by her grandmother. I am sharing our story because I believe that another mother may be disregarding her gut when it comes to choose whom to entrust her children to. Under the pretense of discipline, another youngster may be suffering somewhere. And someone has to hear that there is only one correct answer when you have to decide between protecting your child and maintaining the peace. My daughter was my choice. The documents were filed by me. I watched my husband choose his mother over his own child while I was in that courtroom, and I would make the same decision today, even if I lost my home, my spouse, and half of my family. When your bay-year-old asks you why her father didn't shield her, you realize that certain betrayals pierce deeper than any pair of scissors. It began like any other Monday morning. At precisely bay. Home. I dropped Lily off at Margaret's immaculate 2-story home, with her hair still wet from her morning shower and smelling like strawberry shampoo. She gave me an extra tight hug at the door. I gave her a head kiss and said I would come get her tomorrow afternoon. I would have held my daughter longer if I had known that this would be the final time I would see her gorgeous hair and her fearless smile. I would have brought her along. Never would I have let go. I did, however, let go. I turned to leave. And 25 hours later, I returned to a nightmare that would permanently alter our lives. With my daughter's hair in her trash can and righteousness in her eyes, Margaret stood in the doorway. In fact, she expected me to express my gratitude for instructing my child. Lily did not learn a lesson about humility. It had to do with treachery. Furthermore, forgiving was not the message I took away. It was about a mother's powerful and steadfast duty to protect her child, even if it means defying everyone. Our suburban Indianapolis home was a typical place to live. Or so I believed. I'm Claire, and I've been married to Ethan for 10 years. Last spring, we welcomed our lovely daughter, Lily, who just turned 7. She was the type of kid who would carefully name each plush animal and save earthworms from sidewalks after a downpour. Professor Pippin, a purple elephant who attended every tea party and heard every secret, was her favorite. Our Maple Street home resembled every other home in the area. It featured black shutters, white siding, 2 stories, and a front yard with sunflowers Lily had planted that were now taller than her. Her artwork, primarily drawings of our family holding hands under rainbows, was all over our refrigerator. She sketched herself in each image with extra long yellow hair and crayon swirls that went beyond the paper's edge. Her hair, which reached her waist in golden curls, was undoubtedly her most prized attribute. Every morning, I'd sit her on the bathroom counter and carefully work through any tangles while she told me about her dreams. "Mommy, when I grow up, I want hair that touches the ground like Rapunzel," she would say. We had an entire routine, and I'd promise to help her grow it as long as she wanted. Her special pink brush, detangling spray, and then ponytails for soccer practice or braids for school. After that, she would move and laugh at the sensation of her head swinging under the weight of it. In the ways that mattered on paper, Ethan was an excellent father. He paid for soccer camp, attended the performance, and read bedtime tales while I was working late at the library. However, I had persuaded myself that his one vulnerability was innocuous: his incapacity to confront Margaret, his mother. His father abandoned him when he was 10 years old, leaving her to raise him alone. He was her only kid. They were bonded by that experience in a way that occasionally felt unhealthy. Margaret Anderson, clad in pearl necklaces and Ann Taylor outfits, was a force of nature, but I'd learned not to say that. Even at Salmwibon, she maintained the demeanor of the bank manager she had been for Bamu years prior to retiring 2 years earlier. She was opinionated about everything. How I set up our kitchen, the novels Lily should read, and even the frequency of vacuuming. She would say, "Children need structure, Claire," in a voice as acute as the winter wind. "You're too soft on that girl." In my day, children knew their place. Her spotless, icy and completely controlled home was a reflection of her personality. No one was permitted to utilize the formal living room furnishings, which was wrapped in plastic. There were unbreakable vacuum lines visible on the carpet. Since genuine fruit could draw flies, even the fruit in the bowl was false. While Ethan and I were at work, my daughter spent Mondays and Wednesdays here. Margaret's continual corrections had taught me to nod and grin. Free childcare wasn't anything to laugh at when you're trying to save money for college, after all. Our expenses were met by Ethan's job as an insurance adjuster, and my pay at the elementary school library, but we didn't have many luxuries. In addition, Lily seemed to handle her grandma well, despite the fact that she occasionally said unsettling things that I ought to have paid closer attention to. She once said, "Grandma Margaret doesn't like when I sing," over a meal. I had replied, "Well, some people prefer quiet." Without taking my eyes off the permission paper I was signing, she twirled a strand of hair around her finger and repeated, "Grandma says I'm too proud of my hair," once more. When Ethan had said, "Grandma's just from a different generation, she means well." That was Ethan's response to every worry I voiced regarding his mother. Margaret had good intentions when she chastised my housekeeping in front of Lily. She had good intentions when she informed Lily that girls who wore nail polish were requesting attention. She seemed to have good intentions when she threw out the chocolate chip cookies I had packed for Lily's lunch and substituted rice cakes. It began like any other Monday. At precisely by "Come," I bid Lily farewell with a kiss at Margaret's door. Being even a minute late was unacceptable to Margaret. Lily gave me a firm hug more than usual, in fact. In retrospect, I wonder whether she was anyway aware of what was about to happen. The same thing I always say. "Be good for Grandma," I said. "I love you, Mommy," Lily said, pressing her face against my abdomen. Margaret said, "Claire, I've been thinking Lily needs to learn some humility. That child spends entirely too much time pining in mirrors, admiring herself like some kind of peacock." "She's 7, Margaret said as I turned to go. "Love you, too, baby girl," she said. Vanity is a sin, and was already shutting the door. All little girls love playing with their hair. I sat in my car for a while, feeling uneasy. It's my responsibility to guide her properly when she's under my care. However, I drove off after glancing at the clock, and realizing I would be late for work. I'm still troubled by that choice. That instance of putting punctuality ahead of intuition. The sky turned the color of rusty pennies on Tuesday afternoon due to spring thunderstorms. At home, my supervisor sent everyone home because the library basement had flooded once more. A persistent issue that the school board had repeatedly promised to address. I chose to pick Lily up 4 hours early as a surprise, while I waited in my car with the wipers pounding against the rain. Perhaps we could paint our nails the vivid purple she had been pleading for us to attempt, or bake cookies together. I didn't give Margaret a call. Something told me not to warn. Perhaps the same impulse I disregarded the day before. Thunder rattled my windows as I pulled into her driveway behind her immaculate white Cadillac, making the 12-minute drive to her house seem longer in the storm. When Margaret opened the door, the house was eerily silent. No cartoons to watch, no Lily's incessant humming. It was strange to be in a library after an earthquake, when even the books seemed to be holding their breath. Margaret remarked, "You're early." Without leaving the doorway, she continued to touch her hair, repeatedly putting it into place while her cheeks flushed. The library was overrun. "Lily, where are you?" Gaining an important humility lesson. My stomach dropped as she said it with such relish. My damp sneakers squeaked on her immaculate wooden flooring as I shoved past her. "Where are you, Lily? Sweetheart?" With the throw pillows perfectly arranged, the living room was deserted. There was no indication that a child had eaten lunch in the spotless kitchen. As I walked down the corridor yelling my daughter's name, my heart started to race. Then I heard it. Margaret could hear soft sobbing coming from the guest bedroom at the end of the corridor, where she had kept the belongings of her late husband. I threw open the door, and flew down that hallway. I was completely stunned by what I saw, and my brain was unable to grasp it. Encircled by golden hair, my daughter sat on the floor in the corner. Everything about her hair. It was strewn all around her like autumn leaves. She had shaved her gorgeous head totally. Where the clippers had cut too near, patches of skin were visible through the uneven stubble. She opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out as she gazed up at me with tears in her eyes. "Lily," I got down on my knees, scuttling through the hair to get to her, and embracing her. I could hear her teeth chattering because she was shaking so violently. There were small nicks where the clippers had snagged skin, and her scalp was red in several spots. In some way, she felt shrunken, like a bird without its feathers. Margaret emerged from the doorway, holding the electric clippers as if she were proud of them. The child's obsession with her looks was growing. "You were too weak to perform what I did. It took 4 hours to obtain everything." She initially resisted, but kids must learn to obey. "My daughter's head was shaved by you?" My voice was a whisper, choking me with incredulity. There is no way this could be true. This must have been a nightmare. She had to understand that beauty is ephemeral. Being humble never goes out of style. According to the Apostle Paul, ladies should prioritize good deeds over ornate hairstyles. I've been kind to her, I screamed, startling myself with the intensity of it. Get out. Lily recoiled in my embrace. Now leave this room. The child's overindulgence is precisely due to this panic. Ethan will realize that I made the correct decision when he hears about your actions. He had already acknowledged that it was essential. My blood became icy. What did you just say? Margaret's chin went up. I informed Ethan over the phone this morning that Lily needed to be corrected. I should do whatever I felt was best, he said. I tightened my grip on Lily as I felt her petite frame tremble against mine. She mumbled about contempt and ingratitude as she walked out, huffing. Leave this room, Margaret, now. Before Lily eventually said the words that made all the difference, I rocked her like a baby for 15 minutes. I drew back to gaze at her face as Daddy remarked, Grandma knows best. Daddy knew. Grandma was planning to clip your hair, and Daddy knew it. She nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks. At work. Grandma called him. So I could hear him. She put him on speaker. He advised her to cease being conceited, and to listen to her. It was only hair, he said. Only hair. My husband had authorized his mother to steal our daughter's autonomy, security, and most valued characteristic by force, calling it just hair. Although Lily was growing too big for it, I scooped her up and carried her like a baby. Margaret blocked our access to the front door by standing in the hallway with her arms crossed. Claire, you're exaggerating. Hair regrows. All of this will be forgotten in 5 months. You can move, or I can move you. She must have been persuaded by something in my speech because she moved aside. Margaret yelled as I carried Lily past her. At last, she sat motionless. Fighting wouldn't help, she realized. 3 days. For 3 days, Lily remained silent. When I mentioned getting dressed on Wednesday morning, she simply shook her head angrily and refused to go to school. She refused to watch cartoons, eat her favorite strawberry pancakes, or even pet our neighbor's golden retriever when he ran into our yard. In May, she sat in her chamber, wearing a winter knit hat, holding Professor Pippin to her bosom, and staring at nothing. When she wouldn't let me in, I sat outside her door and phoned in ill to work both days. I could occasionally hear her breaths, which sounded like words attempting to form but failing. Dr. Lawrence, the doctor, visited us on Wednesday afternoon. Her expression hardened at the sight of Lily's shaved head, the little cuts on her scalp, and the way my daughter pressed herself against me whenever someone came near. She whispered, "This is trauma response." As Lily and a nurse sat in the examining room. A few sentences on Tuesday night. Has she spoken at all? Nothing since. With my husband's consent, her grandma said, I'm referring you to Dr. Emily Taylor. She's a child psychologist who specializes in trauma. Claire, I have to ask, who did this to her? While entering notes into her computer, Dr. Lawrence remained silent for a considerable amount of time. This report is required. You know that, don't you? The threshold for abuse is met by this. I contacted my sister Carla on Thursday morning while Lily, still wearing her winter hat, colored quietly at the kitchen table. She worked as a paralegal at the downtown family law firm Brennan & Associates. She fell silent for so long after I told her what had happened that I believed the call had ended. She said, "Say that again," at last. Margaret did what? I said, as I retold the tale, while observing Lily repeatedly sketch the same image. A hairless girl sobbing. Claire. This is a family member assaulting a minor. Ethan, where are you? He has been residing in the guest room, claims that I'm exaggerating, that children are strong, and that his mother was merely attempting to assist. In fact, he suggested that Lily might be becoming overly preoccupied with her beauty. He's insane. Pay close attention. You must choose what you are willing to lose from your possibilities. I glanced at my daughter's empty breakfast plate, which I had filled with scrambled eggs in the hopes that she wouldn't touch them. Like some terrible sacrifice. I imagined her lying on that floor, encircled by her own hair. I considered her questioning why her father allowed her to be harmed by her grandmother. Except for her, I'm willing to lose everything. Excellent. Keep a record of everything. Take photos of everything, even the incisions on her head. Make sure she files with CPS after obtaining the pediatrician's report. Take Lily right now to the psychologist. Has she said anything yet? A couple of words. She inquired this morning if the color of her hair would return. Christ Jesus. All right. An emergency protection order is being filed. Not just any protection order, but one that expressly records psychological damage, emotional abuse, and assault on a youngster. This will show up on background investigations. Margaret and Lily will never be able to spend time together alone. Ethan is going to go crazy. Ethan authorized his mother to abuse your child. Additionally, we are requesting emergency interim custody, with a condition. Unsupervised visitation is prohibited for any parent who enabled or permitted the assault, until they have finished parenting training and therapy. As I watched Lily sketch another bald girl, I made my choice. This one appeared to be a mother figure holding hands. Take action. Put everything in a file. I packed our belongings that afternoon while Ethan was at work. We only needed what we needed, not everything. Clothes, the baby book, Lily's paintings, her stuffed animals, and the lock from her first haircut that I had saved. As I held that tiny curl, I recalled how delighted we had been of her gorgeous hair even as a newborn. I also put it in the bag. When I returned on Tuesday night, I also packed the Ziploc bag of hair I had collected off Margaret's floor. Something prompted me to keep it, even if Ethan had labeled me insane for collecting it, perhaps proof, or simply evidence that it had been real. It had taken years for that lovely hair to grow. On the kitchen table, I placed a letter for Ethan. I'm safe. As is Lily. With your consent, we're staying with relatives while she recovers from what your mother did. Until you are prepared to accept the damage you have both done to our daughter, don't get in touch with us. Lily finally said a full sentence as I placed our bags into the car. Are we departing because of my grandmother's treatment of me? We're heading out so you can rest easy while you recover, sweetie. Wise beyond her years, she nodded and settled into her booster seat. She muttered, Daddy didn't protect me. As we pulled out of the driveway. No, sweetheart, he didn't. Will you always protect me? Always, even if I have to fight the whole world. The courtroom was smaller than I had anticipated, with wood paneling that had seen better days, and fluorescent lights that hummed like angry wasps. On Friday morning, 3 weeks after the incident, Lily was sitting next to me in a new pink dress that Carla had bought her, with a soft cotton hat covering her head. She had started talking more, but her voice was different now, smaller, as if she was afraid of taking up too much space in the world. Margaret sat rigid in her seat across the aisle, wearing her Sunday best navy suit with the gold buttons, as if propriety could undo what she had done. Ethan sat next to her, not in the middle, trying to remain neutral, but right beside his mother with his hand on her shoulder. Judge Elizabeth Gray, a tough but fair woman in her salmoise, with silver hair pulled back in a severe bun and eyes that seemed to see right through people, read the document slowly. The photographs of Lily's shaved head revealing the small cuts and uneven patches, the psychologist's report about selective mutism from trauma. That told me everything I needed to know about where we stood. The judge's voice cut through the tense of the courtroom as she began. Mrs. Margaret Anderson, you admit to shaving this child's head. Margaret stood, smoothing her skirt, and said, I was teaching her a lesson about vanity, Your Honor. This was Lily's teacher's statement regarding the dramatic change in behavior, including how she now hid in the bathroom during recess. I didn't ask about the Bible. Instead, I asked if you shaved a bay-year-old child's head, without her parents' immediate consent. Her father gave his approval, so I called him that morning. The Bible says that women shouldn't focus on outward adornment. Timothy chapter high makes it very clear that elaborate hairstyles are inappropriate. I trusted my mother's judgment on discipline, Your Honor. She raised me well, and I turned out fine. Judge Gray turned to Ethan, who was already shifting in his seat. Mr. Anderson, you gave permission via phone for your mother to shave your daughter's head. Ethan straightened his tie. A nervous habit I'd watched for 10 years. Lily had been getting conceited about her appearance, constantly brushing that hair, constantly wanting ribbons and bows. Would you allow someone to shave your head against your will as discipline? Ethan's face reddened. That's different, Your Honor. How? The silence stretched out. Ethan opened his mouth twice, but nothing came out. Finally, he managed. Did you specifically agree to her shaving your daughter's head? I told her to do what she thought was best. Judge Gray quickly retorted. I'm an adult, and your daughter is a child who depended on you for protection. She read on, then paused at one page, her face changing from stern to truly troubled. This child didn't speak for 3 days. She has been diagnosed with selective mutism, brought on by trauma. Temporary, Ethan said, his voice too loud in the little space. Occasionally kids may be dramatic. Now that she's speaking, it's obvious that she's okay. Judge Gray took off her reading glasses and gave him a direct look. Mr. I have 3 grandchildren, Anderson. I would classify it as assault rather than drama if someone shaved their head against their will. Someone your daughter trusted violated her with her father's consent. Drama isn't that. Her attitude softened a little as she turned to face me. That's betrayal, Mrs. You're requesting a modified custody arrangement and a protection order, Anderson. Yes, Your Honor. I want my kid to be protected and understand that anyone, not even family, has the right to touch her body without consent. This is absurd. I'm her grandma. I changed that child's diapers. I bought her Christmas presents. After getting a haircut, I'm suddenly being treated like a criminal, Your Honor. Margaret sprang up abruptly, her voice loud. Sit down, ma'am. You forcefully restrained and shaved a child's head against her will, causing her to cease speaking and need medical attention for cuts on her scalp. Judge Gray went on. Mr. Margaret sat, but her face was scarlet with anger. I'm issuing the protective order, Anderson. Unsupervised interaction between your mother and the minor child is prohibited. You also have a decision to make. The courtroom went silent, and I could hear the clock ticking away, and Lily's shallow breathing next to me. You can contest this order and stand with your mother, likely losing custody rights in the process. Or you can accept these terms, complete the required parenting courses, attend family therapy, and work to rebuild trust with your daughter. I have to choose between my mother and my family. Your mother chose to assault your daughter. You chose to allow it. Now you're facing consequences. What's your decision? 25 seconds went by. 25 seconds felt like 25 years. Ethan looked at his mother, then at Lily, and back at his mother. Your Honor, Ethan said in a frustrated voice. 6 months have gone by since that day in court, and autumn has painted Indianapolis in shades of gold that remind me of what Lily's hair used to be. I stand with my mother. Family loyalty matters. Claire is poisoning Lily against us. My mother was trying to help, and this witch hunt needs to stop. The gavel came down hard. Our apartment is smaller than the house on Maple Street, with only 2 bedrooms and a living room that serves as my home office. But Lily refers to it as our safe house. This morning, she stood in front of our bathroom mirror, running her fingers through hair that now reaches just past her ears, soft and wavy and growing stronger every day. She no longer hides it under hats, though she still keeps the pink one Carla bought her in a special place in her dresser drawer. We put new sunflowers in pots on our small balcony, although the real ones from our old yard are probably dead now as Ethan never remembered to water anything. She designed a sign for her bedroom door that reads Lily's Garden, and decorated it with paper sunflowers. The divorce was finalized last month, and Ethan fought for the house, saying it was his family legacy because his mother had helped with the down payment, and I didn't argue. That house had too many memories of betrayal soaked into its walls. They turned toward the sun just like the old ones, proving that some things can start over. Judge Gray, who also presided over that hearing, reminded him that his financial responsibility to his child did not cease, because he put his mother's safety ahead of his own, and he also argued against child support, claiming that since I was limiting his access to Lily, he shouldn't have to pay. Ethan sees Lily every other Saturday at Bright Beginnings, a supervised visitation center, where the walls are painted with murals of rainbows and butterflies. And he has finished his court-ordered parenting classes, but he still maintains that his mother meant well, and that we have exaggerated everything. During these visits, Lily is courteous, showing him her schoolwork and talking about her soccer team, but she no longer gives him hugs and calls him daddy in a quiet voice that always makes him wince. On the last visit, he took Margaret to the parking lot, believing that if Lily saw her grandmother, she would run out for an embrace, and everything would be forgiven. Rather, my daughter saw her through the window, and hid behind a counselor, shaking all over. The center reported the violation of the protection order, and as a result, Ethan lost his next 2 visits. At that point, I believe he finally realized that some wounds don't go away with time. Margaret sends me letters every week that I don't read. The return address alone is enough to make Lily nervous, so they go straight into a file at Carla's law office. The lawyers say, "This is documentation in case we need to extend the protection order when it expires next year." According to Dr. Emily Taylor, the child psychologist, Lily is making remarkable progress, and last week she shared her story for the first time. "My grandma hurt me and my dad let her," she said simply. "But my mom saved me." The other children understood in ways that adults sometimes cannot. At school, her teacher, Mrs. Matthews, pulled me aside last week to tell me that Lily had written an essay about heroes. "She wrote about you," she said. handing me the paper. And Lily had written in careful pencil, "My hero is my mom. Because she picked me instead of picking easy. Heroes don't always wear capes. Sometimes they fight in courtrooms and wear library name tags." Now, her friends understand why she occasionally touches her hair nervously to make sure it's still there. She said, "Mommy, I forgive Grandma Margaret." My stomach nodded as I braided her hair for school last night. A new habit with hair that was just long enough to accommodate tiny plaits. "You do?" Not because her actions were acceptable. It wasn't. But I want to feel light, and being angry feels weighty. I finished her braid, tied it with a purple ribbon she'd chosen herself, and watched her smile at her reflection, not with the unconscious joy she used to have, but with something deeper, harder earned. "I'm growing it long again," she declared. "My counselor says forgiveness is for me, not for her." At 7 years old, she understands something that took me bamuitam years to learn. However, this time, I'm doing it because I want to. Not because I feel like I have to be attractive. No matter what, you are aware of your beauty. Right? "I know I'm valuable no matter what," she said, turning to face me. "Lovely is merely a term. I am valuable." Some people still believe that I overreacted, and they bring up the woman who ruined her family over a haircut during school pickup. However, they did not witness my daughter's silence on that floor, cuddle her during nightmares, or witness the loss of faith in a child's eyes. I did not ruin my family. Instead, I preserved what was worth preserving. My golden sister stole $600,000 in government bonds from my safe. After federal agents arrested her, my family turned on me, calling me the villain. The security system alert pinged on my phone at 3:15 p.m. on a Thursday afternoon. Someone had entered my apartment. I was 250 meters away in New York City, sitting in a classified briefing at the Treasury Department, so I knew with absolute certainty that whoever had triggered my door sensor shouldn't be there. I excused myself from the meeting, and pulled up the camera feed on my phone. The image quality was crystal clear. One of the benefits of having security clearance that required regular threat assessments was that I'd been authorized to install government-grade surveillance in my residence. My sister Natalie stood in my living room, looking around with that familiar expression of casual entitlement she'd worn our entire lives. She walked directly to my home office, barely glancing at anything else. I watched her try the office door. Pocked as always, she pulled something from her pocket. It looked like a tension wrench and pick set. Or had she learned to pick locks? It took her 5 minutes. Not bad for an amateur. The door swung open and she disappeared inside. My jaw clenched. I pulled up the office camera feed. Natalie went straight to the wall safe behind my desk, the one concealed behind the framed map of the Treasury Department's organizational structure. She'd obviously been in my office before when I wasn't home, probably during one of her surprise visits when she'd used the emergency key I'd given our parents. I watched her examine the safe's electronic keypad. She tried several combinations. Our mother's birthday, our father's birthday, her own birthday. All incorrect. Then she pulled out her phone and made a call. After a moment, she held the phone up to the safe's keypad. Some kind of hacking app probably. I made a mental note to report this to building security, and update my systems. 6 minutes later, the safe clicked open. Natalie's face lit up with triumph as she swung the door wide. She reached inside and pulled out the sealed document folders I'd stored there. Her expression shifted to confusion as she examined them. These clearly weren't what she'd expected to find. I knew exactly what she was looking at. 3 folders containing bearer bonds issued by the United States Treasury. Total face value, $600,000. Protected government securities that I'd been authorized to hold as part of my work as a Treasury Department financial analyst specializing in securities fraud investigation. She couldn't possibly understand what she was holding. To an untrained eye, they probably looked like fancy certificates or maybe old stock papers. I watched her stuff the folders into her oversized purse, close the safe, and hurry out of my apartment. I sat very still for a long moment, processing what I just witnessed. Then I made 3 calls. First to my direct supervisor at Treasury, then to the Treasury Inspector General's office. Finally, to the Secret Service Financial Crimes Task Force. All 3 had the same immediate reaction. Lock down everything, report the theft through official channels, and do not attempt to recover the securities myself. Those are registered instruments, my supervisor said, his voice tight with tension. Serial numbers tracked in the federal database. If anyone tries to cash them or transfer them, The system flags it automatically. But Emma, your sister just committed a federal crime. Multiple federal crimes. You understand that? I understand. Treasury takes theft of government securities extremely seriously. This isn't something we can look the other way on. I'm not asking you to. I'm reporting a theft of protected federal instruments. Follow standard protocol. There was a pause. The response team will be thorough and fast. Good. I ended the call and returned to my briefing, though I barely heard a word of the presentation. My mind was replaying the security footage. Watching my sister systematically break into my home and steal $500,000 in government securities. Natalie had always been the golden child. Beautiful, charming, effortlessly social. In ways I'd never managed. Her parents adored her. She'd married young to a moderately successful dentist. Had 2 picture-perfect children. And lived in a McMansion in the suburbs that our mother loved to brag about to her friends. I, on the other hand, had been the difficult daughter. Too serious. Too focused on my career. Too uninterested in traditional family milestones. I joined the Treasury Department straight out of graduate school with a master's degree in forensic accounting. Spent 8 years working my way up through increasingly classified positions. My current role involved tracking international securities fraud and money laundering schemes. My family had no idea what I actually did. When they asked about my job, I gave vague answers about financial analysis and government work. They assumed I was some kind of low-level bureaucrat pushing papers in a cubicle. They'd certainly never asked why I maintained a high security clearance, or why armed federal agents occasionally showed up to conduct security interviews with my neighbors. I caught the next train back to Philadelphia, arriving at my parents' house at 7 that evening. Natalie's Range Rover was parked in the driveway, along with our parents' sedan and Uncle James's pickup truck. A family dinner. Apparently. Perfect. I used my key and walked in to find everyone gathered in the dining room. Natalie sat at her usual spot, looking radiant in a designer dress that probably cost more than my monthly rent. Her husband, Aaron, sat beside her, checking his phone. Our parents were bringing dishes from the kitchen, while Uncle James poured wine. Emma. Mom's face registered. Surprise. I didn't know you were coming for dinner. Surprise visit? I said, keeping my voice light. I had some time off and thought I'd drive up. How wonderful, said another place. Honey. She called to Dad. It's so rare we get both our girls here together. Natalie looked up from her phone and smiled at me. That perfect practice smile she perfected in high school. Hey big sister. How's the office job treating you? Busy. You know how government work is. I really don't. She laughed and Aaron chuckled along with her. All those bureaucratic forms and procedures. I don't know how you stand it. I sat down across from her. It has its moments. How have you been? Wonderful, actually. She exchanged a meaningful glance with Aaron. We've been making some exciting financial decisions lately. Investment opportunities. Oh, I kept my expression neutral. What kind of investments? Just some securities, Aaron's financial advisor recommended. Very sophisticated stuff. Probably too complex to explain. But the returns are supposed to be excellent. My parents returned with the last of the dinner dishes. Dad started carving the roast, while Mom settled into her seat with a satisfied sigh. Natalie was just telling us about her new investments, Mom said proudly. Aaron's firm is doing so well. They're really building wealth for the future. College funds for the kids, Natalie added, reaching for her wine glass. We want to make sure they have every opportunity. That's important. I agreed. Where did you get the capital for these investments? That must require significant funds. Aaron cleared his throat. We've been saving aggressively, making smart choices. Right. Natalie's smile widened. Actually, I have to thank you, Emma. Thank me. I stopped by your apartment earlier this week. I used that emergency key Mom and Dad have. I hope you don't mind. I was in the neighborhood, and thought I'd borrow that book you mentioned. She hadn't mentioned any book. We both knew she was lying. Did you find what you were looking for? I asked quietly. I found your little safe actually behind that boring map in your office. And since you never got around to changing the combination from Mom's birthday, which is frankly terrible security. By the way, I took a peek inside. Mom and Dad exchanged confused glances. Natalie, what are you talking about? Emma's been hiding cash in a safe. Natalie laughed. Well, not cash exactly. Some kind of old bonds or certificates. They looked ancient. Probably something Grandpa left her. And since Emma clearly wasn't doing anything with them, just letting them sit there gathering dust, I figured she wouldn't mind if I borrowed them. The room went very quiet. Borrowed them? I repeated. For the college fund? Those papers were just sitting in your safe doing nothing. But Aaron's advisor says they can be cashed and reinvested for actual returns. We're helping you really. Otherwise, you just leave them there forever. She pulled the folders from her purse. She'd actually brought them to dinner like trophies, and set them on the table. See? Just some old government bonds or something. The advisor says they're probably worth a few thousand. Maybe 10,000 if we're lucky. Still nothing to sneeze at. Aaron leaned forward to examine the documents. These do look legitimate. The firm should be able to process them next week. Natalie, my voice was very calm. Did you break into my home? Don't be dramatic. I used a key. Did you force open my locked office door? She waved a hand dismissively. I learned some things from YouTube. It wasn't that hard. Did you crack my safe security system? There's an app for that. Honestly, Emma. If you're going to keep valuables, you need better protection. Anyone could have gotten in there. I looked at my parents. Dad was frowning now, starting to realize this might be more serious than Natalie was making it sound. Mom still looked confused, caught between her two daughters. You committed breaking and entering, I said to Natalie. You defeated a secured lock, compromised an electronic safe, and stole the contents. Steal? Natalie laughed. Sir, we're family. It's not stealing when it's from your sister. Besides, you clearly weren't using them. When was the last time you even looked at those papers? Last month. During my quarterly audit. Your what? I pulled out my phone and set it on the table. Those aren't old bonds from Grandpa. Those are bearer bonds issued by the United States Treasury. Current series, total face value, $600,000. They're registered federal instruments that I'm authorized to hold as part of my position with the Treasury Department. The color drained from Natalie's face. What are you talking about? I'm a senior financial analyst with the Treasury Department's Securities Fraud Investigation Division. I hold a top-secret security clearance. Those bonds in your purse are protected government securities that I maintain custody of as part of my work investigating international financial crimes. Aaron's hand froze on his wine glass. Government securities, specifically instruments used to track and identify securities fraud patterns. Each bond is serialized and registered in the federal tracking database. The moment anyone attempts to cash them, transfer them, or even verify them with a financial institution, the system automatically flags the transaction and notifies the Treasury Inspector General's office. You're joking. Natalie's voice had gone shrill. You're making this up to scare me. I reported the theft 5 hours ago to my supervisor, to the Inspector General, and to the Secret Service Financial Crimes Task Force. They've been tracking your movements since you left my apartment. The doorbell rang. Everyone at the table jumped except me. I'd been expecting this. That, I said quietly, is the response team. The doorbell rang again, followed by a loud knock and a commanding voice. Treasury Inspector General. We need to speak with Natalie Morrison. Mom's face went white. Emma, what is happening? Natalie committed multiple federal crimes. Now she's going to face the consequences. Dad stood up. I'll get the door. Dad. No. Natalie grabbed his arm. Don't let them in. Emma's lying. This is some kind of sick joke. It's not a joke. I looked at her directly. You broke into a secured residence. You defeated anti-tamper measures on a protected safe. You stole $600,000 in United States Treasury instruments. You just told this entire table that you plan to cash those instruments through a financial advisor. That's theft of government property, tampering with federal security measures, and attempted securities fraud. All federal felonies. The knocking grew more insistent. We have a warrant. Open the door now. Aaron pushed back from the table, his face ashen. Natalie, what did you do? I didn't know. Her voice cracked. How was I supposed to know she had government bonds? He works a boring office job. She never tells us anything about what she does. I have top secret clearance. I said. I can't tell you anything about what I do. That's what clearance means. Dad opened the front door. 4 federal agents in tactical gear entered, led by a woman in a Treasury Inspector General jacket. She held up her credentials. I'm Special Agent Lisa Martinez, Treasury Inspector General. We have a warrant for the arrest of Natalie Morrison and the recovery of stolen federal securities. She looked directly at Natalie. Ma'am, I need you to stand up and step away from the table. This is insane. Natalie was crying now. They're just papers. Emma's my sister. This is a family issue. Ma'am, the instruments you stole are United States Treasury bearer bonds with a combined value of $600,000. They are registered federal securities protected under 18 U.S.C. Section 641. Your theft of these instruments, combined with your stated intent to cash them, constitutes multiple federal violations. Agent Martinez's voice was professional but firm. Stand up, please. Natalie looked around wildly at our parents. At Aaron. At Uncle James. Somebody do something. She's sending me to jail over some stupid bonds. $600,000. Agent Martinez corrected and protected government securities. Not stupid. Federal property. Two agents moved forward and pulled Natalie to her feet. She tried to jerk away, but they were professionals. Natalie Morrison. You're under arrest for theft of government property, defeating federal security measures, and attempted securities fraud. You have the right to remain silent. Emma, please. Natalie's perfect makeup was running now. Black mascara streaking down her face. I'm your sister. We grew up together. You can't do this to me. You did this to yourself, I said quietly. You broke into my home. You stole federal property. You just told everyone at this table you were planning to cash those bonds. I didn't make you do any of that. They put handcuffs on her wrists. Aaron stood frozen, staring at his wife as if seeing her for the first time. Agent Martinez picked up the folders from the table, examining them briefly. All three are present. Serial numbers match the reported theft. She looked at me. Dr. Chin will need you to come to the field office tomorrow to verify the instruments and provide a formal statement. Of course. What time? 9 a.m. Ask for Agent Martinez. She nodded to her team, and they began escorting Natalie toward the door. My sister was sobbing now, her designer dress rumpled, her perfect hair disheveled. Mom, Dad, don't let them take me. Please. Our parents stood helpless, watching their golden child being arrested by federal agents in their dining room. Wait. Mom's voice was barely a whisper. How long? How long could she? Agent Martinez paused at the door. Theft of government property carries up to 10 years. Defeating federal security measures adds another 5. Attempted securities fraud is another 20. The U.S. attorney will determine final charges. But your daughter is looking at substantial federal prison time, 30 years. Dad's voice cracked. For taking some bonds from her sister, for stealing $500,000 in protected federal securities, sir, the Treasury Department doesn't negotiate on these charges. They can't. It would compromise national financial security. They took Natalie out to one of the black SUVs, parked in the driveway. Through the window, I watched them secure her in the back seat, still crying and protesting. The dining room was silent except for Mom's quiet weeping. Finally, Uncle James spoke. Emma, what exactly do you do for the government? I investigate international securities fraud, money laundering schemes, criminal organizations that try to manipulate financial markets. I work with classified information and handle sensitive federal instruments as part of my investigations. And Natalie just stole $600,000 in Treasury bonds that are actively tracked by federal databases. Yes. The moment she walked out of my apartment with them, the system flagged the theft. When she told her financial advisor about them, he would have been legally required to verify them with Treasury. That verification would have triggered an automatic federal investigation, even if I hadn't reported it. Aaron sank back into his chair. The advisor, oh God. When he tries to cash them, he'll be questioned as a potential co-conspirator. I confirmed. Treasury will investigate whether he knew they were stolen. If they determine he was involved in any way, he'll face charges. 2. We didn't know. Aaron's voice was hollow. I swear we had no idea she'd stolen them. She told me she'd found some old bonds in your apartment, and you'd said she could have them. That's not what happened. She broke into my home, picked my office lock, cracked my safe, and stole federal property. The security footage shows everything. Mom looked up at me, her face streaked with tears. Security footage. I maintain surveillance systems in my residence. It's required for my clearance level. The footage has been turned over to the Inspector General's office. It shows Natalie's entire break-in, including the timestamps, and her techniques for defeating my locks. You were watching. Mom said slowly when she broke in. You were watching it happen. I was in Washington, D.C. for a classified briefing. I got the security alert on my phone and pulled up the camera feed. And you just watched her steal from you. You didn't call her? Didn't try to stop her. I called the Treasury Inspector General's office and followed protocol for reporting theft of federal securities. That's what I'm required to do. Dad's hands were shaking. She's your sister, Emma, your own sister. How could you let them arrest her? Over money? Over federal crimes. Dad, this isn't about money between siblings. This is about theft of United States government property. If I failed to report it, I would have been charged with conspiracy and lost my clearance. My career would be over, and I'd probably go to prison alongside her. But surely you could have worked something out. Mom pleaded. Given her a warning, told her to return them. The bonds were in her possession for 5 hours. In that time, she contacted a financial advisor and initiated the process of cashing them. That's attempted securities fraud. There's no working it out with federal charges. The law doesn't care that we're related. Uncle James rubbed his face. Jesus Christ. Natalie always did think the rules didn't apply to her. They don't usually, I said, because you've all spent our entire lives making excuses for her. Smoothing things over. Fixing her mistakes. But you can't smooth over federal crimes. The Treasury Department doesn't care that she's pretty or charming or that Mom and Dad love her more. That's not fair, Mom said sharply. We don't love her more, don't you? I looked around the table. When's the last time any of you asked about my work, my life? When's the last time you visited my apartment, or expressed any interest in what I do? You've been to Natalie's house dozens of times. I've been living in Philadelphia for 8 years, and you visited twice. The silence answered for them. Natalie assumed my work was meaningless because you all assumed my work was meaningless. She thought those bonds were just old papers, because none of you ever considered that I might have anything of value, that I might be successful, that my career might actually matter. Emma, Dad started, but I cut him off. I hold a top-secret security clearance. I make $167,000 a year. I've received 3 commendations from the Secretary of the Treasury for my work dismantling international fraud networks. Last year, I helped recover $90 million in stolen securities. But none of you know that because you never asked. Aaron was staring at me like I was a stranger. You make. Natalie told me you were probably making $40,000 or $50,000. She told you that because she assumed it because you all assumed it because I don't live in a McMansion or drive a Range Rover or brag about my salary at family dinners. Where does your money go? Uncle James asked, genuinely curious now. Investments, retirement accounts, charitable foundations. I live simply because I prefer it that way, not because I can't afford otherwise. But Natalie looked at my lifestyle and assumed poverty. She assumed those bonds in my safe were some forgotten inheritance rather than active federal instruments I'm responsible for protecting. Agent Martinez had returned from processing Natalie into the vehicle. Dr. Chin, one more thing. We found evidence in Mrs. Morrison's phone records that she'd been researching how to open safes for the past 2 weeks. She also made several searches about cashing old bonds and whether family members could claim them. This wasn't an impulsive decision. She planned this. The weight of that settled over the room. 2 weeks, I said softly. She spent 2 weeks planning to rob me. The U.S. attorney will use that to demonstrate premeditation. It strengthens the case significantly. Agent Martinez glanced at Natalie's husband. Mr. Morrison will need to interview you as well. You're not under arrest, but we need to establish what you knew about your wife's plans. Aaron nodded mutely. Agent Martinez left, and the room fell silent again. The trial took 8 months to reach court. Natalie's attorney tried everything, claiming she thought the bonds belonged to the family, arguing she didn't understand their value, suggesting I'd given her permission to access my apartment. None of it worked. The security footage was damning. It showed her systematically breaking into my home, picking my office lock with tools she'd purchased specifically for that purpose, using a safe-cracking app on her phone, and stealing the folders containing the bonds. Her phone records showed the 2 weeks of research. Her text messages to Aaron revealed she knew the bonds might be valuable. She'd written found Emma's secret stash might be worth serious dollars the day she'd stolen them. The financial advisor testified that she'd contacted him about old Treasury bonds and asked about maximum returns with no questions asked. He'd refused and reported the conversation to his compliance department, which had flagged it with Treasury before Natalie was even arrested. The federal prosecutor walked the jury through each element of each crime. Theft of government property. The bonds were federal instruments. Natalie had taken them without authorization. They were worth over $600,000. Defeating federal security measures. She'd researched and purchased lockpicking tools, used an app to crack the safe's electronic security, attempted securities fraud. She tried to cash the bonds through a financial advisor, knowing they weren't hers. The jury deliberated for 6 hours. Guilty on all counts. The judge sentenced her to 10 years in federal prison and ordered her to pay $600,000 in restitution, plus an additional $100,000 in fines for the security violations. Natalie sobbed throughout the sentencing. Mom and Dad sat in the gallery looking 10 years older than they had 8 months ago. Aaron had filed for divorce 3 months into the trial. The judge addressed Natalie directly before imposing sentence. You didn't steal from a store or a stranger. You systematically planned and executed a theft from your own sister, targeting her specifically because you believed she was vulnerable and her work was unimportant. You violated her home, her security, and her trust. The fact that the stolen property was federal securities makes this a matter of national security, not just family drama. This court cannot and will not treat theft of government property lightly, regardless of familial relationships. Mom tried to talk to me after the sentencing. I wasn't cruel, but I was clear. She made her choices, Mom. Every single step of the way. She chose to do this. She's still your sister, and I'm still the daughter you couldn't be bothered to visit or ask about. I'm still the one whose career you dismissed as unimportant. Natalie didn't come up with the idea that my work was meaningless on her own. She learned it from you. Mom flinched. That's not fair. Isn't it? When's the last time you asked about my job? When's the last time you expressed pride in anything I've accomplished? You bragged about Natalie's house, her husband, her kids. What have you ever bragged about regarding me? She had no answer. 3 years after Natalie's arrest, I was promoted to senior supervisory analyst, overseeing a team of 12 investigators working on international securities cases. My clearance was upgraded to top secret, say. The Secretary of the Treasury personally presented me with a Distinguished Service Award for my work on a case that recovered $340 million in fraudulent bonds. My parents didn't attend the ceremony. I didn't invite them. Natalie will be eligible for parole in 8 years. The restitution judgment isn't going away. She'll be making payments for the rest of her life. Her house was foreclosed. Aaron remarried. The kids live with him, and barely speak to their mother. Sometimes I wonder if she finally understands what she stole. If she's realized that her boring bureaucrat sister was actually protecting $600,000 in federal securities, as part of work that matters on a national scale. But mostly I just focus on my work. The securities markets don't care about family drama. The fraud cases don't need validation from people who can't understand them. The work just matters, and that's enough. My apartment has military-grade security now. Biometric locks, encrypted safes with tamper-evident technology, AI-monitored surveillance systems. The Inspector General's office approved the upgrades, and Treasury paid for installation. I never changed the emergency key policy though. My parents still have a key. They've never used it to visit. I'm not bitter about it. I'm just done expecting things from people who fundamentally never valued what I do. Last month, one of my investigations led to the arrest of an international fraud ring that had stolen $2 billion in securities from 6 countries. The case made headlines across financial news networks. 3 foreign governments sent official commendations. I thought about sending the news articles to my parents. Then I thought about years of boring office job. And when are you going to do something important with your life? And Natalie's doing so well. Maybe you should be more like your sister. Instead, I filed the commendations in my office and moved on to the next case. Some people spend their whole lives waiting for their family to recognize their worth. I decided to stop waiting and just keep protecting the financial security of the United States. The bonds don't need my family's approval to matter. Neither do I. Natalie writes occasionally. Letters from federal prison in West Virginia where she's serving her sentence. They start with apologies and end with requests, mostly asking if I can talk to the prosecutor about reducing her sentence, or help with her restitution payments, or write letters to the parole board. I don't respond, not out of cruelty, but because some lessons can't be learned if someone keeps rescuing you from the consequences of your choices. She spent our entire lives believing the rules didn't apply to her. That her charm and beauty and status as the favorite daughter meant she could take what she wanted without consequences. Federal prison is teaching her otherwise, and I'm teaching myself that my worth isn't determined by whether my family recognizes it. The work is enough. The cases I solve, the frauds I prevent, the securities I protect, that's enough. Some people are born into families that celebrate their success. Others have to build their validation from classified briefing to classified briefing, from commendation to commendation, until the work speaks for itself so loudly that even the doubters can't pretend not to see it. I built mine and no one, not even family, can steal that away. My stepsister claimed credit for all my accomplishments. From schoolwork to piano lessons, I stayed silent. The truth came out at a talent show. Samantha, my stepsister, moved in after our parents married, and started taking credit for everything I did because she was 18 and I was 15. People believed her. Samantha claimed she'd helped me with coursework I'd done alone. Once I was asleep, she would show my parents my math projects and say, "Look what I taught Lily today. Isn't she improving?" Taking credit for my grades while making me look like I needed her. Samantha grabbed my school fundraiser cookies and told everyone she made them but let me measure ingredients. While I was in the bathroom, she accepted my grandmother's recipe. People thanked me for aiding my talented sister when I returned. She tried everything. Samantha uploaded my painting class portrait online, adding, "Teaching my little sister to paint is finally paying off. Look what she made with my guidance." I'd never taken a lesson from her. She lacked paintbrushes. Samantha told everyone she edited and changed my short tale after I won. When the teacher inquired why I hadn't credited my sister, I looked mad and said I'd written everything myself. Samantha was older and more confident, so everyone thought she was humble when she remarked, "Lily deserves the credit. I just helped a little." She never read it before I submitted it. My folks bought this story. They'd praise Samantha for being a committed sister who helped me succeed. They told my family I was lucky to have Samantha's tuition, or I'd never succeed. Sam pretended humility, stating, "Lily has potential, she just needs direction." I stole all my achievements. Samantha said she'd been teaching me guitar for months when I started. With headphones, I taught myself from YouTube tutorials in my room. Yet Samantha convinced everyone she was a guitar prodigy who generously shared her knowledge. No one asked her to prove she couldn't play a chord. The worst part was her credit stealing and undermining me. She said, "Lily tries so hard, but she needs a lot of support to get things right." Like I was a failing kid who required her superior advice. Samantha convinced teachers I needed her aid to understand, so they spoke slower. More than a year passed. Samantha claimed my accomplishments while making me look incompetent for a year. I concealed projects and gave teachers assignments without bringing them home. End quote. Samantha always managed to enter my accomplishments. At my speeches, she claimed to have guided me. Scientific fair assessors would hear her say she designed my experiments. She even tried to accept an award for me because I was shy. Event collapsed at regional talent show. Since Samantha couldn't say she taught me, I covertly practiced a piano piece for months at school. Performing this complex classical piece took skill. After seeing the program, Samantha realized I'd entered. She instantly announced that she'd been teaching me piano since we were sisters. The rivals' parents were impressed and asked Samantha how long she played. She falsely claimed to have studied at conservatory, until her parents' divorce drove her to stop. She was delighted I learnt this piece she chose for my ability level, and that teaching me kept her connected to music. The piece I played was unknown to her. I got on stage and the speaker stated, "Next, we have Lily performing Chopin's Ballad No. 1 in G minor taught by her sister Samantha." Actually, I need to make a correction. Samantha has never taught me piano. I've been taking lessons from Mrs. Franklin at school for 2 years. The announcer looked bewildered, and Samantha jumped up in the audience. "Lily's just nervous. She doesn't want people to think she had help. But I've been working with her for months on this piece." That's when. Standing Williams. "That's interesting, Samantha. Because I've been teaching Lily privately. And I've never seen you at any of her lessons. Can you tell us what key this piece is in?" Samantha flushed. "I don't need to prove anything." Mrs. Williams continued. "It's in G minor. With multiple key module. Since you chose it for Lily's skill level, you can explain the polyrhythm in the third section." Samantha mumbled about forgetting technical stuff. A pianist's mom shouted, "If you taught her this piece, you'd know it's one of Chopin's most difficult works. Nobody who can play this would forget those details." I responded, "Samantha can't play piano. She can't play guitar either, or paint, or write, or do any of the things she's claimed to teach me. I'm going to perform now, and when I'm done, I challenge Samantha to play even a basic scale." I performed it perfectly. Every month of hidden practice paid off. As the audience was hushed until the last note, Applause followed. As the judge stood up and asked, "Samantha, would you like to demonstrate any musical ability at all?" Samantha went red, and looked around the auditorium for an exit. Catherine Burns came up from her third-row seat, and loudly asked what the polyrhythms were in the third portion of my composition which I just performed. While everyone waited for Samantha's response, the stillness seemed endless. I heard whispers and saw several people bring out their phones, perhaps researching the Chopin composition. Samantha stumbled when saying she didn't need to prove herself to outsiders, cracking her voice. After taking her purse from the seat next to her, she hurried up the aisle to the exits. Heavy auditorium doors crashed behind her, echoing around the room. When she left, I sat paralyzed at the piano bench with shaking hands from performing the piece and what transpired. My palms sweated against my thighs, and my heart was beating so loud I thought everyone could hear it. Mrs. Franklin entered the stage, and the only sound was her shoes clicking on the wood floor. She turned and told the audience in her calm teacher voice that she'd been my piano teacher for 2 years, meeting twice a week after school. Samantha never attended one of my lessons or showed any music theory or piano technical skills, she added. Mrs. The judges saw William's phone screen as she explained that she kept attendance logs and payment receipts for each pupil. One judge requested me to stay after the concert to discuss what happened. My parents were sitting halfway back in the theater, and Mom looked pale and shocked while Dad had his arms crossed. They looked at each other, and the stage like they couldn't believe what they were hearing. When the talent show progressed, I barely noticed the other performers, since my mind was racing over what might happen next. The judges made their selections in a tiny area backstage, after the last act, while the audience shouted their opinions. Having nowhere else to go, I sat on the piano bench. Several people told me my performance was lovely. After 10 minutes, the judges announced the winners, starting with third. My name was mentioned when they won first prize, and claimed I had shown remarkable technical competence and emotional depth in one of the most difficult classical piano works. I accepted the medal, but I could see my parents in the lobby through the auditorium doors, looking angry instead of proud. I knew I was in trouble when Mom shook her head and gestured to Dad. After talking to the judges about Samantha, they let me leave, and I went to the lobby to see my parents. Mom instantly asked why I would disgrace Samantha in front of hundreds of people instead of talking to her at home. Dad told us to leave now, and go home for a family meeting regarding my behavior. Mom stopped me from explaining that Samantha had lied about teaching me piano for months, saying this wasn't the time for excuses. I could feel tears building behind my eyes as we headed to the parking lot. But I didn't let them fall. It was just the three of us traveling home after Samantha left with her aunt in the back row. We lived 8 minutes from the school, but the drive felt like forever. The first few minutes were quiet as I watched the city lights blur by the window. Mom broke the pause by expressing she was disappointed in me for humiliating my sister instead of sharing credit gently. I started to say Samantha never taught me piano, but Dad interjected and said we would discuss everything at home and I needed to stop. His voice sounded angry, and arguing would make matters worse. Even with the heater on, I sat in the rear seat and wrapped my arms over myself, feeling cold. Samantha rode home alone with her aunt, who drove to the show, so she was probably already at the house giving her side and playing victim. Samantha was on the big couch in the living room with red swollen eyes, looking like she'd been crying the whole drive. When we entered, she looked up and folded her face like she was crying again. Samantha started shakily saying that I'd been planning this ambush for months, because I was jealous of her before my parents could take their coats off. She said she was giving me credit publicly to boost my confidence, but I now made her appear like a liar in front of everyone. Dad stood with his arms crossed looking at us as Mom sat close to Samantha and held her shoulders. Samantha talked about how hard she'd tried to be a good sister, and help me achieve. So I thanked her. Samantha's tale made sense to Mom, who nodded. I panicked because they were buying this updated version of events. With shaky hands, I pulled my phone out of my pocket, and opened the Pictures app to find my 2-year-old piano lesson registration paperwork. I showed Dad the date and Mrs. Williams's signature on the phone to prove I'd been taking piano lessons before Samantha realized I was interested. Dad seized my phone and zoomed in on the photograph, while Samantha insisted from the couch that the form didn't prove who taught me at home. Though I'd had formal classes at school, Mom thought Samantha had helped me practice at home. Thus, she felt like she was teaching me. I wanted to shout that Samantha had never helped me, but I knew crying would make me appear worse. Dad checked his phone before answering, and into the kitchen for privacy. Through the wall, I heard his muffled voice but couldn't understand. Samantha whispered to Mom that I'd always been competitive with her, and jealous of her age and success. Mom rubbed Samantha's hair and made calming sounds while I felt invisible. Dad entered the living room with an odd expression after what seemed like forever. Mrs. Williams had given him complete records of every session I'd taken, including dates, times, fees, and names of each piece. After 30 minutes on the phone, Mrs. Williams told him she'd asked me periodically over the years if anyone was helping me practice at home, but I'd always declined. Dad looked at Samantha like he was unraveling a jigsaw, when his anger turned to uncertainty. Sitting in the recliner across from the couch, Dad asked Samantha if she could play any instrument. Samantha turned red again and cried louder, saying this was unjust, and everyone was bullying her. Mom instantly defended Samantha, saying she was shaken by everything, and we should give her space instead of questioning her. Even though Mrs. Williams's meticulous records showed that I'd been hiding my piano practice from Samantha, my parents were still protecting her. I was frustrated. Dad seemed eager to inquire more, but Mom told him to stop. So he sighed and suggested we go to bed and chat more in the morning when everyone was calmer. It was so hard to sleep that night because I kept thinking about the talent show, car ride, and home chat. Samantha and her parents were making breakfast when I arrived downstairs the next morning. Samantha told her mom that she may have overstated her part in my piano playing, but she had helped me with guitar, art, and writing. Even though she didn't teach me every note, she supported and advised me. Mom was nodding and cooking pancakes while stating that sounded logical and maybe we should move on from the past. As I drank orange juice, my gut twisted because Samantha was already pivoting to defend her other lies and Mom was letting her. After the talent event, I was anxious about what others might say in school on Monday. Before first period, 3 professors met me in the hallway to discuss about what happened. Ella Thompson, my art teacher, stopped me near the lockers and asked if Samantha had helped me with my portrait from last semester. I informed her Samantha had never helped me, and that all those statements about educating me were lies. Ella looked very serious and stated she needed to talk to the principal about Samantha's earlier statements. Due to my thoughts of Ella talking to the principal about Samantha's lies, first period felt like forever. Ella caught up with me in the hallway after the bell sounded, and invited me to her classroom during my free time. I agreed and distracted myself in algebra for the next hour by rehashing Samantha's art instruction claims. I went to Ella's classroom during my free time, and saw her at her desk with a folder. She looked up and motioned for me to seat when I entered. Ella looked through the drawer, and found numerous printed emails from Samantha last year. The first came from October asking Ella to highlight Samantha's guidance when discussing my portrait project with teachers. Samantha took 2 paragraphs to describe the advanced painting methods she'd taught me and her pride in my achievement. Ella brought me a December email from Samantha asking to be a spring art class teaching assistant. She claimed to have taught younger students, and wanted to formalize her role in my artistic growth. Samantha had been lying to my instructors for almost a year, so reading these emails made me sick. Samantha's unclear, and occasionally wrong descriptions of painting techniques bothered Ella. After responding cordially, she never listed Samantha as an assistant. Ella now wanted to show Principal Carter all this documentation, and questioned Samantha's claims about instructing me. She suggested reviewing similar emails or exchanges from other professors. When Ella believed me and took this seriously, it felt like an adult was finally listening. Lunch cafeteria was worse than I imagined. 3 English class girls encircled me near the drink station, as I collected my tray, and walked to my normal table. They wondered if Samantha had lied about educating me. I responded sure, and said Samantha had never taught me anything despite years of credit. The girl nodded sympathetically, and said she'd always thought Samantha seemed to talk about me like a project she'd fixed. 2 classmates said Samantha told her entire friend group that I'd fail classes without her assistance. They were kind, but 2 of Samantha's pals passed by, and one remarked loudly that some individuals will do anything for publicity, including destroying their own family. Another said Samantha had always been nice to me, and I was being ungrateful. Because the social consequences spread faster than expected, my cheeks got hot and my stomach hurt. Trying to eat at my table, I kept seeing people gazing over and whispering. Every single person in Samantha's normal cafeteria group stared at me like I'd committed a terrible crime. One girl at Samantha's table pointed at me while chatting, and everyone stared. I told my friend sitting next to me that I was all right, but my stomach felt knotted. Though I knew exposing Samantha would have consequences, seeing everyone select sides made me feel terrible. Some classmates were encouraging, while others thought I was causing trouble. Not knowing who believed what or how many people Samantha had convinced with her story was the worst. Samantha came around the gym corner as I walked to the bus after school. She entered my route with a flaming face and fierce eyes. She claimed I had tarnished her name, and made her appear a liar to everyone who mattered. I attempted to go around her, but she blocked me again. Samantha claimed that sharing credit for my job was just to boost my confidence. She did it for me as a favor since I was too bashful and insecure to take credit. I reminded her that taking credit for others' work wasn't sharing, or assisting me. Samantha said that I should be thankful she made me appear wonderful instead of invisible. While feeling angry, I remarked, taking credit for achievements I earned myself while telling everyone I needed her help to function wasn't making me look good. Samantha came closer and stated I was ungrateful and selfish, and regretted humiliating her publicly. She turned and rushed toward her aunt's parking lot. The confrontation was so intense and Samantha seemed to think she was helping me, so I stood there shivering. I got on the bus weary and upset. I took a seat in the back, and glanced out the window to comprehend the day's events. That evening, I heard the house phone ring downstairs, while completing schoolwork in my room. Dad replied and said Ella's name, so I sneaked upstairs to listen. Ella admitted she had proof Samantha lied about teaching me art. She said other teachers shared her concerns about Samantha, claiming credit for my efforts. Dad seemed serious as he took notes and answered questions. Dad hung up after 10 minutes, and called Samantha to the living room. Dad requested Samantha to sit down for a serious chat, while I listened from the top of the stairs. Mom sat on the couch apprehensive after coming from the kitchen. Dad claimed Ella called with worry over Samantha's art teaching claims. He asked Samantha to tell me what she taught me in painting class. Sam delivered unclear responses concerning color theory and shading brush techniques. Samantha stated she taught me color mixing and composition, when Dad asked for additional specifics. Dad kept asking specific questions, but Mom nodded along like this was reasonable. When he asked Samantha about my final semester portrait project, she responded it was an oil face. Dad pointed out that I used acrylics, not oils, and that the portrait was a whole figure. Samantha mumbled that she'd confused the details but recalled helping me. Dad wanted her to show me any painting skill she'd taught me, but Samantha didn't have her equipment. Mom said Samantha could show us again, but Dad's expression revealed he didn't believe it. He stated Ella had emails from Samantha claiming expert painting methods, but failing to address basic project queries. Samantha turned red, and said Ella was misremembering their chats. Samantha stated Ella might be confused or attempting to cause trouble when Dad inquired why she made up emails. The excuses were starting to seem hollow to Mom, who went from defensive to hesitant. In the following days, I wrote down everything I remembered about Samantha's lies. In a notebook, I wrote dates as accurately as possible. 2 years ago, she promised to teach me algebra. I covered the fundraiser cookies in October. I placed her portrait online saying she taught me to paint. In the short story competition, she claimed to have edited and revised my work. Guitar claims, piano lying. Every time she said she was coaching me, tutoring me, or teaching me. For each occurrence, I recorded who heard her assertion, and where. Teachers, classmates, and relatives who were taught these lies during family gatherings were listed. The science fair where she told judges she helped develop my experiments was written down. I recorded her attempt to accept the award on my behalf. Talent show, witnesses, and everything else were added. The list increased to 2 pages in my notebook. Samantha stole each entry, which I did alone. Seeing it written down confirmed the pattern. A year of systematic credit theft in every element of my life. I was angry, yet happy to see those papers, since I now had proof, rather than just my word against hers. Samantha started a school campaign telling everyone that I was jealous of her because she was older and more accomplished. I heard from friends that she described the talent show as my performance pressure breakdown. She claimed I'd always competed with her, and couldn't take her superiority. I staged the public confrontation to get attention and sympathy, she said. Her account was believed by several unfamiliar students. I heard hallway whispering about how sad it was that I was jealous of my sister. According to Samantha's friends, I always hated her, for being prettier, smarter, and more skilled. Because I couldn't believe that she was naturally better than me, they said I lied about her stealing credit. Our casual acquaintances were responding to the counter-narrative. Students who had taken my seminars or seen my work were more suspicious of Samantha's story. Other pupils inquired about the incident, so my art teacher showed my portfolio. My English teacher informed several people that I wrote all my competition essays in class, where Samantha couldn't have assisted. The truth and Samantha's lies were spreading, and I couldn't control which people believed. Mrs. Williams emailed my parents to meet in person to discuss what she'd seen in 2 years of piano lessons. She remarked that she'd never seen such calculated credit theft in her 20 years of teaching. She claimed she had proof Samantha had no role in my musical instruction. Her meeting times were flexible, and she claimed my parents needed to know everything. Mom seemed concerned when reading the email at breakfast. She wondered why Mrs. Williams was so upset. Dad advised taking the meeting seriously because Mrs. Williams was a respected instructor who would not lie. Mom thought maybe everyone was overreacting and we should go forward as a family. Dad demanded they hear Mrs. Williams. The following Tuesday after school, they arranged to meet her. Mom seemed reluctant throughout, like she still didn't want to face Samantha's actions. My parents drove to school Tuesday afternoon for Mrs. Williams's meeting. They discussed in Mrs. Williams's office while I waited in the music room. After an hour-long meeting, Mom's eyes were red like she'd cried. I sensed a major event as we drove home in silence. Dad invited me into the living room after supper, and my parents sat down looking serious. Dad said Mrs. Williams showed them thorough records of my 2-year lessons. Attendance, payment, and progress notes were with her. She showed the practice schedule, confirming I practiced every day after school because I told her I needed privacy at home. Mom's voice shook when Mrs. Williams said I'd clearly addressed keeping my development from my stepsister. That was confirmed by nodding. Mom was devastated when I said it. Dad asked me why I disguised my accomplishments at home. I said Samantha would take credit for everything I did. I began concealing everything. I tried telling them before, but Samantha was always believed because she was older, more confident, and better at talking to adults. Mother cried again and apologized for not listening. Dad seemed angry with himself for not recognizing it sooner. Not at me. Mom gazed at me on the couch with a crumpled face and tears in her eyes. She was sorry I wasn't heard for so long and wished I'd come sooner. She dried her eyes and said that this was all a great misunderstanding that went awry. She thought Samantha started helping me with something minor, and then it became a huge topic she couldn't back out of without seeming awful. Dad changed his seat and stiffened his jaw, rejecting that explanation. He claimed lying to everyone for a year wasn't a misunderstanding. Mom pleaded with him to believe Samantha wasn't bad. Tense, uncomfortable tension between them. I took my English folder from my backpack to my room after school the next day. All graded essays and short stories from the past year, including Samantha's competition-winning piece, were saved. I brought the folder downstairs and placed the papers on the table. I called my parents while they cooked dinner. Every work featured my name at the top and my teacher's red pen comments. No outside help or editing. Dad read the competition stories, 2 pages of teacher remarks praising my original voice and plot organization. Mom read over my other essays, and her face changed as she noticed my name on each one, and no sign that Samantha had touched them. Dad sat down and stated this confirmed the story. Mom nodded slowly, but she still seemed unwilling to accept the evidence. 2 days later, my parents received a big envelope. Mom pulled out a school letterhead letter at the kitchen table. Samantha claimed credit for my artwork after Ella Thompson wrote 2 entire pages about it. Samantha specified dates and discussions where she claimed taught me skills. Ella stated that Samantha's answers to easy questions regarding color mixing and composition indicated she had no art skills. Ella concluded as a 15-year teacher that Samantha had intentionally misrepresented her involvement in my work. Dad gave Mom the letter after reading it twice. Mom shook her hands while reading. Systematic pattern and deliberate deception were in the letter. No longer one teacher's observation. School officials issued this. Samantha returned from her friend's house that evening, and Mom sat her in the living room. Staying in the hallway let me hear everything. Mom gently mentioned they'd received disturbing information from my teachers. Samantha instantly hit back, saying everyone was overreacting. She said she wanted to bond with me by caring about my interests. Although she may have exaggerated. She wanted to be a good big sister and boost my confidence. Mom softened and squeezed Samantha's hand. Mom understands Samantha's attempt to connect with me and cares. When Mom framed 1 year of credit theft as sisterly bonding, my chest tightened with frustration. Dad remained silent, but seemed doubtful. Dad informed us at breakfast the following Monday that he had a principal meeting for Wednesday afternoon. Samantha inquired why the principal was involved as her fork clanked on her plate. Dad wanted a complete picture of what instructors had seen in a year. At school on Wednesday, I went to the library during the meeting to do homework, but kept watching the clock. Nearly an hour was spent meeting. I returned home that night to find my parents serious. Principal Carter had studied files from 4 teachers. And they all showed Samantha claiming credit for my efforts, Dad stated. Dad described what the principal told them 3 times using concerned. Dad spoke, and Mom looked uncomfortable but didn't dispute. The next night, Principal Carter called to meet with both my parents. Dad spoke while I sat on the steps. He repeatedly said, "I understand and that makes sense, and we appreciate your guidance." He told Mom after hanging up that Principal Carter said this trend indicated deeper difficulties that needed expert attention. Principal advised family therapy, and called Samantha's actions academic dishonesty. Dad's final statement made Mom shudder. She argued it wasn't fair to compare Samantha to a cheating student because the situations were different. How were they different? Dad questioned. No excellent response from Mom. The night I tried to sleep, I heard shouting from my parents' bedroom. Crawling to my door, I opened it slightly. Dad said they had to accept the fact that Samantha had been lying to everyone. Mom grew harsher, stating they couldn't destroy Samantha's self-esteem by making her some villain. Dad insisted on acknowledging Samantha's wrongdoing to me above preserving her feelings. Samantha needed help, not criticism, Mom argued. They argued for over an hour, getting furious. Mom cried once. Then it went quiet. But I could tell neither had changed their minds. Dad announced family counseling the next morning, when Samantha and I were eating cereal in the kitchen. He was uncommunicative with his firm voice. Samantha replied that she didn't need therapy when her spoon stopped halfway. She claimed everyone was exaggerating this. Dad stated it was final, and we had our first appointment on Thursday. Mom stood by the counter confused, wanting to back Dad's decision, and protect Samantha from being attacked. However, she didn't contradict Dad. She threw her bowl, and stomped upstairs. Sitting there, I was happy someone was finally taking this seriously. We drove downtown to a counseling office Thursday afternoon. Counselor Alicia Zimmerman had comfy chairs and tissues on every table. She requested our introductions, and reasons for being there. Samantha took the lead, stating school mistakes were exaggerated because I was sensitive to credit sharing. She blamed my insecurity for everything. Samantha was asked to explain what she taught me in piano after Alicia wrote something in her notebook. Samantha gave me a long, vague answer regarding rhythm and music. Alicia inquired about Samantha's polyrhythm teaching methods. She fumbled about the approaches. Alicia inquired about the Chopin key. Samantha replied that she wasn't sure. Mom now seemed doubtful. Although Alicia took thorough notes and kept her face neutral, I could tell she was watching Samantha struggle to answer basic questions. Next, Alicia asked me how Samantha's behavior had affected me over the past 2 years. I inhaled and said that I'd started hiding my efforts and accomplishments since I knew she'd steal credit. In place of bringing projects home, I practiced piano at school. Teachers treated me poorly because Samantha convinced them I needed continual support. Everything I did was credited to Samantha, making me feel invisible in my family. When I said nobody saw me for who I was, my voice broke. Mom cried again and grabbed the tissues. Dad gripped his chair arm. Samantha surveyed the floor. Alicia noted. We had a lot of work to do as a family. The next week, Alicia asked Samantha most of her questions in our second counseling appointment. Samantha became upset when she was asked why she wanted to take credit for my labor, alleging the matter was blown out of proportion. Alicia sat silently until Samantha ran out of steam, then repeated the inquiry, asking what Samantha learned by pretending to teach me stuff she didn't know. Samantha gazed at the floor with folded arms for almost a minute, before muttering about wanting to be useful. For everyone to hear, Alicia leaned forward and asked her to speak. Samantha louder claimed she felt pressure to be successful and helpful when she joined our family. It started with little exaggerations about helping with homework, and she couldn't stop without confessing she'd been lying. Dad clenched his jaw as Mom reached for tissues again. She wrote notes and questioned Samantha if she realized how her behavior affected me and our family. Alicia asked Samantha to speak, after she nodded. Samantha whispered that she knew it was improper but didn't believe anyone would notice. Her honesty was nearly worse than her lies, since she weighed the risk of being found. Sitting down her pen, Alicia said in a calm but serious manner that this pattern of behavior had undermined family trust and my sense of home safety. In front of my parents, she suggested Samantha needed individual therapy to address her fears and self-esteem issues that led to credit fraud. Mama flinched when she said pathological lying. Alicia promised family counseling, but Samantha needed professional help to understand why she felt inadequate and stole her younger sister's achievements. Samantha sat with her fists clenched, her face heated at the thought of arguing. When Dad inquired what to do, Alicia stated she'd refer him to adolescent behavioral therapists. Mom wondered if Samantha had a condition, and Alicia replied it was too early to diagnose, but the behavior pattern warranted expert intervention. Samantha ended the session without looking at anyone. The school saw tiny but notable changes in the weeks that followed. When someone said Samantha taught me guitar in music class, my teacher corrected them and said, I self-taught. The pupils were astonished by the public. Factual clarification. In art class, Ella denied that Samantha had helped with my portrait. Teacher after teacher corrected Samantha's bogus tale, and each correction seemed like a small restoration of my reputation. My autonomous artwork was praised by the drama club advisor, who invited me to paint sets. Focusing on independent was intentional. A note from my English teacher said she was impressed by my constant voice in all my writing, and had always knew I worked alone. Even these modest instances gathered into social rectification. I was relieved when Samantha's pals stopped talking to me. Children who believed her stories now looked at me with sympathy and wonder. School talk changed from Samantha being my mentor, to her being a phony. I didn't like her humiliation, but I wanted the truth. Mom begged to talk privately one night at my bedroom door. She sat quietly on my bed for a while before explaining she was in denial about the issue. Accepting the truth meant admitting she failed to protect me for 2 years. When Mom stated she should have recognized something was amiss when I started hiding my projects and staying late at school, her voice cracked. She regretted not believing me, and allowing Samantha's bold lies overshadow my quiet truth. She stated she'd been thinking about all the times I'd tried to tell Samantha things weren't how she described them and been disregarded as sibling rivalry. Her apologies wasn't flawless or faultless, but seeing her recognize her mistake mattered. I told her she needed to see me for who I was, instead of Samantha's version when she asked how to improve things. Mom embraced me, and promised to listen better. Even though the damage was irreparable, it was a start. Dad introduced new house rules at a weekend family meeting. He stated that Samantha could not discuss my accomplishments outside the family without my consent. Any statements about educating me, or helping me with projects, have to be factual. Samantha's social and phone use would be restricted if she broke these regulations. Samantha looked grumpy on the couch but accepted the restrictions. Dad also stated that he and Mom would henceforth directly ask me about my work and successes, rather than Samantha. To stop my sister from taking credit for my life, we required explicit rules, which was heartbreaking. Samantha headed upstairs after the meeting, and I heard her door slam. The new boundaries produced friction in the house, but they also allowed me to subsist without thievery. Samantha started individual therapy with adolescent behavioral specialist Dr. Robinson. Dr. Robinson consulted with my parents without Samantha after her 3rd session. I didn't participate, but Mom and Dad discussed it. Dr. Robinson explained that Samantha had low self-esteem, despite her confidence and social skills. It appears she spent most of her childhood being compared to more accomplished cousins, and felt inadequate. She felt inadequate when she joined our family and saw me accomplish at areas she struggled with. Samantha used credit theft to cope with worthlessness, according to Dr. Robinson. Mom said this explained so much, and Dad agreed it showed context, but didn't excuse the behavior. Samantha had issues, but I was weary of her problems being used to downplay her actions. Being told why someone wounded you doesn't erase it. I stopped hiding my employment at school. I told everyone I wrote my family dysfunction short tale independently, when I won another writing competition. In class, my English teacher revealed my award, and said the work showed my unique voice and perspective. Several teachers made a point to publicly praise my talent and support. Ella Thompson suggested I enter a regional art show, and pledged to write a reference letter praising my artistic independence. Mrs. Williams stated my piano skills were good enough for a youth orchestra audition. Without Samantha's shadow, being recognized for my work seemed odd. After years of suppressing my successes, claiming them openly was difficult. Each time I took credit for whatever I did, it became simpler to feel I earned it. Samantha's apologies in our next family therapy session seemed incorrect. She apologized for her actions and any misconceptions. Alicia paused and explained that wasn't an apology. Alicia, said Samantha, sorry you felt hurt, put responsibility on me for my reaction instead of on Samantha for her actions. Alicia helped Samantha take responsibility by asking her to identify what she did wrong and why. Several minutes of false beginnings and defensive statements plagued Samantha. Finally, with effort, she apologized for lying about instructing me and stealing my work. She admitted intently deceiving everyone, including our parents, for almost a year. Samantha's apology was awkward but more honest than usual. Samantha told Alicia she didn't know how to regain trust, but she'd quit lying. It was recognition, not transformation. Instead of Samantha filtering everything, Mom and Dad started questioning me about my hobbies and projects. I told Dad about Mrs. Williams' new piano pieces, when he asked about my practice. Since he seemed interested, I offered him to watch a lesson. Dad watched me practice a Beethoven sonata the following Tuesday, in Mrs. Williams' studio. He then informed Mrs. Williams that he was unaware of my advanced playing. My 2-year progress record, and the technical difficulties of my pieces were shown to him. Dad gazed at me with astonishment, and apologized for missing this development. Small moments of being seen by my parents were more essential than large apologies. They learned about me as a person, not Samantha's project. Samantha confessed in therapy 2 months after the talent competition, which Dr. Robinson told my parents. Samantha stated she was jealous of my innate talents because she worked harder for less recognition. She said she struggled with academics and creativity while I picked up piano, art, and writing easily. She started taking credit to feel linked to accomplishment, even if it wasn't hers. Because jealousy inferiorized her. Samantha realized that stealing credit hadn't alleviated her insecurity in our family session after Alicia made this statement. Her disappointment increased since she felt the praise was fake. In this session, Samantha cried for the first time, showing true emotion rather than defensive rage. She said she realized she needed to find her strengths, instead of parasitizing my successes. Progress. Even if it didn't repair the damage. I said what needed to be said at the next family therapy session. For weeks, Alicia worked with Samantha individually, and the progress was minor but noticeable. Samantha looked exhausted across from me in the counselor's office. Not defensive. It was the first time since the talent event that I spoke directly to her without our parents interfering. I told her I understood her insecurities behind her conduct. I told her she felt inadequate seeing me achieve at my natural talents. And I informed her that what she did to me for a year was cruel and harmed my trust in my family. I said that I hid every success because I couldn't trust anyone in our house to accept them. I said teachers thought I was unintelligent because Mom said I needed continual assistance. I said I felt invisible since she deleted me from every success I fought for. Samantha didn't stop or apologize. Keeping her hands in her lap, she listened. She hesitantly nodded, and stated she knew she couldn't reverse it after I finished. Therapy showed her how harmful her conduct was, and she wanted to change. She never begged forgiveness or promised our relationship. She admitted fault and insisted she was improving. I wasn't transformed, but she gave me my first true accountability. I entered the art room after school the following Monday, and told Ella I wanted to join the group. I received a membership form immediately with a smile. Samantha constantly got into my extracurriculars, so I avoided them for a year. Now I could act freely without fear. I also joined the Thursday Creative Writing Club. I felt free without Samantha's shadow at both places. Ella helped me create a portfolio of my best work. She helped me picture my classwork over the past year. I learned composition and professional presentation from her. It felt great to have a teacher focus on my skills, rather than Samantha's lies. Art club members noticed my style, and asked about my processes. No mention of Samantha. I painted unusual colored landscapes as Lily. Having my own work recognized instead as Samantha's pupil felt like fresh air after years of smoke. Samantha joined supper to discuss debate team practice. At first, I believed she was planning another credit theft scam, but she kept going to rehearsals, and bringing home argument strategy papers. Dad and her discussed logical fallacies and rebuttals. She seemed delighted one night when she described winning a practice argument against a senior. Mom asked Samantha about it, and she detailed her arguments without claiming guidance. She took pride in her accomplishment. The debate coach informed our parents Samantha was good at public speaking, and rapid thinking under pressure. Her prosperity reduced her need to parasitize mine. We passed in the school hallway, and she had debate materials instead of loitering near my classrooms. Her debate team friends knew her skills. It was strange but vital to watch her build her own personality without stealing mine. She wasn't trustworthy, but I could tell she was attempting to develop something real. My parents invited us into the living room for a family discussion 3 months after the talent performance. My gut tightened expecting another family unity or forgiveness lecture. Father sat forward with his hands clasped and stated they needed to acknowledge something significant. He claimed they missed our family's toxic dynamic. Since Samantha seemed confident and helpful, while I was younger and quieter, he said he believed her too quickly. He suggested asking why I never wanted to share my work at home, or studied piano at school instead of utilizing ours. Mom stated she's learning to question appearances. She added that she always felt older siblings aided younger ones, and never considered Samantha's involvement could be phony. She apologized for rejecting my truth-telling. She stated, "Watching me thrive now that Samantha wasn't claiming credit, showed her how much damage the dynamic had caused." They pledged to improve their family dynamic. The apologies wasn't great, but it acknowledged their failure. In our next family session, Alicia established new communication patterns. She said our family had a hierarchy based on age and confidence rather than recognizing everyone's voice. She had me practice voicing concerns without being interrupted. I asserted myself when Samantha sought to take credit in role-playing, and my parents listened instead of believing the older sister. Alicia explained that the exercises were unpleasant and artificial, but required to change old patterns. Samantha had to practice asking about my activities without interfering. Our parents practiced fact-checking before believing Samantha's statements. An hour was spent discussing hypothetical situations and remedies. Mom apologized during the sessions, claiming practicing basic communication was foolish. Since our family had normalized disorder for so long, Alicia said we needed explicit practice doing things differently. After the session, I was fatigued yet hopeful that things would improve. I set boundaries with Samantha the following week in private. We decided to keep our distance and not act like sisters. We would be polite at family dinners and greet each other at school, but we wouldn't hang out or talk about ourselves. We only attended each other's parties when invited. It was forbidden to discuss each other's accomplishments. Since stepsisters were supposed to be buddies, the boundaries were sad. Pretending everything was fine was worse. Functional, but not warm, was our relationship. We could live together without conflict, but we wouldn't force closeness. We both liked having defined guidelines instead of vague expectations. Samantha wasn't hated anymore, but I didn't trust her. Given what happened, the distancing felt natural. Samantha didn't attend my early December piano presentation. I declined Mom's invitation instantly. When I declined, Samantha looked relieved. Not as much as I wanted her to watch me perform. Mom and Dad sat first row with flowers. I performed Debussy, and a Bach innovation Mrs. Williams helped me prepare. While other families celebrated their kids, my parents waited in the foyer. Mom and Dad introduced me as their talented daughter without mentioning Samantha, when other parents complimented my playing. My dad informed one couple I'd been studying and worked hard for years. Mom gave them my performance video. No one inquired if Samantha taught me. The way my parents portrayed me changed was fantastic. My true self was revealed instead of Samantha's project. My independence and success were cemented at school. Spring semester transfer students knew me from my work. They knew I played piano, painted, and wrote stories. But not Samantha. My merit led teachers to recommend me for advanced programs. My English teacher suggested a regional writing workshop. Ella submitted my portfolio to a young artist showcase. The music department invited me to the spring concert. I got all these opportunities because people recognized my skills instead of Samantha's lies. I was finally seen. My classmates asked for art and writing aid. Nobody helped or spoke softly to me. Consistent proof of my ability eradicated my year of incompetence. Samantha truly improved in individual therapy. Her therapist taught her self-esteem without stealing others' work. After asking Mom to transport her to school one afternoon, Samantha spent over an hour there. Mom asked her what she did when she returned. Samantha apologized to numerous of my professors for misrepresenting me. She confessed to lying about helping with my art in Ella's lesson. She confessed to never editing my papers to my English teacher. They found Mrs. Williams and apologized for saying she taught me piano. Samantha apologized, which was humiliating but showed accountability. Samantha's apology felt genuine and painful, Ella said later. Samantha cried when she said she lied about training me to paint. Although it didn't repair my reputation from the past year, the teachers appreciated the accountability. I placed first in my age group in a regional painting competition 4 months after the talent show. Local newspaper reporter interviewed me about my work. I answered questions about my art and influences in our living room. I mentioned Ella's mentorship and portfolio development. Online tutorials and practice helped me learn strategies. As a child, my grandmother encouraged my imagination. Credit was given without exaggerating anyone's participation. I claimed my parents were supportive but not artists, when the reporter asked whether anyone was artistic. No one mentioned Samantha. I was photographed with one of my paintings, and quoted about my dedication and talent in the following week's piece. Samantha never tried to join the story. After reading the story over breakfast, she said, "Congratulations," and returned to her debate team notes. Her letting me enjoy an achievement to myself felt like progress. A week after the newspaper article, Mom knocked on my bedroom door while I practiced a new piece. On my bed, she watched me finish the phrase before speaking. Though it hurt the family, she said she was pleased of how I stood up for myself at the talent competition. My courage made her wish she'd had it at my age. Dad agreed a few minutes later, saying watching me advocate for myself improved his listening. They apologized again for delay in seeing what was happening. Mom cried when she stated she kept repeating the past 2 years, seeing them differently now. Dad grabbed my shoulder and promised to make me feel heard and respected. The chat felt sincere, like they were finally absorbing Samantha's actions. We saw Alicia again the following Tuesday, for family therapy. She insists Samantha and I discuss everything directly. Samantha sat across from me, uneasy, but not defensive. She accepted responsibility without excuses. When Alicia encouraged her, Samantha inhaled and apologized for a year of systematic credit theft. Like a trained speaker, she said the words slowly. She admitted to hurting my self-esteem and family. She said she'd made me feel invisible at home and insecure with instructors and family. She knew saying sorry wouldn't solve her mistake, but she wanted me to know she was sorry. When she said she made me hide my job because I couldn't trust my family, her voice trembled. Without interrupting, I watched her face to see if she meant it. After she ended, I accepted her accountability. Knowing trust would take time. Her honesty was appreciated, but deeds mattered more. Alicia nodded and stated it was the right limit. 3 weeks after my piano lesson, Mrs. Williams called me into her office. She appeared with papers on her desk and a huge smile. She nominated me for a Regional Arts Foundation Youth Music Scholarship. My effort and talent were already praised in her recommendation letter. The letter she showed me mentioned my dedication to practicing, and my ability to conquer tough parts alone. I knew Samantha was involved when she said I'd overcome many difficulties to follow my goal. Mrs. Williams said the grant will cover university professor advanced lectures and competition registration fees. My musical journey essay and audition video were required. Applications were due in 6 weeks. I was anxious about being evaluated by strangers, but excited. Mrs. Williams gripped my hand and exclaimed her belief in me. The acceptance letter arrived 2 months later. Starting that summer, the grant would cover 2 years of advanced courses. Samantha discussed earning the regional debate team's Best Speaker prize at a family dinner that spring. She exhibited the trophy and discussed the tournament. Parents praised her and questioned her reasons and opponents. No one doubted her accomplishment. Who helped her, or coached her speeches, was never asked. We celebrated something she did herself. Samantha saw too, looking almost glad when the talk lingered on her sincere effort. After supper, she silently thanked her parents for trusting her, so we could celebrate her real accomplishments without suspicion. Felt like progress. She liked getting recognized for her work rather than stealing from me. I began teaching younger community center pupils beginning piano in May. After hearing about my scholarship, the director asked if I'd work with low-income students. I taught 3 students basic scales and songs every Saturday morning. 7-year-old Clyde struggled to read notes but loved making up melodies. We started with ear learning and then added written music. Shy 1-year-old Sophia had good rhythm. I helped her gain stage confidence. Teaching them made me feel delight unlike my own practice. Parents praised my patience and skill after seeing their kids improve. The mother said her daughter talked about me all week and practiced without being reminded. I felt empowered teaching music, after years of bogus teaching claims. I was teaching these kids, not taking credit for their progress. Samantha graduated early June from high school. The football stadium hosted the ceremony for hundreds of families. In her blue cap and gown, she crossed the stage to receive her diploma. The next weekend, our parents hosted a graduation party for Samantha's family and friends at our house. Helped set up backyard tables and hang congrats banners. Samantha thanked everyone for their support in a brief address during the party. As she finished, she looked at me and thanked her sister Lily for being talented and encouraging. She learned about commitment by witnessing me pursue my ambitions. She never took credit for my accomplishments or claimed to have helped me. The simple acknowledgement was big coming from her in front of everyone. Afterward, several family complimented Samantha's maturity. Samantha's aunt said she'd attend college in another state in August. Physical separation would benefit us both. Home life calmed once Samantha left for college in late August. I could put my paintings on the kitchen table without worrying about someone photographing and claiming credit. At supper, I could discuss my writing without Samantha interfering. I kept my sheet music on the piano instead of in my room. Mom and Dad kept seeing me clearly and encouraging my growth. Dad stopped presuming I needed help with my music theory homework and started asking explicit questions. Mom observed my art club meetings without suggesting Samantha attend. When I discussed my interests and goals, they listened. Samantha's lies no longer strained the family. The end of the year senior recital was in spring. Mrs. Williams helped me choose 6 Bach to contemporary pieces. At the talent contest 2 years previously, the Chopin ballad started everything. I spent months improving my interpretation of difficult passages. The Saturday night recital was in the school auditorium. Teachers, students, and parents who had seen me grow as a musician crowded the room. One of Mrs. Williams' most loyal students in her 20-year tenure was me. She appreciated my tenacity and musicality. Entering the stage, I was nervous but ready. The piano bench felt comfortable as I started the first piece. It was straightforward and confident throughout. I noticed Ella with other teachers in the audience between pieces. I saw my folks smiling in the third row. The audience paused before applauding when I finished the Chopin ballad. I placed first in my age group in a regional painting competition, 4 months after the talent show. Local newspaper reporter interviewed me about my work. I answered questions about my art and influences in our living room. I mentioned Ella's mentorship and portfolio development. Online tutorials and practice helped me learn strategies. As a child, my grandmother encouraged my imagination. Credit was given without exaggerating anyone's participation. I claimed my parents were supportive but not artists when the reporter asked whether anyone was artistic. No one mentioned Samantha. I was photographed with one of my paintings and quoted about my dedication and talent in the following week's piece. Samantha never tried to join the story. After reading the story over breakfast, she said, "Congratulations," and returned to her debate team notes. Her letting me enjoy an achievement to myself felt like progress. A week after the newspaper article, Mom knocked on my bedroom door while I practiced a new piece. On my bed, she watched me finish the phrase before speaking. Though it hurt the family, she said she was pleased of how I stood up for myself at the talent competition. My courage made her wish she'd had it at my age. Dad agreed a few minutes later, saying watching me advocate for myself improved his listening. They apologized again for delay in seeing what was happening. Mom cried when she stated she kept repeating the past 2 years, seeing them differently now. Dad grabbed my shoulder and promised to make me feel heard and respected. The chat felt sincere, like they were finally absorbing Samantha's actions. We saw Alicia again the following Tuesday for family therapy. She insists Samantha and I discuss everything directly. Samantha sat across from me, uneasy but not defensive. She accepted responsibility without excuses when Alicia encouraged her. Samantha inhaled and apologized for a year of systematic credit theft. Like a trained speaker, she said the words slowly. She admitted to hurting my self-esteem and family. She said she'd made me feel invisible at home and insecure with instructors and family. She knew saying sorry wouldn't solve her mistake, but she wanted me to know she was sorry. When she said she made me hide my job because I couldn't trust my family, her voice trembled. Without interrupting, I watched her face to see if she meant it. After she ended, I accepted her accountability, knowing trust would take time. Her honesty was appreciated, but deeds mattered more. Alicia nodded and stated it was the right limit. 3 weeks after my piano lesson, Mrs. Williams called me into her office. She appeared with papers on her desk and a huge smile. She nominated me for a Regional Arts Foundation Youth Music Scholarship. My effort and talent were already praised in her recommendation letter. The letter she showed me mentioned my dedication to practicing, and my ability to conquer tough parts alone. I knew Samantha was involved when she said I'd overcome many difficulties to follow my goal. Mrs. Williams said the grant will cover university professor advanced lectures and competition registration fees. My musical journey essay and audition video were required. Applications were due in 6 weeks. I was anxious about being evaluated by strangers but excited. Mrs. Williams gripped my hand and exclaimed her belief in me. The acceptance letter arrived 2 months later. Starting that summer, the grant would cover 2 years of advanced courses. Samantha discussed earning the regional debate team's Best Speaker prize at a family dinner that spring. She exhibited the trophy and discussed the tournament. Parents praised her and questioned her reasons and opponents. No one doubted her accomplishment. Who helped her or coached her speeches was never asked. We celebrated something she did herself. Samantha saw too, looking almost glad when the talk lingered on her sincere effort. After supper, She silently thanked her parents for trusting her. So we could celebrate her true accomplishments without suspicion felt like progress. She liked getting recognized for her work rather than stealing from me. I began teaching younger community center pupils beginning piano in May. After hearing about my scholarship, the director asked if I'd work with low-income students. I taught 3 students basic scales and songs every Saturday morning. 7-year-old Clyde failed to read notes but adored making up melodies. We started with ear learning and then added written music. Shy 1-year-old Sophia has good rhythm. I helped her gain stage confidence. Teaching them made me feel delight, unlike my own practice. Parents praised my patience and competence after seeing their kids improve. The mother stated her daughter talked about me all week, and practiced without being reminded. I felt empowered teaching music after years of bogus teaching claims. I was teaching these youngsters, not taking credit for their progress. Samantha graduated early June from high school. The football stadium hosted the celebration for hundreds of families. In her blue cap and gown, she crossed the stage to get her graduation. The next weekend, our parents hosted a graduation party for Samantha's family and friends at our house. Helped set up backyard tables, and hang congrats banners. Samantha thanked everyone for their support in a brief address during the party. As she finished, she looked at me and thanked her sister Lily for being talented and encouraging. She learned about commitment by witnessing me pursue my ambitions. She never took credit for my accomplishments, or claimed to have helped me. The simple acknowledgement was big coming from her in front of everyone. Afterward, several family complimented Samantha's maturity. Samantha's aunt said she'd attend college in another state in August. Physical separation would benefit us both. Home life calmed, once Samantha left for college in late August. I could put my paintings on the kitchen table, without worrying about someone photographing and claiming credit. At supper, I could discuss my writing without Samantha interfering. I kept my sheet music on the piano instead of in my room. Mom and Dad kept seeing me clearly, and encouraging my growth. Dad stopped presuming I needed help with my music theory homework and started asking explicit questions. Mom observed my art club meetings without suggesting Samantha attend. When I discussed my interests and goals, they listened. Samantha's lies no longer strained the family. The end of the year senior recital was in spring. Mrs. Williams helped me choose 6 Bach to contemporary tunes. At the talent contest 2 years previously, the Chopin ballad started everything. I spent months improving my interpretation of difficult passages. The Saturday night recital was in the school auditorium. Teachers, students, and parents who had seen me grow as a musician crowded the room. One of Mrs. Williams' most loyal students in her 20-year tenure was me. She appreciated my tenacity and musicality. Entering the stage, I was nervous but ready. The piano bench felt comfortable as I started the first piece. It was straightforward and confident throughout. I noticed Ella with other teachers in the audience between pieces. I saw my folks smiling in the 3rd row. I noticed Ella was problem smile. The audience paused before applauding when I finished the Chopin ballad. I handed the new CTO a brutal lesson worth $3 million after he fired the true owner of the core platform, who was me, an old employee they hired. I understood exactly when the company was doomed. It wasn't when the stock dropped, or when they replaced the breakroom coffee with organic sludge that tasted like distilled disappointment. It was when Ryan walked in. Ryan was the new CTO, a 32-year-old venture capitalist dressed in a tailored vest and smelling of sandalwood and unearned confidence. He strolled into the conference room, like Moses separating the Red Sea. Only the Red Sea was a group of fatigued middle-aged engineers praying for severance payouts. I was sitting in the corner with a styrofoam cup of lukewarm bean water, watching him examine the room. In technological terms, I've been here for 8 years. That means I'm a prehistoric fossil. I'm a ghost in the machine. I'm the reason why the servers don't catch fire with Black Friday traffic. But, to Ryan, I was just a woman in a hoodie who appeared to be in need of a nap and smoke. By the way, if you enjoy watching pompous corporate frat boys get totally shredded by the folks they underestimate, please subscribe and upvote this story. It fuels my fury, and allows me to purchase more soothing herbal tea, which I undoubtedly mix with whiskey. Thanks. You're the best. Ryan said, "Listen up, team," clapping his hands together like a seal asking for a fish. I've been analyzing the architecture, and it's a complete disaster. It's outdated junk. By Q4, we plan to transition to an AI-driven ecosystem based on microservices. He threw a slide into the projector. It was a slew of nonsensical circles and arrows that resembled a football game drawn by a preschooler on Adderall. I squinted. He suggested removing the central logic gate of our entire logistics platform. He was talking about legacy crap. That was quantum ops. That baby was mine. That was the code I built during the 2021 logistics crisis, which was motivated by stress and insomnia, and it truly saved this company from bankruptcy, while the rest of the world's supply chains collapsed like a house of cards in a hurricane. Excuse me, I said, my voice rasping. I had not spoken at a meeting in 4 months. People turned their heads. That crap accounts for 85% of our vendor compliance. When you eliminate that node, you are not only pivoting, you are also lobotomizing the company. Ryan looked at me. He had that smile that didn't reach his eyes, which he perfected in the mirror while listening to Gary Vaynerchuk podcasts. He examined my unkempt bun, my fading Nostromo crew t-shirt, and finally his Apple Watch. "And are you?" he inquired, claiming ignorance. He recognized me. It was the budget item that the CFO could not explain yet refused to cut. "My name is Samantha," I said simply. "I created the backbone you're attempting to surgically destroy." Ryan gave a giggle. It was a wet and contemptuous sound. "Do you agree, Samantha? Look here, dear. I respect what you've done in the past, but we don't operate a history museum here. We're creating the future. To put it bluntly, your monolithic code is holding us hostage. We require agility. We need speed. Sweetheart. You don't need whatever this patchwork is." The word hung in the air like a fart from an elevator. The other engineers stared at their laptops, horrified. They already knew. They realized I wasn't just an architect. They were aware that I was not even technically an employee. But Ryan was too preoccupied with admiring his own reflection in the glass whiteboard to perform his due diligence. They couldn't afford me in 2019. When this company was still a crazy startup with 3 lawsuits and a dream. I was a mercenary developer with a rate that would make CFOs weep. So, my lawyer, Heavy Metal Dave, a shark who works out of a strip mall next to a vape shop, devised a fresh plan. I did not sign an employment agreement. I signed a licensing agreement. I established my own LLC, Ironclad Logic, and licensed the Quantum Ops platform to them. Think of Adobe or Microsoft. You do not buy the software. Instead, you purchase the right to use it. And, like any landlord who rents out a penthouse to a group of boisterous college students, I retained a key. Ryan was unaware of that. Ryan observed a middle-aged woman with heavy circles under her eyes, and figured I was a legacy hire, some sort of diversity quota from the past. He assumed he was firing a corroded cog. He had no idea he was trying to evict the landlord while still living in the residence. "Okay, Ryan," I murmured, reclining back in my chair, the plastic groaning with the weight of my fatigue. "You're the leader. Agility, velocity. Got it. Glad we're on the same page," he chuckled, turning away from me to point to his gibberish graphic once more. "We're going to start sunsetting the old modules effective immediately. HR will be doing some restructuring to align with the new vision." Reshuffle. Corporate term for firing the folks who understand how the lights work. I didn't disagree. Even though the impulse to do so was great, I refrained from throwing my coffee at him. I just sat there, listening to him talk about synergies and bandwidth. My heart was not even racing. That's the frightening thing. When you've been in the trenches for this long, you don't panic when the newbie pulls the grenade's pin. Simply check your watch to calculate the blast radius. I looked at the date on my phone. Unless contested, my licensing deal automatically renews every quarter. The subsequent payment was due in 5 days. Paragraph 4 of my contract was extremely precise about what happens if the licensee tries to change, reverse engineer, or undermine the integrity of the delivered software. And paragraph 6 was about the nuclear option. Ryan ended the meeting with a, "Let's crush it, team," and rushed off, most likely to sip a kale smoothie and high-five himself in the mirror. I remained seated for a moment while sipping my cold coffee. One of the junior developers, David, who had been educated not to delete production databases, gave me a wide-eyed look. He murmured to Samantha, "Are you okay? He's going to cut you." I smashed the styrofoam cup in my fingers, and flung it into the recycle bin with a precise arc. "Don't worry about me, David," I murmured, rising up and straightening out my hoodie. "If you see me leaving with a box later this week, don't assist me carry it. Just go back to your desk and make sure your resume is up to date." I walked back to my cubicle, technically my leased workspace, and logged into my private admin console, Not the company one, but the one hosted on a private server in a basement in Estonia, for which I pay $60 per month. Ryan desired a revolution. And he was about to receive a revelation. The freeze-out began subtly, like black mold on a bathroom wall. Calendar invites, the weekly architecture sync, the strategy alignment meeting, and the muffled sounds of laughter coming from the glass-walled conference room 12 feet away, where Ryan was holding court. After 8 years of working 80-hour weeks and waking up at 3:30 a.m. to fix a server leak so the CEO could buy his third boat, I became a ghost. Through the glass, I saw him pointing at a whiteboard that I used to own. He was erasing my diagrams, complex functional flowcharts of data logic, and replacing them with buzzwords like holistic synergy and cloud-native mindset. People I'd had lunch with for years began avoiding me. On Tuesday, Ryan presented Tyler, our new product evangelist, who will lead the transition to the new stack. Tyler looked like he was 12 years old, and wore beautiful white sneakers that had never touched a grimy server room floor. He approached my desk, clutching a matcha latte, looking like a puppy that had just pooped on the rug but believes he is a nice boy. "Hey, Samantha, right?" Tyler smiled and continued. "Ryan informed me, you're the legacy historian. I'd like to pick your brain about the old code before we deprecate it." I swiveled my chair around slowly. "Tyler, do you know what a load balancer is?" He blinked. "Well, in terms of concept, we use AWS, right? Is it all serverless now?" I said, turning back to my screens. "Serverless because the cloud is just magic sky pixie dust. Not actual hardware operating in a warehouse in Virginia that melts if you don't optimize your queries." "Tyler, good luck." He walked away, puzzled, and I almost felt sorry for him. By Thursday, my access to the staging environment had been revoked, and I received a generic system email stating that the permissions had been altered by admin JD. I did not contest it, nor did I barge into Ryan's office demanding answers. I simply opened my personal laptop, my trusty beat-up Lenovo that held the keys to the kingdom, and checked the bank account for Ironclad Logic LLC. It was the first of the month, and the quarterly licensing fee for the QuantumOps core platform was due at midnight. Normally, the old CFO, a guy named Peter, who understood how contracts worked, had it on autopay. But Peter had also been restructured last month. I refreshed the page, and there was no pending transaction. I refreshed it again an hour later. Nothing. I sat there, the blue light of the monitor reflecting in my glasses, feeling a strange mix of adrenaline and calm. They were ghosting the payment. In their arrogance, they assumed that because I was sitting in a cubicle collecting a salary, which was actually a retainer fee, disguised as payroll for tax simplicity on their end, they didn't need to pay the vendor invoice. They thought they owned me. So, I retrieved the contract. I retain a digital copy, but I also have the original signed in wet ink by the founder. Safe in a fireproof box at home. Clause 3.1, Payment Responsibilities. Failure to repay licensing payments within 24 hours of the due date constitutes a major violation. Clause 3.2, Cure time. Ryan had already violated the unauthorized modification clause by attempting to patch his new microservices on top of my core, without my API keys. And now he was about to violate the payment clause. I could have walked into his office and warned him. There is no cure period for willful non-payment or unauthorized modification of the source material. I could have said, "Hey, Slick, you're about to default on the software that runs your entire inventory system." But then I remembered. Sweetheart. I remembered the way he laughed when he said, "Legacy garbage." I remembered the way he looked at me like I was an ugly piece of furniture he couldn't wait to curb. So, I let the clock tick. At 4:30 p.m., on Friday, HR sent me a calendar invite for 5 p.m. Subject: Quick Sync. Location: Meeting Room B. I wiped my company-issued laptop with a military-grade scrubber, not because I had anything to hide, but because I'm a professional, and I don't leave fingerprints. There wasn't much. Just a few photos, my lucky screwdriver set, and a succulent that was still alive despite the poor air quality. I checked the bank account one last time, and it was still zero. I stood up, put on my jacket, and grabbed the manila folder I'd brought from home. Inside, the contract was heavily highlighted in neon yellow, and it was time to go to the principal's office. Meeting Room B was a glass fishbowl near the elevators, designed so that everyone could see your shame as you got the axe. Ryan was there, of course, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. looking like he was posing for a Forbes 30 Under 30 cover, and Lisa from HR sat at the table. Lisa was a nice lady who communicated exclusively through sad smiles and pamphlets about Cobra insurance, and she looked like she wanted to be anywhere else, possibly dead. "Have a seat, Samantha," Lisa said, her voice soft like she was talking to a spooked horse. I sat. I placed my manila folder on the table. Ryan looked at it suspiciously, then smirked. He probably thought it was a desperate attempt to show him project charts to save my job. So Ryan started not letting Lisa do her job. "We've been evaluating the team structure. And as we move toward this high-velocity cloud-native future, we're finding that your skill set doesn't align with the trajectory of quantum ops." "Trajectory?" I repeated, nodding slowly. Ryan's jaw tightened like a missile into a mountain. "This is effective immediately. Lisa has the documents. Standard severance pay. 2 weeks' wages. We'll need your badge and laptop." Lisa passed a stack of documents across the table. "We also require you to sign this NDA and non-disparagement agreement to receive the severance," she said, staring at her hands. I didn't touch the papers. Instead, I gazed at Ryan. "Just to be clear," I replied, my voice solid and deeper than normal in the small room. "You're ending our professional relationship entirely. That's what fired means, sweetheart," Ryan shouted, his mask slipping. "He wanted me out. He asked for my wage budget so he could hire 3 additional Chris's." "Okay," I said, reaching into my pocket and pulling out my badge, which I slid over the table. Then I grabbed the business laptop from my bag and placed it next to the badge. "I'm no longer an employee." "Good," Ryan responded, pushing off the wall. "Security will escort you out." "Wait," I replied, placing my hand on the manila folder. "We're finished with the employment section. We now need to talk about the vendor relationship." Ryan frowned. "What are you talking about?" I opened the folder. I rotated it around so they could see the licensing agreement for the Quantum Ops Core platform, which was signed in 2019, and automatically renewed every quarter. "Ryan, I do not work for you. I never truly did. My company, Ironclad Logic, licenses the technology that drives your procurement, logistics, and vendor payments. I was just part of the package on-site support included in the premium tier." Ryan genuinely laughed as he took up the contract, glanced over the cover page, and tossed it back down. This is some old documents from the startup period. We own whatever you wrote while here. Assignment of intellectual property rights. It's normal. We are the owners of the code. Actually," I continued, tapping paragraph 4. "Read it. The licensee, Quantum Ops, Inc., is granted a non-exclusive, revocable right to use the software, subject to prompt payment, and adherence to usage limits. The licensor, Ironclad Logic, retains ownership of all code, architecture, and algorithms." I saw the moment the words hit his retinas, but his brain refused to process them. In his world, developers were cogs, and companies owned everything. "This is what he spat. You were on payroll. That voids this. Check with legal." I said I was on a retainer taxed as a 1,999 contractor for the first 2 years. Then moved to a W-2 structure for administrative convenience per a specific addendum signed by the founder, but the IP rights never transferred. I stood up. "Here's the situation, Ryan. You just fired the on-site support, which is fine. I was tired of the coffee anyway. But you also missed the quarterly licensing payment, which is a breach. And I'm not paying you a dime," Ryan hissed, his face turning a shade of red that clashed with his vest. "Get out before I call the cops." "Okay," I replied as I moved to the door, pausing to look back at Lisa, whose mouth was hanging wide. "Lisa, you might want to print hard copies of the payroll data. Just a nice advice." I gave Ryan one last look. Clause 6. "Ryan, look it up." "Get out," I yelled. I walked past my old desk, past Chris, who was aggressively typing nothing past the break room, and I didn't look back. "You have 72 hours to fix the breach, but since you just fired the only person who knows how to keep the engine running, I'd say you have less." I walked out into the parking lot, the air thick and humid, and I lit a cigarette, my first in 8 months, and inhaled deeply. It tasted like freedom. I got in my truck, a beat-up Ford F-150 that I trusted more than any human being, and tossed the manila folder on the passenger seat. They thought they fired an employee. They had just evicted their landlord. And they didn't even have a spare key. I drove straight to the liquor store, Not the nice one with the wine tasting station, but the one with bulletproof glass and a cashier named Sal who doesn't judge when you buy a handle of whiskey. At 5:15 p.m. on a Friday, I purchased a bottle of Old Crow, which tastes like gasoline and bad decisions, which felt appropriate for the occasion. Back in my apartment, which smelled like Nag Champa and soldering iron, I set up my command center. I wasn't going to hack them, and I didn't need to. Hacking is illegal. What I was doing was strictly administrative enforcement of a binding contract. I opened my laptop and logged into the ironclad Logic remote admin panel. It interacted with the Quantum Ops servers via a heartbeat signal. And every hour, their server pings my, "Am I still authorized to exist?" And for 7 years, my server replied, "Yes, carry on." I poured a glass of whiskey, no ice, and took a sip, shuddering. It seared the residual taste of corporate betrayal right out of my throat. On my screen, the status lights were all green. Inventory module was operational. The vendor API was active. The payroll gateway was active, and I went to the license status tab. The current status was grace period, which ended in 48 hours. Ryan had called my bluff. He thought the contract was a prop. And he thought I was just a bitter old woman waving paper around. He didn't realize that the code I wrote was paranoid. I wrote it that way because I knew people like him existed. The software verified its license against the blockchain, and it was immutable. I changed the setting from grace period to strict enforcement, and then I queued up a command to revoke license key 001. I didn't hit enter yet, because I wanted to give them the weekend, and let them enjoy their mimosas. Allow Ryan to brag to his brunch friends about how he trimmed the fat at the office. The system was designed to do a hard check at 8:15 a.m. Monday morning. When the transaction volume spiked, I sat back and opened YouTube. I needed a palate cleanser. I put on a compilation of Danny DeVito eating garbage, and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. My phone rang, and it was David, the junior developer. He texted, "Ryan is popping champagne. He says he's going to use your salary to buy a ping pong table." I hate it here. There's something soothing about watching a man who has fully embraced the chaos of existence. I felt a spiritual kinship with Frank Reynolds, who was the trash man and I was the code woman. I chuckled and replied back, "Don't sign any long-term leases, kid. Maybe call in sick on Monday." I spent the weekend doing things I hadn't done in years, including sleeping in past 7 a.m., going to a diner and eating greasy eggs, and not checking my email. I didn't respond to the frantic automated alerts that began pinging my burner phone around Sunday noon, when the system noticed the license server was unreachable. Sunday night, the whiskey bottle was half empty, and my resolve was full. I looked at the clock. Monday, 8:05 a.m. The Quantum Ops offices would be waking up, and the warehouse teams in our state and Nevada would be logging in to process the weekend orders. The automated procurement bots would be attempting to order $2.5 million worth of raw materials. I hovered my mouse over the revoke button. This wasn't revenge. Revenge is emotional. Revenge is keying a car. This was business. This was a landlord changing the locks on a tenant who trashed the place and refused to pay rent. Paragraph 4. 100. This was a landlord. The cascading red text on the screen was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. It was poetry, grimecore art, and the visual representation of messing around and finding out. I hit enter, and the status lights on the screen flickered. Inventory module unlicensed. Vendor API access denied. Payroll gateway critical failure. I took a sip of whiskey, which went down smoothly this time. At 8:15 a.m., the first text arrived on my phone. It wasn't from Ryan, but from the automated pager duty bot, which I had forgotten to unsubscribe from. Alert. Sev1. Critical outage. Main database unresponsive. Error code 42. Payment required. Error 4002. HTTP status code reserved for future use. But when I repurposed it specifically for this moment, it literally means payment required. I wondered if anyone in that facility was smart enough to Google it. At 8:30 a.m., my phone called. It was an unknown number, and I let it go to voicemail. Then I envisioned the scene. The warehouse floor in Nevada grinding to a standstill, because the scanners couldn't authenticate the inventory. At 8:45 a.m., David emailed me. "David. Oh my God. Everything is down. Trucks are lining up at the loading docks, drivers are screaming because the digital manifests are blank, and customer service lines are lighting up like a Christmas tree as thousands of orders fail to process everything. The dashboard just says, "Please contact administrator." Ryan screams at the servers and kicks a rack. At 9 a.m., the phone rang again, this time with the caller ID saying Quantum's HQ. I picked it up, put it on speaker, and set it on the table while I watered my succulent. "Hello," I answered, my voice groggy and feigning sleep. "Samantha, this is Ryan." His voice was an octave higher than usual, and he sounded strangled by his own vest. "Who?" "Ryan, the CTO. Look, we have an issue. The system is currently down. Absolutely everything. We believe it is a logic bomb. Have you left something running?" "I don't work there anymore," Ryan remarked, spraying the plant. And I returned my laptop. "I don't have any access." "Don't give me that," he screamed. I could hear fear in the background. Phones ringing, people yelling, and the problem message, "License invalid." "So, what did you do?" "Oh," I responded, as if realizing something. "The license? I told you about it on Friday." "Did you pay your invoice?" "The invoice? I told you we would not pay that." "It is extortion. It's a contract, Ryan. And since you didn't pay, and since you fired the on-site admin, the software has reverted to its default state, which is off. Turn it back on," he shouted. "Or I'll lawsuit you to the ground." "I will ruin you, Ryan," I replied, my voice lowering to the hard steel tone I used to educate interns. "We're now employing unlicensed intellectual property. My lawyer is currently drafting a cease and desist order. Attempting to bypass the lock is a DMCA infringement. This is a federal felony. Do you look nice in an orange jumpsuit? It could clash with your vest." There was stillness, followed by a muffled voice in the background, which sounded like legal advice, saying, "She's right, and liability. Just fix it," Ryan implored, his swagger fading. "We're losing $12,000 a minute." "That seems like your problem," I answered. "I'm unemployed. I have a lot of free time, but I don't undertake charity work for employers who terminate me." "What exactly do you want?" "I want you to put the CEO on the phone. I said he's in a board meeting. Then drag him out because in approximately 12 minutes, the vendor auto-pay system will attempt to wire payments to your suppliers, which will fail because the encryption keys are locked. Your supply chain will be officially dead by lunch." "Hold on," he gasped. I heard the phone fumble. I heard racing footsteps. I took another sip of coffee. I wasn't just twisting the knife. I was showing them the anatomy of the cut. They thought technology was magical. They thought it just occurred. They forgot that it was built by individuals, with mortgages, pride, and contracts. A new voice came on the line, deep and loud but currently shaking. Robert, the CEO, had purchased his third boat while I was repairing the 2021 holes. "Samantha?" Robert asked. "What the heck is going on?" "Good morning, Robert. I believe your CTO evicted your landlord and now you're locked out of the house." Robert immediately sought to play the "we're a family" card, which is a scoundrel's last resort in the face of a declining stock price. "Samantha, look, emotions are high," Robert remarked, dripping with phony pity. "Ryan made a mistake. He's still young. He did not grasp the complexities of your arrangement. However, we can resolve this. Simply switch back on the servers. Come in and we will talk about a raise. A big one." I was sitting on my porch, feet up on the railing, watching my neighbor, old guy Jenkins, struggle with his lawnmower. And unlike Robert, he was winning. "I don't want a raise, Robert, nor do I want my job back." That bridge did not just burn, it vanished. "And then what? What exactly is this blackmail?" "It's a vendor dispute," I corrected. "You are currently in possession of proprietary software for which you have not paid. Since you terminated the support contract, I am exercising my right to terminate the license. You have two possibilities." I hesitated, letting the silence extend until it felt uncomfortable. "Option A," I explained, "is to migrate to a new system. Ryan appears to believe he can create a cloud-native AI ecosystem, or whatever jargon salad he spits. Go ahead, construct it. It took me 7 years to create Quantum Ops. Perhaps he can finish it in 7 hours. Good luck." "We can't do that," Robert said. "We're dead in the water without your platform." "Option B," I explained, "is to acquire a one-time permanent license for the source code. Which means you own Ironclad Logic's intellectual property. I step aside, you get the keys, the paperwork, and everything. You will never see me again." "Fine," Robert answered quickly. We'll buy it. What is the amount? 50,000. 100. I laughed, making a dry, raspy sound that terrified the squirrel on the lawn. Robert, you're losing $12,000 each minute. Last year, you processed $350 million using my code. A PowerPoint presentation from a consulting firm, not the motor of your company, costs $100,000. Samantha? How much is that? $3 million. I said. That's insane, Robert yelled. That's extortion. That's the valuation. I stated quietly. I did the math. That's the valuation. I did the math. To comply with privacy laws, the system automatically purges customer data if the license is not renewed or transferred. I won't pay it because it's exactly 1% of the revenue my code saved you during the pandemic, plus a nuisance fee for having to hear Ryan call me sweetheart. Good luck with the migration, Robert. You rigged it to destroy the data. I coded it to be compliant. I lied. Mostly. It was a privacy feature that was weaponized. You know, GDPR and all that. It would be illegal to maintain user data on an unlicensed system. I need time, Robert said, sounding discouraged. You have 59 minutes. I continued. And I'll send the DocuSign to your personal email. I think corporate email is down because the authentication server is still operational. Well, you know. I hung up. I saw Old Man Jenkins finally start his mower, which roared to life and spewed blue smoke. Yeah, get it, Jenkins, I said quietly, elevating my coffee mug. My phone buzzed again, but this time it was a LinkedIn notification, not Robert's. Ryan Tech Guru has examined your profile, and I'm sure he was glancing at my talents area, realizing that legacy architecture was the only thing holding up the roof. I stepped inside and opened my laptop, where I created the invoice for Ironclad Logic LLC's IP rights transfer and emergency system restoration services. I sent it, and then sat and waited. The amount is $3 million and zero, and payment is due immediately upon signature by wire transfer. The following 50 minutes were a whirlwind of texts from David, who was live blogging the apocalypse from the server room. As the creator of the maze, you are the only one who knows where the exit is. David 1015A. Bro, it's horrible. Legal is furious with Ryan. They discovered the contract. The general counsel basically asked Ryan if he could read. David 1022A. Robert has a red face. He's considering calling the FBI. Legal informed him that because it was a contract dispute, and we had stopped paying, the FBI would simply chuckle. We literally made the first breach. David. 10:35 a.m. Ryan is weeping. Real tears. He is blaming the vendor, he stated. You sabotaged us. Robert flung a stapler at the wall. I looked at the clock, 10:45 a.m., 60 minutes, until the compliance purge, which was actually just a script that archived the data to cold storage, but they didn't need to know it was recoverable. My phone rang. It was a legal call from a woman named Sharon, whom I liked. Samantha, Sharon continued, her voice flat and professional, like that of someone cleaning up a toddler's mess. We've reviewed the documentation. Hello, Sharon. Did you catch paragraph 4? I did. In paragraph 6, and the addendum to the IP assignment. Ironclad. Pun intended. I have a good attorney. I see that. Look, Robert is ready to sign, but we need confidence that the system will be back up and running immediately. There were no delays. As soon as the wire reaches my account, I apply a patch that converts the license key to perpetual. Red lights turn green. It's business as usual. Ryan can even keep his job if you haven't tossed him out the window yet. Ryan is being handled, Sharon said. Sending the wire now. I checked my bank app. It's an odd feeling watching your net worth shift from enough for rent and tacos to enough to evaporate in a single moment. Quantum Ops. Incorporated reports a pending transaction plus $3 million. It's there. I murmured. My heart skipping a beat for the first time this weekend. Unlock it, Samantha. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Sharon. I hung up and navigated over to my terminal. I pressed enter 2 minutes later, after typing the command update license status perpetual and canceling the purge operation. David sent a text. David. We are green. The systems are rebooting. The dashboard functioned. People are rejoicing. It's like the end of Apollo 13 inside here. I didn't celebrate. I felt a sudden crushing exhaustion, an adrenaline rush. It was over. I had won. I had humiliated the tech bro culture that tried to erase me. I had secured my retirement, but I also knew I was done. I could never work in this town again. Word spreads. I was the developer who held a company hostage. They wouldn't tell the narrative of how they didn't pay me. Instead, they'd tell the story of how dangerous I was. Which I was okay with. I stared at the bottle of Old Crow. I deserved an upgrade. I went to the kitchen and poured the rest of the cheap whiskey down the sink, then grabbed my keys and headed to the good liquor store with the cheese samples. But, before I went, I sent Ryan one last email. The subject is transition handoff. Body. The keys are under the mat. Try not to burn the house down. P.S. The legacy crap just cost you $3 million. Maybe you should follow the code next time, sweetheart. 2 weeks later, I was seated in Apex Logistics lobby, not a doctor's office. Apex, Quantum Ops' main rival, was the Coke to our Pepsi, bigger, uglier, and meaner, and they had been attempting to poach me for years. I was wearing a blazer this time, no hoodie, and I looked like a consultant. I looked rich. Tom, Apex's director of engineering, walked out to greet me and looked like a walrus in a tie. Samantha, Tom said loudly, I heard you're a free agent. Rumor has it that you burned Quantum Ops down and subsequently sold the ashes. I just enforced a contract, Tom, I told him, shaking his hand. Strictly business. Well, like business, Tom smirked. Come on back. We sat in his office, and he got right to the point. We're having trouble with our vendor compliance module. It's slow. To comply with privacy laws, the system automatically purges customer data if the license is not renewed or transferred. I won't pay it because it's exactly 1% of the revenue my code saved you during the pandemic, plus a nuisance fee for having to hear Ryan call me sweetheart. Good luck with the migration, Robert. You rigged it to destroy the data. I coded it to be compliant. I lied, mostly. It was a privacy feature that was weaponized. You know, GDPR and all that. It would be illegal to maintain user data on an unlicensed system. I need time, Robert said, sounding discouraged. You have 59 minutes, I continued, and I'll send the DocuSign to your personal email. I think corporate email is down because the authentication server is still operational. Well, you know. I hung up. I saw old man Jenkins finally start his mower, which roared to life, and spewed blue smoke. Yeah, get it, Jenkins, I said quietly, elevating my coffee mug. My phone buzzed again, but this time it was a LinkedIn notification, not Robert's. Ryan Tech Guru has examined your profile, and I'm sure he was glancing at my talents area, realizing that legacy architecture was the only thing holding up the roof. I stepped inside and opened my laptop, where I created the invoice for Ironclad Logic LLC's IP rights transfer and emergency system restoration services. I sent it, and then sat and waited. The amount is $3 million and payment is due immediately upon signature by wire transfer. The following 60 minutes were a whirlwind of texts from David, who was live blogging the apocalypse from the server room. Being the one who built the maze means you're the only one who knows where the exit is. David 1015A. Bro, it's horrible. Legal is furious with Ryan. They discovered the contract. The general counsel basically asked Ryan if he could read. David 1022 AM. Robert has a red face. He's considering calling the FBI. Legal informed him that because it was a contract dispute and we had stopped paying, the FBI would simply chuckle. We literally made the first breach. David. 1035A. M. Ryan is weeping. Real tears. He is blaming the vendor. He stated, "You sabotaged us." Robert flung a stapler at the wall. I looked at the clock. 10:45 a.m., 60 minutes until the compliance purge, which was actually just a script that archived the data to cold storage. But they didn't need to know it was recoverable. My phone rang. It was a legal call from a woman named Sharon, whom I liked. Samantha, Sharon continued, her voice flat and professional, like that of someone cleaning up a toddler's mess. We've reviewed the documentation. Hello, Sharon. Did you catch paragraph 4? I did. In paragraph 6, and the addendum to the IP assignment. Ironclad, pun intended. I have a good attorney. I see that. Look, Robert is ready to sign, but we need confidence that the system will be back up and running immediately. There were no delays. As soon as the wire reaches my account, I apply a patch that converts the license key to perpetual. Red lights turn green. It's business as usual. Ryan can even keep his job if you haven't tossed him out the window yet. Ryan is being handled, Sharon said. Sending the wire now. I checked my bank app. It's an odd feeling watching your net worth shift from enough for rent and tacos to enough to evaporate in a single moment. Quantum Ops Incorporated reports a pending transaction plus $3 million. It's there. I murmured. My heart skipping a beat for the first time this weekend. Unlock it, Samantha. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Sharon. I hung up and navigated over to my terminal. I pressed enter 2 minutes later, after typing the command update license status perpetual, and canceling the purge operation. David sent a text. David, we are green. The systems are rebooting. The dashboard functioned. People are rejoicing. It's like the end of Apollo 13 inside here. I didn't celebrate. I felt a sudden crushing exhaustion, an adrenaline rush. It was over. I had won. I had humiliated the tech bro culture that tried to erase me. I had secured my retirement. But I also knew I was done. I could never work in this town again. Word spreads. I was the developer who held a company hostage. They wouldn't tell the narrative of how they didn't pay me. Instead, they'd tell the story of how dangerous I was, which I was okay with. I stared at the bottle of Old Crow. I deserved an upgrade. I went to the kitchen and poured the rest of the cheap whiskey down the sink. Then grabbed my keys and headed to the good liquor store with the cheese samples. But before I went, I sent Ryan one last email. The subject is transition handoff. Body. The keys are under the mat. Try not to burn the house down. P.S. The legacy crap just cost you $3 million. Maybe you should follow the code next time, sweetheart. 2 weeks later, I was seated in Apex Logistics lobby. Not a doctor's office. Apex, Quantum Ops' main rival, was the Coke to our Pepsi. Bigger, uglier, and meaner. And they had been attempting to poach me for years. I was wearing a blazer this time, no hoodie, and I looked like a consultant. I looked rich. Tom, Apex's director of engineering, walked out to greet me and looked like a walrus in a tie. Samantha, Tom said loudly. I heard you're a free agent. Rumor has it that you burned Quantum Ops down and subsequently sold the ashes. I just enforced a contract, Tom, I told him, shaking his hand. Strictly business. Well, like business, Tom smirked. Come on back. We sat in his office, and he got right to the point. We're having trouble with our vendor compliance module. It's slow. It's slow. We're having trouble with our vendor compliance module. It crashes. We heard Quantum Ops has a system that works. They call it miracle code, but it's not a miracle. I said it's graph theory and efficient caching, and yes, I built it. Can you build it for us? I smiled. I can't give you the code because I sold it to them. That's their property now, and I respect contracts. Tom looked disappointed. However, I continued pulling a new folder out of my bag. That code is 7 years old, written in Java 8, and is legacy. I saw Tom's eyes light up. In my free time, I lied. It was actually during the endless meetings Ryan forced me to attend. I've been sketching out a new architecture, Rust-based high concurrency. It wouldn't just match the speed of Quantum Ops. It would make their system look like an abacus. And how long would it take to build? And 7 months if you give me a team and complete autonomy. No Ryans, no product evangelists, just me and some coders who know what a pointer is. And the consulting fee, plus equity, I said. Tom extended his hand. Samantha. Welcome to Apex. I walked out of that building with a contract that made the $3 million look like a tip. Here's the thing about winning. It's not about destroying the other guy. It's about ensuring that even if they think they've won, Quantum Ops technically owns the code now. They're still losing. They paid millions for a Honda Civic, and I was about to build a Ferrari for the guys across the street. On my way home, I stopped by a newsstand and checked the trade newspapers on my phone. The headline read, Quantum Ops CTO relegated to special projects following Q4 outage. Ryan wasn't fired, of course. He presumably had an uncle on the board, but he was sent to the basement. He was now in charge of special projects, which in corporate speak means don't touch anything sharp. I lit a cigarette, the smoke curled up into the gray sky, and I felt clean. 7 months later, Apex Logistics launched Apex Prime, which destroyed the market because it was faster, leaner, and didn't crash when you looked at it incorrectly. Quantum Ops stock dropped 40% in the first quarter. They were trapped with a legacy system that they hardly understood. maintained by a staff of fearful juniors, who were too nervous to modify a line of code for fear of locking up the bank accounts again. I heard through the grapevine that Ryan eventually departed, and he shifted to crypto evangelism, which fits. It's another industry where you can sell hot air, and disappear before anyone realizes the balloon is empty. As for me, I'm currently sitting in my newly renovated living room, where I've replaced the Nag Champa with expensive candles that smell like sandalwood and vengeance, and I have a 4K TV dedicated solely to Danny DeVito movies. I'm not exactly happy, but I'm satisfied. I'm balanced. I still have the old manila folder, which I framed and hangs in my home office right above my monitor. Sometimes late at night, I check the logs of the new system I built for Apex, and I see the traffic flowing, the commerce of the nation moving through logic gates I designed. I think about the women like me all over the country, the invisible architects, the ones who keep the lights on while the Ryans of the world take credit for the electricity. We're out here, we're watching, and we read the fine print. So, the next time some 20-something in a fleece vest calls you sweetheart or dismisses your work as legacy garbage, don't get mad. Don't scream. Just make sure you own the keys. And if you have to burn the house down, make sure you charge them F. This is Samantha signing off. I have a date with a glass of Pinot and a sunny marathon. And truly, if you learnt anything from this corporate war crime, hit that upvote. It cost you nothing, unlike Ryan's blunder. Next step. Would you like me to write a follow-up post, detailing Samantha's specific malicious compliance tricks she used to train the new Apex team? Or maybe a prequel story about the 2021 logistics crisis that cemented her legend? Thank you for watching, you sneaky seniors. Subscribe to keep the coffee pot brewing revenge. Your former coworkers will have no idea what happened. At Thanksgiving, my cousin claimed my house was her wedding gift in front of 30 family members. Despite my refusal, her mother kept pressuring me. My relative insisted that I give her my house as a wedding present. At Thanksgiving dinner, my cousin Avery revealed her engagement to Logan and turned to me, revealing that she knew what my wedding gift would be. I assumed she was referring to the crystal vases I had been collecting for family weddings. But she answered no. I'd give them my house, not aid with a down payment or lend them money, but my actual house, which I bought 3 years ago after saving for 11 years. She said it aloud in front of 30 relatives, as if it had already been settled. I laughed, expecting a joke. But Avery was serious. She said that because I was unmarried and had no children, I didn't need a 3-bedroom house while they started a family and deserved a proper home. She used the word deserved while sitting in my dining room, eating the dinner I had prepared. My Aunt Linda, Avery's mother, nodded along, saying it was extremely generous of me to assist the young couple in getting started. When I told Avery I wasn't giving anyone my house, her face got scarlet. She accused me of being selfish for having a family home to myself, when I could easily rent an apartment, as someone my age without children should. Anyway, she said those same words to me. Logan was 27 years old, and lived in her mother's basement when she became a 3-year-old homeowner. The entire family went silent, but no one defended me. My Uncle Frank stated that sharing was crucial in families. My mother suggested that I think about it because I could someday afford to move elsewhere. My father remained silent, which meant he agreed without having to say anything. Avery spent the rest of supper informing everyone about the changes they were going to make to my house, like converting my office into a nursery and repainting everything because my color selections were too dark. She planned my house as if she already owned it. After dinner, Avery approached me and told me that she had already informed Logan's family that I was giving them a house as a wedding gift. So I couldn't back out now without making her look like a liar. She stated that his parents were impressed with her family's generosity in providing housing. She had apparently been talking for weeks about her wealthy cousin, who owned land, and was going to set them up for life. She claimed, if I didn't follow through, Logan's family would think she was a trashy person who made empty promises. I told her it was her fault for lying, and she burst into tears, accusing me of destroying her wedding before it even took place. For several weeks after that, Avery pretended the house was already hers. She'd bring Logan over without asking to measure rooms and arrange furniture. She'd tell them we were performing a title transfer and were simply finalizing the paperwork. She had letters delivered to my address, claiming to be updating her information early. She even informed the neighbors that she would be moving in after the wedding, and inquired about the neighborhood association's bylaws. Logan's family also contacted me regarding the house. His mother called, thanking me for my generosity and inquiring about the property taxes. His father contacted me via email regarding transferring utilities and whether the roof had been recently rebuilt. They were all talking about my property like it was a done thing. Avery had convinced everyone that I had consented to this mad plot. The tipping point came when Avery provided me a realtor she wanted me to hire to arrange the transfer. Caroline, the realtor, called me perplexed, since Avery had stated that I intended to gift my house, but had not produced any papers verifying ownership or agreed to this. Caroline stated that she needed the deed and my signed authorization before proceeding. That sparked an idea for me. I promised Caroline I'd bring everything to Avery's wedding planning gathering that weekend. Avery had invited both families to help plan the wedding and arrange the house transfer. She'd planned an entire event at Logan's parents' house, with catering and everything. I arrived with an official-looking packet. And Avery virtually glowed, thinking I had brought the deed. Logan's parents often praised me for giving their son such an early start in life. His grandmother hugged me and said that not many people were that generous. His siblings were constantly asking about supplementary bedrooms and whether the basement was finished. Avery had obviously offered them all space at my home. When everyone had assembled, Avery asked me to submit the documents. I took out the deed and presented it to Caroline. Caroline read it and was perplexed. Requested Reds is available on Spotify today. Check the link in the description, or the comments. Caroline looked up from the deed, puzzled, and stated she didn't see any transfer or gift paperwork in the packet I'd brought. Logan pushed forward to get a better look at what Caroline was holding. But Avery's smile froze. I returned the deed to Caroline, and explained gently that it was my property deed, with sole ownership in my name. No co-owners. No pending transfers, and no sign that I had ever committed to give this house to anyone. Except for the sound of someone's phone buzzing on the table, the room fell silent. Logan's mother paused in the middle of a sip of her wine and delicately laid it down. Avery began shaking her head, and insisting that it wasn't the appropriate paperwork, that I must have brought the wrong folder. But her voice became high and thin. I took out my phone, and showed Caroline the text conversations, in which Avery told me many weeks ago that she had already contacted Logan's family about the house present, and I couldn't back out now without making her seem bad. Caroline raised her eyebrows with each line of the messages. Logan seized Caroline's phone and went through the conversation himself, as his father stepped closer to read over his shoulder. Logan's expression changed as he read Avery's message to me, which stated that his parents were so delighted by my generosity, that she had been bragging about her wealthy cousin to them for several weeks. His jaw tightened as he read the line where Avery warned if I didn't follow through, his family would think she came from the trash. Logan looked up at Avery and asked her directly when I had agreed to give them my house. Avery mumbled that it happened at Thanksgiving dinner in front of everyone, but I interjected to tell Logan that 30 relatives obviously heard me decline that dinner. My mother shifted in her seat and gazed down at her hands. Avery took a different approach, claiming that even if I didn't directly promise them the house, I had hinted that I would help them, and she had simply been hopeful about the nature of that assistance. Logan's father interjected, saying that Avery had expressly told them that I was transferring the deed as a wedding gift, not that I would assist with a down payment or lend them money. She had shown them photos of my house and discussed which rooms they would repair first. Logan's grandma piped up quietly, saying Avery had promised her the guest room when she visited because the house would be theirs free and clear. The hurt in her voice caused Avery to cry, but this time, her tears were different. This appeared to be a state of panic. Logan stepped up and requested Avery to join him outside, but she grasped the table and refused to move. She suggested that if we could all calm down and talk about it rationally, we'd realize that this was a misunderstanding that had been exaggerated. I asked her explicitly how it was a misunderstanding that she had sent a realtor to my house, had mail forwarded to my address, informed my neighbors that she was moving in, and came Logan over many times to measure rooms without my consent. Avery's face flushed scarlet, and she accused me of humiliating her in front of Logan's family. My Aunt Linda finally stepped up, saying that even if I hadn't made a formal pledge, family was expected to support family, and it was cruel to shame Avery in this way. Uncle Frank nodded, but he appeared less confident than he had at Thanksgiving. Logan's mother sat down with such vigor that her wine glass clinked against the table, stating that she needed to understand the sequence of events. She asked Avery directly when they initially addressed the house situation. Avery stated that I was very happy for her after the engagement, and mentioned wanting to assist them get started in life. I shook my head, insisting that it never happened. The first time Avery mentioned the house was during Thanksgiving, when she revealed to everyone that she knew what my gift would be. My father's brother, who had been quiet in the corner, cleared his throat and stated he had been to that Thanksgiving dinner, and he remembered me very vividly saying no to giving up my home. Several other relatives present at the wedding planning party nodded in accord. Avery looked around the room with wild eyes, and shifted tactics again, claiming that she might have misunderstood certain signs. But that didn't change the fact that they needed assistance, and I had the resources to deliver it. Logan eventually lost his patience and informed Avery that they were going immediately. She clutched his arm and begged him not to do this in front of everyone. Just give her a chance to explain properly. He released his arm and moved to the door. Avery looked at me with genuine desperation in her eyes, saying that if I cared about her at all, I'd tell Logan that everything was a mistake, and we'd work things out. I looked at her and told her that I cared about her, which is why I cooked Thanksgiving dinner and collected crystal vases for her wedding. But I would never give up the house I had worked hard for almost 11 years to obtain. I informed her that she had caused this problem by lying to everyone, and now she had to face the consequences of her falsehoods. Logan's father stood up, explaining that his family needed time to comprehend what they had just discovered. His mother hugged me briefly and apologized for the confusion. Logan's grandmother grabbed my arm as she passed and apologized for any pressure I felt. They filtered out of the room one by one, leaving Avery standing there, tears streaming down her cheeks, and my Aunt Linda rushed over to comfort her. The days after the party were strange and silent. I learned from my mother that Avery had left Logan's mother's basement and returned to Linda and Frank's home. Linda appeared to be telling everyone who would listen that Avery was upset, and that it was all my fault for being selfish with my things. My mother claimed Linda was conveniently ignoring that Avery had deceived 2 entire families and attempted to steal a house. I didn't hear from Avery directly, but Linda sent me several angry texts, accusing me of ruining her daughter's life and destroying her chances for happiness. I banned her phone number after the 6th message. My mother called, 4 weeks after things fell apart at the party, to inform me that Logan had formally called off the engagement. She said Avery was sad, and was living in her old childhood bedroom, not eating or leaving the house. I felt truly awful for Avery going through that kind of heartbreak, since breakups are painful no matter what the cause. But I also knew the relationship was based on lies she had said. And it would have ended eventually, even if the housing issue hadn't forced everything into the light. A relationship that begins with one person fooling the other person's entire family is unlikely to last. My phone started ringing more frequently during the next week, with family members calling to discuss what had transpired. My cousin Marissa called and said she had been thinking about the issue, and was shocked by what Avery had attempted to do. She claimed she would never ask anyone to give up their home, and apologized for not speaking out sooner while other family were pressing me. Her support meant more to me than I imagined because Marissa and I were not very close, but having her approval made me feel less alone in the family. Other family contacted out as well. Some apologized for remaining silent during Thanksgiving, while others admitted to being uncomfortable with the pressure campaign but unsure how to intervene. I began to wonder whether I wasn't the family evil after all. I spent a Saturday day replacing all of my locks, since I didn't trust Avery to do anything nasty now that everything had crumbled. It felt paranoid as I was unscrewing the old deadbolts and replacing them. However, it also felt necessary. Avery had previously demonstrated that she had no regard for boundaries by having mail delivered to my address, and informing neighbors that she was moving in. I couldn't risk her showing up with a key, or attempting to set up residence on my land. I also had a security company install cameras at my front and back doors, as well as in my garage. When the installer inquired if I had had any break-ins in the neighborhood, I just stated that I wanted to feel safer. Watching the camera feeds on my phone that night, and seeing my own front porch from several perspectives, made me feel more comfortable, even though it was unfortunate that I required security measures against my own cousin. My mother texted the next day to see if I wanted to meet for lunch. I almost said no since I was still upset that she didn't defend me at Thanksgiving. But something in her reply suggested that she wanted to discuss what had transpired. We met at a restaurant midway between our residences, and she seemed nervous as I sat down. She ordered coffee and then began apologizing before the server went away. She expressed genuine regret for not instantly protecting me at Thanksgiving when Avery made her declaration. She claimed that she was so taken aback by Avery's audacity that she went into peacekeeping mode, attempting to smooth things up rather than sticking up for what was right. She stated that she has learnt that some situations do not call for peace. They demand for definite boundaries. And she should have warned Avery right away that claiming someone's home was utterly wrong. Hearing my mother admit it meant everything. She explained that she had spent several weeks reflecting on her own conflict avoidance, and how it had allowed Avery's conduct to escalate because no one had shut it down sooner. If she'd spoken up firmly at Thanksgiving, Avery might not have felt empowered to continue lying and planning as if the house was already hers. I accepted my mother's apology and expressed my gratitude for seeing what had gone wrong. However, I made it clear that in the future, I expected her to actively assist me in family problems, rather than remaining neutral or attempting to keep the peace at my expense. She agreed right away, and stated that she understood how her silence had seemed like abandonment. She recognized that her conflict avoidance had facilitated Avery's increasing conduct by failing to shut it down early, and she resolved to be more straightforward in the future when calling out unacceptable behavior, even if it made family gatherings unpleasant. We talked for over 2 hours over lunch, and I could feel our friendship beginning to repair. It was not totally repaired since trust takes time to develop, but it was a true start. She paid for lunch and held me in the parking lot for longer than usual. A month after the celebration, I had to attend a family funeral for a distant relative I barely knew. I was dreading going because I knew Avery would be there, and I had no idea how she would respond to seeing me. When I entered the funeral home, I instantly noticed Avery seated in the front row close to Linda. She wore black, and was focused straight ahead, not glancing around. When I walked by to sign the guest book, she did not even look at me. Linda kept Avery close by her side during the service, and gave me nasty stares if I moved. Uncle Frank was also present, but stood somewhat aside from his wife and daughter. And when our gazes connected, he nodded at me. It was not friendly, but neither was it unfriendly. It might have been a grudging admission that things had gotten out of hand. After the service, at the church reception, my father's brother approached me near the coffee table. He said he had been thinking about everything that had transpired, and he wanted me to know that he thought I had handled the issue appropriately. He stated that Avery needs to face the consequences of her manipulating and lying, and that family members should be held accountable even if it is uncomfortable. He stated that other family members were unhappy with the pressure campaign but did not speak up, and he regretted his own silence. Having him say that out loud, acknowledging that others had recognized how terrible it was but remained silent, validated me in unexpected ways. I began to make more of an attempt to mend connections with family members who had either supported me or apologized. I called Marissa back, and we had coffee. I accepted invitations from family members who had contacted out. I was gradually developing a narrower group of family members who respected limits and could be trusted. At the same time, I had to realize that Linda, Frank, and Avery would most likely never forgive me for not allowing the home theft. Linda continued to refuse to speak to me at family functions. Frank was polite, but distant. Avery entirely avoided me. It hurt because we were close when we were younger, but I knew it was a necessary boundary for my own safety. I couldn't have individuals in my life who believed it was appropriate to try to seize my home through deception and manipulation. During one of our phone chats, my mother indicated that Linda was struggling financially, which is why she was so invested in Avery acquiring a house. She worded it in such a way that I should understand or forgive what had transpired. I felt a surge of pity since financial hardship is very difficult, and I didn't want Linda to suffer. But then I reminded myself that their financial issues did not oblige me to give up a decade of savings and my home. Many people struggle financially, without resorting to stealing houses from their families. Linda's financial position may explain her desperation, but it did not excuse her complicity in Avery's falsehoods and manipulation. I informed my mother that I was sorry for Linda's problems, but it didn't change what Avery had tried to do or what I had to do to stop it. 2 months had passed, and I found myself standing in the grocery store's produce area, holding a bag of apples, and trying to recall if I needed anything else. I turned to walk down the bread aisle, and almost ran into Logan. We both paused, and there was an awkward moment when neither of us knew what to say. He looked different, either leaner, or simply fatigued in a way that made him appear older. He said hello first, and I responded. And then we stood there with our shopping carts as a barrier. He inquired how I was doing, and I answered fine, keeping my tone neutral because I wasn't sure where this talk was headed. He nodded and said he wanted to thank me again for being open about everything, that it had been difficult, but that he was doing better. He informed me he was concentrating on his own life, and being more cautious about whom he trusted. And the way he stated it, made it plain that he was referring especially to Avery. I told him I was glad he was okay. And I really meant it since seeing him harmed at that party had been terrible, even if none of it was my fault. We talked for about 5 more minutes about nothing significant, like the weather and traffic, and how the grocery store had moved everything again. He then said he should get going. We exchanged goodbyes and went our own ways. And I felt an odd mixture of relief and regret that we were able to have a normal chat. A week later, when I was preparing dinner, my mother called to tell me that Avery had accepted a job in another state. She spoke it as if it were excellent news, as if Avery was moving ahead in the world, but I could sense her concern. My mother stated that Avery wanted a fresh start away from the family strife and the memories of her broken engagement. I understood the temptation because starting over somewhere fresh might feel like pressing the reset button on your life. But I also suspected Avery was fleeing from having to face what she had done. From her family members, who now knew she'd lied. And from her neighbors, who had witnessed her planning to move into a house she didn't own. My mother asked if I thought Avery would be fine out there alone, and I answered I wasn't sure. I wanted to tell Avery that she had made her choices and now had to deal with them. But my mother sounded unhappy enough already. After we hung up, I stood in my kitchen, stirring pasta, and reflecting on how Avery had tried to steal everything from me just to leave everything behind. After Avery left, the next few family gatherings felt different. There was less tension in the room, less fear that someone would say the wrong thing and spark another brawl. But Linda still refused to look at me when we were in the same room. Linda spent the entire time at my cousin's graduation celebration on the opposite side of the yard, conversing with other relatives while ignoring me whenever I approached. Linda, according to my mother, blamed me for Avery's relocation and isolation from relatives. That bothered me since Avery had secluded herself via her own actions, lying, manipulating, and refusing to accept responsibility. Linda said that I had personally taken Avery out of state, when in reality, Avery had drove herself there to avoid face the consequences of her actions. My mother attempted to mediate, suggesting that perhaps time would let Linda see things differently. But I wasn't holding my breath. 4 weeks later, I attended a family birthday party for one of my younger cousins. I arrived early to help set up for the party, which was held at a park with picnic tables and a playground. As additional family arrived, I saw something peculiar. People who had pushed me to share my house, who had argued that family should help each other and that I had more space than I needed, were suddenly quiet around me. Nobody questioned my living circumstances or commented on my 3 bedrooms. When someone mentioned real estate pricing, the topic swiftly turned to something else. Uncle Frank was present, and he graciously nodded at me, but did not attempt to initiate any discussions about family obligations. My mother's sister, who had suggested at Thanksgiving that young couples needed help, now told me about her garden. It seemed like a little win in creating boundaries, as if they'd finally realized that my house was mine and not up for family debate. Following that, my father began phoning me more frequently, inviting me to dinners and family gatherings with a deliberateness that felt intentional. At a BBQ at his house, one of my aunts mentioned the Avery situation, saying something about how horrible family feuds are. My father abruptly cut her off, stating that the problem had been settled, and that we would no longer discuss it. The aunt looked astonished, but nodded and changed the subject. Later, my father grabbed me aside near the grill and apologized for not speaking up at Thanksgiving, saying he should have defended me immediately. I told him that I valued his help now and that it made me feel less isolated inside the family. He squeezed my shoulder and told me he was proud of how I handled everything, which made my throat tighten because I had been waiting to hear it for months. 4 months after the disagreement at the wedding planning party, my mother invited me to lunch at a cafe near her job. We ordered sandwiches, and she appeared anxious, fumbling with her napkin and not quite meeting my gaze. Finally, she informed me that Linda had told her something privately. Linda had stated that Avery had always struggled with honesty and entitlement, and she had anticipated that marriage would mature her and teach her responsibility. Linda, according to my mother, was so committed in the engagement's success because she saw it as Avery's opportunity to mature, regardless of how he arrived. I sat back in my chair, contemplating this knowledge, recognizing that Linda was aware of Avery's character flaws but chose to ignore them. Linda, according to my mother, believed that a husband and a house would help Avery. External events, for example, can alter a person's inner personality. Hearing Linda acknowledge Avery's character flaws made me feel validated in unexpected ways. Someone who had previously been entirely supportive of Avery stated, at least privately, that Avery had severe troubles. But I was also irritated that Linda continued to blame me, rather than making Avery responsible for her own actions. I told my mother this over our sandwiches, and she agreed slowly, agreeing that some people will always tolerate their children's misbehavior, rather than confront the discomfort of setting boundaries. She claimed Linda loved Avery so much that she couldn't see how her continuous excuses and shielding had harmed her. I understand that you love your child. But there had to come a moment when you stopped covering for them and forced them face the consequences. Linda has never gotten to that stage with Avery, and she probably never will. The stress of all that had transpired, the family betrayal, and the violation of my boundaries, began to catch up with me in ways I could not ignore. I wasn't sleeping well, and I was continually scared that Avery would show up or that another family member would put pressure on me. Finally, I phoned a therapist and began attending weekly sessions. The therapist, an elderly woman with gray hair and a soothing voice, assisted me in realizing that my sorrow over Avery's failed engagement was misplaced. She stated that I was not to blame for the repercussions of Avery's falsehoods. Rather, Avery had manufactured the entire situation, and I had simply refused to be victimized by it. We talked about how I'd been carrying the weight of family judgment, and wondering if I'd done the right thing, but in reality, I was only protecting myself from theft. The therapist stated that it was not only acceptable, but also vital, for no one to give up their house or financial stability in order to maintain family peace. Several more therapy sessions helped me understand that some family connections were permanently ruined, and that was okay. The therapist helped me realize that not all relationships are worth maintaining if they require me to accept being exploited or controlled. She asked me what I would tell a friend in my circumstances, and if I would advise them to sell their home to prevent family conflict. I said, "Of course not. That would be insane." She then pointed out that I deserve the same consideration as a friend. We discussed how choosing myself over family peace did not constitute selfishness. It transformed me into someone with appropriate boundaries. I began to feel less bad about Linda's refusal to speak to me and Avery's departure, because they were consequences of their own acts, not punishments I had imposed. 4 months after everything went down at the wedding planning party, I decided to have a little dinner party at my house. I invited my parents, my father's brother, who assured me I had handled things right, my cousin, who had called to express her horror at Avery's actions, and a few other family members who had either backed me or apologized since then. I spent the afternoon cooking and setting my dining room table, where Avery once declared that I didn't need my house. When everyone arrived, the atmosphere was warm and relaxed, unlike anything I'd seen at a family gathering in months. We ate supper and talked about regular topics like work, hobbies, and vacation plans, but no one mentioned Avery or the housing issue. After dinner, my father's brother lifted his glass and expressed his gratitude for being in a home where limits were respected, and everyone clinked their glasses with him. It felt fantastic to have people in my family who respected my boundaries and applauded my accomplishments rather than attempting to take them away. To reclaim this area as mine, surrounded by relatives that behaved appropriately, my mother arrived with a bottle of wine and a container of her renowned potato salad, depositing both on my kitchen counter before pulling me into a tight hug that lasted longer than normal. She'd been attending more of my events recently, making an effort to show support in ways she hadn't before everything happened with Avery. When everyone sat down to dine, she stood up without my permission and cleared her throat to draw everyone's attention. She informed the entire group that she was proud of me for refusing to give up something I had worked so hard for. Her voice shook slightly when she said that, watching me defend my boundaries, had taught her an essential lesson about the difference between maintaining peace and facilitating violence. I felt my eyes well up with tears because seeing my mother say those things aloud in front of other family members meant more than I could express. She sat back down and squeezed my hand under the table, and I reciprocated. Both of us realized that our relationship had evolved into something stronger and more honest than before. My cousin Marissa informed me that Avery had settled into her new city and obtained a job at a marketing agency that paid handsomely. Marissa stated that Avery had made new acquaintances and appeared to be establishing a life for herself away from all of the family drama and the broken engagement. Part of me was relieved that she was okay, that she hadn't completely broken down after everything crumbled. I hoped she'd learnt something from the whole ordeal, that being forced to face consequences had pushed her to mature and stop expecting the world to give her things she hadn't earned. But I also knew I had no desire to rebuild any sort of relationship with her. Not after she tried to take my house and persuaded 2 entire families to do so. Some individuals can recover from treachery, but I am not one of them, and I am fine with it. 6 months after the wedding planning party fiasco, I received an email from Linda in my inbox on a random Tuesday morning. The subject line simply said, "Thinking of you," which appeared cautious and non-committal. I opened it, anticipating a complete apology or a new round of blame. But what I received was something in the middle. She said that the issue was tough, and that she wishes things had turned out differently for everyone concerned. She made no apologies for backing Avery's attempt to seize my house. Did not admit that Avery's actions were stealing. She refused to recognize that she was wrong to put pressure on me. But the email felt like regret, even if it wasn't complete accountability, as if she understood things had gone wrong but couldn't bring herself to admit who was to blame. It was more than I anticipated from her, given how enraged she had become, and how thoroughly she had shut me off after I uncovered Avery's falsehoods. I reread the email 3 times, attempting to figure out whether there was a secret message or request buried in the careful writing. But it appeared to be just that. A little gesture made by someone who couldn't exactly apologize but wanted to open a door. I sat with the email for more than 2 days before responding, writing and deleting drafts ranging from warm to cold to completely ignoring it. I finally settled on something polite but distant, thanking her for reaching out and expressing how much I appreciated her thinking of me. I didn't invite you to coffee or suggest that we try to mend our relationship. I kept my response brief and polite. The kind you'd send to someone you used to know but didn't want back in your life. Some relationships could exist in a civil but distant state, which felt appropriate for me and Linda, given that she'd never fully admitted that her daughter attempted to steal my house through lies and manipulation. I could be polite without being close, and I could respond without exposing myself to additional pressure or judgment. I hit send and felt fine about it, neither guilty nor angry. When my parents called to invite me to Thanksgiving dinner, I asked directly if Avery, Linda, and Uncle Frank would be present, because I needed to know before agreeing to attend. My mother did not hesitate or try to avoid the question, which I appreciated. She told me that this year, they were having separate celebrations to avoid tension, with her and my father hosting one group and Linda hosting another on another day. She said it truthfully, and did not try to make me feel bad about being the reason for the breakup. Did not suggest that I just get over it so that the family could be together. I thanked her for being open about it and for her willingness to accommodate everyone's needs, even if it required more work and planning. It felt good to have a parent who respected my boundaries enough to make room for them, rather than expecting me to shrink in order to make others comfortable. Thanksgiving at my parents' house was more relaxed than I'd seen family gatherings in months. The people there had either supported me from the start, or had come to understand why I refused to sell my home. Nobody mentioned Avery, or the entire disaster. Nobody made any direct comments about forgiveness or family togetherness. Several relatives inquired about my home, and appreciated the renovations I'd been making, accepting it as obviously mine without question or animosity. My father's brother inquired about the new deck I'd built in my backyard. My cousin inquired about my plans for the kitchen remodel, and everyone treated my home ownership as normal and deserved, rather than something I should be ashamed of. We ate turkey, stuffing, and pie, recounted tales, and laughed at old family jokes, and it felt great to be together, sitting at my parents' dining room table with a plate of food and folks who genuinely respected me. I recognized something had changed within me. I'd stopped feeling bad about Avery's failed engagement, and the familial conflicts that had come from my refusal to be exploited. The people who mattered had either supported me from the outset, or had eventually come to understand the situation clearly. Those who hadn't, who still believed I should have given up my home to ensure family harmony, weren't relationships worth sacrificing my self-esteem and financial security for. I'd spent months questioning whether I'd done the right thing, if I'd been too harsh, or if I should have handled it differently. But sitting there on Thanksgiving, I was persuaded that I had taken the only decision I could have made without compromising myself. 7 months after the incident at the wedding planning party, my employer summoned me to her office and informed me that I was being promoted to senior manager with a hefty rise. I'd been working toward this promotion for more than a year, putting in more hours and taking on additional projects, and ultimately seeing results. Seemed like reinforcement that my professional life was prospering even though my domestic life was a nightmare. I celebrated by starting to renovate my home office. Avery had planned to convert the room into a nursery for children she did not yet have. I hired a carpenter to build custom bookshelves along one wall, purchased a new desk that fit perfectly beneath the window, and painted the walls a deep blue that I'd always wanted but hadn't had the time to do. Every time I stepped into that room and saw my books sorted on the new shelves, and my work materials put out on the desk, I felt strong in a way that had nothing to do with others. I'd reclaimed that place for my own aims in life, transforming what Avery had attempted to take into something wholly my own. My mother came over to see the completed office remodeling and wandered around the room, touching the bookcases and enjoying the paint color. She remained in the doorway for a minute, simply staring at everything, before gently remarking that Linda had asked how I was doing, which could be a modest start towards reconciliation. I told my mother I was open to civil ties with Linda, but I couldn't deny that the house scenario demonstrated major family dysfunction in which Linda had actively engaged. I stated I'd be courteous at family gatherings and send occasional emails, but I wasn't interested in pretending we were close, or that what had happened was simply a misunderstanding that everyone could get over. My mother nodded and said she understood, that she'd tell Linda I was fine and leave it at that. I went to a different cousin's wedding, one of the younger ones on my father's side who had just from college. Avery was not present, which did not surprise me given that she had moved away and was unlikely to return for family occasions in the near future. But Linda was sitting with Uncle Frank at a table near the back of the reception area. When I walked in, we established eye contact, and I approached their table to say hi because ignoring them would have been awkward and obvious. Linda stood up, and we exchanged polite greetings, answered basic inquiries about how each other was doing, and made no mention of Avery, houses, or the calamity that had broken our family. It felt like the appropriate amount of contact, courteous yet detached, acknowledging each other's presence without seeming to be close. Uncle Frank complimented my attire, saying the color looked well on me, which could have been his way of extending an olive branch without outright apologizing for pressing me to give up my home. I thanked him and proceeded on to my designated table. I am fine with the brief interaction, neither unhappy nor overly warm about it. During the reception, my cousin Chloe, who is 24, and has just begun her first professional job, approached me near the dessert table. She asked if I had any suggestions on saving for a house because she wanted to start early, just like I did. I advised her to start a separate savings account that she never touched, and to automate transfers from each paycheck, so she would never see the money. Her friend Mia joined us, and inquired about down payment percentages and closing fees, treating me as if I had figured something vital out rather than someone who should have given everything away. I spent 25 minutes explaining loan rates, property taxes, and inspection expenses, and I felt useful in a way that had nothing to do with sacrifice. Chloe stated that she wanted to own her own home by the age of 30, and that watching me keep my house demonstrated to her that it was possible to stand up for yourself even when everyone else pressed her to do otherwise. Mia nodded and said her parents kept encouraging her to rent forever since buying was too difficult, but seeing me made her reconsider. I noticed the younger relatives did not see me as selfish. They saw my boundaries as a source of strength, proof that you could protect what you worked for without having to apologize. 2 more relatives came over, inquiring about mortgage pre-approval and credit scores, and I felt genuinely delighted to share what I'd learned rather than fighting my right to keep it. My father discovered me alone at the parking lot after the most of the visitors had left. He put his hand on my shoulder and told me he was happy of how I handled everything with Avery at home. When he informed me that standing up to family pressure was more courageous than anything he'd done at my age, he spoke quietly but firmly. He admitted that he should have spoken out at Thanksgiving instead of remaining silent, and that his silence made things more difficult for me when I needed help. My throat tightened, because his regard meant more to me than I realized until he said it aloud. He added that seeing me refuse to back down showed him the difference between maintaining peace and allowing terrible behavior. My father explained that he had spent too many years avoiding conflict by remaining silent, allowing others to push boundaries because speaking up was uncomfortable. He informed me that getting his open support was worth the temporary family disruption, and that he'd rather have an honest connection with me than a phony, calm one based on me sacrificing myself. We stood there for a few minutes, without saying anything, just being at ease with each other in a way we hadn't been since the whole thing began. When we returned to the reception hall, I felt lighter since my father finally understood why I couldn't give up my home to make others happy. 8 months after the altercation at the wedding planning party, I awoke in my home on a Saturday morning feeling perfectly at peace. The drama had faded into something that had occurred, rather than something that was still happening, and my life had settled into a comfortable routine. I had maintained relationships with family members who respected boundaries, such as my father and cousin Chloe, who understood that protecting yourself was not selfish. I had built a gap from Aunt Linda and Uncle Frank, seeing them at large family gatherings but not pretending we were close or that everything was good between us. Avery was still living in another state, and I received updates from my mother but did not ask for further information. I'd learned that defending myself wasn't something to be ashamed of, and that prioritizing my own well-being over familial pressure was the healthiest thing I could do. Some connections were permanently broken, which was fine because continuing them would have forced me to tolerate being exploited. I prepared coffee in my kitchen, the same one Avery had attempted to claim as her own. And thanked God for every decision that had resulted in my continued presence. The house was silent, and utterly filled with my furniture, my choices, and the life I'd created without anyone's approval. I sat down in my newly remodeled office with my laptop, eager to get started on a project that I was truly interested in. My books were stored on special shelves, my things were spread on the desk under the window, and the deep blue walls reflected light in a way that made me smile every time I stepped in. This was the room Avery planned to convert into a nursery for children she didn't have. Instead, it became the place where I produced my best work. I had saved for this house for 11 years, worked extra hours, skipped vacations, and made sacrifices that Avery would never understand or appreciate. Avery's attempt to take me home showed me that I was capable of standing on my own if necessary, that I could withstand family rejection and social pressure without collapsing. But I was pleased that I didn't have to stand absolutely alone, that the individuals who genuinely mattered stood by me when it counted. My father was really supportive of me. My mother gradually understood, and the younger cousin saw me as someone to learn from rather than someone to share everything. I felt truly comfortable and secure sitting in my house, working on something I like, living a life I had chosen and protected. The struggle to maintain my home revealed who I truly was. Someone who would not sacrifice herself to keep others comfortable. I liked that person. My sister blamed me for not stopping her teen pregnancy, and claimed that I owed her money. 7 months later, I filed for emergency custody of her baby. I didn't stop her teen pregnancy, therefore my sister claimed I owed her money. The custody hearing was informative. When my sister Emily got pregnant at 19, I was 25 and working 3 jobs to pay for community college. She sneaked out with her boyfriend John for months, despite my warnings that he was nasty. I tried to talk to her about protection, waiting, and John's 4 other women. But she screamed that I wasn't her mother and couldn't tell her what to do. After announcing her pregnancy at supper, our parents kicked her out, and she moved in with John's family. I suggested adoption agencies or support programs, but she stated she didn't need my faux concern. 7 months later, John left her for another girl, and his parents advised Emily to move. She brought Lily, her infant, to my apartment, stating I had to help as her older sister. Not asking, telling. She said she would never have gotten pregnant if I had been a better role model and mentor. This was partly my fault. She claimed I owed her for sisterly failure. Her visit was supposed to last a few days, while she figured things out. Days stretched into months of torment. Emily wanted me to watch Lily while she went out with friends, since she was young and deserved a life. She left for weekends, turning off her phone, and I had to miss work to monitor her infant. She said I should have taught her responsibility when she was younger when I complained. So here was my time to make up for it. She spent John's child support on clothes for herself, then demanded I buy formula and diapers since I worked. When I explained I couldn't afford it, she said I should have kept her in school so she could work. But I failed her by not making her choose better. The mental gymnastics were ridiculous. My failure to prevent her pregnancy despite her constant protests was my fault. Buying baby necessities delayed my rent. Missing school to watch Lily cost me the semester. Calling out cost me a job. Emily stated these sacrifices were little compared to what she'd given up and I should be glad for my chance to be with Lily. She stated I was lucky to finally be a sister. Emily's government assistance application named me as Lily's primary caregiver, without notifying me, which broke me. She received benefits for months while I raised her child. She used my address, income, everything. I confronted her, and she stated I was Lily's mom anyhow, because I did everything. Being legally responsible made logical. She offered me the chance to have the child I'd never have alone since I was too dull to keep a partner. I started keeping records then. Every time Emily left Lily with me, I recorded dates and times. I saved all baby supply receipts. Take a snapshot of every text she sent, saying she was going out and didn't know when. She videotaped every time she called me mom in front of Lily since she couldn't correct her. 7 months of extensive abandonment documentation. Emily then aired. She posted online about being a single parent who had no aid, seeking pity and donations from strangers. She said her family abandoned her, and she worked 4 jobs raising Lily alone. People gave her money via crowdfunding apps. She'd raised $2,500 on lies when I gave up. I requested emergency Lily custody. Emily laughed when the court date was set, stating no judge would give her baby to her aunt over her mother. It didn't concern her. Not even a lawyer. She arrived in clubbing clothes from the night before, still stinking of drink and smoke. My lawyer cousin Samantha decided to aid after hearing Emily's treatment of me, and I brought 7 months of evidence. Emily was asked basic Lily's regular questions by the adjudicator. She didn't remember her previous doctor's appointment, formula, or diaper size. Emily misguessed Lily's favorite toy. Emily mumbled that I watched Lily sometimes when the judge inquired where she was during her 4 internet jobs. Samantha delivered the proof. Requested Reds is on Spotify. Check the description or comments link. Samantha slowly opened the binder, fanning out the pages to show how thick it was. Samantha arranged invoices neatly on the table as the judge leaned forward. My name, card number, purchases, formula, diapers, baby wipes, apparel, and Lily's growing sizes were on each. Rita showed how the dates matched Emily's text messages about going out and not knowing when she'd return. The judge saw a 3am grocery store purchase 4 months earlier, when Lily ran out of formula and I had to leave my nighttime duty to acquire more. Rita revealed Emily's text from that night saying her phone was dying at a downtown club. Emily paled as Rita stacked more evidence. 7 months of evidence on the table looked like a crime. While I changed diapers, Emily's social media pictures showed her laughing and carefree at parties, bars, and concerts. The receipts' timestamps matched. Rita gave me my calendar, every day marked with a K for Emily being home with Lily, or a N for me doing everything. The trend was clear. Several weeks of Ns, followed by 1 or 2 Ks before another long stretch of being the only parent. The judge silently traced the calendar's characters. Emily tried to shrink in her seat, her eyes flitting between the evidence and the door, as if calculating if she could flee. The judge put down the calendar and faced Emily. She studied the government aid application's date and details, and asked about it. Emily clenched her hands in her lap and mumbled that it was fine since I was monitoring Lily most of the time. While explaining that she didn't understand all the paperwork and only filled out what made sense, her voice got higher and quicker. The judge's countenance didn't change, but her posture stiffened. Instead than waiting for Emily, Rita continued. She pulled out another stack of papers with Emily's 6-month benefits in yellow dollar numbers. Rita then revealed my bank bills from those months, showing overdraft fines and late payment costs because I'd bought everything Lily needed while Emily took childcare help. The judge explicitly asked Emily what she spent the benefit money on, except Lily's care. Emily opened her mouth, but said nothing. She looked at me like I could help her, or give her the perfect answer. But I just sat with my hands folded on the table. Rita filled the pause by exhibiting Emily's credit card statements with expenditures at apparel stores, beauty counters, and bars on the same dates the benefits were transferred. The judge clenched his jaw. Rita then turned Emily's crowdfunding campaign posts on a tablet for the court to see. The judge narrowed her lips as she went through Emily's feed with reading glasses. She read one post aloud, her voice flat and professional, but making every word sound worse. Emily wrote of being alone, her family rejecting her, and working 4 jobs to feed her baby. The judge looked up from the tablet and asked Emily to name one of those 4 jobs. The court fell silent. Emily's lips opened and closed like she was attempting to make words but couldn't decide. She mentioned babysitting and online jobs, but the judge couldn't get any details. Rita presented the judge with $2,500 in bogus crowdfunding claims. Emily's silence answered the judge's question about reporting that income. Rita showed donor messages on screenshots. People hoping for her improvement. People praying and supporting a single mom they thought was battling alone. The judge went from stern to disgusted. Emily cried, shaking her shoulders. She stated she was desperate, didn't know what to do, and needed help because everything had come apart. She nearly sounded sincere, as her voice broke on the last word. After Emily stopped crying, the judge inquired why she hadn't approached her family for help instead of lying to strangers online. I saw something new in Emily's face as she looked at me. Something that looked like shame, not her customary defensiveness. She muttered about pride and not wanting to fail. The court questioned if she realized that fraud was a crime, not a desperate error. Emily nodded but looked away, wiping her damp cheeks. Rita stood still, letting the judge see Emily behind all the excuses. Julia Foster rose from the side table with a folder almost as thick as Rita's binder. She presented herself to the judge as Lily's guardian ad litem. Judge nodded her on. Julia opened her binder and read her preliminary report calmly. Over the past month, she'd visited my flat 4 times to observe my interactions with Lily and her responses. She tried to see Emily with Lily. But Emily missed 2 visits, and was 40 minutes late to the 3rd. Julia said Lily called me mother, ran to me when unhappy, showed me her toys, and sought my attention during play. She said Lily's attachment to me was like a stable primary caregiver relationship. Julia asked Lily about her other mama, Emily, and Lily looked bewildered and responded, "Mama was right here," pointing at me. The judge listened without interrupting, occasionally taking notes on the paperwork. Julia's advice was straightforward. "Please give me interim custody while I'm evaluated over the next few months. Emily should only receive supervised visits until she can consistently meet Lily's requirements." After thanking Julia, the judge laid the report aside with her hand on top as if decided. I was granted interim legal custody of Lily by the judge immediately. Emily's face contorted like she was hit. The judge said that Emily would have twice weekly supervised visitation at the Family Services Center and required to show significant stability and judgment improvement before any changes were considered. Emily tried to interrupt, half standing from her chair, but the judge commanded her to sit. The judge grew firmer when she said this wasn't about Emily's feelings or wants. Lily needs this. Stable, consistent, a caregiver who prioritizes her. Emily slumped into her chair, crying with her hands over her face. The judge seemed unmoved by the tears. She kept explaining the visiting schedule, Emily's requirements, and future hearings. Something relaxed in my chest, a long-standing strain I'd forgotten. Legal protection had saved Lily. Emily couldn't reclaim her. Judge wasn't done. Emily must refund all false government benefits within 7 months, or risk legal prosecution. She then announced she was referring the crowdfunding fraud to the prosecutor for criminal proceedings. Emily perked up, her eyes wide with fear. She began to speak, but the judge interrupted her, saying the court had no discretion in fraud matters. I felt Rita grasp my hand under the table. I wanted to feel sorry for Emily, and terrible about what was happening to her. But I was just exhausted and glad. This was her fault. Every decision, lie, and moment she blamed me instead of taking responsibility. This was the penalty she avoided for over 3 years. Emily glanced at me across the courtroom, and wrath sliced through the tears. She feared I betrayed her and meant to ruin her life. She didn't realize that I stopped letting her damage my. The hearing ended and everyone stood as the judge exited through her private door. Once she left, Emily ran at me across the courtroom, screaming before she reached me. She shrieked that I made everything worse, abducted her daughter, and orchestrated this whole affair like a witch. Rita instantly intervened, forcing Emily to stop or push through her. Rita calmly reminded Emily that her actions was why she lost custody, and that she needed to go before she made things worse. The bailiff approached with his hand on his belt, indicating readiness. Emily started screaming over Rita's shoulder, calling me names I won't mention, and saying hurtful things about my life and choices, even though I knew they originated from her grief. Other courtroom attendees were staring. A clerk stopped gathering papers to watch. Rita warned Emily again to leave, or the bailiff would take her. Emily retreated, her chest thumping and her cheeks blotchy from crying. She pointed to me and said I hadn't won. Turning, she pushed through the courtroom doors so fiercely they hit the walls. I picked up Lily from the courtroom childcare where she played during the hearing. She grabbed me instantly, throwing her little arms over my neck. She grumbled in her car seat for 25 minutes on the way home, sensed something was wrong but not knowing what. I made her lunch at our flat while she held onto my leg, refusing to let go. Perhaps half of her meal was eaten before she pushed the plate aside. I carried her to her room for nap time, and she cried and called for Mama, breaking my heart. I held her, rocked her, and sang her favorite song till her eyes became heavy. She slept with her hand in my shirt, preventing me from leaving. I sat on the floor next to her crib, watching her breathe and fall asleep. After what happened, I felt it physically. Not just her aunt anymore. Not only a temporary aide, I was now her legal guardian, responsible for everything. I handled all her decisions, issues, and needs. I was 24, and she was 2. This was my life now. My phone rang that evening after Lily woke up from her nap and I fed and bathed her. Screen displayed Lena's name. I answered while Lily played with blocks on the living room floor. Lena said she heard about the hearing from my mother, and was proud of me for defending Lily when no one else would. She offered to watch Lily a couple times a week when I attended lessons and stated she had flexible hours at her job. Thanking her brought tears to my eyes after a hard day. I froze when Lena said something. She said, the family knew Emily was exploiting me for months. They'd watched me struggle, and Emily partying while I raised her daughter. But no one wanted to join the drama. Wanted no sides. To avoid awkwardness at family reunions. They watched and remained silent while I drowned. Lena apologies. Said she should have spoken up sooner. Help should have been given earlier. I assured her it was okay, but it wasn't. Knowing they'd all watched hurt almost as much as Emily's actions. But I needed aid now more than a grudge. Ignoring the adult discourse. Lily tossed a block and giggled. I told Lena I'd take her childcare offer and invited her over next week. 3 days after the hearing, my phone rang while I fed Lily lunch. The caller ID indicated an unfamiliar county number. A woman identified herself as a benefit fraud prosecutor. She required me to provide a formal declaration regarding Emily using my information to seek for government aid without permission. She assured me I wasn't in trouble. But my stomach dropped. She claimed I was a victim of identity theft and required my statement to prosecute Emily. After my afternoon appointment, I felt terrible all day. What my sister did could lead to criminal charges. Despite knowing I hadn't done anything illegal, I felt bad for starting this. Emily stole from the government using my name and address. She committed fraud, but she was my sister, and the thought of her going to jail made me sick. Emily's texts flooded my phone that night. Initial apologies stated that she didn't intend for things to escalate. They then accused me of damaging her life over a mistake. She felt I was vengeful and punishing her for past misdeeds. She texted that I'd always envied her, and could ruin everything for her. The texts kept coming in, my phone vibrating on the coffee table, while Lily played with her blocks. Some texts asked me to call the prosecutor to admit my error. Others called me cruel names, and that I was a lousy sister who never cared about family. I sent Rita screenshots of everything. Within minutes, she called and urged me to stop answering. She advised recording every message but not responding. Emily was spiraling. So whatever I said may be used against me in the custody evaluation. Emily's number was muted. As I got Lily ready for bed, the Downtown Family Services Center hosted the first monitored visitation Thursday afternoon. I hoped Lily would benefit from Emily's months-old clothes. We checked in 20 minutes early at the front desk. Waiting room rugs and plastic chairs were anchored to the floor. Lily played with a teddy animal on my lap while we waited. And waited. 25 minutes late. Emily hadn't arrived. 35 to 45 minutes. Emily entered just as I was going to ask the receptionist. She looked awful. The bun on her filthy hair was sloppy. Sleep-worn garments. She smelled like she hadn't showered in days. Stale smokes and body odor made me want to leave. Our supervisor, Rachel, took us back to a small room with toys and a table. Emily quickly grabbed Lily. But she started crying and sought for me. I saw Emily's face crack, her armor. She blinked back tears and smiled at Lily. Rachel advised Emily to sit on the floor and let Lily come when ready. Lily held onto my leg as Emily sat down and pulled out her phone. Rachel took notes in the corner with a clipboard. Her pen moved smoothly over the page as she wrote every few minutes. Emily wanted Lily to like toys. But she didn't know which ones. Lily shook her head at her toy. She offered blocks, but Lily declined. After starting to play, Lily kept near me, periodically checking for me. Emily spent much of the hour scrolling her phone, sometimes checking on Lily. When she tried to take Lily up, Lily cried so loudly that Rachel intervened. Emily lowered Lily with shaky hands. I loathed everything about the visit. It seemed wrong and terrible. Lily virtually launched herself at me and buried her face in my shoulder after the hour. Emily watched us depart with her arms at her sides, appearing more lost than ever. Rachel contacted 4 days later to schedule a house evaluation. She brought a big folder and measuring tape to my apartment the following Tuesday. Open cabinets, check smoke detectors, measure Lily's bedroom. She went through every room. She asked about our daily routine, including Lily's wake-up time, breakfast, nap time, and evening activities. I showed her my childcare schedule with the daycare near my work. She questioned about my finances, so I showed her my budget spreadsheet with every dollar spent. She examined my infant supply receipts and Lily's care expenses. Despite my little apartment and low salary, she was pleased by my organization. Her tidy, petite handwriting filled pages in her folder with notes. Nicolette asked about my future intentions, and my throat tightened. I admitted to dropping to part-time at community college, because I couldn't afford tuition and daycare. My original aim was to graduate this year, and hunt for better jobs. As I balanced work and Lily, I took 1 or 2 classes per semester. Nicolette nodded and typed several lines in her folder. She stated it proved my dedication to Lily's needs, even at my own expense. I cried because it was true but hurt to utter. All my plans had changed, and I couldn't go back. Nicolette spent another hour in emergency procedures, asking about my support system and Lily's medical documents. Her departure left me drained and vulnerable, like she'd seen my entire existence and thought it inadequate. Emily returned to social media a few days later. My friend sent me a screenshot of the first post wondering whether I was okay. Emily wrote a lengthy account of how I exploited the judicial system and snatched her kid using lies and bogus evidence. She stated I was constantly jealous of her and hated seeing her happy. She said I lied about her being a bad mother to get Lily. Dozens of strangers commented on the page, expressing how bad I was and how sorry they were for Emily. She tweeted additional twisted charges the next day. She said I faked documents and paid witnesses to lie in court. Samantha claimed the judge was biased because she knew a courtroom employee. She portrayed herself as the victim, and me as a monster, who planned everything out of spite. I watched others believe her story, and felt helpless. That weekend, my mother called. Although I almost didn't respond, I answered on the fourth ring after seeing her name on my phone. She asked me about my side after seeing Emily's posts. She asked whether I had to go this far instead of working it out with my family. My chest erupted in wrath quickly. I told her that she'd kicked Emily out when pregnant, and scarcely seen Lily since birth. I told her she couldn't question my choices after she claimed she didn't want to be involved. Her silence was long. She then asked how Lily was and if I needed anything. I told her we were okay and hung up fast. Put my phone down with shaky hands. I was sick of people giving advice without helping. Emily's posts prompted Samantha's call that night. She advised me to instantly private all my social media accounts and not respond to Emily's charges online. My public statements could be misinterpreted and used against me in court, she warned. I should have kept quiet and let the evidence speak for itself. I took her advice, even though it hurt to see people believe Emily's falsehoods. I wanted to defend myself to tell everyone what occurred. I kept quiet and made my accounts private while my sister told everyone her story. Even though I did the right thing, it felt like losing. The second monitored visit was 3 weeks later. I took Lily to family services expecting another unpleasant hour like before. Emily and a stranger were already in the waiting area when we entered. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and she laughed at his words. She sprang up and pulled him over when she spotted us. She called him Lucas, and told Lily he would be her dad. Lucas tried to high-five Lily, who ducked behind my legs. Lucas' identity was immediately asked by the supervisor. Emily wanted her boyfriend to meet Lily during the visit. Nicolette looked hard and separated them, indicating that only Emily may visit. Emily argued that Lucas would be in Lily's life, therefore he should be involved now. Nicolette reiterated that Emily's court order required supervised visits, and would be cancelled if she didn't comply. Lucas seemed uneasy, and offered to wait in the car. Emily looked at me like this was my fault before following Nicolette to the visitation room. I watched Emily try to get Lily to play with blocks through the window while waiting in the van after the visit. Lily continued glancing at the door where I departed, and Emily's frustration reflected in her uneven block stacking. Nicolette led them out after the hour with a stiff smile that didn't reach her eyes. Lily came to me and hugged my legs, burying her face in my trousers. Emily watched us from the doorway with her arms crossed, her look unreadable. I fastened Lily in her car seat and drove home without looking back. Nicolette called me that night after I put Lily to bed. She asked to discuss what she'd seen during the visit, and I sat on my couch with a knot in my gut. She noted Emily's behavior with the boyfriend, specifically bringing someone new around Lily without permission, demonstrated poor boundary judgment. Considering how unpleasant the situation was, I consented. After Nicolette inquired if Emily had rushed into relationships, I told her about John and how it ended. Emily had introduced Lily to 4 other serious lovers in the past year, who had been around for a few weeks before vanishing. Nicolette paused before saying she'd note this pattern in her evaluation. She complimented me for being honest, and promised to contact me. My palms shook when Samantha called 4 days later with news. Emily was charged with crowdfunding campaign benefit, fraud, and theft by deceit by the prosecutor. Samantha said my evidence was solid enough for criminal prosecution, not simply civil penalties. Despite knowing Emily's actions would make me sick, I felt sick. My phone rang almost midnight that night. Emily's name flashed on the screen, and I almost didn't answer. But something made me. She cried so hard I couldn't understand her. She stated the police informed her of the charges, and that she was going to jail for providing the evidence. After letting her cry, I told her I hadn't filed charges. The prosecutor did it alone. She urged me to drop the charges to explain it was a misunderstanding. I calmly stated that I didn't control the prosecutor, and that they had to pursue a crime upon proof. She said I lied and hung up. Emily missed the next visit. Lily and I waited 25 minutes in the Family Services Center waiting area before Nicolette stated Emily hadn't called to cancel. Lily inquired where her other mama was, and I didn't know what to say. We drove home and I tried to keep our afternoon routine normal, but I felt terrible seeing Lily gaze toward the door whenever she heard a sound. Next week's visit was identical. No Emily, no phone call, just me and Lily in that waiting room until Nicolette let us go. She wrote on her clipboard about this contradiction, which worried her. When I asked Emily why she missed the visits, Nicolette stated she couldn't reach her. After that second missed visit, Lily stopped asking about her other mama, which saddened me more. I wanted to return to school full-time, but I needed affordable childcare. I visited a daycare program that offers student discounts through the community college. The director showed me the toddler section where Lily's age youngsters played with toys and made crafts. I understood everything about Lily's schedule and demands, so I answered her queries effortlessly. My binder with Lily's medical and allergy records was pulled out when she asked. The director grinned and remarked, "Most parents weren't nearly this organized." I enrolled Lily 3 mornings a week to do further lessons. I felt odd writing my name as guardian, instead of aunt or family, on the enrollment documents. I was shaken by its permanency. Seeing my name in black ink, as the child's legal guardian. 2 weeks later, Nicolette called to arrange a meeting at her workplace the following day. I asked my aunt to watch Lily, and arrived apprehensive about what she may find. When I entered, Nicolette had a hefty file on her desk and was direct. She'd surprised Emily at her present home the day before. My stomach dropped, wondering what she found. Emily lived in a 1-bedroom apartment with her boyfriend and 2 roommates, Nicolette said. The apartment was full of clothing and dishes, and a child couldn't sleep there. Emily vaguely pointed to the couch, when Nicolette inquired where Lily would sleep when she visited. Nicolette also reported that one roommate was smoking despite Emily's assurance that the apartment was smoke-free. After hiring a criminal lawyer, Emily acknowledged she couldn't afford her own home. Nicolette closed the file and faced me. Her evaluation suggested I have full custody of Emily, with supervised visitation. I pondered what she said, feeling relieved and sad. Nicolette said Emily had not addressed the issues that led to the temporary custody order. She missed visits, made bad living decisions, and didn't prioritize Lily's needs. The judge would receive the recommendation within a week, and schedule a final hearing. Nicolette stated she was doing what was best for Lily, when I complimented her for being thorough and honest. As I walked to my car, I felt the weight of reality. Emily was going to lose custody forever. And I was going to have a child I never wanted at 24. Emily must have heard the recommendation because I heard knocking on my apartment door 4 nights later. I checked my phone and saw 11 p.m. Emily, red-faced and crying, demanded Lily via the peephole. I called Samantha first and kept her on while I decided. Samantha said to close the door and contact the cops. Emily started beating and yelling that I stole her daughter and wrecked her life as I phoned. Neighbors' lights turned on. When I notified the operator my sister was breaching a court order by visiting my home, she indicated officers were coming. I heard sirens while Emily was pounding. I saw 2 officers talking to her and her crying while pointing at my door through the peephole. She got in the back seat as they guided her to their car. I opened my door to an officer with Samantha still on the phone. He stated they warned Emily about violating the custody order and would arrest her if she returned. After he departed, I shut the door and checked on Lily, who'd slept through everything. Emily sent me a long email the next morning. It wrote, "Please read this." I almost erased it, but something made me open it. She wrote that she understood she'd messed up and was wrong to visit my apartment. Talking to her therapist about her habits helped her recognize how her choices harmed Lily. She sought parenting classes and treatment to prove she could change. Her communication was more honest and self-aware than her typical blaming and excuses. She asked whether I would support more visitation if she improved consistently. She understood why I had custody, and that Lily required stability. But she wanted to be a true mom. I read the email 3 times. Divided between optimism that she was improving and distrust based on her past promises. I read Samantha the email over the phone. Samantha listened without interrupting, and asked my plans. I felt conflicted about helping my sister, and safeguarding Lily from more disappointment and instability. Samantha reminded me that Emily had broken commitments before, and that words were easy but deeds counted. She stated I had to prioritize Lily's well-being before Emily's, or my guilt. We discussed boundaries and realistic expectations for about an hour. Samantha helped me understand that supporting Emily's growth didn't imply transferring custody unless she showed long-term change. Just knowing what to say made me feel better after we hung up. I replied to Emily while Lily napped that afternoon. I encouraged her to seek therapy and was delighted she recognized her tendencies. I recommended therapy and parenting programs, and hoped she would continue. I stated the custody arrangement should continue the same until she showed ongoing change, not just a few weeks of effort. Emily was beginning to comprehend her blame and avoidance tendencies, acknowledge how her decisions had harmed Lily, and take responsibility for her actions. According to the therapist, Emily's work and treatment insights were praised in the letter. After reading it, Samantha was quiet, then stated it was nice that Emily was working on herself. But 10 weeks of classes and treatment didn't outweigh 24 months of neglect and abandonment. The judge would review the letter, but it wouldn't affect the overwhelming evidence of Emily's instability and poor judgment. Reading about my sister's improvement made me want to believe she was changing but know that desire doesn't make it true. My mixed emotions lasted days. I kept thinking about how Emily had attended classes, gone to therapy, and attempted to do something right. Despite not changing custody, I wanted to thank her for her effort. But whenever I thought I was being too severe on her, I remembered something. The nights she vanished unexpectedly. The times Lily sobbed for hours as I attempted to calm her because Emily hadn't taught me her rituals. I spent rent on diapers and formula. The semester I failed. Samantha must have sensed my doubt when she called one evening to check on me. I felt awful for not praising Emily's recent efforts. Samantha informed me that 10 weeks didn't erase 24 months of maltreatment. Emily was doing the absolute minimum because of genuine repercussions, not because she had changed. She noted that Emily had many chances to stand up before I filed for custody, but didn't until a judge ordered her to. This conversation reminded me why I fought for custody. I prepared my testimony with Samantha the week before the final custody court 8 weeks out. She guided me through potential questions at her office after I left Lily off at daycare. She cautioned me that Emily's public lawyer would try to portray me as vengeful and exploiting the custody system to punish my sister instead of Lily. Samantha advised me to be cool despite their words. I should counter with examples rather than emotional accusations. Practiced for hours. Samantha played antagonistic attorney, while I learned to reply without defending. She taught me to use Lily's needs to answer inquiries about my motivations, instead of facts. I felt ready at week's end, but my stomach still wrenched as I thought about testifying against my sister in court. I barely slept and got up at 5 on the final hearing day. My blue outfit, which Samantha claimed looked professional without trying, was placed out the night before. Lily and I hugged before dropping her off at daycare after breakfast. The director assured me they'd care for her, regardless of hearing length. Samantha and I met outside the courthouse at 8:30 and reviewed everything on a corridor bench. She advised me to breathe, pause before answering questions, and look at the judge, not Emily. My hands shook while speaking. Emily and an unfamiliar public defender arrived 20 minutes before the hearing. She wore black leggings and a white shirt with a ponytail. She seemed exhausted but well put together, unlike the emergency custody hearing. Her young public defender checked his phone and didn't seem interested in the case. Emily looked at me once when she entered but didn't say anything. She sat at her table with her hands folded. Her leg bounced under the table, the same uneasy tendency she had when we were youngsters. Samantha squeezed my arm and said Emily's appearance didn't matter. One morning of responsibility didn't erase 24 months of neglect. Judge Sterling Boggs entered when the bailiff called us to order. The emergency hearing judge was a 50-year-old woman, with gray hair and piercing eyes that saw through everyone. Sitting down, she opened the file in front of her and reviewed it before looking up at both tables. I was granted interim custody 5 months ago with supervised visits for Emily, the judge said. She stated, today's hearing would determine permanent custody arrangements based on the evidence and testimony presented. My stomach nodded. Judge Boggs read Nicolette's evaluation report silently for several minutes. She then glanced at Emily and inquired what had changed since the temporary custody order. Emily stood up when her public defender poked her and discussed her parenting classes. She reported weekly therapy and learning to accept responsibility for her actions. After listening without expression, the judge asked Emily about Lily's routine. Emily paused and answered Lily probably got up about 7 or 8 and preferred Cheerios for breakfast. Emily guessed Cheerios when the judge asked. Samantha wrote on her legal pad. Emily thought Lily wore size 4 or 5 diapers when the judge asked. Again, wrong. 3 months with Lily in size 6. Emily speculated that Lily's last health visit was a few weeks ago when the judge asked. I reminded Emily of her regular checkup 4 days prior, as usual. Before continuing, the judge took notes but didn't modify her expression. Julia Foster then testified, the guardian acknowledging Lily's interest throughout. She testified that she'd seen Emily and Lily come my home and care several times. Julia said Lily was attached to me, reaching all her developmental milestones, and in a stable and supportive environment at home. Julia said Lily would cry when I left Emily and spend most of the visits wondering when I was going back. She stated Lily seemed bewildered by Emily, and didn't appear as comfortable as with me. Julia advised maintaining custody with the possibility of greater visits, if Emily made progress over the next 7 months. She stressed that Lily's steadiness was crucial, considering her young age and previous disruptions. Emily's public defense claimed that any child in this situation would be anxious. Julia calmly stated that Lily's emotions suggested insecure attachment to her original mother and went beyond normal adjustment. I splashed water on my face in the washroom during the judge's recess before the next testimony. Samantha informed me everything was fine, and Julia's testimony was perfect. Samantha stated the evidence was too strong for Emily's public defense to change this. We returned to court and Emily's therapist testified remotely via video. A middle-aged woman with kind eyes. The therapist spoke carefully about anonymity while delivering necessary information. She said Emily had been attending weekly therapy for 3 months to work on accountability and understanding her blaming and avoidance behaviors. Emily was beginning to comprehend how her choices had harmed Lily and take responsibility, according to the therapist. The judge requested the therapist to propose unsupervised visitation now. The therapist paused before responding, saying that Emily was making progress in therapy but that meaningful transformation took time and effort. She stated that 3 months of treatment couldn't repair years of habits, and that Lily's young age and need for stability required gradual custody adjustments. The therapist couldn't advocate unsupervised visitation, but she hoped Emily would keep working on her therapy regardless of custody. Emily stared down at her hands while the therapist spoke, leaned forward. Samantha next meticulously showed the judge my stable housing, employment, and childcare arrangements. Her records included every doctor's appointment, developmental screening, and immunization I'd taken Lily to. Samantha showed my pay stubs and bank records to explain how I budgeted to meet Lily's needs on a low salary. She mentioned the early intervention services I'd organized when Lily's pediatrician noticed developmental delays, and how she was improving with constant support. Samantha stressed that I had dropped a part-time school and worked around childcare hours to give Lily the stability she deserved. She showed the court my updated degree plan that took 4 years instead of 1, proof I wanted to raise Lily long-term. Samantha's presentation was well organized, building on each exhibit to illustrate Lily's existence, as I had envisioned it. Emily's public defense gave his closing argument, and I braced. He described Emily as a child when she became a mother at 19. He said she made mistakes, but every young mom does, and she deserved a chance to be a true mother with help and structure. He cited her parenting classes and treatment attendance as proof of her changed dedication. He suggested that the court explore a progressive reunion plan that would allow Emily to restore her bond with Lily through increased visitation and shared custody. He said Emily was young and overwhelmed, not unfit, and that taking away a mother's kid permanently was an extreme move that should only be used in circumstances of severe abuse or neglect. The public defender talked strongly, but I could tell he didn't know Emily or comprehend what occurred. Samantha was ready to reply. My legs shook as I headed to the witness stand when the judge called me. Samantha started with basic inquiries regarding Emily moving in with me and how things changed. In the first several weeks, I thought Emily needed temporary help. She then revealed she has no intention of parenting Lily. Rita and I went to the corridor and I sat on the bench, trying not to vomit from fear. Everything seemed strange, like I was watching someone else. Rita continued telling me the evidence was overwhelming, and the judge saw everything. Lena then arrived with coffee from the street shop and sat next to me, wrapping her arm across my shoulders. She said I'd done everything right for Lily no matter what. She stated it takes bravery to fight for my niece while everyone else left. We waited 25 minutes while the judge evaluated the case while I saw other families pass through the courthouse with their own issues. Everyone had a tale. Everyone fought for something. We returned to court once the bailiff called us. Judge Boggs spoke after looking at both tables, serious. She admitted to thoroughly reviewing all evidence, testimonies, and evaluation reports. The judge noticed Emily's recent improvements, but 3 months of education and therapy couldn't offset 24 months of abuse and abandonment. Given her young age and developmental demands, Lily needs stability and continuous care, she said. Judge Boggs then granted me complete legal and physical custody of Lily. Emily would have twice monthly supervised visitation at the Family Services Facility, with the option of additional access, if she made progress over the next 7 months. It prioritized Lily's well-being while allowing Emily to keep a relationship with her daughter provided she worked on herself, the court said. Emily was crying but nodding, not screaming. I felt Rita grip my hand and heard Lena breathe next me. Emily had to continue treatment and parenting education after the judge set visitation conditions. In 7 months, she would evaluate the case to determine if any changes were needed. It ended. I had complete Lily custody. The judge said Emily must finish probation and attend therapy. She had to attend every Lily visit for 7 months, and verify her stability before requesting more time. Emily nodded with tears. She wasn't upset at me like usual. She looked sorrowful, and banged up. Like she realized what she'd lost. I sat feeling strange, while Rita packed her papers. I won, but not really. When the bailiff told we may leave, everyone headed toward the doors. The fluorescent lights were too harsh when I took my bag out of the corridor. Aunt Lena hugged me and said proud. Rita squeezed my shoulder and promised to call about the papers later. Emily approached me. Her mascara was smudged, and she appeared tiny, like she had lost her struggle. She apologized for everything she'd done to me. She stated my presence blessed Lily. Her voice cracked when she begged if we could be sisters after losing custody. I wished her well, but trust building takes time. She nodded, dried her eyes, and left with her public defender. After the hearing, I picked up Lily from daycare. She ran to me, yelling "Mama," and hugged my legs. She was secured in her car seat, and we went home in afternoon traffic. I carried her into my flat and sat her down. She always went to her toy box. From the kitchen, I watched her play on the living room floor. The permanence of things hit me hard then. No longer her temporary guardian, I was her legal mother. I was 24 years old, single, working part-time at a grocery store, and raising a toddler alone. I loved her more than everything, but I never wanted kids at this age. Rita brought forms 4 days later. I became Lily's legal guardian, so she helped me request Tony's child support. We reviewed my application for my current benefits. The assistance would cover rent, groceries, and daycare. However, money didn't erase the reality that my life had taken a different path than I had planned when I was 18. Next week, I saw my community college academic advisor. Motivational posters adorned her little office. I explained my issue and she opened my transcript on her computer. We arranged for me to take online lessons after Lily went to bed. My graduation would take 4 years instead of 1. I felt both lost and capable. She produced my new course schedule, and wished me luck. Emily had her first supervised family services visit 3 weeks after the custody verdict. I brought Lily at 2 as scheduled. Miss Chen, the supervisor, had a clipboard and a nice face. Emily was in the visitation room waiting. She immediately started playing with blocks on the floor with Lily. She read books and puzzled with her instead of using her phone. She listened and acted like a mom for an hour. Miss Chen said the visit went well, and listed the improvement in her report when I picked up Lily. I tentatively hoped Emily was beginning to grasp parenthood. After that, my parents visited more. Mom brought groceries, and Dad fixed housing problems. They'd play with Lily and watch her while I did homework or went errands. One evening while washing dishes in my kitchen, my mom mentioned Emily's immaturity reminded her of herself. She regretted kicking Emily out during the pregnancy. We started talking more honestly about our familial traits and habits. It wasn't perfect, but it started. A month later, I joined a support group for kinship caregivers that met every Thursday night at a church basement. There were around 12 people there, raising their grandkids or nieces or nephews. They related stories of dealing with the courts and managing visits with birth parents and suffering with money. Hearing their experiences made me feel less alone. One mother named Patricia was raising her 3 grandsons and worked 2 jobs. Another guy called James had custody of his sister's twin daughters. Everyone knew family was complicated and messy. They reminded me that doing right doesn't always feel wonderful. 4 months after final custody, Lily called me mama constantly. She rarely mentioned Emily between visits. Even though my new therapist indicated toddlers connect to their primary caregiver, I felt terrible. I showed Emily images on my phone, and talked positively about her. As I said, "Your other mama loves you very much. And she's working hard to be the best mama she can be." Lily would glance at the pictures and say, "Okay." And play again. Emily's therapist reported good progress to the court 5 months later. Emily never missed a monitored visit. She completed her probation and paid some of her debts. A mall retail business hired her to fold clothing and run the register. She emailed photos of her new studio flat. Small but clean, the flat had a bed, table, and TV. A text asked if I was proud of her. I replied back that I was glad of her and hoped she kept establishing a secure life. I responded back that I admired her work and wished her well. Then I said custody wouldn't change soon. She needed to know I wouldn't change everything because she'd improved for months. Her reply was quick. She acknowledged and claimed she had to prove herself over time. She got Lily's well-being first. As she wrote, Emily's remarks were strange to read. That was her first such speech. Maybe the therapy worked. Maybe she was finally seeing things plainly instead of through blame and excuses for years. I wanted to trust it. But I knew people might say good things without meaning them. Time would tell if this was change or a performance. The Family Services Center called 3 weeks later. Tony requested Lily visitation. The supervisor stated he'd finished the background check and parenting training, and wanted to start his twice-monthly visits. It felt odd. Tony was barely around since Lily was born. He paid child support because the court ordered it, but he'd never seen her. He immediately wanted a fatherhood. The supervisor chose Saturday morning at 10 for his first visit. I brought Lily to the center and found Tony in the visitation room. He appeared anxious. Moving hands made him unsure where to stand. When Lily noticed him, she hid under my legs. He escaped her memory. Tony got on the floor with blocks after the supervisor gently encouraged her to play. The tower he built kept falling over. Lily waited a moment before slowly approaching and handing him a brick. My chest relaxed watching them. Tony was bad at this. Despite his awkwardness and lack of direction, he tried. She laughed when he read a book with improper voices. His push on the small indoor swing made her squeal. They played peekaboo and Lily called him daddy by the end of the hour, even though she didn't comprehend. Supervisors said the visit went well. Tony requested a return visit 3 weeks later. Driving home with Lily snoozing in her car seat, I realized how messy everything was. Emily was organizing her life. Finally, Tony stepped up. Parents participated again. Despite her misery, dysfunction, and court fights, Lily had loved ones. Must count for something. 7 months. Emily kept her therapy appointments. Tony arrived every 3 weeks on time. My parents babysat and brought groceries. Lena regularly assessed our progress. Slowly, something almost normal formed. Next was Lily's 3rd birthday. A week went into planning a small apartment party. Lily was obsessed with unicorns, so I bought decorations and ordered a unicorn cake. I invited Emily, Tony, my parents, and Lena. Part of me expected someone to cancel, start drama, or ruin everything again. The day came, and everyone arrived. Emily arrived first with a wrapped gift, and a nervous smile. They bought Lily a stuffed unicorn almost as big as her. Lily immediately hugged and dragged it around the apartment. Tony returned with books and a card. My parents brought too much food. While I prepared, Lena decorated. We almost felt like a family for a few hours. Emily served cake without complaint. Tony played with Lily and the building kids I invited. My parents snapped photos and laughed at Lily's excitement over each gift. Nobody fought. Nobody mentioned the custody battle, court, or our painful history. A girl turned 3 recently. Everyone gathered for cake. Lily stood on a chair to reach candles. Her face was covered in frosting from sneaking tastes. I lit the 3 candles and we sang happy birthday. Something changed as I watched her blow them out with everyone cheering. My 20 seconds should be different. I was supposed to graduate college, start a career, travel, date, and do all the things 20-somethings do. I raised a toddler alone in a cramped apartment while working part-time and completing online school. I'd lost my life plan, but seeing Lily's excitement as she clapped and laughed with loved ones, I knew I'd made the correct option. She was healthy, happy, and safe. Growing up, she knew she was wanted and battled for. All the sacrifices were worthwhile. Life didn't go as planned, but I wouldn't alter it. When defending her, no. Not when it meant she might experience moments like this with frosting on her face in a room full of caring people. My fiancé said medical school was too hard for my female brain. But I excelled at my job. and earned a medical school scholarship from his company. Medical school was too difficult for my female brain, so my fiancé suggested hospitality. On his job, I proved him wrong. I was admitted into medical school after 3 years together and 8 months engaged to Jake. To do this, I took the necessary classes, volunteered at hospitals, studied for the MCAT for months, and received letters of recommendation from instructors who believed in me since high school. I cried happy tears when I got the admission letter, thinking of becoming a doctor. I immediately called Jake, expecting his approval. Instead, he paused and suggested we meet to discuss this. I was seated when he came over that night, as if to deliver bad news. He thought medical school wasn't feasible for us. He indicated the minimum time between school and residency was 5 years, which would delay our lives. We could make it, I told him. Many pairs did. After shaking his head, he continued. Those couples didn't last because the woman got too focused on her career and forgot about her family. I'd ditch him the moment I put on a white coat. He advised I study human resources or hotel management. He stated that jobs were beneficial for women because they had regular hours and weren't too demanding with kids. I thought he was joking, but his look seemed serious. He opened his phone and showed me divorce rates for female doctors and how many became single and childless. That wasn't his want for me or us. Since I was 8, seeing my grandma suffer from cancer while her doctor rescued her, I wanted to be a doctor. His dreams change when you grow up and become engaged. He said his sister Emily was pleased as an administrative assistant, and his mother Susan never worked. Both were fulfilled women. Fighting over this continued for weeks. My desk had business program brochures from him. He would remark every tired-looking female doctor we saw may be me in 8 years, exhausted and alone. I met his coworker's wife, who abandoned nursing school to support her husband and looked pleased. Medical school would make me rigid and unfeminine, he said. Why bother? Patients don't appreciate female doctors, he remarked. He explained to his folks that I was considering medical school like a mad phase. According to his mother, Jake was worried about my rash judgments. He received papers from his father about unhappy marriages for women who earn more than their spouses. Jake sent me notes to consider. He became cruel. He said I wasted time studying for my biology final. I was asked if I was looking for a rich doctor to replace him when I shadowed hospital doctors. Jake told a buddy we weren't planning a wedding until I got over my medical fantasy. He publicly called it my little medical phase. When he said he wouldn't pay for my wedding if I went to medical school, I snapped. He refused to celebrate a fatal marriage that started. He claimed I'd choose a career that was good for our relationship if I loved him. He printed and completed the first page of the local community college's hospitality program form for me. I recognized then that he'd never consider me equal. I went to medical school without telling him. Deferred for 2 months to evaluate. The medical supplies firm, where Jake was a sales manager, hired me. He was happy that I quit medical school to be with him. I let him think I was the top sales associate in 2 months because, unlike Jake, I knew medical equipment. Doctors requested me because I could answer their questions with information, not sales pitches. Michael, the firm owner, asked me to become regional sales coordinator. Jake was upset because he wanted that job. Michael suggested he be more competent if he understood medicine as I did. Michael stated they would finance one employee to go medical school part-time at the Christmas celebration. This curriculum was made for me because I raised their sales by 35% in 4 months by knowing what I was talking about. Jake became pale. After Michael's declaration, the room goes silent, and everyone stares at Jake's motionless face. Despite wanting to leap up and scream, I maintain my expression calm and professional. My heart is pounding so hard, people can hear it. Michael says the corporation will cover my tuition and books, while I work reduced hours, and underlines how my medical knowledge has improved customer connections and sales. A coworker nudges Jake and says something, but he just stares at his plate like a stone. As Michael talks about how I increased sales by 35% in 4 months, by understanding the equipment instead of memorizing scripts, I notice his jaw tighten and unclench. The other sales managers are nodding and smiling at me, and some are looking at Jake like they understand. Coworkers shake my hand and touch my shoulder after the news. Jake leaves out the side door without saying a word, and I feel relieved and satisfied that I don't have to confront him. Michael pulls me aside and wants to discuss the sponsorship and my new schedule Monday morning. He makes me feel appreciated like Jake never did by taking joy in my achievements. Apparently, I've raised the bar for the sales team, and additional employees are asking about training. I realize everything when I drive home alone that night. Attending medical school. My employer values my skills. Just saw Jake's attitude explode in front of everyone we work with. I jiggle my steering wheel as I enter my driveway. After telling my best friend everything, she yells with joy and I had to hold the phone away from my ear. She claims to have known I could do it and that Jake was incorrect about me. I'm pleased Jake doesn't come home that night because I need time to comprehend everything without him manipulating it. I spent the evening staring at my medical school acceptance letter from months ago in my desk drawer. And I finally felt the utter thrill I had when it arrived. Reading it 3 times, I touched the paper like it could disappear. I arrive early Monday morning to meet with Michael, who has an HR representative review my new contract and timetable. They aim to have me work 2 days a week on important accounts and train new sales staff, which will pay my wage and provide me time to study. HR says my benefits will stay, and I'll get a little raise for my new training duties. After signing the paperwork, I feel like I've changed my life. Jake arrives late at work looking exhausted and avoids eye contact with me and others. Because everyone knows what happened at the party, and can hear whispers about him trying to keep me from medical school, the office is uneasy. 2 younger salespeople ask about the sponsorship program at my desk, and Jake watches from across the room with a sinister look. Despite being Jake's sister, Emily calls me at lunch, surprising me because we've never been close. She says she heard, and is proud of me for not letting Jake stop my dreams. Strangely, her voice is less cautious, and more honest. Jake's parents persuaded her to take the administrative position, and she sometimes regrets not finishing her degree. Watching me fight Jake made her realize she'd been making excuses for years for not going back to school. That afternoon, Jake confronts me in the break room, looking angry and embarrassed. Low, tight voice asks how long I've been plotting this betrayal. I calmly say I didn't betray anyone. I quit letting him decide my life. He claims he was protecting me from making a mistake, and that medical school will wreck my life. I explain that his concern was never about me, and that I've shown I can handle medical information better than him. Self-esteem and control were involved. Moving closer, his face turns crimson, and I smell coffee on his breath. He claims I'm selfish and wasting our future for some stupid degree. I tell him our only future was me shrinking to make him feel bigger, and I'm done. When I finish, he steps back and makes fists at his sides. The break area feels too small, the fluorescent lights buzz too loud, and I can smell burnt coffee from a long overused burner. After opening his lips to yell, he closes it and looks about like he's realized we're at work and anyone can come in. In an agitated whisper, he says we need couples counseling to resolve this. He argues we can't waste 3 years on a professional dispute. He still doesn't comprehend it, therefore I feel cold. Not for his career, I tell him. He spent months saying my brain is too feminine to grasp difficult stuff. Since it's not a communication issue, counseling can't help. Respect issue. He tries to dispute, but I go by him, and go back to my desk to respond to client emails while shaking my hands as I type. That night, I drive home and sit in my driveway for 10 minutes before I can get inside. Unlock the door, and go to the bedroom closet to get the empty boxes on top. I began gathering Jake's belongings because I can't live with someone who spent months telling me I wasn't smart enough for my aspirations. I pack his shoes, cologne, and sales training books he never read, and fold his shirts in boxes. I hear his key enter the lock while taping the 3rd package. Arriving home, he stares at the boxes against the wall at the bedroom doorway. Suddenly pale and red, he asks what I'm doing. I pack his belongings because we're done. He accepts that this is over for the first time since it began. I keep packing while he sits on the bed, with his head in his hands. Next morning, he tries something new. He suddenly claims he's always supported my medical school goals as he sits across from me at the kitchen table in a composed voice. He claims I'm misremembering his worries, and that he was worried about work and stress. I find the 2-month-old voice memo on my phone. I press play and his voice fills the kitchen, saying female doctors are unfeminine and unhappy and patients don't appreciate them. He becomes white listening to himself and can't deny it. That weekend, he leaves with his boxes, furnishings, and last year's coffee maker. His folks keep calling to persuade me. They think Jake is distraught and I'm nasty. Susan has the gall to imply I'm wasting a wonderful man on pride. Self-respect, not pride, motivates me to use my intelligence. 2 weeks pass in a whirl of paperwork, apartment cleaning, and preparing for my biggest move. On my first day of medical school, I wake up at 5 a.m., even though class starts at 9. Driving to campus, I park in the student lot, and walk toward the medical education building with my new backpack and orientation folder. I feel like I'm finally living my dream life as I enter the building. No one disputes my female brain's ability to handle the information in the lobby of enthusiastic and nervous first-year students. I sit in the third row of my designated classroom, and a woman introduces herself and asks what specialty I'm interested in. Michael has been great helping me balance work and school, which is harder than planned. When I have exams, my coworkers cover accounts and text me good luck. Jake was relocated to a different territory, because too many clients asked why I wasn't representing them. I hear from office gossip that he protested to Michael about the reassignment. But Michael said clients make the requests and the company follows them. 2 weeks into the semester, I meet Jake's friend at a campus coffee shop. He spots me studying at a corner table, while waiting for his order, and approaches over seeming uncomfortable. Without asking, he sits down and awkwardly says Jake has been telling people I cheated on him and we broke up. Angry but unsurprised. Jake can't accept that his behavior ruined the relationship, so he makes me the villain. Due to my 6 months selling medical equipment, I'm doing better in anatomy class the next week. I raise my hand and discuss how different specialties prefer distinct handle grips based on their procedures, while my professor explains surgical tool design. She stops and asks how I know, so I tell her I sell. She compliments my practical application of theory, and assures me that real-world experience produces better doctors after class. Michael requests that I teach the salesperson, who will replace my territory. I spend the day showing her how medical knowledge simplifies sales. I discuss anatomical reasons for tool shapes, and how to talk to surgeons about their needs instead of reading product specifications. I told her how the equipment works and why doctors need it, unlike other sales managers who merely remember scripts. Regional Coordinator Jake's replacement begins the following Monday. Olivia Hopkins, a nurse, has 8 years of hospital experience. In the morning meeting, we immediately bond over medicine. She visits my desk after the meeting to inform me Michael wanted someone with healthcare experience after seeing how much it mattered. Working with someone who knows both sides of the business excites her. After 3 months, I'm doing well at my decreased job schedule, and retaining decent grades. By email, my anatomy professor praises my recent exam score, and my biochemistry lab companion says I explain topics better than the teaching assistant. 2 other committed women in my class study with me, and their partners text them support and bring them coffee during late-night cramming. One of them sends me a message from her fiancé indicating he's proud of her hard work, which is different from Jake's response. The partner finds her ambition beautiful, not intimidating. The other woman's fiancé is also in graduate school, so they question each other on their subjects and cooperate on their education. Their behavior shows that Jake wasn't normal, or protective as he stated. Small and controlling, it kept me from growing past him. I hear Jake is dating again in the office. Someone indicates she works reception at one of our customer hospitals during a sales presentation. Olivia later tells me the woman never went to college and answers phones and schedules appointments at the front desk. Because I know Jake will do it. I feel awful for her. He'll be nice at first, then quietly advise she don't need that online course or promotion. He'll say she's perfect as she is, and keep her where he can manipulate her. Most of all, I'm glad I'm not her. Emily randomly texts me on Tuesday afternoon to meet for coffee. It's surprising because we haven't chatted much since the breakup save for awkward company Christmas party small talk. I accept, and we meet Saturday morning near my flat. When I sit down, she appears apprehensive and talks quickly like she's practicing. She told me she's been thinking about our last talk, and how I didn't let Jake stop me from medical school. She's been an administrative assistant for 8 years. But she wants to be an accountant. Although she's always been brilliant with statistics, Jake's parents convinced her that administrative employment was more stable. Her courage came from witnessing me fight Jake, so she told me she started night classes 2 weeks ago to get her degree. I'm surprised, proud, and disappointed she settled for a job for a decade. We talked for 2 hours about her classes and objectives, and I realized Jake's family has odd beliefs about women. Mother never worked, and father believes that's wonderful. Emily wanted to study business, but Susan said accounting was too math-intensive for most women. The same bullshit Jake told me about medical school being too hard for women. Family customs keep women small and manageable. My metabolic pathways biochemistry unit stalled. I spend 3 nights studying the same chapter without understanding it because the content is hard and complex. I stare at Krebs cycle diagrams at my workstation at 2 a.m. and think about Jake suggesting medical school would be too hard for me. He may have been right, but I'm too obstinate to acknowledge it. I recall that 6 months ago I knew nothing about medical equipment beyond first aid. After learning about surgical equipment, diagnostic machines, and patient monitoring systems, I outsold experts. Complex medical vocabulary, anatomy, and specialty equipment were taught. If I can learn it in 6 months while working full-time, I can learn biochemistry. I use flashcards, videos, and ask my lab partner to clarify. It clicks by week's end. After I pass, my professor puts excellent work on my paper. Michael asks me to speak at the next company-wide meeting about how medical knowledge promotes client relationships. I must demonstrate to the sales team how understanding science helped me solve difficulties and close deals. A week goes into creating a sales case presentation. I mention a surgeon who was upset with a laparoscopic tool, and I suggested an alternate based on the process. I demonstrate equipment better by knowing anatomy than reading specifications. Understanding sterilization helped me solve hospital infection control challenges. All sales workers must attend the meeting, including Jake. He enters and sits in the back row with his arms folded. As Michael introduces me and I present, Jake's expression tightens as I give each case. I'm exhibiting knowledge he never earned, since he memorized scripts. Not comprehending. Requested reads are on Spotify. Link in description or comments. Jake sits looking like he wants to disappear while other salespeople take notes and ask questions. After my presentation, 2 employees ask Michael about education. Each aspires to pursue nursing or medical technology. Michael beams, and tells the room, he's considering making the sponsorship scheme permanent because it's enhanced the company's performance. He acknowledges me publicly and says, I changed the culture around professional development and made everyone think about growing their skills. I realize my impact goes beyond my own accomplishment. My approach to education and knowledge is altering the company. In my 4th month, my medical school advisor asks about my past. I describe how I went into medical supplies, sales, and she listens and takes notes. Unlike most doctors and salespeople, I understand both the medical and financial sides of medical equipment, she adds. She suggests I build or improve surgical tools, or work with corporations to improve equipment. The notion intrigues me since it would blend all I've learned into something new. It's a road I wouldn't have found if Jake talked me into hotel management. Curiosity leads me to accept Jake's new girlfriend's social media friend request. Her public profile shows her community college online business course posts. Her posts are enthusiastic, but Jake's replies follow. He writes, "Don't stress yourself out with this. And you're already perfect without a degree, and make sure you're not neglecting us for homework." The same dominating stupidity he told me. Despite thinking about emailing her to warn her, I know she won't believe me. He undoubtedly appears protective and kind. Like me, she must find things out. I receive an email 6 months into medical school requesting me to speak at a prospective student event regarding work-life balance. I'm asked to relate my medical school experience while working. I agree and tell frightened prospective students about my journey in the evening. Someone told me I wasn't capable, so I almost gave up my dreams. I discuss how working at the medical supply firm benefited me in school. Managing everything was difficult, but my employer helped. After my discussion, several young women thank me for sharing my story. A woman approaches me aside and says her boyfriend has been saying similar things about her nursing school intentions. He kept telling her it's too hard, and she should do something easy. And she was believing him. His doubts are about him, not her, she says, after hearing my story. She has my email, and can contact me for support. After Michael announced the medical school sponsorship, the business Christmas party returns exactly 1 year later. I wear my first scholarship dress to the event. Michael quickly finds me and pulls me aside before the program. He confirms that he will publicly acknowledge my first semester success, and wants me to be comfortable, for real. I tell him I am. Company growth and client pleasure are his annual speech topics. Then he mentions educational sponsorship. His words: I completed my first semester of medical school with excellent grades, while still performing well at work. I proved that investing in employees who want to grow is good for everyone. The group applauds, and several coworkers congratulate me. Jake misses this year's gathering. He told Michael he had a family duty. But everyone knows he didn't want to be there. Olivia informed me. His presence isn't missed. At this gathering last year, I was nervous, excited, and seeing his face become white with amazement. My pride, gratitude, and anticipation for the future fill me this year. Grades arrive in my student site 3 weeks after final exams. My hands shake when I click the link to examine my findings at my kitchen table with my laptop open. I see them one by one after the page loads slowly. Medical terms, Anatomy. Physiology. A biochemistry minus in Introduction to Clinical Practice. I make the dean's list for academic excellence with my GPA. Part of me can't believe I did this, so I gaze at the computer for a minute. I print the dean's list certificate, and take it to the frame shop that afternoon. I say, "No. It's mine." When the counterwoman asks whether it's for my daughter, she exuberantly congratulates me. The framed certificate hangs above my desk in my home office, where Jake used to tell me I was wasting my time studying stuff my female brain couldn't handle. I still remember his white face at that Christmas gathering when I saw it. The next weekend, my folks drive up for a celebration meal. My dad hugs me in the restaurant parking lot and cheers me on for not letting anyone extinguish my light. My mom cries, and says she knew I could. We discuss my favorite classes and next semester throughout the meal. Work and how Michael supports my schedule are asked. I mention my reduced hours and new sales crew training. In toast to his future doctor daughter, my dad lifts his glass. I feel warmth in my chest that I never had with Jake. Olivia and I have lunch every Thursday at the office cafe. She's friendly and doesn't demand me prove myself as Jake did. At one lunch, she tells me something new. Before launching the medical school sponsorship program, Michael worked with her to ensure work-school balance. After reviewing my sales and client comments, she convinced him I was worth it. She left a job where her employer made similar comments about women in healthcare to Jake. He believed women were too emotional to make effective medical decisions, and that nursing was fine for women, but anything beyond that was stretching it. Her workplace favors expertise over gender, which she likes. She thanks me for showing that medical knowledge improves salesmen regardless. I understand that her friendship means more to me than Jake's backing, because she sees me as capable, not someone who needs protection from my goals. My hospital clinical observation day is late January Tuesday morning. First time donning scrubs. I feel like I'm becoming the person I always wanted to be. I'm walking through cardiology when someone calls my name. Turning around, I notice Dr. Harris, one of the doctors who used to request me when I sold equipment. He's thrilled when I tell him I'm in medical school and says he knew I had the drive. He offers me to shadow him during his procedures in the coming months. He says I was the only sales rep who understood their needs and why. I could explain how the equipment will interact with their systems and improve patient outcomes, but most reps merely read spec sheets. I instantly accept his offer and exchange contact information, so he may add me to his operation schedule. As I leave the hospital, everything seems to be coming into place. On a Saturday afternoon, Jake's parents arrive to my place without notice. Susan and Jake's father is uncomfortable when I open the door. Even though I don't want to talk, I let them in when Susan asks. Susan sits on my couch and begins talking about Jake's struggles and the family's concerns. He's been aloof and won't discuss our relationship, she adds. She then says I left him wrong, and that he was simply looking out for me. I remain cool, and say their son spent months warning me my brain couldn't withstand medical school. Showing them my framed Dean's List certificate on my wall, I said I'm proving him wrong every day. He didn't want a partner, I say. A little person would make him feel big. I stopped Jake's father from saying he wanted me to have a happy life. Their son warned me patients don't respect female doctors and medical school will make me hard and unfeminine. I say he printed hospitality management applications, and filled out the first page for me like I was a toddler who couldn't decide. Susan stands and says they should leave, turning red. They walk to the door. And Jake's father mutters about kids not understanding compromise. After closing the door, I'm pleased to no longer have to pretend to be tiny. Advanced courses in my second semester push me more. Pathophysiology challenges me to comprehend cellular disease mechanisms. Pharmacology entails learning hundreds of medication interactions and mechanisms. Since I learned how to manage my time, and ask for help in the first semester, I'm challenged, but never overwhelmed. My study group is close pals that help each other through difficult subject. We met twice a week at the library and took turns teaching ideas until everyone understood. My late-night study companion is engaged to a teacher who serves us coffee and never complains about academics. A nursing husband helps her practice physical exam procedures at home. I'm glad for a community that supports each other. We support each other through tough times, and celebrate triumphs. I now see a supportive environment. During my second semester, my lecturer assigns a medical device innovation research project. I recall my sales career in an instant. I told her after class that I sold medical equipment, and still had ties with local doctors and medical practices. She smiles, and suggests this may be a thesis project combining clinical practice and device development. My commercial and medical knowledge sets me apart from most medical students, who only see equipment clinically. She advises I explore how user feedback might improve device design and safety. I spent that evening identifying doctors and equipment to interview. I look forward to creating something significant from my past experience and current studies. On Wednesday morning, Michael invites me into his office to inform me the company wants to use my narrative in recruiting. They aim to show potential hires that the organization provides professional development and invests in growth. I agree to show other ladies that you can achieve large goals despite doubts. The next week, the recruiting director asks about my sales associate to medical student journey. I'll admit I almost quit my dream. I tell her Jake worked on my hospitality management applications, and about my months of being told my brain couldn't handle complex subjects. Michael noticed my ability and gave me a life-changing chance. She says the interview will inspire many and records it. After leaving her office, I hope my struggle will inspire someone to follow their dreams. Emily calls me Thursday night with a strange voice. She received acceptance into the community college's accounting department and will begin school in the fall. She breaks down and says her parents are mad at her for returning to school at 32. Susan warned her she's too old to start afresh and should focus on marriage rather than job. Emily praises me for demonstrating her you can always pursue your dreams. Remembering that she took the brave choice, I went first. I tell her my worries and fears, and how Jake almost convinced me to quit. She laughed and said we're proof that Jake's family's ladies are stronger than expected. We talked about her accounting and my medical classes for over an hour, and I'm proud of us for not being small. It turns out my unconventional path to medical school affords me benefits over other students. In March, I noticed Jake across the exhibit hall while assisting Olivia present at a medical conference. He's passing booths looking at new gear and hasn't spotted me. Jake walks by Olivia and me setting up our booth near the main entrance. He stops and changes expressions quickly when he sees me. He seems uncomfortable and turns down a different aisle to escape me. But the conference is small, and we find up in the same elevator 20 minutes later. He's staring at me from the corner of his eye in the awkward stillness. As we approach the main floor, he murmurs that I'm doing great. I say, thank you, and leave without looking back. And from. Olivia is anticipating me at the registration counter, and lifts her eyebrows. We conclude the presentation at our booth, after I shake my head, and tell her it wasn't important. Jake disappears after the conference goes well. Thinking about him no longer makes me furious or hurt. I'm grateful I chose myself rather becoming tiny for others. In late April, my anatomy professor asks me about summer research after class. She says the hospital needs someone who understands medical theory and practice to test new surgical instruments. When I say I sold medical equipment, her eyes brighten up. Since most medical students can describe how equipment should work in theory but not in operating rooms, she thinks that's exactly what they need. The hospital conference room interview occurs 3 days later. 2 surgeons and a research coordinator across from me quiz me about gadget design and surgery. I show what a sample laparoscopic tool accomplishes, and the usual technical concerns surgeons have with that model, and how the manufacturer tries to remedy them in the newer version. One surgeon says, they've interviewed 8 candidates, and nobody else could discuss the practical sales perspective like I just did. They give me the job right away, with a stipend to decrease my work hours in half next year. After leaving that hospital, I feel like everything is falling into place. 2 weeks later, Olivia summons me into her medical supply company office. Her promotion to director of sales prompts her to discuss modifications. She tells me that seeing my achievement over the previous year was crucial to her from behind her new desk. I showed that understanding medical science improves sales force performance, despite the company's training to memorize scripts and product specs. She's implementing medical education training instead of sales approaches. In the company-wide change communication, she personally credits me. 3 former co-workers visited my desk to thank me over the next 2 days. A corporate employee says he always felt bad answering doctors' queries with rehearsed answers, but now they're learning the science behind their products. In early May, the medical school invites me to a Women in Medicine panel. I relate my experience at a platform in front of a packed auditorium, about almost abandoning up because someone said my brain couldn't manage the intricacy. The brochures on my desk, divorce rates, and the hospitality management application with the first page filled out are discussed. The room is hushed as I talk. A first-year student claimed her father informed her medical school would make her unmarriageable during the Q&A. She jumps up and says her spouse called her selfish for choosing school before family. A back row professor describes colleagues who questioned her place in academic medicine. So many people want to share their experiences, we stay 30 minutes longer than planned. About a dozen kids compliment me for being honest about how close I came to choosing the lesser life someone else desired for me. We've accumulated enough data for a manuscript in 2 months, because my research role starts in June. Nights after work, I analyze surgeon comments on device design issues, and write up our results. On the study about improving surgical gadget design based on real-world usage patterns, the primary researcher names me second author. In September, my name appears in a medical publication. And I realize I'm still in my second year of medical school. Michael requests a copy of the story, and frames it to hang in the business lobby with top sales performance. One morning before work, I stood in front of that frame, and remember the girl who almost went into hotel management to save a relationship with someone who thought she wasn't smart enough. Emily texted me in October to invite me to her accounting diploma graduation. I spend the afternoon watching her come across the small platform to receive her certificate in a hotel conference room. I'm the loudest cheerer as she beams. She then introduces me to her high school math teacher boyfriend. He shook my hand and said, "Emily always mentions me." He finds her ambition and desire to learn attractive. He stares at her with pride and respect while we observe. I am so glad she met someone who values her smarts instead of wanting her to stay tiny. I hear workplace rumors from a former coworker in November. Jake lost his girlfriend. She informed numerous office mates that he was dictatorial and disrespectful when she discussed her professional objectives. She desired a real estate license as a receptionist at one of our client offices, but Jake kept telling her it was a waste of money that she wasn't good at sales. My coworker says the girlfriend told her buddy, who told someone else, that Jake made her feel silly for having ambitions. It verifies what I already knew. Therefore I feel relieved. He didn't pick on me or medical school's demands. His behavior toward women who want more is consistent. His partners must be smaller than him since he can't manage someone who may outgrow or succeed him. August begins my third year of medical school, and I begin clinical rotations in the hospital where I shadowed doctors in sales. Assigned to cardiology for my first rotation. One attending doctor stares at me mid-rounds on my second day. When I tell him I sold cardiac monitors, his face lights up, telling the other residents that I was the only sales rep who understood their needs and why. Another doctor claims he always knew I was a doctor, not a salesman, over lunch. From my queries and equipment explanations, he thinks I was thinking like a clinician even then. Michael retires at a September corporate meeting. It's 72 and he wants to see his grandchildren. Everyone applauds Olivia's appointment as business president. Olivia pledges to increase educational sponsorship from 1 employee per year to 5 at her first meeting as president. She stands at the front of the conference room and says, "Investing in people's progress is good business and ethical." She says, "I prove that educated employees bring more value to the company and to their clients. I inspired the company culture shift from sales volumes to knowledge and competence. My surgery rotation in October involves using laparoscopic equipment I sold. The monitor flickers while the surgeon removes a gallbladder. This model has a connection port issue, which I note to the scrub nurse before she calls for a replacement. Resetting it involves unplugging and rejoining the cable in a certain order. When the surgeon follows my advice, the picture clears instantly. I'm pulled aside in the hallway after surgery and asked about my background. He says, "My path is unusual, but it makes me a more well-rounded doctor." He adds, "Most medical students only see equipment as tools, but I understand the engineering and the business side too." My Step 1 medical board exam scores arrive in November. I open the email at my kitchen table and discover my 90th percentile score. Jake said medical school was too hard for my female brain. I think about him saying I'd never make it through, and that I was wasting my time studying subjects I'd never use. I frame the score report and hang it on my wall next to my first semester Dean's List certificate to remind me of everything I could do. In early March, my advisor calls me into her office and closes the door behind me with an excited look. She displays a document on her computer and turns it toward me. I was mentioned to the program directors because of my published research and medical sales experience in a new residency program on surgical device innovation that starts next year. She says my clinical skills, research experience, and real-world understanding of medical device use make me an ideal candidate for this program, leaving me stomach-flipped because this sounds like the career path I never knew existed but now can't imagine doing anything else. It's a competitive program with only 4 spots nationwide. But she thinks I have a good chance if I apply. I leave her office and start researching the program. Reading about how residents work with engineers and surgeons to improve and develop new devices. I think about how Jake wanted me to quit medicine. I attend the fourth-year medical student graduation ceremony in May, even though I have 2 more years. The program includes every phase of my experience, including the sales employment he thought was settling. As I watch them walk across the stage in their white coats, I imagine myself receiving my diploma in 2 years. The ceremony feels long. But I don't mind because I keep thinking about how close I came to never experiencing this. After the ceremony, a woman approaches me in the lobby. She's wearing her new white coat and holding her diploma. Her name is Amanda. She heard me speak at the Women in Medicine panel 2 years ago about almost quitting medical school because someone told me I wasn't capable. She was struggling that semester and seriously considering dropping out because her family kept telling her she was wasting her time. Says, my narrative about proving Jake incorrect inspired her to continue. Now she's graduating and starting pediatric residency. I start crying and hug her, and she thanks me for being honest about how hard it was. In June, Olivia calls me to get coffee. She says knowing that someone else fought through doubt and made it gave her license to fight. After sitting down, she tells me Jake was demoted from his sales manager position after multiple women complained about his attitude and comments. She says the complaints weren't about me, but about how he treats female colleagues. Olivia says she reviewed all the complaints and talked to HR, and they decided he needed to step back from management. He's been moved to a sales position with no direct reports. She says she's mandated respect and workplace equality training for all managers, and several women have told her they feel more comfortable speaking up. I don't enjoy Jake's struggles, which is mostly true. But I do like knowing that his behavior finally caught up with him. In July, my research mentor emails me to come to her lab, and when I arrive, she offers me a position for my entire 4th year. Olivia says the company culture has changed significantly since I started, and she credits me with showing them that expertise matters more than gender. She says she's received a grant to study medical device safety using real-world usage data, which is exactly what I've been doing in my research. The grant will pay for me to quit my sales job and focus on school and research, which relieves me because balancing work and school has been difficult but manageable. She says the research will strengthen my residency applications and give me more publications. I accept immediately and tell Michael I need to resign from the company. He's not surprised and seems happy for me. He hosts a goodbye party with the entire sales team, who take turns sharing stories about what I taught them. One man says, I'm the reason he went back to school to get his nursing degree. Another woman says, watching me balance everything made her realize she could go back for her MBA. Michael makes a speech about how I changed the company's sales and professional development strategy, and says hiring me was one of his best decisions. In September, my surgery rotation begins, and on the 2nd week, I scrub in on a cardiac procedure. The patient needs a valve replacement, and I watch the surgeon as she performs. I know every detail about her catheter system, which I used to sell. Halfway through the procedure, she pauses and asks me about device placement. She says she knows my background and wants my opinion on whether the angle looks right. I study the monitor that shows the catheter position and suggest adjusting it slightly based on the device specifications I remember. After following my advice, the image quality improves immediately, and the procedure goes smoothly. In the hallway, she removes her surgical cap and tells me I'll be a great surgeon because most medical students see devices as tools, but I understand engineering and limitations. In October, Emily calls me crying, but they're happy tears. She says she got her first accounting job at a downtown firm. After 10 years as an administrative assistant, she finally has a job that uses her skills and interests. She says watching me fight for my dreams gave her permission to fight for hers. I'm proud of her courage. And she says our family doesn't understand why she's making things harder for herself. But her new boyfriend, who met her at night classes and is studying to be a teacher, supports her. She says he likes her ambition and smartness, and I'm glad she found someone who appreciates her instead of trying to limit her. I spend November working on my residency applications, which are overwhelming but exciting. My application includes my published device safety research, detailed descriptions of my medical sales background, and letters of recommendation from doctors who saw me in both roles. She explains, my diverse background distinguishes me from other medical school applicants. I think about how Jake encouraged me to go into hospitality management, and now I'm applying to one of the country's most competitive residency programs. I feel confident about my future and who I am. The surgical device innovation department feels different from the other floors. When I walk into the hospital on my first day of residency, the walls are covered with blueprints and prototype sketches, and residents can test equipment modifications in a lab. My attending physician, Dr. Harris, meets me in her office and tells me she requested me because my published research on improving surgical device design caught her attention, and my sales experience and clinical training are perfect for their program. I feel proud as she hands me my schedule and tells me I'll be dividing my time between surgeries, research projects, and device manufacturer consulting. Even the painful ones, like leaving Jake and balancing school and sales, led to this moment. Dr. Harris shows me my desk in the residence area and introduces me to the team, who are friendly and excited to have someone who understands both medicine and business. During lunch, Emily texts me with a photo of her standing in front of an office door with her name and the title Junior Accountant. I save the photo in print and frame it later that week to place next to my medical school diploma on my apartment wall. She says we both made it to where we were supposed to be all along, and is proud of us for not giving up. 6 months later, I'm thriving in ways I never imagined possible, and contributing to research that will change surgical outcomes for thousands of patients. I'm working on device modifications surgeons want. I think about the version of myself who almost enrolled in hospitality management to save a relationship with someone who thought my brain was too female for complex subjects. I'm glad I had the courage to choose myself instead, because this life is challenging, demanding, and fulfilling. Just like I was meant to live it. Having one good concept is what matters. Am I the asshole for setting up my best friend with a possessive man for revenge after she tried to get too close to my husband? My best friend needed to see what was out there, so he spent months attempting to woo my spouse. She now feels bad about upsetting me. Since we were roommates in nursing school, Chloe had been my best friend. She supported me through all the significant events in my life, including serving as my maid of honor at my wedding to Ethan 4 years ago. When she was dating, which wasn't frequently because she didn't have good sense in men, we did everything together, including wine nights, weekend brunches, and couple dates. When she came over, Ethan would prepare extra food because he knew she lived off takeout and always expressed his happiness that I had such a great friend. Up until around 5 months ago, when Chloe ended her relationship with her most recent disastrous boyfriend, who had been having an affair with his ex the entire time, everything was ideal. For weeks, I supported her as usual, bringing her ice cream, and allowing her to cry on my couch. To help her feel less alone, Ethan included her in our plans, and told her she deserved more. I became aware that things were becoming strange at that point. Instead of using our group chat, Chloe started texting Ethan personally. First, it was just memes. Later, she asked him what he thought of the men she connected with on dating apps. Since he found it amusing that she desired a male viewpoint, Ethan showed me everything. But when the texts arrived around 1 a.m., I began to feel uneasy. The touching followed. Chloe began hugging Ethan far longer than usual, resting her hand on his shoulder during chats, and squeezing his arm when she smiled at his jokes. Instead of sitting next to me on game night, she continued to lean into his personal space. She said that I was being overly suspicious, and that she felt at ease with him, almost like a brother, when I brought it up later. However, when you wear low-cut clothes and push-up bras, your brothers normally don't notice. The clothes thing quickly became absurd. Every time Chloe visited, she began to dress as though she was going to a club. Sunday football attire includes crop tops, little skirts, and full makeup. She would stoop directly in front of Ethan to retrieve items that she had unquestionably dropped on purpose. She purchased the identical outfit I had worn to my anniversary dinner, and began wearing the same scent. Ethan confided in me that he was starting to feel uneasy. The supper for my anniversary was the tipping moment. Chloe spent the entire evening trying to give Ethan nibbles of her dessert, while wearing a dress so short that she couldn't sit without flashing everyone. She sat on his lap during photos, claiming it was just for fun, and continued to share private jokes from their messages. She pretended that Ethan was being stiff when he shoved her away. I told her bluntly that night that she needs to quit acting in such an unacceptable manner around Ethan. She chuckled and remarked that I was being insecure, and that perhaps Ethan wouldn't like our conversations as much if I were more entertaining. In fact, she stated that Ethan most likely enjoyed having a companion who wasn't so stiff and uninteresting. Married men need female friends to remind them of what's out there, she continued. Instead of punching her, I used my imagination. Initially, I began involving my other buddy, Olivia, in every situation. Olivia was attractive, unmarried, and really considerate. I would also invite Olivia whenever Chloe emailed me about hanging out. Olivia received all the attention Chloe was accustomed to, and Chloe detested not being the only friend who was single. While Chloe sat there boiling, Ethan and I would repeatedly compliment Olivia on her work, her apartment, and her dating stories. After that, I gave Chloe some tweaks on how to use her dating apps. I advised her to arrange several dates each week, and to pair her up with any guys who appeared interested. During the dates, I would help her get ready, and get her excited before texting her to ask for updates every half an hour. I would call the restaurant to see how she was doing if she didn't answer right away. The males frequently left early because they believed she had a stalker friend. The highlight, however, was introducing Chloe to Aaron, Ethan's coworker. Aaron was successful, beautiful, and incredibly needy with women. I informed Aaron that Chloe had expressed her love of attention, and her belief that possessive males were romantic. I explained to Chloe that Aaron needed someone to actively pursue him because he was bashful. Because Aaron wouldn't let her go, their first date lasted 5 hours, and was referred to as true connection. In little than a week, Aaron was sending Chloe hundreds of texts every day and bringing flowers to her workplace. She tried to vent to me, but I told her that his obsession was so romantic. She wanted someone who put her first. Didn't she? She couldn't end their relationship without coming across as the terrible guy who allowed him to get away with it. I made sure Chloe understood how wonderful my marriage was when she was interacting with Aaron. Now available on Spotify as requested reads. See the link in the comments or description. I began sharing content about Ethan on social media all the time. We had pictures of us laughing over dinner on every date night. Every private joke was made public. All of the wonderful things Dad did for me were shared so Chloe could see them. The view counts increased within minutes, so I knew she was looking at my postings, but her comments gradually decreased until they ceased altogether. Since I had never been that kind of person before, Ethan found it strange how much I was now sharing online. However, I explained to him that all I needed was to recall the pleasant moments. When Aaron sent Chloe his 150th text message of the day, asking her what she was doing and whether she had missed him yet, I truly wanted her to know exactly what she was unable to have. It felt better for her to be silent than for her to answer. Around 9 p.m. on a Wednesday, my phone buzzed, and Chloe's name flashed on the screen. According to the text, Aaron wanted to prepare a romantic meal for her, and had unexpectedly arrived at her place with bags of groceries and pots and pans. She stated that since he had gone to so much difficulty, she didn't know how to get him to leave without coming out as unappreciative. Could I please advise her on what to say? I replied back, grinning at my phone, saying it seemed really romantic and committed, that most women would kill for a guy who put them first, and that she should truly value someone who cared enough to surprise her in this way. After all of her unsuccessful relationships, I suggested that perhaps she simply wasn't accustomed to receiving genuine attention. As if typing, she returned 3 dots. After that, they vanished, and I didn't hear from her that evening. I was checking Chloe's Instagram for the 5th time in 10 minutes when Ethan entered the living room. Before he asked what I was doing, he paused at the doorway and looked at me for a considerable amount of time. I quickly turned off my phone and stated I was just making sure my pal was all right. I felt sick to my stomach as his face remained flat and doubtful. He simply shook his head slightly and returned to the kitchen without saying anything else. But his dissatisfaction was like smoke in the air, and I could feel it. He had no idea what Chloe had attempted to do to us, I told myself. However, I couldn't shake the expression on his face for hours. Chloe attempted to end the Aaron issue after 4 weeks. She told me via text that morning that she wanted space, and that she was going to end their relationship at lunch, since it was going too quickly. I replied with a thumbs up and continued working at the hospital. My phone exploded with texts from Chloe at around 2:00 the afternoon, stating that Aaron had arrived to her workplace, rather than our scheduled meeting at the restaurant, and that he was sobbing in the lobby, declaring that she was the only positive thing in his life. She claimed that her coworkers were observing the entire event, and that she appeared to be a horrible person. The subsequent text stated that she had decided to give it another go because she couldn't simply dump him in front of everyone after he had caused such a commotion. After reading the messages again, I was filled with a sense of pleasant contentment. That Saturday, I invited everyone aside from Chloe to a game night. Olivia and her new boyfriend stopped by. As before, we set up board games and refreshments when Ethan's coworker brought his wife. Throughout the evening, I posted numerous pictures of everyone laughing and having a good time, along with notes expressing how much I cherished my incredible friends. In the kitchen, Olivia approached me aside and stated that leaving Chloe out while she was obviously having difficulties felt cruel. Chloe had been too busy with Aaron anyhow, I informed Olivia. Furthermore, when she chose to disregard my marriage, she had made her own decisions. Olivia didn't press the issue, although she did look uneasy. On Monday morning, Chloe texted me to let me know that Aaron had begun taking her to and from work so they could spend more time together. He was waiting in the parking lot every day, so she explained she could no longer justify it by saying she was exhausted or had things to run. "I feel like I can't breathe," was how she concluded her message. After waiting an hour to reply, I sent a lengthy text explaining that partnerships require compromise, and that perhaps she wasn't accustomed to someone being so attentive after all of her erratic ex-partners. Instead of dismissing a positive thing, I stated that she should make an effort to value having someone who genuinely wanted to be with her. I was left feeling angry by her. Max, Ethan's best friend, joined him for sports and beer on Thursday night. They sat in the living room while I showered, and when I turned off the water, I could hear their conversations coming through the bathroom door. I seemed different lately, more preoccupied with other people's issues than my own. So Max asked Ethan if everything was all right with me. As he acknowledged that he was concerned about my level of obsession with the Chloe problem, Ethan's voice became low and solemn. He claimed he didn't know how to bring it up without getting into a fight and that I wasn't acting like myself. I listened to my husband tell his closest buddy that he was worried about who I was turning into while I stood motionless with my towel wrapped around me. Rather than contacting me on Friday afternoon, Chloe gave me a call. She told me in a tremulous, tearful voice that Aaron had gone through her phone last night and become irritated because she had saved the numbers of male co-workers. She claimed that while she had him, he had questioned why she needed to talk to other guys and had forced her to list all of her phone contacts. She was asking me if this was typical relationship things or if she should be concerned, and I could sense the worry in her voice. A part of me remembered her sitting on Ethan's lap at my anniversary meal, while another part of me knew I should advise her to run. I advised her to be patient with Aaron until he gained her trust, as he was likely simply insecure from previous relationships. She hung up after politely thanking me. I was content. On Monday, I was caught in the break room by my coworker Michaels, who told me that she had spotted Ethan and me at that downtown Italian restaurant on Saturday night. Given that Chloe and Aaron had been seated a few tables away, she questioned whether it was strange to see them there. Ethan had clearly spotted where we were eating, and I could feel the heat rising on my face. I probably realized that I had picked that particular restaurant since I knew Aaron and Chloe would be there. I muttered something about having to return to work as Michaels continued to comment on how adorable Ethan and I looked together in contrast to how tense Chloe's table appeared. Ethan looked me differently that night, as if he was trying to understand who I truly was, but he didn't say anything about it. Chloe sent me a screenshot of a message from Aaron expressing his love for her 4 weeks after they started dating. She said that he had become extremely quiet and strange over the previous few days when she didn't immediately respond. She questioned whether she was being irrational for not feeling the same way yet, and whether there was a problem with her for not realizing so quickly. I could have informed her that his response was deceptive, and that 4 weeks was far too short. However, I responded by typing that some people simply pick things up more quickly than others, and perhaps she need to consider the reasons behind her fear of commitment. I went on to say that perhaps her feelings about love weren't that trustworthy anyhow, given all of her failed relationships. It took her hours to reply, and when she did, it was only an all right. We ate at the kitchen table as usual that Tuesday night after Ethan prepared pasta with his homemade sauce. I told him about the patient in room 304, who kept taking out his IV when he inquired about my shift at the hospital. Ethan turned off the water and stood staring at me while I was rinsing plates after we had finished clearing the dishes together. He suggested that we discuss Chloe and my actions. My stomach dropped, but I said I didn't know what he meant, while maintaining a neutral expression. Ethan's jaw clenched as he revealed that he had been observing me for weeks, seeing me write about us non-stop, check my phone every 10 minutes to see if Chloe had replied, and plot things to specifically hurt her feelings. He felt uneasy about how far I was going with everything, and mentioned that this wasn't like me. Heat rose in my chest as I set down the dish and looked him in the face. I informed him that after what Chloe had attempted to do to our marriage, she deserved everything. At my anniversary meal, she sat on his knee and advised me that married men should be aware of what was going on. Ethan's expression remained unchanged, and he stated that didn't justify me turning into someone who intentionally does harm to others. He claimed that when he wed me, he did so with a sincere and nice person, rather than one who took advantage of circumstances to hurt people. I could tell he saw a stranger standing in our kitchen by the way he stared at me, and it made me feel cold. For 4 days following that, neither Chloe nor I texted each other. I sent her a humorous meme about horrible hospital patients on Wednesday, and she was furious. I requested her opinion Thursday morning after sending her a picture of a dress I was considering purchasing. She had seen it, as evidenced by the red receipt. But there was no reply. By Thursday night, I was going through our message history on my phone every 15 minutes to see if I had missed anything. It wasn't meant to operate like this. Instead of ignoring me entirely, she was meant to be unhappy, and attempting to reach out to me. When her name finally chimed on my phone on Friday afternoon, I reached for it so quickly that I nearly dropped it. She indicated in her message that she will meet up with me later, perhaps next week, because Aaron needed a lot of her attention at the moment. I was losing control of the entire scenario, so as I glanced at those words, I felt panic rather than victory. I didn't call before I traveled to Chloe's apartment on Saturday morning. She opened the door after I knocked 3 times, and when she did, I hardly recognized her. Her hair was tied back in an untidy bun, and she had black circles under her eyes and had lost weight. Despite appearing shocked to see me, she moved aside to allow me to enter. With his arms slung across the back cushions of her couch, Aaron appeared to be the owner of the space. He gave me a quick glance but didn't say hello or smile. Instead, he returned his focus to the TV. I sat down in an attempt to get Chloe's attention when she pointed to the other chair. She started to respond when I inquired how she was doing, but Aaron interrupted, stating they were doing fantastic and spent a lot of time together. I saw that Chloe had her body tilted toward Aaron, as if she was observing his reactions, and her smile seemed forced. Aaron cut me off again when I tried to inquire about her job, saying that she had been really busy lately. She hadn't been replying to people because of this. It was obvious from the way he spoke about others that he meant me in particular. Every time Chloe began speaking, Aaron would finish her sentence, add something, or correct her. I became aware that the monster I had created was far worse than I had anticipated after seeing this cycle repeat 5 times in 15 minutes. Asking if I needed any water, Chloe got up. I wanted to test whether she would go to the kitchen by herself, so I answered okay, even though I wasn't thirsty. Aaron instantly stood up to follow her when she did. Aaron's tone was tight and controlled, and I could hear their voices in the other room. He wanted to know who I was and why I had come. When Chloe described me as her best friend from nursing school, her voice sounded apprehensive. Aaron claimed that he now considered himself to be her best friend. There was possession, not affection, in the way he said it, and it sent shivers down my spine. Aaron persisted in asking why she needed other friends when she had Aaron, despite Chloe's attempts to dismiss it with a joke, claiming that people might have more than one friend. Aaron fell silent in a way that seemed risky when I heard her mention that female friendships are different. When they returned to the living room, Chloe shook her hands and gave me the water. I watched for 20 more minutes as Aaron touched her knee, shoulder, and arm, causing her to wince a little each time but smiling as he did so. Aaron didn't get up or say goodbye when I told him I had to leave. They simply stared at the TV as if I had already vanished. For 25 minutes, I sat in my car in Chloe's parking lot, holding onto the steering wheel. My heart was racing, and rather than feeling smugly content that my retaliation had succeeded, I was actually afraid for her safety. Aaron's actions had gone from being bothersome to being domineering. And I would tell him that Chloe preferred possessive guys, which would start the whole affair. I had given him the ammunition and painted a target on her back. He had trailed her into the kitchen. The way he had listened to every word she uttered. He had spoken about being her best friend, as if he were taking the place of everyone else in her life. This was no longer only clinging. This was risky. I felt sick to my stomach as I started my car and headed home because I had wanted Chloe to suffer. However, not in this manner. Not with a person who could harm her. When I arrived home around midnight, Ethan was reading in bed. Standing in the doorway, I gazed at the screen of my phone, which displayed Chloe's most recent message. "What's wrong?" Ethan inquired, setting down his book. Before I could stop myself, the words slipped out. I informed him that, by claiming that Chloe preferred possessive men, I had tricked Aaron into chasing her. I informed him that by claiming Aaron was shy, I had urged Chloe to approach him. I informed him that I had planned the entire incident as retaliation. I was now concerned that Aaron might be harmful. There were 4 different expressions on Ethan's face. His eyes widened in disbelief. Then his mouth pulled down at the corners in sadness. Then he clenched his jaw in wrath. After a long silence, he stood up and moved past me into the corridor. I heard the lock click into position, and the door to the guest room close. I hadn't slept at all when morning light streamed in through the bedroom window. Ethan was in the kitchen preparing coffee as I entered, and he didn't give me a look. I made a cup for myself and bided my time. At last, he added. I had to make up for what I had done before someone was harmed. After finding out how far I had gone with this retaliation, he said he wasn't sure he could still look at me the same way, since Ethan's viewpoint was the one that truly mattered to me. His remarks went deeper than anything Chloe had said. He claimed that regardless of what they had done, the woman he married would not have purposefully put someone in risk. He inquired as to when I had become into someone who did harm rather than stop it. Ethan shook his head when I tried to explain that all I wanted was for Chloe to feel uneasy, and to know what it was like to deal with unwanted attention. He claimed that when someone is stuck with a domineering person, intentions are irrelevant. He didn't give me a farewell kiss before heading off to work. I blocked my number on my cell phone, and called the HR department at Aaron's place of employment. In response, a woman identified herself as Emma Davis, and inquired about how she could be of assistance. I explained troubling patterns of conduct, without mentioning Chloe by name. I mentioned that an employee had been acting obsessively toward a person they were seeing, showing up to work frequently, sending hundreds of texts every day, and following them into other rooms. I told Emma Aaron's entire name and department when she asked for the employee's name. She asked if I wanted to leave my contact details and stated they would investigate. I hung up after saying no. Since they were dating outside of work, and HR had no control over their personal lives, I understood that just separating them wouldn't suffice. Tuesday afternoon, a picture from Chloe buzzed across my phone. There was a huge bouquet of flowers on her work desk in the picture, and costly vase filled with orchids, lilies, and roses. I can't imagine life without you was written in Aaron's handwriting on the card, which was visible in the picture. Chloe had written beneath the picture that she was afraid to break up with him at this point. I stared at those words, feeling the full weight of what I'd done. This was no longer an inconvenience, but genuine fear. I'd wanted revenge and had gotten it. But the price was seeing my best friend since nursing school become stuck with someone I'd purposefully targeted. We met in the location by the hospital where we used to go after our shifts, and Chloe looked even more exhausted than she had on Saturday, her hands trembling a little as she took up her cup. I phoned her on Thursday morning, asking if we might meet for coffee without telling Aaron. When I asked her directly how things were going with Aaron, she looked into her coffee and confessed that she had been trying to break up with him for weeks. But he always talked her out of it or made her feel bad. She said that whenever she brought up ending the relationship, he would cry and tell her that she was the only positive thing in his life. She also mentioned that he had started talking about moving in together and getting to know each other's families, and she didn't know how to stop it. I wanted to tell her the truth about my role, but the words stuck in my throat because saying them aloud would mean admitting what I'd become. I sat there frozen, unable to form the words that would tell her how I'd intentionally destroyed her life. She looked at me with desperate eyes and asked how she'd gotten here. How she'd ended up trapped with someone after only a few weeks of dating. When Ethan got home from work that night, I was still at the kitchen table, staring at my phone. He asked what was wrong, so I showed him the text from Chloe about being afraid of Aaron. His expression hardened in a way I had never seen before. And he sat down across from me. "We needed to fix this right now," he said. As I sat there feeling like the worst person alive, we came across websites about safety planning and organizations that helped people leave unhealthy situations. Not tomorrow or next week, but tonight. He took out his laptop and began looking for resources about leaving controlling relationships. Ethan made a list of the steps Chloe would need to take, and asked me to call her immediately. Ethan made coffee while I tried to think of a way to start this conversation. Chloe sat on our couch, picking at her fingernails, and said Aaron had been texting her every 10 minutes to ask where she was. I dialed her number with trembling hands, and asked if she could come over without telling Aaron where she was going. She arrived 25 minutes later, looking over her shoulder as she walked up our driveway. After Ethan brought the coffee and sat down in the chair across from us rather than next to me as he usually did, I took a deep breath and told Chloe that I had to confess something horrible. I spoke quickly about how I had purposefully set her up with Aaron, how I had told him she liked possessive guys, and how I had encouraged her to pursue him when he was actually dangerous. She asked why I would do that to her after everything we'd been through together, and I confessed that I wanted retribution for what she'd done to Ethan. The touching, the texting, and the sitting on his lap. Her face went through so many different expressions that I couldn't count them all. Confusion, understanding, and then, this look of complete betrayal that made me want to vanish. At least now she knew we could hurt one another, she added, leaning back against the couch cushions and laughing with a bitter sound that wasn't really a laugh. Her voice had a hint of relief, as if she had been waiting for me to show that I was just as wicked as she was. Chloe looked at the laptop screen and began to cry, real tears that caused her mascara to run down her cheeks. Ethan cleared his throat and said we could deal with blame later, but for now we needed to get Chloe away from Aaron safely. He then showed her the resources we'd found, and explained that breaking up with someone like Aaron required a plan. Ethan recommended that we get in touch with a therapist who helped people leave controlling relationships. He had located a person named Sophie Miller, who had good reviews, and was an expert in this particular situation. Chloe agreed to call her the following morning, and Ethan offered to accompany her to the first appointment if she so desired. She said she didn't know how to leave because Aaron always knew where she was and what she was doing. As I watched my husband become the person I should have been, I felt like an observer in my own living room. The following day, Chloe met with Sophie and returned to our home to tell us what had happened. Sophie had taken her seriously from the beginning and had begun creating a safety plan. She would see Chloe twice a week and assist her in getting ready for the breakup. Chloe looked scared but determined in a way I hadn't seen since nursing school, when we'd studied for our licensing exams together. The plan called for having people present when it happened, blocking all of Aaron's contact information right away, and documenting everything in case she needed a restraining order. Ethan and I decided to be at a nearby table for safety during the breakup, and Chloe picked a busy restaurant downtown where there would be plenty of witnesses. Sophie helped Chloe practice her words and get ready for Aaron's likely reactions over the next 3 weeks. The night arrived sooner than I had hoped. Aaron arrived first, and I watched him check his phone repeatedly while he waited. 15 minutes later, Chloe walked in, and I could see her hands shaking from across the restaurant. They ordered drinks, and Chloe began talking. We arrived early and sat at a table where we could see Chloe's booth. But we weren't obvious. Although I was unable to hear the words, I could see Aaron's face change from bewildered to agitated to furious, as his voice became louder, and people at nearby tables began to glance over. As Chloe got up to leave, Aaron grabbed her wrist, but before I could move, Ethan got up from his chair and told Aaron to let go of her arm. Aaron did so, but his loud sobs caused everyone to stare. He was talking about how Chloe was everything to him, and that he couldn't live without her. When the manager of the restaurant came over to check on him, Chloe told him that she was leaving and that Aaron needed to avoid her. Aaron attempted to follow her out, but the manager blocked his way and called for other employees. So they had to physically escort him out through the kitchen entrance while he yelled Chloe's name. The following morning, Aaron began texting from various numbers, which Chloe blocked as they came in, but they persisted. He sent emails, attempted to reach her on social media, and even made fictitious accounts to get past her blocks. When we brought Chloe back to our house, she was sitting on the couch, trembling and crying. 4 days later, Aaron turned up at Chloe's work with flowers and a letter. Her employer had to threaten to call the police before he left. Sophie assisted Chloe in filing for a restraining order, and we accompanied her to the courtroom. Sophie advised her to retain everything and record any attempt at contact. After weeks of paperwork and waiting for court dates, Aaron challenged the order, and Chloe had to appear before a judge with all the texts, emails, and recorded visits to explain why she was afraid of him. The judge granted the temporary order and scheduled a hearing for the permanent one. Ethan and I sat behind Chloe in the courtroom as she testified about Aaron's actions. Aaron had broken the order twice prior to the hearing, once by showing up at her apartment building and once by sending a letter through a friend. Each infraction was added to the case file. On the day of the final hearing, Chloe was so anxious that she puked in the courthouse restroom. There were 2 months before Chloe and I met for coffee at the place near the hospital where we used to go after our shifts, and Aaron's lawyer tried to make it sound like she'd let him on and then changed her mind, but the judge interrupted him and said the evidence was clear, approving the permanent restraining order. Chloe left the courthouse crying again, but this time she was relieved. The conversation felt stiff and awkward, as if we were strangers trying to be polite. We sat across from each other, and both of us seemed to be careful with our words. She asked how things were with Ethan, and I replied that we were working on it. I asked how her therapy was going, and she replied that Sophie was helping her understand why she had been vulnerable to Aaron in the first place. We sat in silence for a while until Chloe finally admitted that she didn't know if we could be friends the way we used to be. I agreed and said maybe we could be something different eventually, but we both needed time. She nodded, and before she left, she apologized for what she'd done with Ethan, and acknowledged that I had been upset. Ethan and I began couples therapy the following week. And when our therapist asked us both why we were there, I had to confess what I'd done to Chloe. I told her that I was sorry for putting her in danger with Aaron, and that I would never forgive myself for it. We shared a brief embrace, and it felt like saying goodbye to someone I used to know. I'd always thought of me as someone who helped people because I was a nurse, and that's what nurses do. Ethan told the therapist that he was having trouble seeing me as both the person he loved and someone who could purposefully cause harm. The therapist helped us work through what my revenge had revealed about my character. Ethan said that learning that I could be cruel and manipulative had shaken his perception of me. We went to therapy every week, and gradually Ethan began to trust me again, though it wasn't the same easy trust we'd had before. I tried to explain that I'd felt betrayed, and wanted Chloe to hurt the way she'd hurt me. The therapist asked if getting revenge had made me feel better, and I admitted it hadn't. In fact, I felt worse than before. 8 months later, Chloe and I were different people than we had been a year ago. She was more cautious about who she trusted, and I was more conscious of what I could do when I felt threatened. We met for coffee every few weeks and discussed safe topics, and we occasionally texted about superficial things like work and the weather. Through therapy, Ethan and I were mending our marriage. But occasionally I noticed him staring at me with questions in his eyes that weren't there before. He would ask me things like whether I was manipulating him, or if I had truly meant what I had said. And each time it felt like a tiny cut, because I knew I had earned his suspicion. Chloe had been trapped with someone dangerous, scared, and sorry for what she'd done, and I'd gotten my revenge for trying to take what was mine. However, the victory didn't feel like a win. Rather, it felt like I'd shown that I was exactly the kind of person I'd been upset with, for being someone who would harm their friend in order to get what they wanted. Chloe and I would likely never be close friends again, and that was a loss I'd have to bear. I got my revenge and demonstrated that she couldn't take my husband. Someone who valued being right over being good. I'd protected my marriage but harmed it in the process, because Ethan now knew what I was capable of when I felt betrayed. However, the price was losing my identity when I looked in the mirror. After my raise was denied, I exposed a hidden clause. In a $65M deal, secured $430K. And took control. Ousting the CEO, CFO, and GC. The email arrived at 3:25 p.m. on a Friday. The corporate coward's preferred time slot. It enables the sender to rush out to their Tesla and hit the 295 freeway before the recipient has time to process their rage. Subject: Ray. Compensation review and Q2 adjustment. I didn't open it immediately. I left it there, bold and unread, pulsing like a migraine in the center of my Outlook screen. I sipped my lukewarm green tea. I looked around the open plan office of Pinnacle Innovations, a mid-sized disruptor in Silicon Valley that smelled constantly of roasted coffee beans in desperation. To my left, the sales team was playing frantic ping-pong, high-fiving over a deal that I knew had been structured incorrectly. To my right, marketing interns were recording a TikTok dance about hustle culture. I am Emily. I'm 38 years old. I am the senior contract and intellectual property analyst. That means I'm the one who reads the 400-page documents that the salespeople sign without looking. I'm in charge of ensuring that the rights to our source code are not accidentally sold to a Cayman-based shell company. I am the invisible guardrail on a highway crowded with drunk drivers. I clicked the email. Hello, Emily. I appreciate your patience regarding the compensation adjustment request. We reviewed your performance metrics, which remain excellent. However, due to the current reallocation of Q2 liquidity into strategic acquisition channels, your raise was lost in legal. We simply do not have the approval code to move it through this cycle. Let's return next quarter. The best Jake HR business partner. I am lost in legal. I stared at the phrase. It was cute. It was ironic. It was a lie so lazy that it was almost offensive. I am legal. Or at least I am the foundation of it. The general counsel, Mark, who spends 80% of his time golfing, and the other 20% asking me how to convert PDFs to Word, has no idea what a budget approval code is. It was the third year in a row. 3 years ago, there was pandemic uncertainty. 2 years ago, there was market volatility. It has now been lost in law. Meanwhile, I knew Jake and HR had just approved a $12,000 retention bonus for a junior developer who had broken the build server twice the previous month. I knew this because I had completed the NDA paperwork for the bonuses. Quick side note. If you're listening to this and have ever been told your raise is on the way while watching the CEO buy a new boat, do me a favor and subscribe, and possibly upvote this story. Fuels our soul, and allows us to afford the fine wine we'll need to get through this retelling. Thanks. I did not scream. I did not type a furious response in all caps. I did not walk into the break room and steal the excellent creamer. I'm a professional. I just removed my glasses, cleaned them with a microfiber cloth, and experienced a distinct, chilly switch flip in the back of my mind. It was not sadness. It wasn't even rage, really. It was evident. They assumed I was furniture. A robust, dependable, ergonomic chair that you could sit in and forget about. They assumed this because I was silent, didn't play ping pong, didn't wear Pavonia vests, and didn't say, "Let's go." When I closed a ticket, I had no leverage. They were wrong. I took another look at the sales staff. They were celebrating the Vanguard account. It was the crown jewel, a $65 million joint venture with a major defense logistics company. It was the arrangement that would turn Pinnacle Innovations into a unicorn. It was the deal that funded the CEO's new glass-walled office. It was also a transaction that I had drafted, not the glossy pitch deck or the handshake. I created the contract, the Master Service Agreement, MSA, the Intellectual Property Indemnity Schedule, and the 60-page addendum on royalty structures. That amendment stood out in my mind. I wrote it 3 years ago late at night, when the company was desperate and cash-strapped. We needed Vanguard to sign, but we couldn't give them the upfront equity they requested. So I created a performance-based royalty trigger. It was complex. It was buried in legal jargon that would make your eyes bleed if you didn't know what you were searching for. I stood up. My knees popped slightly, reminding me that I was no longer 25. I strolled by the ping-pong table. "Hello, Emily." "Smile," one of the account execs roared, taking a shot at the wall. "It is Friday." I offered him a weak, forced smile. "Have a wonderful weekend, Ethan." I walked into the safe file room. Most things were now digital, but the original Vanguard contract with wet signatures remained in the fireproof safe. "I have the code." Of course, I had the code. I was the only one who ever entered there. The room smelt of ozone and dust. I turned the dial on the heavy steel cabinet. Click, click, and clack. I pulled out the folder. It was 3 inches thick and navy blue. Copy of the completed Vanguard licensing agreement with the label. I opened it to page 42, clause 14C. I ran my finger across the text. The font was Times New Roman, size 10, modest, unassuming, and deadly. If the licensor Pinnacle Innovations achieves 3 consecutive quarters of 99.995% uptime while processing more than 5 terabytes of client data, the milestones licensor acknowledges that intellectual property rights for the core algorithm will shift to a shared royalty model. Entitle the original IP architect to a retroactive commission of 0.5% of gross contract value, unless the architect signs a waiver. I verified the signature page signed by Vanguard's CEO. Our CEO signed. And Emily Parker, our IP architect, drafting analyst, signed at the bottom. I closed the binder. The silence in the filing room was heavy, but not empty. It was filled with potential energy. "Lost in legal," I said to the empty room. The irony was delightful. My raise was not gone. It was right here, hidden in plain sight, accruing interest for 3 years. I was not going to respond to Jake. I was not going to beg. I was going to teach them about the value of reading the fine print. I tucked the binder into my tote bag. Technically, taking original documents is a breach of company policy, but so is wage theft, and I had a sense that by Monday morning, business policy would no longer matter. I spent the weekend in my home office, which is completely opposite of Pinnacle Innovations headquarters. It is quiet. It is arranged. There is no ping-pong table. Only an extremely efficient espresso machine, and a cat named Sarari, who evaluates me from a sunbeam. I had a contract. Now I need the data. Clause 14C was a dormant trigger. It depended on performance metrics. If the company sucked, the clause was meaningless. If the company performed particularly well, the clause awoke and wanted food. I accessed the admin dashboard. My access level is God mode, not because I'm a hacker, but because 5 years ago, the CTO grew weary of manually accepting my audit log requests, and simply granted me root access to the data warehouse. He probably forgot he had done it. People forget a lot of information about me. I retrieved the uptime reports for the previous 24 months. Q1, 2023. 99.995% uptime. Q2, 2023. 99.998% uptime. Q3 2023. 99.999% uptime. There it was. The first milestone. 3 consecutive quarters of near perfection. I recall those months. The engineering staff had slept beneath their desks. I'd personally ordered 70 pizzas for late-night coding sessions. The CEO had purchased a Porsche to commemorate the team's tenacity. I'd received a $35 Starbucks gift card. Next, consider the data volume. Client data was handled at 10 terabytes, 12 terabytes, and 18 terabytes, much exceeding the 5 terabytes criterion. I sat back, the blue light from the monitor reflecting in my glasses. The math was straightforward, but the implications were startling. 0.5% of the gross contract value. The Vanguard transaction was valued at $65 million over 5 years. This is $350,000, plus retroactive fines for failure to inform, plus interest. We were looking at a minimum of $500,000. But it was more than simply the money. It was also the structure. I wrote Clause 14C, as a poison pill, to safeguard the company from a hostile takeover when we were still a startup. It was intended to make stealing intellectual property expensive. But, in their arrogance, the present executive team, the majority of whom were hired after I prepared the contract, had never bothered to study the heritage agreements. They handled the Vanguard contract like a cash cow, milking it dry, despite the fact that the pasture's fence was electrified. I printed each log. I printed the quarterly papers in which the CEO boasted about these precise stats to the board. I printed the CTO's email, certifying the successful execution of Vanguard standards. I was making a paper fortification. Sunday night, I sat on my balcony with a drink of Cabernet Sauvignon. I watched the California sunset flow purple and orange across the hills. I was thinking about Jake and human resources. I thought about his lost legal email. He had attempted to save the company around $8,000 per year by denying my raise. In doing so, he compelled me to evaluate my own worth. I pulled out my phone. I did not contact a lawyer. Not yet. I called the only person who would understand the irony of the situation. I summoned the enemy. Well, enemy is a strong word. In the realm of high-stakes contracts, opposing counsel is not your adversary. They are your sparring partners. If you are good, there is reciprocal respect. I dialed the number for Nathaniel Turner. He was the general lawyer for Vanguard, a shark in a tailored suit who negotiated deals for defense companies. He terrified our CEO. He answered the second ring. Emily. His voice was gravelly and pricey Scotch. Sunday. Either the servers are down or you are quitting. Neither, Nathaniel, I said, stirring my drink. I'm doing some housework. I was examining the MSA we signed 3 years ago. Specifically, the royalty amendment. The line paused, followed by a long, heavy quiet. I could hear him shift in his leather chair. Clause 14C? He asked. He knew. Of course, he knew. He was a good attorney. He has probably flagged it years before. I laughed at how risky it was for us and signed it because it did not harm Vanguard. In fact, failing to pay the IP architect, me, would theoretically place Pinnacle Innovations in violation of vendor compliance guidelines. Clause 14C, I confirmed. It appears that my organization has ignored the notice requirements. Nathaniel inquired. The milestones were met 18 months ago, and they still haven't paid you. His voice lowered an octave. It wasn't pity, it was predatory interest, not a dime. In fact, I just denied my cost of living adjustment. Nathaniel had a giggle. It was a dry and harsh sound. Emily. It is incredibly careless of them to breach the payment obligations to the IP architect, as this threatens the indemnification shield for the entire software suite. Technically, Pinnacle Innovations is now using our systems without a valid license. Technically, I agree. I figured you might want to know before I file anything. I appreciate the heads up, Nathaniel said. Tomorrow's lunch, at the third-floor restaurant with awful lighting. See you at noon, Nathaniel. I hung up. My hand was not shaking. I had a level of tranquility that I had not felt in years. I was no longer merely an employee. I was a burden. And by Monday, I would be the most expensive problem they'd ever overlooked. The restaurant was named Elmber. It was dark, pricey, and offered steaks as big as hubcaps. It was the type of location where agreements were made in whispers, and the waiters knew never to break the silence. Nathaniel was already there, with an untouched martini in front of him. He resembled a silver-haired wolf in a brawny outfit. He didn't get up when I came. He simply nodded to the empty chair. "Emily, you appear to be familiar with the burial sites." "I dug the graves, Nathaniel. Of course I know where they are." I sat down and laid my napkin in my lap. "Please serve sparkling water," I told the waiter, who appeared out of the darkness. Nathaniel cut to the chase before the water arrived. "I had my team evaluate the deal this morning. You're correct. Clause 14C is inviolable. It is actually brilliant. Who allowed you to put that in there?" "The former CEO. He was desperate to complete the transaction. He told me to include whatever measures were necessary to protect the IP value. He believed it shielded the corporation from you." "I didn't understand it shielded the IP author from the firm." Nathaniel smirked. "And the current regime, Mark. A golf pro disguised as a general counsel. Mark believes force majeure is a French dessert." Nathaniel chuckled. But his eyes remained cold. He tapped his manicured finger on the table. "Here's the situation from my perspective. Emily, Vanguard pays Pinnacle Innovations $20 million annually. We rely on your software. If Pinnacle Innovations violates its own internal IP compensation protocols, it creates a liability chain. If you sue them and win an injunction, you could potentially freeze the code." "I could," I explained softly. "But I don't want to harm the product. I built the product structure. I only want what the contract says is mine. And you want them to bleed a little," Nathaniel explained. I took a sip of sparkling water. "I want them to understand that loss and legality are not viable accounting strategies." Nathaniel removed a folder from his briefcase and slid it across the white tablecloth. It was thin and precise. "This is not legal advice," he explained. "The standard legal disclaimer. But Vanguard takes compliance extremely seriously. If we discovered that a key vendor was failing to compensate its primary intellectual property architect, we would have to issue a formal notice of inquiry. I would demand an audit of all IP-related disbursements to ensure that the software we use is free of encumbrances." I opened the folder. It was a draft letter addressed to the CEO of Pinnacle Innovations, regarding an urgent audit of intellectual property compliance and royalties. It demanded proof that Clause 14C had been met. It quoted the exact milestones I had printed out. It requested a response within 48 hours. "If you send this," I replied. Looking up. "Mark will panic. The CEO will scream." "Good," Nathaniel said. "They have been overcharging us for support hours for 6 months. I have been looking for a reason to squeeze them. You just handed me the vice grip." He leaned in. "You understand, Emily, that once I send this, there is no going back. They will search for the leak. They'll know it's you. They will not know I corrected him. They'll suspect. But they can't prove I spoke with you. Even if they do, California prohibits retaliation against an employee for asserting contractual rights to their own compensation." Nathaniel whispered trouble damages, savoring the legal term like fine wine. "Exactly, do it," I said. Nathaniel signaled for the check. "I'll send it tomorrow morning, at 9 a.m. I recommend that you be in the office. The fireworks should be spectacular." We did not shake hands. We did not need to. We were two professionals who understood how the machine worked. I walked out of the restaurant into the bright California sun. I felt lighter. I returned to the office for the afternoon. I sat at my desk. I answered emails. I assisted a junior associate with correcting a formatting error in the NDA. I was helpful. It was pleasurable. I saw Jake from HR walk past my desk. He was holding a green smoothie while wearing noise-canceling headphones. He did not even look at me. "Jake, I thought you'd enjoy the smoothie. It might be the last thing you can digest comfortably for a while." Tuesday morning at 9:02 a.m. The office was filled with the usual caffeine-induced chaos. The marketing team was arguing over font sizes. The sales team rang a literal cowbell, because a $500 subscription had been sold. Then the email arrived. I did not receive it directly. It was sent to James, the CEO, David, the CFO, and Mark, the general counsel. I sat quietly, monitoring the network traffic headers. I saw Vanguard Legal's email enter the server. It was marked with high importance. At 9:15 a.m., I noticed James forward it to Mark. Subject: FWD Urgent Audit. Mark: Handle this. It's probably just standard compliance spam. Do not let them slow down the Q2 pipeline. At 9:30 a.m., I noticed Mark forward it to the VP of Finance. Subject: FWD. Urgent audit. David. They are inquiring about royalty structures. Have we got any of those? Simply send them some generic financials. At 9:45 a.m., I received an email from Mark, General Counsel to Emily Parker, with the subject line, Vanguard whining again. Emily. Vanguard sent some formal nonsense regarding an IP audit and Clause 14C. It sounds like legacy contract gibberish. Can you write a standard? We are fully compliant. Don't devote too much time to it. I need you to focus on the merger due diligence. THXG. I stared at the screen. I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing too loudly. They had not even read it. They had not opened the attachment in which Nathaniel had explicitly stated the milestones. They saw Clause 14C, had no idea what it was, and forwarded it to the only person in the company who knew what it was. They were requesting that the arsonist investigate the smell of smoke. I opened the email. I replied. Hello Mark. I will record this in the compliance tracker. I need to retrieve the original files to confirm the precise language of Clause 14C. It may take a few days to cross-reference the performance logs. I'll keep you posted. Best wishes, Emily. Take your time, Mark said immediately. Take my time. I wasn't about to take my time. I was planning to let the clock run out. The Vanguard letter demanded a reply within 48 hours. That meant Thursday morning. If we missed the deadline, Vanguard reserved the right to suspend payments pending an investigation. I added a new digital folder to my encrypted drive. I called it Contingency Escalation. I dragged one into this folder. The original email from HR denying my raise. 2. An email from Mark, asking me to handle the audit of my own unpaid royalties. 3. A PDF export of a Slack conversation in which David, the CFO, joked about hiding profits to avoid paying bonuses last year. I save everything. Never irritate the person who oversees the data retention policy. Wednesday was a blur of surreal normalcy. I sat in meetings where James discussed radical transparency and valuing our employees. I watched him present a slide deck, highlighting our record-breaking uptime. We're unstoppable. James pumped his fists. Vanguard is delighted with our performance. They are ecstatic with the performance. I believe they were less pleased that you were stealing from the creator of that performance. I looked at Mark throughout the meeting. He was scrolling through Instagram on his phone beneath the table. He'd totally forgotten about the Vanguard email. To him, it was just another task he had assigned to the assistant. I felt an unusual sensation in my chest. For years, I resented being invisible. I despised being the woman in the gray cardigan who fixed the formatting, while the men took the credit. However, invisibility was now considered a superpower. I was a ghost inside the machine. I was walking through walls, planting dynamite, and they were handing me matches. Thursday has arrived. The 48-hour deadline was approaching. I didn't send my response. I did not write the compliance letter. Instead, I updated the ticket in our internal system. Status is pending legal review. Awaiting executive approval. Technically, I was waiting. I was waiting for them to finish their jobs. I waited for them to realize the cliff edge was right there. They did not. At 5 p.m. on Thursday, the deadline passed. At 5:01 p.m., my phone vibrated. A text message from Nathaniel. The radio is silent. Old move. I replied. They think it is spam. They delegated it to me. I am reviewing. Nathaniel responded with a single emoji. Popcorn. The trap was set. We just had to wait for the snap. Friday morning, the audit committee meets. This was usually a borefest in which David, the CFO, attempted to explain why we were burning cash faster than a bonfire in a wind tunnel. Today, however, the vibe was different. There was a strange energy. We gathered in the disrupted conference room, with glass walls, uncomfortable avant-garde chairs, and a $15,000 espresso machine humming in the corner. David stood at the head of the table. He was 35, wore a vest that cost more than my car, and exuded the confidence of someone who had never been told no in his life. Okay team, David said while clapping his hands. This month's Vanguard payments seem unusual. Accounts receivable indicates that the wire is pending. Does anyone know why? My heart beat with a slow, heavy thud. Vanguard had frozen the payment. Nathaniel moved quickly. Mark spun a pen and said, "It's probably just a bank holiday wherever they bank. I'll ping them." "Do it," David said. We need the cash flow for the Q3 offsite in Tahoe. A voice rose from the end of the table. Actually, it was Kevin. Kevin was a 22-year-old junior analyst just out of Stanford. Smart. Too smart. I was looking through the liability ledger yesterday. I noticed a flag on the contingent liabilities tab. Something about the royalty Class B. It's screwing up about half of the gross. The room became quiet. David frowned. Royalty. We do not pay royalties. We are a platform, not a record label. It's part of the legacy codebase. Kevin persisted and tapped his laptop. Clause 14C. It claims to trigger at uptime milestones. Because of our high uptime, the system automatically flagged it as a liability. David looked at Mark. Mark, what the hell is Kevin talking about? Mark stared blankly. I do not know. Probably some old boilerplate that previous lawyers left in. Ignore it. I can't simply ignore a flagged liability, Mark. Kevin spoke, his voice shaking slightly. If the auditors see this. Kevin and David snap. We do not pay royalties. Delete the flag. Reclassify it as a system error. I observed Kevin. He appeared uncomfortable. He looked at his screen, then looked up and locked eyes with me. He was aware I handled contracts. I held his gaze. I did not shake my head. I did not nod. I just stared at him with a neutral, intense expression that said, "Don't be a hero, kid." Kevin turned to face David. But if the contract says, "Delete the flag, Kevin," David yelled. God. Why does everyone in this company want to find problems? We're trying to scale, reclassify it and move on. Kevin slumped. Okay, classifying as an error. He entered the command. The red flag on the screen vanished. They had just committed financial fraud by willfully concealing a known liability in front of witnesses. I quietly opened my notebook and recorded the time. 10:14 a.m. David orders the removal of the Clause 14C liability flag. Kevin complies under duress. Emily and David suddenly turned to face me. You tracked the IP information. We don't owe anyone royalties, correct? This was the moment. I could lie to protect myself for the time being but eventually implicate myself, or I could tell the truth in a way they wouldn't hear. The contract language is extremely specific. David, I said with a steady voice. Clause 14C exists. It was signed by the previous executive team. Whether or not to acknowledge liability is an accounting decision, not a contractual one. See? David said, returning his attention to the room. It's legacy junk, a financial decision. And I've decided on zero. Moving on. He heard what he wanted to hear. He heard you could make a decision. He did not hear that you were breaking the law. I looked down at my notebook. My hand trembled slightly now. Not from fear, but from adrenaline. After the meeting, Kevin sent me a Slack message. Kevin, hello Emily. That clause had your initials on the draft log. You wrote it, right? I paused. Kevin was a good kid. I did not want him to go down with the ship. Emily, Kevin, if I were you, I would send David an email confirming his request to delete that flag. BCC, your personal email, just for your records. Kevin. Is it really that bad? Emily. Do it now. I noticed Kevin typing bubbles for a long time. Then it came to a stop. 10 minutes later, I received a BCC on an email from Kevin to David. Subject: Confirmation of instructions to reclassify royalty flag. David, as per our meeting, I've removed the liability flag as instructed. Smart kid. He's just bought himself a life raft. David and Mark had just drilled a hole in the Titanic's hull to drain the water. The weekend felt like you were holding your breath underwater. Vanguard had frozen the payment on Friday afternoon. Normally, this would set off alarms, but David, in his infinite wisdom, had left early for a networking retreat in Napa. The accounts receivable team discovered the error. Emailed David. Received his out-of-office auto-reply. And determined it was a problem for Monday. Perfect storm. I spent Saturday morning with my personal attorney, Alina, a sharp, terrifying woman who worked from a strip mall office next to a Thai massage parlor. Don't let the location mislead you. Elena consumed corporate lawyers for breakfast. I laid everything out. The binder, the emails, the documents lost due to legal rejection, the timeline of the ignored Vanguard notices, and the notes from the finance meeting where David ordered the fraud. Alina's face was expressionless as she read everything. She flipped through the pages in a steady snap, snap, snap. She finally looked up over her glasses. They are incredibly stupid, she claimed. They are arrogant, I corrected. They believe rules are for others. Well, Alina smiled, revealing very white and sharp teeth. Rules are about to become prohibitively expensive for them. Here's the strategy. Vanguard sues for breach. Pinnacle Innovations will panic. They will try to fire you for not warning them. That's when we drop the whistleblower lawsuit. Retaliation, wage theft, and Sarbanes-Oxley violations have occurred since they ordered the financial flag to be removed. I do not want to destroy the company, Elena, I said. All I want is my royalties and for them to admit they were wrong. Emily, she spoke gently. You can't get one without the other. You are a cancer. You have to cut it out. She wrote a letter of representation. 2. Pinnacle Innovations Legal Department. Re. Emily Parker's writings and claims regarding intellectual property royalties. Do not send it yet. Alina instructed. Wait for Vanguard to drop the hammer. Then, 10 minutes later, you send this to HR. It freezes them. They can't fire you if you have an active legal claim over the same issue for which they're being sued, makes you untouchable. I went home. I cleaned my apartment. I scrubbed the grout in the shower. I had to do something with my hands. Sunday night, I couldn't sleep. I sat in my living room, staring at the dark screen of my television. I reflected on the previous 5 years. The late nights and weekends I worked for free because we were a family. I missed my niece's baptism because the server crashed, and I needed to review the emergency vendor contracts. I had given them everything. And they could not even give me a cost of living increase. Your raise got lost in legal. I whispered into the darkness. It wasn't about money anymore. It was about dignity. It was about how they looked at me but saw nothing. Tomorrow, they were going to look at me and see God. I opened my planner to Monday's date. I wrote one word. Subpoena. I laid out my outfit for the following day. A black blazer, sharp and severe. I am the funeral for your professional suit. I checked my email one final time. Nothing from David. Nothing from Mark. They slept soundly, dreaming of bonuses in Tahoe. I turned off the lights. Sleep tight, boys, I advised. Winter is coming. Monday at 8:45 a.m. An all-hands meeting. This was a monthly ritual in which James stood on stage. Yes, we had a stage in the break room where we discussed how we were changing the world. The room was packed. People are holding coffees. Looking tired. James was up there wearing a t-shirt that read, Disrupt under a $1,500 blazer. This quarter is looking incredible, James exclaimed into the microphone. Vanguard is expanding. We anticipate a 20% growth trajectory. I stood in the back, leaning against a wall near the exit. I checked my watch. 8:52 a.m. The double doors in the back of the room opened. It was not a late employee. 2 men in dark suits entered. They were not dressed in tech casual. They wore federal court uniforms. Nathaniel Turner walked behind them. The room calmed down. Ripples of confusion spread from behind to in front. James paused in mid-sentence. Can I help you, gentlemen? James inquired, squinting against the stage lights. Nathaniel walked directly to the stage. He did not look at the crowd. He looked at James. James Foster? Nathaniel inquired. His voice did not require a microphone. It carried. Yeah. Who are you? One of the men in suits approached James and handed him a thick stack of papers bound with a heavy clip. You are being served, the man explained. Civil lawsuit for breach of contract, intellectual property theft, and willful non-compliance. Plaintiff. Vanguard Defense Logistics. The room went completely silent. You could hear the espresso machine hissing in the background. What's this? James laughed nervously. Is this a prank, David? Mark pushed his way to the forefront. Nathaniel, what the hell is this? We have a meeting scheduled. We had a deadline. Nathaniel cut him off. It expired on Thursday. You did not respond to the formal notice of audit. According to Clause 14C of Section 9 of the MSA, Vanguard is immediately terminating the service agreement for cause, and seeking damages for unauthorized use of unlicensed IP. Terminating. James's face became the color of Elmer's glue. You are unable to terminate. That is a $65 million contract. Nathaniel corrected, saying the contract was for $65 million. Now it's a $100 million lawsuit, including trouble damages for the fraud discovered during our preliminary review. Fraud? David squeaked from the side of the stage. We have reason to believe you suppressed known liabilities regarding the IP architect's royalties, Nathaniel said, scanning the room. He found me. I didn't wave or smile. I just adjusted my glasses, Nathaniel said, returning his gaze to James. Your license to use the software is revoked effective immediately. Unless, of course, you can prove you have paid the outstanding debts to the IP owner. James examined the papers in his hand. He flipped them open. We own the IP. Read page 42. James, Nathaniel said coldly. Clause 14c. You do not own it until you have paid the royalty. Which you have not done. Mark took the papers from James. He scanned the page. I saw the moment it struck him. I saw his hands begin to shake. The paper rattled audibly. The raise. Mark spoke quietly about the cost of living adjustment. He looked up. He looked to the back of the room. He looked at me. Every head in the room turned. 200 people followed Mark's gaze to where I stood near the exit. I did not shrink. I did not look down. I walked forwards. The crowd dispersed like the Red Sea. I walked straight up to the stage. James asked Emily, his voice trembling. What is happening? I believe I stated, calmly and clearly, that my raise had just been found illegal. I removed an envelope from my blazer pocket. Elena's letter of representation includes whistleblower protection. I handed it to Mark. I believe this belongs to you, I explained. Then I turned to Nathaniel. Shall we go to the conference room? We seem to have some negotiating to do. Nathaniel smiled as a shark smelt blood in the water. After you and Miss Parker walked out of the break room together. Behind us, the silence collapsed into complete chaos. 10 minutes later, we were in the boardroom. On one side, Nathaniel and I. On the other side, James, CEO, David, CFO, and Mark, GC. In the middle, a large stack of lawsuit papers, and a deafening silence. James looked like he was about to vomit. Emily, we can fix this. We can. We can unlock the raise. Retroactive. 5%. 10%. I laughed. It was genuine laughter. James. We are well past 10%. We're talking about clause 14c. Do you understand what that is? You found a loophole in the contract. David yelled. He was perspiring. It is sabotage. It is a standard protection clause. Nathaniel interjected smoothly. One that your company signed, triggered by meeting the milestones, and then ignored when notified. We did not know. Mark pleaded. Emily. We did not tell you. I emailed you on Tuesday. I replied quietly. Subject. Vanguard whines again. You told me to handle it. You instructed me to prioritize the merger due diligence. You did not read it, Mark. You told me to handle it was alive. You told me to handle it, Mark. Mark opened his mouth and then closed it. He knew I had the email. He knew I had the logs. Nathaniel leans forward and says, here's the reality. Pinnacle Innovations owes Miss Parker approximately $400,000 in back royalties plus interest. Furthermore, you instructed your staff to remove the financial liability flag. Yes, we're aware of that. You are considering personal liability for the officers involved. David turned pale. Kevin, he whispered. Kevin is a nice kid, I said. Leave him out of it. So, what do you want? James inquired. He sounded defeated. Do you want the money? Fine. We will pay $400,000. Simply make the lawsuit go away. We cannot lose Vanguard. It kills the company. It's not just the money, I explained. It is the structure. You proved that you cannot be trusted with the IP. You attempted to defraud the system's creator. I moved a piece of paper across the table. It was a term sheet that I had created with Alina over the weekend. One option is to pay all back royalties immediately, totaling $430,000 plus interest. 2. The company received a formal apology for compensation-related administrative errors. 3. Reinstate the royalty clause with a penalty multiplier for future delays. 4. My legal fees were paid in full. James looked at the paper. Emily, this is a lot of money. Nathaniel explained that it is less expensive than losing a $65 million client. Vanguard will only agree to drop the breach of contract lawsuit if Miss Parker signs a waiver stating that she is satisfied. If she doesn't sign, we'll walk today. James looked at David. David looked at the floor. Mark rubbed his temples, as if he were trying to push his brain back into his skull. One more thing, I added. Everyone looked up. I want a promotion, I stated. The Director of Contract Compliance reports directly to the board, not the legal department. I no longer trust Mark to read my emails. Mark flinched, and I continued. I want complete autonomy to audit all executive expenses for compliance with vendor contracts. David's eyes widened. I knew what was in those expense reports. The client dinners were actually bachelor parties. And the trip was only to Napa. You can't do that, David hissed. Then Nathaniel files the lawsuit, I explained simply. And the discovery process will unearth all of those receipts anyway. David, it's your choice. An internal audit by me, or a federal audit conducted by the court. For more than a minute, the room was silent. The air conditioner hummed. James slumped in his chair. He looked at me. Really looked at me. First time in 5 years. He couldn't see the quiet woman in the cardigan anymore. He noticed the person who held his life in her hands. Fine, James whispered. Done. We'll sign. Excellent. Nathaniel explained, clicking his pen. I've got the installment agreement right here. I watched as they signed. James's hand was heavy. David appeared to be signing his own death warrant. Mark simply looked tired. When they finished, I took the document. Thank you, I replied. Now, excuse me. I have some work to do. Apparently, there was a compliance issue that became lost in the law. I need to go and fix it. The wire transfer arrived in my account on Wednesday, $430,000. I stared at the number in my banking app. It looked like a telephone number. It seemed like freedom, but the money was only the beginning. The real payment was fear. The following week, the changes began. James announced that he would step away from day-to-day operations, to focus on visionary strategy. Translation. When the board learned about Vanguard's near miss, they placed him in timeout. David, the CFO, chose to pursue other opportunities. He was escorted out of the building on Tuesday. I watched from my office window as he carried a box containing personal items to his Porsche. He did not look back. Rumor had it that my first audit of his expenses revealed some very interesting invoices for consulting fees paid to his brother-in-law. Mark remained, but as a ghost. He sat in his office, door closed, now reading contracts. Every time he saw me in the hallway, he nodded respectfully and scurried off. As for me, I got the corner office with a view of the bay. I replaced the Hustle Harder neon sign with a lovely, tasteful abstract painting. My current title is Director of Strategic Compliance and Intellectual Property Governance. I hired Kevin. He is currently my senior analyst. We follow a strict policy. We read everything. We flagged everything, and we never ignore a red cell on the spreadsheet. The office culture also changed. The ping-pong table was moved to the basement. The salespeople learned to knock before entering my office. They discovered that Emily must sign off on this, so you better have your paperwork in order or God help you. Vanguard stayed. Nathaniel and I eat lunch once a month. We don't discuss business much. We talk about wine, travel, and the stupidity of people who believe they can decipher the fine print. Around 6 months later, I received an email from Jake in HR. Subject: Annual Review and Compensation Adjustment. Hello Emily. I just wanted to let you know that your new compensation package has been fully processed and approved by the board. There are no issues this time. Best wishes, Jake. I smiled. I took a sip of my expensive tea, imported from Japan, and now expensed to the company. I replied. Thank you, Jake. Make sure to file it correctly this time. We don't want it to get lost in legal again. I shut my laptop. The sun was setting over Silicon Valley, casting long shadows across its glass buildings. They say that the devil is in the details. They are wrong. The devil is in the details, reader. And she just received a After 16 years building the company, I was fired by the founder's arrogant son for discovering a secret that could ruin his career. They say the devil is in the details. But that's a myth that people tell themselves when they're too lazy to read the fine print. The devil is not in the details. The devil is in the definition section, which is often found on page 4, paragraph 3, subsection B. That is where I have resided for the past 12 years. While the salespeople were out buying steaks with the company card and the marketing team was busy sniffing their own farts during synergy brainstorming sessions, I was working in the back room on the engine. I am Claire Bennett. I'm a corporate licensing architect. It sounds uninteresting. I understand. It sounds like the kind of job where you could wear beige cardigans and die quietly at your desk. However, in the area of data streaming, I am accountable for preventing billion-dollar pipes from exploding. I wrote the code, not the computer code, but the company's legal code, or DNA. 12 years ago, Streamline was not a tech powerhouse with a glass tower in Wilmington. 3 guys and I were crammed into a rented office above a tire shop, which smelled of burnt rubber and desperation. I recall sitting in a folding chair, a laptop on my knees, and drafting the earliest exclusivity agreements as the founder, Old Man Turner, walked around smoking cheap cigars. He was a bastard. But he was a clever one. I knew the technology wouldn't matter if the rights weren't protected. Claire, he'd sneer, pointing a vicious finger at me. Make it bulletproof. I want a contract so strict that if they try to breathe without paying us, they'll owe us for the oxygen. So I did. I created a paper fortification. I connected clauses like a razor wire spider web. For 12 years, I created the licensing infrastructure that enabled that tire shop to expand into a $800 million empire. I remained in the shadows. I did not wish to become famous. I didn't need those magazine covers. I just wanted the machine to function. Before I get into how the machine tried to eat me, a little aside. I'm unloading my entire mess here since my lawyer told me I couldn't speak with the press right now, but he didn't include anonymous forums. If you want to see how a middle-aged woman takes down a boardroom full of frat boys, subscribe and possibly upvote since the information I'm about to offer is interesting, and it helps the algorithm recognize I'm not a bot. Okay, back to the grime. The challenge in designing the perfect machine is that people tend to forget that it requires a mechanic. They simply assume it operates on magic. Turner, an elderly man, died last year. Heart attack. It was likely the first time his heart had acted spontaneously in 80 years. With that, the prince inherited the kingdom. Ryan steps in. A.T. Ryan Turner, 32, has an MBA from a school where his father paid for a library wing and teeth that are unnaturally white. On the first day, he walked into the CEO's office wearing a suit more expensive than my first Honda, carrying a cappuccino, and exuding an air of entitlement that had its own gravitational pull. I knew we were in trouble the moment he called his first all-hands meeting. He didn't mention stability, or our key license revenue. He discussed disruption. He used the term pivot 6 times in 3 minutes. He considered the corporation his father established, which I secured, as an ATM for his ego. He looked at me, the woman in the corner wearing sensible glasses and carrying 3-ring binders. But he didn't notice the architect. He saw furniture. He predicted a legacy cost. He saw a boomer residue. I'm 45. You are illiterate, turnip. That is Generation X. But whatever. I remember a meeting about 3 months into his tenure. I was seeking to emphasize the unpredictability of our Asia-Pacific sublicensing transactions. It's a fragile environment. You pull one thread, and the entire sweater unravels. Claire Ryan interrupted with a fidget spinner. Yes, by 2024, the mahogany table will feature a genuine fidget spinner. You're getting bogged down in the how. I want you to focus on the wow. We must be agile. You need to break things. I lowered my reading glasses. Ryan, if we break the sublicensing requirements in Singapore, we will trigger a default provision in the German master agreement. We lost the European market overnight. He rolled his eyes. Actually rolled them as if a teenager had asked to take out the trash. That's just legal jargon, Claire. We have lawyers for that. I need visionaries, not librarians. The room became quieter. The other executives, whom I had worked with for a decade and saved from a dozen lawsuits, were looking at their notes. Nobody said anything. Nobody supported the woman who built the floor they were standing on. That was the moment. It was a shotgun blast. I said nothing. I just closed my binder. The sound of the metal ring locking shut echoed like a gunshot through the quiet room. I said, I understand. My voice was calm. It's always calm. My rage does not scream. It calculates. I'm going to stop becoming a librarian. Ryan smirked, convinced that he had won a power war. He thought he was housebreaking the old crew. He had no idea he had just penetrated the nuclear core and shut down the cooling system. Ryan made the classic blunder of the inherited rich. He mistaken authority for power. He held the title. He had the corner office. He had the signing pen. But he didn't know where the deceased were buried. He didn't even understand there was a cemetery. I returned to my office, which was a little windowless box in comparison to the glass fishbowls supplied to new VP recruits, and started organizing. I did not organize efficiently. I prepared for war. I chose the original founding documents, which were stained with coffee and typed using software that no longer exists. I sat there, surrounded by the hum of servers for which I had approved a budget 10 years ago. I waited. I knew what was coming. And, like Ryan, they are predictable. They're like bad code. They frequently crash the same way. He wanted to save costs in order to fund his innovative new ideas, the bulk of which use blockchain, of course. The silent department that never complains is the simplest cost to reduce. He was going to fire me. I could feel it in the air conditioning. It smelled like cheap cologne and betrayal. But here's the thing about architects: we keep the blueprints. And sometimes we're intelligent. We draw trapdoors that only we can see. I looked at the framed photo of Old Man Turner on my desk. He appeared sad in the photograph, holding a cigar. "Sorry, elderly man," I muttered to the photographer. "Your child is about to realize why you never fire the person who holds the keys to the castle." I saved 3 specified files to an encrypted USB device. I kept the drive in my purse, next to the lip balm. Then I waited for the phone to ring. It didn't take long. The call came on a Tuesday morning. Tuesday is a cowardly day to fire staff. Monday is quite forceful. Friday may result in a weekend PR disaster. Tuesdays are boring. Tuesday is safe. "Claire, could you please come down to the strategy room? Just a quick sync." Sophie, the HR director, appeared to be 12 years old and mainly shopped at Zara. Her voice had a tremble in it. "I am about to ruin your life, but I will do so through therapy." Trembling, I said, "On my way." I grabbed my coffee mug. I sipped. It was quite cold. I left it there. I did not grab anything else. No paper or pen, just myself in my suit. I strolled down the corridor, which I had traveled 5,000 times before. I passed the server room. I strolled by the wall of patents, 7 of which listed my name as a contributor. I dropped by the break room, where the new marketing interns were making TikTok films about hustling culture. They stared at me like I was a ghost. Maybe I was. I entered the strategy room. It was a glass box in the center of the floor, designed for transparency. The blinds were drawn. So much for transparency. Sophie sat at the head of the table, gripping a manila folder as a shield. Ryan leaned against the window, staring at the parking lot board. I walked in without turning around. He checked his watch. A Rolex Daytona. "Tacky. Have a seat." "Claire," Sophie explained, "did not offer me water." That's the first sign. They feel horrible about providing water. If not, they just want you to leave. I sat. I folded my hands on the table. "Sophie, am I getting fired?" Sophie blinked. She was unprepared for the straightforward approach. She wanted to perform the dance. "Claire, we're going through a strategic reorganization. Ryan and the board have been reviewing our operational efficiency." "Restructuring," I stated unequivocally. "Simply say the word. It has fewer syllables." Ryan turned around. Then he delivered the look that said he thinks he is the brightest person in the room because his father owned the building. "Claire, please don't make this a drama. The industry is evolving. We require cloud-native minds. You've done adequate work for your age. But we're moving toward a lean, agile style. We need speed. And your department is the bottleneck." "Is there a bottleneck?" I repeated. "Do you mean compliance?" Ryan paused in his corporate pitch to explain. "I mean dead weight. You read contracts as if we were purchasing real estate in 1990. It's slow. It's dull. And it's expensive. We're automating the licensing structure. AI can do what you do in seconds." I almost laughed. I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep a chuckle from coming out. AI is doing my work. Good luck getting ChatGPT to understand the subtleties of a crossbred indemnity clause for third-party intellectual property in a non-extradition treaty zone. "So I'm redundant. I said that your role had been removed." Sophie quickly rectified, slipping a large envelope over the table. "We've put together a severance plan that will take effect immediately. Each year of service is awarded 2 weeks' pay, with a maximum of 6 months. We also offer outplacement services that will help you update your resume." I looked at the package. 6 months' pay for 12 years of building the empire. It was an insult. It was a slap in the face with a wet glove, but I declined. "Not yet." "What about my equity?" I inquired. "My vesting schedule." Ryan waved his hand dismissively. "Standard terms apply. Anything not vested is forfeited. You know the drill. You wrote half of the policy, correct?" He thought it was a burn. He imagined he was using my own efforts against me. "I did, I responded. I wrote the policy for the employees. I did not write the policy for the founders or partners. Ryan frowned. What? Nothing. I stated that while standing up, I'll sign the separation agreement, but I need one item first. Sophie panicked slightly as she stated. We can't give you access to your computer. Security measures. I don't need the computer. I need a hard copy of my original employment contract. One signed by your father in 2008. A printout of my current personnel record is also given, indicating the date and cause for my termination. Why? Ryan inquired. His gaze narrowed. I lied on my unemployment application. The state requires confirmation of the first hire date in order to calculate long-term benefits. It was gibberish. Complete bureaucratic gibberish. However, Ryan and Sophie are afraid of bureaucracy. They don't understand it, so they follow it. Okay. Ryan sighed. Sophie printed. Let's get this over with. I have a lunch meeting at Nabu. Sophie hurriedly left the room. Ryan and I were left alone. The air was thick with whispered things. Do you think I'm making a mistake? Ryan said, challenging me. He wanted to fight. He wanted me to scream so he could justify calling me emotional. I guess you are doing exactly what I expected. You are taking down the tree because you believe the leaves are unkempt, unaware that the roots are the only thing holding it up. We'll be fine, he scoffed. The revenue is on autopilot. Is it? I asked quietly. Sophie reappeared, breathless, and handed me a small bundle of papers. Ryan signed my original 2008 contract and the termination notice, both dated today. Thank you, I responded. I put the papers in my folder. I didn't sign their separation agreement. You need to sign the waiver, Sophie said, handing a pen to me. I'll take it home to review, I responded. Standard procedure. You gave me 48 hours in the document itself. 12. Subsection. I wrote it, remember? Sophie looked at Ryan. Ryan shrugged. Whatever. Let her take it. She has no leverage. What will she do? Sue us for being boring? I stood up. I smoothed my skirt. I looked Ryan in the eye. Hello, Ryan. Good luck with the pivot. Yeah. Bye, Claire. I walked out. I did not pack any boxes. Didn't say goodbye to the receptionist. I walked directly to the elevator, took it down to the foyer, and went outside into the Delaware sunshine. My heart was pounding, but not from dread. It was pumping with adrenaline. Because, as I clasped the folder to my chest, I realized something they hadn't. I was aware that when old guy Turner accepted my initial job offer in 2008, he was inebriated. And, because he was inebriated and paranoid, he insisted on a very specific, non-standard rule for involuntary termination without cause. He believed the clause would never be activated because he never meant to terminate me. Ryan had just activated a condition that, to their disadvantage, I had disguised in the master licensing deal itself. Ryan just said it was on autopilot. He had no idea, he'd just tossed the captain off the plane at 30,000 feet. And he was sitting in the cockpit, pulling on a joystick that had no connection to anything. I got into my respectable Volvo, and finally grinned. The smile was not pleasant. It was the sneer of a predator who had just seen the victim enter the cage and lock the door from within. Alexa, I told the empty car. Play Sympathy for the Devil. My suburban home is quiet. It is a specific sort of silent engineered window that is insulated and triple paned. I prefer it that way. I no longer have kids or a husband. Todd left 6 years ago for a spin instructor named Candy, with a K. And, frankly, I should have emailed her a thank you note while sitting in the hum of my Sub-Zero wine freezer. I kicked off my heels at the entryway. I didn't change out of my suit. I needed the armor. I poured a glass of Sans Serra, which was crisp, acidic, and sharp, and set it on my dining table. This was my battle area. I placed the document Sophie had given me on the table. I then went to the wall safe behind a generic abstract painting in the passageway. I turned the dial. Click. 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 Heavy steel swung open. There were no diamonds or cash inside, only backup hard drives and a large, fireproof document box. I moved the box onto the table. This was in the context of an emergency kit, or what I refer to as the dead man's switch. I opened the box. The smell of old paper wafted away. I found the original Master Licensing Agreement, MLA, from 2008. The paper was heavy bond stock. Here's the problem about contracts that Ryan and his MBA peers don't understand. A contract is a living thing. it evolves. You can include modifications, addendums, and timetables. Over the course of 12 years, the Streamline MLA developed from a 20-page document to a 400-page beast. Every time we entered a new country or introduced a new data tier, we updated the code. But the original 2008 agreement was solid. If the bedrock cracks, the structure will collapse. I accessed the file I had stolen from the workplace, a digital backup saved to a USB stick. I searched up the 2018 Global Expansion Amendment. This paper enables Streamline to provide its technology to third-party vendors in Asia and Europe. It was a cash cow. It contributed 70% of the company's current revenue. I compared the digital signature in the 2018 addendum to the signature requirements of the 2008 Master Agreement. And there it was. The ghost in the machine. Turner was frightened about being toppled in a boardroom coup in 2008. So I included a provision, Clause 14b, the Sovereignty Clause, stating that any modification that effectively modifies the company's essential IP exclusivity must be countersigned by the original licensor Turner and the key licensing architect, myself, in wet ink rather than digital ink. We inserted an obsolete clause to discourage aggressive takeovers. We joked about it. We termed it the blood oath. Turner was already sick at the time of the 2018 expansion. He was checking out. He digitally signed the amendment from his yacht in the Mediterranean. I digitally signed it at my Wilmington desk. Everybody was rushing. The lawyer said, "Digital is fine. It's industry standard." I let it go. I was aware that this violated Article 14b. But we're all on the same team, right? The corporation was making money. I was getting my bonus. Who's worried about wet ink? But here's the kicker. Axer. Lover. Obuon. According to the 2008 Master Agreement, any amendment that violates the signing process is void ab initio, which means it will continue to operate after today. It suggests that it never had a legal existence. If the 2018 amendment is found null and invalid, Streamline will be unable to license its technology to anyone outside of the United States, resulting in the loss of all funds earned from international partners over the past 6 years. Hundreds of millions of dollars were acquired illegally. It was effectively fraud, or, at most, a global breach of contract. I tasted some wine. It tasted like victory. Ryan didn't just fire an employee. He fired the only person whose quiet enabled $1 billion legal blunder. By firing me without cause, he violated the implied covenant of good faith that precluded me from raising this issue. Ryan signed a termination letter, which I examined. The post was eliminated due to redundancy. Redundancy, I explained, tracing the word with my finger. You're a fool. I began organizing the papers into 3 piles. I went inside my home office closet and saw 3 pristine navy blue folders. Folder 1, The Truth, has the 2008 Master Agreement with the wet ink clause noted. The 2018 amendment uses only digital signatures. Legal brief. I've just started writing in my head on why the 2018 document is toilet paper. Folder 2, The Crime, has a printout of Ryan's strategic roadmap outlining the new expansion plans, which are entirely predicated on the 2018 amendment becoming lawful, proof that they are still selling rights that they do not own. Folder 3 contains the price. This was a fun one. I pulled out my original employment contract. Turner signed an elderly guy under the influence of drink. Clause 9 discusses intellectual property retention. In the event of an involuntary termination without cause, employee Claire retains a 1% royalty ownership in any licensing structures she directly authored, retroactive to the date of deployment, which vests immediately. I had written it as a joke. A golden parachute for a startup that lacks capital. 1% of nothing is nothing. 1% of $800 million. That's not nothing. That entails owning a private island, and the name Ryan signifies wealth. The math was amazing. They owed me pay for each license sold since 2008. In addition, there will be a recurring royalty. I sat back. The house was now dark. The only light came from my laptop screen. I wasn't going to sue them yet. That's what a sensible person would do. A typical person would contact a lawyer to file a complaint. No. I was an architect. I intended to let them build the tower a little higher. I planned to let Ryan climb all the way to the top and proclaim his victory to the world before pulling the pin. I needed them to do one more act. I demanded that they openly rely on the bogus contract under Ryan's name once more. I checked my phone. A notification from LinkedIn. Ryan Turner posted. Next week promises to be exciting. Never before has there been so much global expansion. #disruption. It is a new era. I smiled. He was doing the work for me. Proceed, Ryan. I spoke to the brilliant screen. Disrupt yourself. 2 weeks. That's how long I waited. For 14 days, I was a ghost. I didn't update my LinkedIn. I did not reply calls from bewildered ex-colleagues who wanted to know why my email had bounced. I woke up at 6 a.m. Also practiced yoga. As flexibility is essential when dealing with corporations. Then I sat at my dining table and watched the cables. I had created Google Alerts for Streamline, Ryan Turner, and Eurotech Solutions. Eurotech was the largest fish. They were a German firm looking to license our entire streaming backend for the EU market. Ryan had pursued the transaction to show stockholders that he was more than just a nepotism hirer. The transaction was valued $150 million and completely illegal. The press release was sent on Thursday. I first noticed it on TechCrunch. Streamline has partnered with Eurotech on an extraordinary $150 million licensing transaction. CEO Ryan Turner calls it the beginning of a borderless data future. I opened the article. Ryan was photographed shaking hands with the CEO of Eurotech in Berlin. Ryan was grinning. He looked like he had just invented the internet. The post was full of quotes about synergy and robust legal frameworks. I almost felt terrible for Eurotech's lawyers. German lawyers are thorough. They do not love surprises. They prefer rules. They believe that when a US firm declares we own the rights, they truly do. They assumed that due diligence had been undertaken. I assumed Ryan could read. I focused on the photograph. In the background, a screen exhibited a data architecture diagram. My architecture, as governed by the 2008 Master Agreement. Gotcha. I whispered. I didn't call Ryan. Calling Ryan would offer him the opportunity to distort things. He'd try to bury it. Maybe you can entice me with a consulting fee? No. I needed to shut off his air supply. I opened my laptop and typed an email. I didn't send it to Streamline. I sent it to Klaus, the general counsel at Eurotech Solutions. I'd met him once at a convention in Geneva. He was a serious man in three-piece suits who lacked sense of humor. Subject: Inquiry regarding Clause 14b. Streamline Licensing Authority. Dear Klaus, I hope you are doing well. I am writing to you as the original author of the Streamline Master Licensing Agreement 2008. I saw the good news about your love. I am sorting through my personal records now that I am no longer with Streamline, which happened 2 weeks ago. I wanted to bring to your attention a minor administrative matter, so that your compliance team is fully prepared. Could you please ensure that the 2018 worldwide revision related to your license agreement includes the wet ink counter signatures required by Item 14b of the founding document? My records demonstrate that without these specific signatures, the alteration is technically illegal from the start, making any sublicensing of the IP to Euro illegal under US law. I'm sure that was simply a paperwork oversight on Streamline's part. Given the EU's strict liability requirements for intellectual property theft, I thought a friend should alert you. Best regards, Claire. I pressed send. It was the most passive-aggressive paragraph I had ever written. It was beautiful. It wasn't a threat. It was a good heads up. It presented the large swindle as a paperwork issue. I poured a fresh cup of coffee and checked the clock. It was 2 p.m. in Delaware. This indicated that it was 8 p.m. in Germany. Klaus was probably eating dinner. He would check his emails on his phone. He'd read it. He'd frown. He'd call his younger colleagues. They would terminate the agreement. They would look at Clause 14b and the signatures. Then the screaming would start. I gave it 3 hours. My phone rang about 5:15 p.m. It wasn't Klaus. It was a number I recognized. The direct contact for the Streamline General Counsel's office. I let it go to voicemail. 2 minutes later, it rang again. Ryan's mobile number. I let it go to voicemail. 5 minutes later, Ryan texted me. Claire, please answer the phone. What did you send to Germany? We need to talk now. I took a screenshot of the text. I added it to folder 2. Then I said, I'm sorry. Who is this? I had not stored this number. My employment ended 2 weeks ago. The dots appeared instantaneously. He typed frantically. Stop playing games. Klaus just put a hold on the wire transfer. He is considering fraudulent inducement. This has to be rectified. Call them back and admit your error. I smiled. I could hear him panicking about the LTE network. The $150 million wire transfer has been stopped. The stock price was guaranteed to tumble as soon as rumors circulated. I typed back slowly. I can't speak on behalf of the company. Ryan, I'm not an employee. I'm just a perplexed bystander. If you require my professional opinion on the contracts, I am available for consultation. My rate is significantly more than my previous compensation. He did not answer immediately. He probably tossed his phone across the room. 10 minutes later, I got an email, official letterhead from the general counsel. David. David was a beautiful person, yet he was vulnerable. He did as Ryan told him. Subject. Urgent legal consultation and settlement discussion. Hello Claire. We'd like to invite you to our office tomorrow at 9 a.m. to discuss current discussions about the Eurotech transaction. We believe there was a misunderstanding over the legality of the 2018 amendment. We are open to discussing a retroactive consulting agreement to explain these issues. Please confirm your presence. 8 PS. We are open to discussing a retroactive. David, please clarify these terms. That was the lawyer pleading. Please come save our asses before we go to prison. I didn't answer immediately. I went to my closet. I pushed aside the sweatpants and yoga gear. I reached into the back to collect the clothing. It was a vintage Armani in charcoal gray, sharp enough to cut through glass. I hadn't worn it in 5 years since it was too formal for Ryan's relaxed working environment. Tomorrow, I informed the suit. We're going to be intimidating. I responded to David with one word. Confirmed. The trap has sprung. Now all I needed to do was walk in and close the jaws. That night, I slept like a baby, the kind of deep, revitalizing sleep you only get when you know you have the winning lotto ticket and everyone else has a misplaced betting slip. While sleeping, I was aware of what was going on at Streamline headquarters. I still had pals there, including low-level analysts and paralegals, the hidden people Ryan neglected. My phone buzzed silently all night with encrypted signal messages. Why is the general counsel raving at the IT director at 10 p.m.? They are cleaning the servers and searching for wet ink documents. Ryan is in the boardroom. He looks like he's about to vomit. Did you do anything? Lol. I did not respond. Plausible deniability is an excellent thing. I awoke about 6:30 a.m. I showered. I arranged my hair tightly, bunned, and severe, with no free strands. I put on an Armani suit. It fit well. It felt like chainmail. I applied makeup. Just enough to appear alive, alert, and dangerous. I drank my coffee black. I gathered the 3 folders. They sat on my kitchen counter, seemingly harmless navy blue cardstock. Folder 1 contains the law. The proof is stored in folder 2. The bill can be found in folder 3. I stored them in the leather briefcase Turner had given me for my 10th anniversary. It was tattered and scarred leather. It seems to have witnessed combat. It did. I drove to the office. The commute appeared weird. I listened to NPR. They were discussing the weather. Sunny. With a high of 75. They didn't mention that a major local technology company was failing. Not yet. I pulled into the parking lot. My badge was deactivated. Obviously, I could not enter the executive garage. I had to park at the visitor lot, which was half a mile away. Petty, I muttered, locking the Volvo. I walked on asphalt. The sun was illuminating the building's glass facade. It looked impressive. From the outside, it appeared to be a bastion of innovation. From the inside, I saw it was a house of cards kept together by a non-existent signature. I strolled into the lobby. Sarah, the receptionist, looked up. Her eyes expanded. She knew I'd been fired. The rumor mill moves quicker than fiber optics. Claire. She mumbled. I thought. I have a meeting with David and Ryan, I said, smiling warmly. This was not her fault. Can you buzz me in? I need to call up, she said tentatively, reaching for the phone. Go ahead. She murmured into the receiver before nodding. She turned pale. They said send you straight up to the war room. What war room? I inquired, raising an eyebrow. They used to call it the Synergy Suite. The fact that they returned to the war room meant that the terror had subsided. Thank you, Sarah. I walked to the elevators. I pushed the button for the 12th floor. The door slid open. I walked in and looked at my reflection on the mirrored walls. I appeared relaxed. I appeared like a lady about to examine God. The elevator chimed. The doors opened. The hallway was quiet. Too quiet. Normally, this level was filled with assistants and junior VPs attempting to look busy. Today, It's a ghost town. They had cleared the floor. They didn't want witnesses. I walked along the long corridor, my shoes clicking against the smooth concrete. Click, click, click. The sound of a clock counting down. I approached the boardroom's large glass doors. Through the glass, I could see them. Ryan was pacing. He had removed his suit jacket, his tie was unfastened. He seemed to be sweating. David, the general counsel, sat at the table, head in his hands, surrounded by piles of paperwork. Two professional shooters, most likely charging $1,000 per hour, were whispering and staring at laptops. They looked up as I approached. I didn't knock. I just pushed open the door. It was heavy, but I didn't struggle. "Good morning, gentlemen," I said. My voice didn't shake. It filled the room. Ryan stopped pacing. He turned to face me. His eyes were red-rimmed. "You," he spat. "You have some nerve showing up here after trying to sabotage a $150 million deal." "I was invited," I said, walking to the head of the table opposite Marcus, ignoring Ryan. "I placed my briefcase on the table, and I didn't sabotage anything. I simply responded to a question from a colleague in Germany." Ryan exclaimed. "You maliciously misled our partner." "Did I?" I looked at Marcus. "Marcus, tell him." Marcus looked up. He looked aged. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week. "Ryan, you're correct." Ryan slammed his hand on the table and declared, "I don't care about technology. I am concerned about the money that has been frozen in the bank." "Sit down, Ryan," I suggested without shouting. I used the same voice I used when he was an intern, and I had to explain how a printer worked, which worked. He actually sat. "Now," I added, unlatching my briefcase. "You called me here to clarify words. Let us clarify." I took out the 3 folders and lined them up. "You have a problem," I said. "A very big, very expensive problem. And, contrary to popular perception, I am the only person in the world capable of repairing it. However, rectifying it will cost you." One of the external lawyers, a sharp-looking man with a shaved head, came up and said, "Miss Vance, we would want to offer you a consultation arrangement to address the signature difference. We can offer you a regular charge if—" I held up my hand. "Stop. You feel you are negotiating an hourly rate. It is not." I placed my hand on folder 1. "This isn't a consulting gig," I said softly. "This is a hostage negotiation, and I'm the one holding the gun." The room became silent, and the air conditioner hummed. Ryan peered at me, his mouth slightly open, and noticed the librarian had teeth. "Hostage negotiation." Ryan smiled uneasily. "You're ridiculous. We have 50 lawyers on retainer. A $1,995 briefcase, and a grudge." "I have the truth, Ryan," I said, sliding folder 1 toward Marcus. "Open it." Marcus hesitated. He looked at the external lawyers, who nodded slightly. "Go ahead. See what she has." Marcus opened the navy blue folder, which contained a single sheet of parchment-colored paper, a certified copy of the 2008 Master License Agreement, specifically page 42, Clause 14b. "Read the underlined sentence, Marcus, out loud for the class." Marcus adjusted his spectacles and cleared his voice. Clause 14b. "The sovereignty of intellectual property. Any revision, addition, or alteration that affects the licensed technology's territorial exclusivity must be signed in wet ink by the originating licensee Turner and the primary licensing architect. Vance's unwillingness to follow this protocol renders the amendment void from the start." I leaned forward and said, "Void ab initio. Do you understand what that means, Ryan?" "It means it's void from the start," Marcus replied quietly, his cheeks becoming gray. "Exactly," I responded. "It means that the 2018 Global Expansion Amendment, with which you signed deals in Japan, Brazil, the United Kingdom, and now Germany, never existed legally. You've been selling rights you don't own for 6 years." "That's a technicality," Ryan said, standing up again. "It's a clerical error. We can sign it right now. Backdate it." "No, you can't," I replied politely, "because old man Turner has died. He cannot sign it, since I am not an employee. So I can't sign it as the lead licensing architect anymore." "We'll argue it in court," the shaved-headed lawyer stated quietly. The party's intent was clear. The corporation treated the change as if it were legitimate. A judge will follow the theory of equitable estoppel. "Maybe," I admitted, "after 3 years of discovery, depositions, And every single one of your international partners freezing their payments because they don't want to be connected with IP fraud. Can the stock price withstand a 3-year freeze on international revenue? Ryan looked like he'd been hit in the stomach, but he knew the answer. The company was bleeding cash, and without the overseas stream, they'd be bankrupt in 6 months. What do you want? Ryan asked, his voice lower now, the bluster gone. You want your job back. Is this it? Okay, you are retired. Come back. Sign that damn paper. I laughed. A genuine laugh. What is my job? You think I'd like to return to this cubicle farm and report to you? No, Ryan. I do not want a job. I pushed folder 2 across the table. This is a chronology, I continued, and it records every single violation of Clause 14b since 2018. Every contract is signed. And every dollar has been collected. The total amount collected from a void contract is approximately $600 million. Marcus trembled as he scanned the files, which contained transaction IDs, dates, and counterparties that I had taken care to record. If I send this folder to the SEC, I continued, it is not just a contract dispute, this is securities fraud. You reported revenue to shareholders based on an invalid legal instrument. Ryan, you certified the legality of the contracts in your 10-K filings. That is jail time. Federal. Ryan sank into his chair, staring at the lawyers. Is she correct? The outer lawyer sighed. It's problematic. If she becomes a whistleblower, the investigation alone will reduce the market capitalization. Even if we win, we lose. So, I said with my hands clenched, we've established that I have the ability to transform this structure into a crater. Now let's talk about how to avoid that. I looked for folder 3. This is the solution, I clarified. How much? Ryan inquired. Just say the number 1 million. 2. Oh, Ryan, I smiled. You're thinking too small. You're thinking like a manager. I want you to think like an owner, because that's who I am. I opened folder 3, and turned the document inside so they could see it. My original 2008 employment contract. Clause 9, I said. Read it. Marcus leaned down, sweating profusely, and read quietly for a moment until his eyes bulged. Gazing at me. Ryan. And then back at the page. Jesus Christ. Marcus muttered. What? Ryan snapped. What does it say? It says, he told me, that in the event of involuntary termination without cause, Claire retains a royalty interest in all licensing structures she personally authored, retroactive to the date of deployment. So, Ryan said, waving his hand. A royalty. What is it? Several thousand? It's defined as 1.5% of gross international licensing revenue, Marcus explained, his voice trembling. 1.5%. Ryan laughed. That's peanuts. Okay. We will pay you 1.5% of this month's sales. No, Ryan, I gently corrected him. Look back to the date of deployment. That means 2018. You owe me 1.5% of every dollar this corporation earned outside of the United States during the last 6 years. 1.5% of each future dollar earned. The room fell silent as the lawyers performed mental calculations. $600 million in historical revenue. 1.5% of that, $9 million in cash, plus future value. If the company accomplished its targets, that 1.5% would be worth an additional $25 million every year in perpetuity. Ryan whispered. That's extortion. No. It's a contract. A contract your father signed. I told him. A deal you violated when you fired me without cause to save a few dollars on my pay. We'll fight it. Ryan replied, his face turning red. We'll argue that you were fired for cause. Incompetence. Insubordination. You can't, I answered, referring to the termination letter in folder 2 that Sophie had given me. The rationale for separation is redundancy, or role reduction. You put it in writing, I corrected. Ryan, you can't change the reason now just because the bill is higher than you expected. The external lawyer shut his laptop and looked at Ryan, stating, she has you cold on the termination cause. Trying to change it now appears to be retaliatory. The Department of Labor would consume us before we ever discussed the contract. $9 million. Ryan was indicating. I don't have $9 million in liquid cash for a severance payment. Then you best find it, I urged. Sell the yacht. Sell the Hamptons vacation home. Or explain to the board why you need to spend the emergency cash because you did not read my personnel file. This destroys me, Ryan said, looking at me with hatred. If I pay this, the board will know. They'll probably fire me. I shrugged. But if you don't pay it, I'll send an email to Eurotech, confirming that the contract is void. Then you lose the $150 million transaction. The SEC comes knocking, and you don't just lose your job, Ryan, you lose the firm. You're going to prison. I leaned back in my chair. So the choice is yours. You can be the CEO who paid a massive settlement to a brilliant architect he wrongfully terminated. An expensive but manageable mistake. Or you can be the CEO who committed fraud and destroyed his father's legacy. I checked my watch. I have a yoga class at 11 a.m., and I need an answer before I leave. Ryan stared at Marcus, who nodded slowly. Pay her, Ryan. It is the only way to shut the 14B breach. We can structure the settlement to include a waiver in which she retroactively acknowledges the signatures. I hate you, Ryan said at me. I know, I said. That's why I added a premium. A premium? Yes, to save your Eurotech agreement, I am contractually required to sign the wet ink validation on the 2018 paperwork for 1.5%. That necessitates a consultation fee. How much? Another $1.5 million, I said. Call it a tax. Ryan had stormed out to call the CFO, leaving me alone with the lawyers, and the next hour was a whirlwind of aggressive typing and whispered phone talks. People imagine the war is a yelling fight, but it's not. The genuine conflict is in the settlement drafting. Sterling, the external lawyer, appeared to move a laptop toward me. We've created a preliminary settlement and release agreement, he said. It structures the $10.2 million as a lump sum payment. In exchange, you relinquish any claims, sign the retroactive validity documentation for the 2008 and 2018 agreements, and agree to a normal NDA and non-compete. I moved the laptop closer and examined it. Section 4. I said, pointing to the screen. Employee agrees to a global non-compete for a period of 5 years in the data licensing sector. Standard, Sterling said. We're paying you a lot. We cannot let you go to a competitor. Delete it, I responded. Excuse me. But could you delete it? I am no longer an employee. I'm a consultant. And you're not paying me to be silent. You are paying me for my property and royalties. I am not going to sign a non-compete. If I want to go work for Eurotech next week, I will. Sterling frowned. Ryan won't like that. Ryan is not here, and he has no choice. If I don't sign the Eurotech agreement today, do you want to be the one to tell him it fell through because you were greedy with a non-compete? Sterling considered the clause before eliminating it. Section 7, I replied, is non-disparagement. The employee agrees to never speak negatively about Streamline, its executives, or its operations. That stays, Sterling said. We can't have you trashing the CEO on Twitter. I'll agree to non-disparagement regarding the company, I said. But I maintain the right to speak freely about my tenure and the reasons of my leave. If anyone asks why I left, I will not lie. We can speak that, Marcus said, hoping to mediate. Mutual non-disparagement. We will not disparage you either. Fine, I replied, but I'd like to add a clause. Section 8. What is it? The DeVito clause, I explained with a straight face. What? I would like a formal written apology from Ryan Turner, signed in wet ink. Recognizing that my termination was an error in judgment, and thanking me for my 12 years of service. I would like it framed. He'll never do that, Marcus said. It's humiliating. It's necessary, I said, for my file. I wasn't doing it for the file, but to hang it in my bathroom. They argued, summoned Ryan, and I heard fighting in the hallway before he returned. He looked like he had aged 10 years in one morning. Fine, he snapped. You get your money and your apology. Just sign the blasted retroactive amendment, and I'll transfer the funds to Germany. Money first, my response. Wire transfer. It was Fedwire. I'd like to see the confirmation number before my pen touches the paper. Can't wire $10.2 million in an hour, Ryan lamented. You're a bankable tech company. I told them. Call your Chase rep. You can do it in 10 minutes if you want. Ryan glared at the CFO, who had just entered. Do it. We sat in silence for 12 minutes, the longest 12 minutes of Ryan's life, as I glanced at the abstract art on the wall, a painting of a wild storm that seemed fitting. My phone rang. My bank app informed me that a deposit of $28,400,000 had been received. I checked the balance, and it was correct. I took out a cheap pen from my purse, pulled out the 2018 amendment, a new copy that had just been printed, and signed my name, Claire Bennett, Chief Licensing Architect. I stepped up, closed my briefcase, and placed the 3 documents on the table. The bomb had been defused, but the gold remained in my pocket. I signed the settlement agreement and said, "Done," before capping my pen. "It's a pleasure doing business with you, Ryan," I told him. He didn't look up. He was staring at the table, most likely planning how he would explain the significant decline in cash reserves to the board next quarter. I walked out of the boardroom and down the corridor, but there was one more stop I needed to make. I took the elevator to the lobby. The exhilaration was receding, giving way to a peculiar, heavy exhaustion. It was the crash after the high, but the $28.4 million in my bank account provided a huge cushion to land on. I walked by the reception desk. Sarah was still there, seemingly afraid of making eye contact. "It's okay, Sarah," I said quietly. "I'm leaving for good this time. Did everything go well?" She whispered. "It went great," I said. "Hi, Sarah. Do you recall that plant from my former office? What about the peace lily?" "Yeah. Don't water it," I told him. "Let it die. I despise this place anyway." I walked out the front doors. The air outside smelt good, like freedom, like early retirement. I got into my Volvo, dropped the suitcase on the passenger seat, and went to a small dive pub about 3 miles away. The Rusty Nut, where Old Man Turner used to take us after we signed a major deal in the early days, was a dump, with peanut shells on the floor and buzzing neon signs. It was 11:30 a.m., and the place was deserted except for the bartender, Al, who looked like he'd been chiseled from granite. "Claire," Al blinked. "I have not seen you in years. Shouldn't you be at the glass tower?" "Not anymore, Al," I responded, taking a stool. "I'm retired." "I'm retired? You seem too young to retire." "I got a severance package," I said. "A generous one." "Well, congratulations. What are you drinking?" "Champagne," I said. "The cheap stuff. Cold." He popped a little bottle of Korbel, which I poured into a flute, and I sat there enjoying the bubbles and checking my phone. I removed my work email account, the Slack app, and the calendar from the app. My phone felt lighter. I thought about Ryan. He was probably constructing a story right now, telling the board that it was a smart legal settlement to strengthen IP holdings. He'd use buzzwords. He'd definitely survive. Ryan, who usually falls upward, would never sleep soundly again. Every time he signed a contract or saw a legal brief, he would flinch, wondering if there was another trapdoor, another clause, another Claire lurking in the weeds. The best part was that I hadn't told him about the server migration protocols. In about 6 months, the system was scheduled to do an automated purge of redundant data logs. I had written the script years ago, and unless someone manually overwrote it, the more data for the entire 2019 to 2023 archive was going to vanish. I could have told him. I could have sold him the password for another $1 million. But some things you do for love, and some things you do just for chaos. I took a sip of champagne. "To Ryan," I said, toasting the empty bar. "May your pivots always be painful." I finished my drink and put a $100 bill on the bar. "Keep the change, Al." I finished my drink of the Olak. I walked out into the sunlight. I had a yoga class to attend, plus I'd heard the Amalfi Coast is beautiful this time of year. And I finally had the time and the wet ink to go see it. My dignity had been capitalized, vested, and fully paid for, not just restored. My mom's boyfriend threatened me, and scammed women. I contacted his ex-wife, exposed his scam, and the police arrested him. Now, Mom is devastated. My mom's boyfriend threatens to ruin my life unless I give him my money. I had him arrested and dumped. My dad utterly wrecked our family when he left my mom for his coworker Diane when I was 15. For a full year, my mother sobbed on the couch and told me things about their parents' marriage that no child should know, like how my dad no longer wanted to touch her. Really bad things to throw at your child. No one would ever love her again, she insisted. Being her therapist while I was only attempting to manage my own emotions over the divorce was, to be honest, draining. When I turned 17, my grandmother eventually forced her to obtain actual assistance. She still loses it if my stepmother is there, or when we go see my dad and half-brother, even with the help of the medications. She first met Chris at her reading group around a year ago. And all of a sudden, She and her first boyfriend are behaving like teenagers. He frequently purchases her jewelry and posts about how wonderful she is. And at first, I was genuinely pleased for her. After that, he began to see us more frequently, until he was essentially living with us 5 days a week. At that point, he revealed his true self. He began behaving as though we were only visitors he had to put up with, and that he owned our home. He would tell me that I appeared to be attempting to attract attention, and force me to change if I wore typical summer attire, such as shorts and a tank top. Why was he even giving me that look? Every day, Chris urges my younger brother Ethan to stop being so irritating and to keep his mouth shut. When Ethan leaves his backpack by the door or forgets his schoolwork, he calls him a fool. Chris once firmly gripped Ethan's shoulder, while he was telling us about his day at school, and told him that no one gave a damn about his stupid stories. When Ethan began to weep, my mother urged him to stop being so sensitive, and that Chris was only attempting to teach him when to speak, and when to keep quiet. In fact, she always sides with Chris. I got home from work about 10 o'clock 4 weeks ago. Chris wanted to borrow money while intoxicated on the couch. Why would I send my money to my mom's boyfriend? I replied no. He went totally crazy. Began yelling that I was a self-centered brat, and that if I didn't give him the money, he would ruin my life. He snatched my water glass from me and hurled it so forcefully into the wall that it exploded all over. He threatened me, but my mother was upset over the shattered glass. She made me apologize to him for being disrespectful after giving him money from her handbag. She advised me to honor the head of the household. I had to apologize to Chris for not handing him my own money while he stood there grinning. I sobbed when I called my dad that evening. I could move in right away, he replied angrily, but I couldn't leave Ethan and Chris alone. However, my dad made an intriguing comment. Did Chris have a job? He asked. It turns out that no one was aware of Chris's job. He never mentioned going to work, and was always at home when we returned from school. He would tell my mother that he was working on deals, or had meetings, but he would never provide specifics. I therefore began to listen. Chris never left for work, even though he wore expensive clothes and drove a nice truck. He was constantly requesting money from my mom for groceries, gas, or other expenses. He would explain to her that his funds were invested. I looked through his social media and discovered that he had 2 children and an ex-wife, but he never brought them up. He messaged Sophia, his ex-wife, after finding her profile. She filled me in on everything. Chris has been unemployed for 5 years. He moves in with wealthy single mothers he discovers. Goes on to the next one after living off of them. Until they catch on. He still owes Sophia $15,000 in child support. She was aware that he had done this to 5 different women. He constantly changed his phone number, so she had been looking for him for months. She claimed that he was skilled at locating desperate women, making them feel special at first, and then gradually seizing control of their finances and children. I had to get him away from my family before I could give her our address. I informed my mother that I wanted to prepare Chris's favorite dinner on Friday night, and offer a sincere apology. She was overjoyed that I was finally embracing him. This was a significant step for our family, she insisted. I cooked a big lunch that Friday, and was really kind to Chris. I apologized for being challenging, and continued to replenish his beer. He settled in, and began consuming beer after beer. At 9 o'clock, he was inebriated, and began boasting that he had my mother completely smitten and that he would soon convince her to include him in the house deed. He claimed he would have true security once his name was on the house. My mother questioned what he meant, looking perplexed. He chuckled, and claimed that she would do anything for him, since she was so in need of love. In fact, he labeled her sad and compared dating lonely single mothers to stealing babies' candies. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Now available on Spotify as requested reads. Look at the link in the comments or description. I approached the door and opened it. A woman with tightly pulled dark hair and weary eyes that appeared to have not slept much lately stood there. She had a big manila folder pressed to her chest, and was dressed in pants, and a rumpled button-up shirt. A man wearing a police uniform and wearing a badge bearing the name Officer Logan Carter stood next to her. When the woman peered beyond me and into the house, her expression altered. Her eyes widened, and her entire body stiffened. Officer Carter raised his hand, and urged everyone to remain composed, as she pointed at Chris, who was seated on the couch, saying, "That's him." Her voice was crisp and loud. As if all the blood had just drained out of it, Chris's face turned absolutely white. His legs faltered as he attempted to rise up, so he clung to the couch's arm. The policemen entered our living room, and instructed Chris to return to his seat. My mother got up and inquired about the situation and the identities of these individuals. The woman carrying the document passed me by, and came to a halt in the center of our living room. She identified herself as Sophia, and stated that she had spent 10 months searching for Chris. My mother simply gazed at her, her jaw hanging wide. Officer Carter stated that they wanted to talk about $15,000 in outstanding child support because he was from the family court division. Ethan emerged from his room, and observed everything from the corridor. Chris nodded while glancing at the ground. It was only a slight nod, but it was sufficient. The sound my mother made was a combination of a sob and a gulp. How could he lie about something like that, she asked. Her face began to well up with tears, and she repeatedly asked how. Ethan approached me and took hold of my arm. I sensed his trembling. Though the timing was never ideal, Chris attempted to suggest he was going to tell her. At that, Sophia chuckled. She claimed to have heard from the other women that Chris had told them all the same tale. Handcuffs were removed from Officer Logan Carter's belt. Chris was instructed to get up and turn around by him. My mother began to cry more, and questioned whether this was truly necessary. The officer said that he had to take Chris in because he had unresolved warrants. Chris clasped his hands behind his back and carefully got to his feet. He glanced at my mother and declared his love for her as the handcuffs clicked shut. He said that all of this was simply his insane ex-wife stirring up issues, and that they could resolve the issue if she would only save him. Sophia genuinely burst out laughing. She informed my mother that Chris had done this to 5 women. She advised my mother to call the other women and hear their accounts if she needed evidence. Chris was led to the door by Officer Logan Carter. Chris kept saying that he loved my mom while moving his head back to face her. My mother just sobbed while standing there. Sophia waited for a minute after they led Chris outside. She gave my mother a business card with her phone number on it. The Child Support Enforcement Office had finally located Chris at our location, and she apologized for arriving in this manner. She claimed that she had been making every effort to locate him, and that she needed the money for her daughters. Despite accepting the card, my mother remained silent. She simply gazed at the location where Chris had been. Before leaving, Sophia gave me a quick glance, and whispered, "Thank you." With the exception of my mother's sobbing, the house fell silent as the door closed. Ethan inquired as to whether Chris would return. Mom didn't respond. She went over to the couch and took a seat, where Chris had been. I informed Ethan that Chris would not be returning. Even though I wasn't entirely certain about anything anymore, I said yes when he asked whether I was certain. I got up at 9 the following morning and went to see how my mother was doing. She had shut the door to her bedroom. She didn't answer when I knocked. She was still in bed with the covers drawn up over her head as I opened the door at a crack. She said she wasn't getting up when I asked. She didn't respond when I inquired how she was feeling. I went to Ethan's room after shutting the door. He was seated on his bed, already awake. I informed him that we had to prepare for school. I prepared breakfast as he dressed. Ethan ate silently while I poured him milk and cereal. He continued to stare at his mother's closed bedroom door. I escorted him to the bus stop and assisted him in packing his backpack after he was done. He inquired once more if Chris was truly gone, and I assured him that he was. I walked home while Ethan boarded the bus. Mom's door remained shut. She instructed me to go when I knocked again. For a minute, I stood there, unsure of what to do. I went into my room and called David. After 2 rings, he responded, and I filled him in on the events of the previous evening. After a little period of silence, he promised to come get Ethan and me immediately. We could remain with him till things calmed down, he offered. After saying okay, I began packing my clothes in a suitcase, when I heard the door of my mother's bedroom open. Her hair was disheveled as she walked down the corridor in her jammies. She questioned who I was speaking to when she noticed me on the phone. "David," I said. She inquired what I was telling him as her face became agitated. I told him that we needed to spend some time with him. Mom broke down once more and pleaded with me not to take Ethan away. She acknowledged that she made a mistake, but she also maintained that she couldn't lose her children. She took hold of my arm and repeatedly said, "Please." I was torn between wanting to keep Ethan safe, and not wanting to ruin my mom, who was already in danger of losing her mind. "Hold on, David," I said. I told my mother that if she phoned Helen now, and requested assistance, Ethan and I would stay. Mom nodded and wiped her face. Taking my phone, she dialed Helen. Helen's voice could be heard on the other end, inquiring as to what was wrong. When Mom told her about Chris and the arrest, she sobbed uncontrollably. Helen promised to make the drive that afternoon. When Mom returned my phone, I informed David that we would be staying for the time being but that I would call if anything changed. I had to assure him that I would phone him if things got out of hand. Mom sat on the couch and apologized repeatedly after I hung up. She apologized for not believing me when I told her about Chris. I apologize for making me handle everything. I apologize for being a bad mother. Then, she would burst into tears, expressing how much she missed Chris and how she couldn't believe he had deceived her. She was still more distraught about losing Chris than about what he had done to us, so her apologies didn't seem genuine. She picked at a piece of toast after I forced her to eat something. She remained there, looking at nothing for the remainder of the morning. At around 3 in the afternoon, Helen arrived. She strolled right in after knocking once. She shook her head after glancing at my mom on the couch, and then at me. She sat down next to her mother, and inquired about her thoughts. Helen raised her hand and stated, "Crying won't fix this." As Mom began to cry once more. Helen claimed that this was the second time in 4 years that her mother had prioritized a guy before her children. First of all, while I was a little child attempting to manage my own emotions, Mom threw all of her divorce feelings on me. Now, since she was afraid of being alone, she would allow Chris to mistreat Ethan and me. Helen claimed that her mom never truly addressed her fear of being alone. The drugs and therapy she received after the divorce were insufficient. Fear, she claimed, nearly allowed Chris to harm her grandkids, and that was unacceptable. Helen interrupted Mom as she tried to argue. This time, she added, Mom needed more than just medication, and once-weekly conversations. She had to understand why she continued to prioritize men over her children. "I don't know how to be alone," Mom sobbed. At that point, Helen said she had to learn because her children deserved better. As I listened, I was relieved that Mom was finally hearing all of this. Helen asked me how I was doing after glancing at me. I wasn't really fine, but I pretended to be. "I shouldn't have had to clean up this mess," Helen said. She was correct, but I was at a loss for what to do. Helen prepared spaghetti when she was there for dinner. When Ethan got home from school, he was delighted to see her. After our meal together, Helen informed her mother that she anticipated significant changes from her. Mom said she would, nodding. My phone rang as I was working on my homework 2 days later. Sophia was the one. She stated she wanted to give me an update on Chris's situation. Due to the child support warrants, he remained incarcerated. According to her, fresh accusations of identity theft and fraud are also being made. It seems that Chris applied for credit cards and loans with the other women he dated using false information. Since his arrest, 2 more women had come forward with similar accounts of him. I helped Sophia discover him, and she thanked me for that. She promised that her daughters would at last receive the assistance they required. I told her I was happy to be of assistance. I was relieved that Chris was actually being held accountable after we hung up, but I was also worn out. It was finally over after months of trying to keep everyone safe, but I was just worn out. I was doing the dishes the week after Sophia called when the phone rang. Mom picked it up, and as she heard it, her expression changed. She hung up after repeatedly saying yes and okay. She explained that the bank only wanted to check on something when I questioned what it was about. Her voice sounded strange. I asked what the bank needed to check after drying my hands. She said that they were only confirming that she intended to withdraw a sizable sum of money. I felt sick to my stomach. I inquired about the amount of money. She refused to give me a look, and claimed it was irrelevant. After I repeated my question, she eventually said $10,000. I asked her what she needed $10,000 for while I was staring at her. She broke down in tears and explained that Chris needed assistance posting bail. What I was hearing was unbelievable. After everything he had done, she was genuinely attempting to save him. He committed mistakes. But everyone deserves a second chance, she replied, nodding when I asked if she was genuine. I was on the verge of vomiting. She insisted that perhaps he acted badly because he had no other options, and was simply desperate. I reminded her that she was still making excuses for him after he labeled her pitiful in front of her. I didn't understand how complicated adult relationships were, she remarked, wiping her eyes. I informed her that I recognized her decision to put a scammer ahead of her own children. That wasn't fair, she remarked angrily. I inquired as to what aspect was unfair. The part when Chris tried to steal our house or the part where he verbally harassed Ethan every day. She didn't respond. I called David after going to my room. He could hardly speak because he was so furious. He advised me to gather my belongings and come reside with him immediately. I told him that with Mom acting this way, I couldn't leave Ethan here. David promised to discuss his custody possibilities with a lawyer in the morning. I just laid on my bed feeling absolutely forlorn after we hung up. Mom would never change. This entire catastrophe taught her nothing. I heard Ethan enter his room after returning from his friend's place. I attempted to complete my assignment but was unable to concentrate. Mom tried to appear normal at supper, but I wouldn't have it. Setting down my fork, I inquired as to whether she had indeed given Chris the cash. According to her, the withdrawal took a day for the bank to process. I went crazy. I began to rage at her for choosing a man who harmed her children over those who genuinely cared for and loved her. Ethan ran in to see out what was wrong after hearing us from the living room. He stood there looking terrified when Mom instructed him to return to his program. I informed Mom that she was making the same foolish decision she consistently made. That is, prioritizing men over her family. I had no idea how hard it was to be alone, she retorted. Because by arranging the supper for Chris that evening, I destroyed her one shot at happiness. I was shocked that she was accusing me of revealing Chris's true nature. Ethan fled back to his room in tears. I was too furious to stop ranting in front of him, even though I felt horrible about it. I informed Mom that she had to decide immediately between saving Chris and maintaining her family. It wasn't that easy, she said. It was just that easy, I said. She walked to her room and shut the door. When I went to check on Ethan, he was sobbing while curled up on his bed. I assured him that everything would be all right as I took a seat beside him. He inquired as to whether his mother would return Chris, even if I had to relocate us both to David's house. I assured him that wouldn't occur. I felt terrible that he had to handle this, and he gave me a hug. Ethan went to sleep, and I sobbed as I called Helen. I filled her in on the bail money and the bank. Helen promised to arrive first thing in the morning. She assured me that she would take care of Mom and that I shouldn't worry. Helen arrived the following morning at 9. She strolled right in with her purse and a serious expression on her face without even knocking. Mom was sipping coffee while still in her pajamas. They needed to chat, Helen said as she sat down across from her at the kitchen table. Helen interrupted Mom when she attempted to remark that she was exhausted. She warned that Helen would request emergency custody of Ethan if his mother got in touch with Chris once more, or made any attempt to assist him. Mom's face turned pale. Helen raised a hand as she began to dispute. She claimed that this was the lowest point, and that the mother had to decide between her kids and a man who exploited her for free meals and rent. Mom broke down in tears and said it wasn't that easy. According to Helen, it was that easy. Mom would either lose Ethan, and possibly both of us, if she didn't receive significant assistance for her issues. I didn't say anything to assist Mom when she looked at me standing in the doorway. Helen took out a business card and placed it on the table. According to her, Dr. Olivia Clark was a therapist who helped mothers and other individuals with interpersonal issues. Mom would go 3 times a week and go to a support group, she claimed. Mom attempted to claim that she was already in a relationship. Given that Mom was going to save a criminal, Helen stated unequivocally it wasn't working. Mom took up the card and gazed at it. "Do you understand what's at stake?" Helen questioned. With a nod. Mom promised to call today. Mom arranged the appointment right now, and Helen said she would wait. Mom contacted to arrange for that Thursday to be her first session. Helen's departure left me feeling both relieved and bereft. After her first therapy session, Mom returned home in silence. I didn't inquire, and she didn't discuss it. She kept going over the course of the following week. She also began attending Tuesday night group meetings. At first, I could see she was merely going through the motions. When she got home, she would head directly to her room, but Helen would call every other day to see how she was doing and to make sure she was doing what she was supposed to do. I scheduled a meeting with the school counselor. Mrs. Miller was her name, and the scent of vanilla candles filled her office. I told her all about Chris and my mother and how I had to be the one to make everything right. She didn't interrupt as she listened. She told me after I was done that although what I had done was brave, I shouldn't have had to. "I've been taking too much responsibility for my family's issues," she said. I broke down in tears and couldn't stop. She gave me tissues and assured me that it was acceptable to feel worn out from caring for everyone. She advised me to take some time to concentrate on myself. After our entire conversation, she told me I could return whenever I needed to. I felt somehow lighter as I left her office. Ethan began to have nightmares. He would cry when he woke up and come to my room, telling me that in his dream, Chris was screaming at him. He crept into my bed one night, trembling, and I allowed him to remain there. In the morning, I understood that despite my belief that I was shielding him, all those months of Chris's hurtful remarks still caused him pain. When I told the school counselor about Ethan's nightmares, she gave me a child therapist's card. I thought I would have to argue with my mother about it, but she called and scheduled an appointment for Ethan without my intervention. That caught me off guard. We had to appear in family court 5 weeks after Chris was arrested. We needed a restraining order because the prosecutor said Chris might try to get in touch with his mother after he was released on bail. We were seated in an uninteresting courtroom with uncomfortable chairs and wood all over. The prosecutor rose and enumerated all the women Chris had defrauded prior to his mother. He discussed Chris's tendency to identify and take advantage of weak, unmarried moms. Mom sobbed the entire time. Hearing it all presented that way just made me feel numb. The judge was a gray-haired elderly woman. She asked her mother if she wanted the protective order after glancing at her. In this little voice, Mom said, "Yes." For all 3 of us, the judge issued a 3-year order. Mom appeared shattered as she left the courthouse. After a few weeks, Ethan began to open up after initially refusing to speak. He informed us that when Chris was over, he used to hide in his closet because he was afraid of saying anything stupid and getting scolded. He claimed that he believed Chris's constant anger against him was his responsibility. Mom sobbed and assured him that Chris, not Ethan, was the issue and that it was never his fault. Although these talks were difficult and uncomfortable, they felt more genuine than anything our family had done in years. Instead of blaming everything on me, Mom was learning to approach Helen and her therapist for help. I was discovering that I wasn't required to solve every issue. With his own therapist, Ethan was gradually improving. After 5 months, Ethan felt more at ease in the house once more. He entered my room one Saturday afternoon as I was working on my schoolwork and silently sat on my bed. When I inquired about his well-being, he simply gazed at his hands for some time. Then he informed me that any time Chris was home while he lived with us, he would hide in his closet. He claimed that he was afraid of saying anything foolish and receiving another reprimand. When I heard that, my stomach fell. I used to believe that Ethan was either doing his homework or playing video games in his room. In reality, he was cowering like a scared animal from Chris. He claimed he didn't want to further the situation. When I questioned him about why he had never told me, he reasoned that perhaps Chris would leave him alone if he simply remained silent and out of the way. I felt terrible because I didn't realize how bad things had gotten. Ethan turned to face me and expressed his relief that Chris was no longer among us. I didn't have to be the father or the guardian for the remainder of that day. We just spent time together. We joked around and played video games. For the first time in months, Ethan appeared to be at ease. Over the course of the following few weeks, I saw him talking at dinner, coming out of his room more frequently, and even asking his friends over after school. He was beginning to behave like a typical child once more rather than someone who was always on the lookout for the next explosion. I occasionally found myself thinking back to that Friday evening when I cooked supper and got Chris wasted. Even though it had only been a few months, it seemed like a lifetime ago. In many aspects, our family remained chaotic. There were still days when Mom didn't want to get out of bed. Ethan still occasionally had nightmares. The thought of all the months we wasted having Chris live in our home still made me angry. However, things had changed in ways that were very significant. Instead of just taking medication and acting as though nothing was wrong, Mom was attending therapy 3 times a week and doing the work. She was becoming more adept at identifying her tendencies and making wiser decisions. I was discovering that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't solve everyone's problems. Ethan was receiving assistance from a specialist who understood how to assist children in processing trauma. It was more difficult than it seemed because none of us truly understood what a healthier family actually looked like. But we were all discovering what it was. Every Sunday, we had family meetings where we discussed serious topics, rather than merely acting as though nothing was wrong. We still had disagreements and terrible days, so it wasn't ideal, but it felt more genuine than anything we'd ever done. Mom looked proud of herself when she returned home from the grocery store one afternoon, 5 months into her therapy. I was working on my homework when she sat down at the kitchen table and said she had something to offer. She had been purchasing veggies at the store when a guy asked for her number. She stated she would have given it to him right away a year ago since he seemed polite and normal. However, Dr. Olivia Clark advised her to put herself first for a year or more before dating anybody else. Mom claimed that she genuinely declined the guy and informed him that she wasn't ready to go on a date just yet. When she made a healthy decision, she asked if I was proud of her. Even though I was still hesitant to trust her judgment when it came to males, I informed her that I was. She had been going to her weekly support group, where she had made friends with other women who shared her understanding of relationship addiction and codependency. I felt a lot less pressure, since these women provided her with emotional support that wasn't provided by her teenage daughter. Instead of instantly searching for a man to fill the void, Mom was learning to call her friends from the group when she felt lonely. Although the development was sluggish, it was genuine. Our family found a new normal 6 months after Chris's arrest, which was better but undoubtedly not ideal. Mom continued to receive therapy to address her codependency and abandonment issues. Instead of having nightmares every night, Ethan was laughing more and only experienced them once or twice a month. Instead of continuously handling family difficulties, I began to consider college applications and my own future. Most nights, we had dinner together and discussed dull topics like work meetings, school assignments, and movies we wanted to see. When I told Mom that I wanted time or didn't want to talk about something, she respected my boundaries. She began managing her own emotional issues with her therapist and support group, and stopped venting all of her emotions on me. Chris was incarcerated in another county on allegations of fraud and child support evasion. Chris's other victims were collaborating with authorities on more charges, and Sophia received a portion of her unpaid child support. Since talking about Chris felt like giving him power he didn't deserve, we almost never brought him up anymore. Our family was committed to taking each day, as it came, and working together to create a healthy future. My family rejected my marriage to the person I loved because he was poor. My father tried to sabotage his career. Now, my mother apologizes. My family rejected me because I married the wrong person. They want to go back in after meeting his parents. My father gave the ultimatum 4 weeks before my wedding. He called at 9 p.m. on a Thursday as I was sending invitations at my kitchen table, and his voice was icy and controlled, as if he'd already made a decision, and wanted me to know it was definite. If you marry this man, you are no longer part of this family, he told you. There was no introduction or explanation, simply a straightforward remark that marked the end of 26 years as his daughter. I asked why, and he laughed. However, the sound lacked comedy and instead conveyed disgust. You understand exactly why, Sophie. We raised you better than this. We gave you every chance, sent you to the best schools, introduced you to the right people, and you chose to throw it all away for someone who works with his hands like common labor, someone whose family probably can't even afford to contribute to the wedding. It's embarrassing. The word hung in the air between us like poison. David and I first met 16 months ago at a community garden project where I was volunteering as part of my nonprofit job. He was establishing an irrigation system. His hands were coated in dirt as he explained to a group of elderly Vietnamese gardeners how to maintain the water pipes. He addressed them with care and respect, never speaking down or simplifying beyond what was required. When he grinned, his entire face changed. I previously dated investment bankers and lawyers, men my parents approved of. None of them had ever looked at anyone the way David did at the gardeners, as if their knowledge and expertise were as important as his technical abilities. My mother picked up the phone next. Her approach was different, softer, but more cutting. Sweetheart, your father and I just want what's best for you. You're making an emotional decision without thinking about your future. What happens when the novelty wears off and you're stuck with someone who can't provide the lifestyle you're accustomed to? What happens when you have children and realize you've trapped yourself in mediocrity? She used the word mediocrity, as if it were a diagnosis, a disease I'd contracted that she desperately wanted to cure. I informed them that David ran his own contracting business with 10 staff and consistent contracts, that he had put himself through technical school while caring for his younger sister, after their mother died, that he was nice and thoughtful, and made me happier than I had been in years. My father responded quickly and brutally. Then, you have made your decision. The call ended, and I sat at my kitchen table, surrounded by half-addressed invitations, my hands shaking so badly that I couldn't hold the pen. Don't expect us at the wedding. Don't expect any financial support. Don't expect to be included in family events, or to have access to your trust fund. You've chosen him over us, so live with that. David returned home from a job site an hour later, and saw me still sitting there in the dark. He didn't inquire what had occurred. He simply drew me into his arms, and let me cry till nothing remained. When I eventually told him what my father had said, he stiffened his jaw but kept his voice calm. We don't need them. We'll build our own family better than the one you came from. My sister, Anna, called the next morning. She seemed cautious, as if she were negotiating a hostage situation. Dad's serious, Sophie. He's already changed his will. Mom's devastated. But she won't go against him. If you just postpone the wedding, give it a few more months, maybe they'll calm down and we can figure something out. I asked her why I needed to postpone my wedding to appease our parents' snobbery. She sighed, as if I were being purposefully difficult. Because they're family. Because Dad controls everything. Because you're making this harder than it needs to be. The following 4 weeks were spent in solitude. My parents returned the wedding invitation unopened. My brother Ryan quit returning my calls and texts. My aunts and uncles, who had always been friendly and present in my life, were suddenly too busy to meet for coffee. Only my cousin Laura contacted me, and she informed me that she had been instructed not to attend the wedding if she wanted to maintain her good standing with the family. She cried as she said it, but she did not come. When David's family learned what had transpired, they had diverse reactions. His father, Robert, a quiet man who owned a small restaurant supply business, arrived at our apartment with his wife, Linda, carrying containers of cooked food. "Family who treats you like this isn't family," Robert said in cautious English, his accent strong but his message obvious. "You have us now. We take care of our own." Linda held me. And I burst into tears again, overwhelmed by the simple acceptance of people I barely knew. The wedding took place on a Saturday afternoon, at a modest botanical park. 45 persons attended. None of them are connected to me by blood. David's extended family occupied 2/3 of the chairs. His sister Eva served as my maid of honor because I no longer had a sister willing to stand by my side. His cousin Chris escorted me down the aisle because my father had made it obvious that he regarded that honor cancelled. When the officiant asked whether anyone had any objections to the union, the silence felt rebellious, not awkward. We were surrounded by individuals who wished us happiness. Robert and Linda hosted the reception in their garden, which was decorated with string lights and mismatched tables obtained from neighbors. Someone's uncle played guitar, and Linda's sister managed the meal with military precision. David's grandmother, who knew no English, grabbed my hand and shouted something in Spanish that Eva interpreted as, "You're one of us now. We don't abandon our children for stupid reasons." The old woman's eyes were angry as she said it, challenging me to fight. I legally changed my name. Sophie Turner became Sophie Reyes. It felt like losing a skin that had never fit properly. My father had always made it clear that I was a Turner of the Connecticut Turners. As if our bloodline represented something more than old money and prejudices. Being a Reyes represented something different. It referred to unconditional acceptance and belonging without expectation of performance. He worked more, took on additional tasks, and insisted on paying for all of our bills, even though my severance would have helped. His pride was both laudable and annoying. I found new work at a different nonprofit, earning half of my old pay, and we adjusted. I ate out less, discontinued subscriptions, and learned to economize in ways that my background never required. It was equally humbling and clear. Month 17 of the marriage saw an unexpected development. David's company won a large contract to renovate a historic building downtown. The project would last 5 months and employ the majority of his crew full-time. He returned home with the signed contract and grabbed me up, whirling me around our small kitchen and laughing. "This changes everything," he explained. "This is the kind of work that leads to bigger contracts. We're going to be okay. Better than okay." The job continued smoothly until month 3, when David received a call from the property owner. There had been complaints filed with the city regarding permit irregularities. Nothing precise, just enough ambiguity to necessitate an investigation and briefly suspend the process. David spent 2 weeks dealing with inspectors and paperwork, ensuring that all permits were correctly filed and granted. The delays cost him both money and credibility. When the inspector ultimately cleared everything up, he stated that the concerns had come from an anonymous source who appeared to have intimate knowledge of the project timeline. David and I sat at our kitchen table that night, and I watched him connect the dots. His expression ranged from perplexity to comprehension to cold fury. "Your father did this," he explained. "It wasn't a question. I tried to deny it, to believe that my father wouldn't damage my husband's business out of spite, but I couldn't. It fit in well with his pattern of punishing those who defied him. He had cut me off financially. Now he was threatening David's livelihood. The message was plain. Choosing me resulted in consequences. I contacted my father's office the following morning. His assistant stated that he was unavailable. I called his cell phone, and it went straight to voicemail. I sent him an email directly inquiring if he was behind the permission concerns. The email bounced back with an automated response stating that his filters had blocked it. He had set his system to reject anything from my address. The premeditated savagery stole my breath away. When I dialed Anna's cell phone, she finally answered. She sounded exhausted. "Sophie, I can't be in the middle of this. Dad's made his position clear, and I have my own family to worry about. I can't risk making him angry." I asked if she was aware of the permit concerns. The silence before her response told me everything. "I don't know anything specific, but Dad warned that your husband's business tactics might not survive inspection. He stated it would be unfortunate if someone examined too closely." The confirmation came like a physical blow. My father was using his connections and resources to ruin David's business. Not because David had done anything wrong, but because simply punishing me monetarily was insufficient. He needed to showcase his power, to show that opposing him had escalating consequences. The petty nature of it was astonishing. The threat was real. David refused to be intimidated. He documented everything, hired a lawyer to analyze the complaints and his responses, and ensured that all future permission applications were excellent. The project concluded 2 months late and over budget, but it was completed. The building owner was pleased enough to issue a positive recommendation. Other clients admired David's professionalism under pressure. But the damage remained. The 2-month delay had prompted him to reject down other opportunities. His image in the sector suffered from murmurs concerning dependability and problems. The second year of our marriage proved more difficult. Money remained tight. I took a second part-time job writing grants from home. David worked 60-hour weeks in an effort to regain momentum. We were fatigued and stressed. And for the first time, I realized what my mother meant about novelty wearing off. Except that the novelty wasn't wearing off. It was battling sabotage and solitude while attempting to build a life together. We debated more. They struggled to find time for each other. I felt the weight of my family's rejection, in unexpected and devastating ways. Ramon and Linda provided consistent assistance. Sunday dinners at their place became a sanctuary. Linda's cooking, Ramon's gentle wisdom, and the easy fondness of David's extended family, who met every week to share food and stories. His grandmother would pat my hand and say things in Spanish that I was gradually coming to comprehend. Los árboles verdes, crescent, and tormentas. Strong trees develop during storms. I wanted to believe her. Month 23 saw a crisis. David fell from scaffolding on a job site, breaking his wrist and 3 ribs. The injuries were not life-threatening, but they prevented him from working for 5 weeks. His workforce could do lesser jobs under his leadership. But the business suffered. I watched him struggle with being sidelined, the anguish and fury, and the concern that this setback would exacerbate the harm my father had already done. His medical insurance covered the majority of the expenditures, but not all of them. We maxed up our credit card to pay the deficit. I swallowed my pride and called Ryan, informed him of David's accident, and asked if he might provide us with a short-term loan. We would repay him with interest as soon as David returned to work. Ryan remained motionless for a long time before saying, "I can't do that, Sophie. Dad will find out, and I can't afford to be on his bad side right now. I'm sorry, but you made your decisions, and you have to live with them." He hung up before I could reply. The betrayal went deeper than my father's initial rejection. Ryan and I had been close growing up. He was the one who taught me how to ride a bike, helped me with my math assignments, and stood up to bullies in middle school. He was now refusing to help when I really needed him since our father's approval was more important than our connection. The transactional character of my birth family's love became impossible to ignore. We made it through David's recovery thanks to a combination of savings, side job I took up, and a loan from Ramon, which he insisted was a gift rather than a loan. "Family helps family," he replied cautiously, refusing to share payback details. Linda brought food 3 times a week. Eva organized a meal train with other family members. They surrounded us with practical support, and never once made us feel like a burden. The contrast with my own family's abandonment was clear and unambiguous. David recovered and returned to work with a passion that bordered on obsession. He rebuilt his firm through sheer willpower, doing tasks that other contractors would not touch, working harder than anybody else, and demonstrating his dependability time and over until the whispers of troubles subsided. The third year of our marriage was more monetarily successful, but the emotional toll of the previous 2 years remained. We made it out alive, but the incident had changed us. I discovered I was pregnant in month 38. On a Sunday morning, the test came back positive, and I sat on the bathroom floor for 20 minutes, crying, before telling David. When I eventually showed him, he drew me in and said, "This is going to be amazing. We're going to be amazing parents, better than the ones you came from." I wanted to believe him, but my anxiety was overwhelming. My parents had abandoned me. What if I wasn't sure how to be a better parent? What if their poison affected me in ways I couldn't detect? Linda hosted a baby shower for me in her backyard, which was filled with David's extended relatives. Women I barely knew offered gifts, advice, and personal stories about their pregnancies and children. His grandmother held my developing belly and prayed in Spanish for the baby's health and happiness. It was humbling to receive love from folks I had known for less than 4 years. I thought of my mother, who hadn't contacted in 3 years, didn't realize she was going to be a grandma, and had chosen pride over relationship. I sent my parents a letter announcing the pregnancy, not because I expected them to care, but because I wanted proof that I had tried. That when this child inquired as to why they did not know their maternal grandparents, I could honestly reply that I had made an effort only to be rejected. The letter was returned marked, "Returned to sender," in handwriting that I recognized as my mother's. She'd gotten it and returned it unopened. The message was clear. I was dead to them, as was their grandchild. Anna called back 2 weeks later. "Mom's upset that you told other people about your pregnancy before telling family." I cracked a joke. A sharp noise that surprised us both. I attempted to tell her. She returned my letter unopened. She made her decision. Anna sighed. She wasn't sure what was in the envelope. She assumed it was another attempt to guilt-trip them about the wedding. "You should try calling." I questioned why I should be the one making an effort when I had been cut off for liking the wrong person. Anna had no response. Our daughter, Maya, was born on a Wednesday, in April. 8 pounds, 6 ounces, perfect, healthy, and ours. David cried as they placed her in his arms. Linda and Robert arrived at the hospital within hours. His grandmother embraced Maya and cried, murmuring blessings in Spanish. Eva took almost 1,000 photographs. The waiting room was full with David's family members celebrating his new life. My family stayed conspicuously missing. I made one more attempt. I sent my parents a birth announcement with Maya's photo and information. This one was not returned, and there was no response either. The quiet remained unbroken. My daughter will grow up not knowing half of her genetic family, because they felt her father wasn't good enough. The injustice made me literally ill on certain days. On other days, I was relieved that Maya would never have to experience their conditional affection. Motherhood consumed the following year. Maya was colicky and demanding, and I loved her with a ferocity that scared me. David was a hands-on father who changed diapers at 3 a.m. When she couldn't sleep, I would walk the floor with her. We were fatigued, broke, and happier than we had been since our wedding. Linda showed me how to cook traditional meals. Robert made Maya's cot with his own hands. The family who had accepted me proceeded to shower us with practical affection. In our 4th year of marriage, David's business finally earned a profit. The historic building project had resulted in 3 more improvements. His reputation had regained. He hired 2 more staff, and rented a professional office space, rather than working from our flat. We moved into a little house, with a yard for Maya to play in. Nothing lavish, but ours. Built on his efforts and my commitment, uninfluenced by my father's money or approbation. Maya was 18 months old when she received the call on Saturday morning. I nearly ignored an unfamiliar phone number. When I answered the phone, Anna's voice sounded weird. "Sophie, I need you to listen." Without hanging up, "Something's happened, and Mom wants to talk to you." I inquired what had happened and why she thought I'd care after 4 years of silence. Anna's voice sank to a whisper. "Just please, she needs to talk to you." When my mother answered the phone, her voice was different, smaller in some ways. She inquired how I was doing, and I replied that I was fine, waiting for the true reason she had called. She inquired about David and Maya. I responded minimally. Finally, she stated, "I saw David's parents last week at a charity gala. Linda, who runs a foundation that provides meals to food-insecure families, and Robert, who apparently sits on the hospital board and has been a major donor for years, were presenting a substantial check to a children's hospital. They were receiving an award for their community service." Her words were stilted, as if she were reading from a script she hadn't written. I felt something chilly creep into my chest. "So, you're calling because you realized Robert and Linda Reyes are philanthropists, that they're the kind of people you consider respectable? Is that what it takes for you to acknowledge I exist?" My mother tried to cut me off, but I kept going. "You cut me off because you believed David came from nothing, and that his family was inferior to yours. Now you find out they give away more money than you spend on country club fees, and suddenly, I'm worth talking to again. My mother's tone became defensive. We didn't know. If you'd told us about his parents' background, things might have been different. The comment was so ludicrous that I started laughing. His parents' background. You mean Robert immigrated at 23 with $500 and built a successful business through 40 years of hard work? Or Linda came from a family that lost everything and rebuilt it? You mean those backgrounds, which you never bothered to learn about because you were too busy being embarrassed by David working with his hands. She explained that my father wanted to meet with us, that they had made a mistake, and that they wanted to rebuild the relationship. I inquired what had changed in 4 years, aside from her social discomfort at discovering Robert and Linda's philanthropic activity. She couldn't give me a response that didn't sound cold and hollow. I hung up after telling her I needed time to process. I sat on my couch, staring at nothing, while Maya played with blocks at my feet, completely unaware of the earthquake that had just shattered my life. David returned home from a hardware shop run, and discovered me still sitting there. When I narrated the call, his expression went through a range of emotions, before landing on a firm distrust. So, they want back in now that they know my parents aren't who they thought they were. Now that they've realized cutting you off might have been a miscalculation, he joked. Miscalculation, as if it were profanity. I nodded, hesitant to trust my own voice. We chatted for hours after Maya went to bed, working through my anger and sadness, as well as my conflicted desire to reunite with my family, despite the fact that they didn't deserve it. David was explicit about his boundaries. If we do this, if we open that door, it's on our terms. They apologize to both of us. They acknowledge what they did was wrong. They meet my parents properly, and treat them with respect. And if they slip even once, we walk away and don't look back. I agreed. But privately wondered if my parents were capable of genuine apology or if this was just another manipulation. I contacted my mother back 4 days later, and informed her that David and I would meet with them, but there were certain conditions. She accepted too fast without questioning what the terms were. And I realized it was more about avoiding social disgrace than truly healing ties. We agreed to meet at a neutral restaurant the following Sunday. My tummy was churning with anxiousness all week. Sunday dawned cold and gray. David wore a suit he'd purchased expressly for this occasion, refusing to give my parents a reason to critique his appearance. We arrived 5 minutes early, and they were already sitting at a corner table. My father had aged in 4 years, with new lines around his eyes and mouth. My mother appeared brittle in a way I didn't recall. Anna was also present, perhaps serving as a buffer or witness. The first 10 minutes were spent in agonizing small conversation. My father asked about Maya in the same tone that individuals use when checking a box on a list. My mother complimented on the restaurant's decor. Anna glanced at her water glass, as if it could afford her escape. The assumption that their comfort was more important than accountability led me to delete the message halfway through. I did not call back. Anna arrived at my residence 4 days later without contacting first. I opened the door to see her standing on my porch, unhappy. "Can we talk?" I invited her in, and made tea as she sat at my kitchen table. Maya was napping upstairs. The house was silent save for the kettle's whistle. Anna put her hands around her mug and murmured, "I've been a coward. I watched them treat you like garbage, and said nothing because I was scared. I chose my trust fund and Dad's approval over my sister. I'm sorry." The apology had a different impact than my parents' attempts at reconciliation. Anna's voice shook with genuine regret. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying before her arrival. I sat opposite from her and inquired, "Why now? What has changed for you?" She shook her head. "I watched you walk out of that restaurant. You were so forceful and clear about what you deserved. I realized I've been weak my entire life. I've let Dad control everything because it's easier than standing up to him. But it's cost me you. And it's cost Maya her relationship with her aunt." We spoke for 2 hours. She informed me about life in the family after I left. Ryan had become more strict, in an attempt to be the perfect son to fill the void I had left. My parents spoke about me in clinical terms, as if I were a problem that could be fixed by letting go. How the holidays felt hollow in my absence. She cried, as she described seeing Maya through mutual friends' social media posts. Knowing she had missed the first 18 months of her niece's existence, because she was too terrified to defy our parents. I asked her what she wanted now, and she said, "Honestly, I want my sister back. I want to know Maya. I want to stop being the person who chose money, and approval, over love. I know I don't deserve it after standing by for 4 years, but I'm asking anyway. I looked at this woman who'd been my closest friend growing up, who'd abandoned me when I needed her, and who was now asking for a chance I wasn't sure I could give. Maya began crying upstairs. I went to retrieve her, and when I returned with my kid on my hip, Anna's face crumpled. She looks like you did at that age. I let Anna hold Maya and observed my sister's cautious kindness with this niece she was meeting for the first time. Maya looked at Anna with the same distrust that toddlers have of strangers. But she did not cry. After a few minutes, she reached for Anna's jewelry, and Anna giggled, which I hadn't heard in years. I advised her. If you want back in, it has to be real. You can't disappear again if Dad gets angry. You can't choose their approval over showing up for Maya. She deserves better than conditional family. Anna looked at Maya and nodded. I understand. I'll prove I'm serious for as long as it takes. She began coming over every Sunday afternoon. At first, I kept a close eye on her, watching for signals that she'd return to the safety of our parents' approval. But she kept turning up, bringing age-appropriate toys, learning Maya's routine and preferences, and inquiring about my life with genuine curiosity. We slowly and gently rebuilt trust. My parents' attempts to reunite persisted. My father sent flowers with a card that said, "Family forgives." I returned them with a message that stated, "Family doesn't abandon." My mother called regularly until I blocked her number. They arrived at Robert and Linda's restaurant one evening, evidently hoping to run into us. But Robert gently informed them that we were not present, and that they were not welcome to wait. The attempted manipulation via numerous avenues was taxing. Ryan contacted after 6 weeks of radio silence from me. He said that our parents were hurt and puzzled by my failure to reconcile, that they had made a sincere attempt, and that I was being stubborn. I inquired if he remembered refusing to lend me money after David was hurt. The stillness on his end was prolonged. Finally, he stated that it was different. Dad had stated his position clearly. I told him that was exactly the issue. Our parents' positions had always been more important than our relationships, and I was tired of living with conditional affection. David's business continued to grow. He was awarded a contract for a new medical building that would take 8 months and employ 15 people. The irony was not lost on us. My father attempted to undermine David's career, but instead pushed him to become more cautious, professional, and driven. Obstacles had made him stronger. David recruited a company manager and a qualified accountant, relocated to a larger office, and began rejecting down lesser tasks to focus on larger projects. Success felt sweeter, because we earned it despite the sabotage, not because of familial ties. Year 5 of our marriage brought unexpected changes. Ramon had a health scare that landed him in the hospital for 1 week. David and I visited on a daily basis, along with what seemed to be his entire extended family. Ramon's relatives were always present in the waiting room, bringing food, telling stories, and supporting Linda through her worries. My parents never visited anyone in the hospital unless it was socially necessary. The contrast and how these two families operated couldn't have been more obvious. Robert recovered and redoubled his charitable efforts. Linda joked that she had created a monster, but her eyes shone with pride. I learned more about their history during those weeks, how Robert worked 3 jobs while growing his business, how Linda began cooking for elderly neighbors and grew it into a charity that now serves thousands, how they gave back to the community that provided them with opportunities. Their riches was enormous, yet they wore it softly, emphasizing impact over appearance. My mother arrived at my place unexpectedly one Saturday morning. David was on a job site. Maya and I were preparing pancakes when the doorbell rang. I answered the door, and there she was. Well-dressed and meticulously made up, but visibly uneasy. "I need to talk to you," she said. I almost shut the door, but something about her expression stopped me. I invited her in, but did not provide coffee or comfort. She sat at my kitchen table as Maya ate pancakes with serious focus, dripping syrup everywhere. My mother looked at her granddaughter with an emotion that I couldn't read. Finally, she continued. "I've been going to therapy. Your father doesn't know. I've been working through some things about my own parents, and how they raised me, about class and value, and what I was taught to prioritize." She paused, watching Maya attempt to use her fork properly. "I was educated that some people were more important than others, that appearances and social standing trumped character. I taught you the same things." I waited, unwilling to make things easy for her. She said, "I met David's parents properly last month, had lunch with Linda at her charity. And she showed me what they do, the families they aid, the lives they've touched. And I realized I'd been so focused on Robert and Linda's appearance on paper that I never recognized who they really were. I never bothered to learn. And I did the same thing with David, judging him based on preconceptions and prejudices, without ever giving him a chance. Maya finished her pancakes and hopped out of her chair, strolling over to her toy box. My mother noticed her movements and murmured, "She's beautiful. I've missed so much." Her voice cracked at the final syllable. I said, "Yes. You have by choice." She nodded, tears streaming down her nicely made-up face. I know it was my choice. Your father's choice. And we were wrong. I'm not here to make excuses. I'm here to apologize for cutting you off. For forcing you to choose. For missing these years with you and Maya. And for teaching you that love was conditional when it should have been unconditional. I inquired what she wanted from this meeting, and she looked at Maya, who was playing with blocks on the floor, and said, "I want to know my granddaughter. I want to make amends for the rift I created with you. I want to be better than I was or was raised to be. I don't expect you to forgive me right away, but I'm asking for a chance to prove I've changed." I told her I needed time to think about it, and discuss it with David, which she accepted. She asked if she could hug Maya goodbye, but I told her no, because Maya didn't know her and I wouldn't confuse her with strangers claiming to be family. I sat on the floor with my daughter and cried while she patted my face, trying to comfort me in the way that toddlers do when they sense distress. David came home to find me still on the floor, Maya napping against my shoulder. And I told him about my mother's visit. Watching him process it. After a lengthy pause, he continued, "It's your family, your decision. I will back whatever you pick. But I need to know they will not hurt you, or Maya again. If we open this door, they must fully respect our boundaries." Anna arrived that evening. And I informed her about our mother's visit. She wasn't surprised. Mom's been different recently. More contemplative, and less bothered about what others say. I'm not sure if it's the therapy, age, or true guilt. Maybe all three. I asked if Dad was changing as well. Anna shook her head. Dad is still Dad. He's trying to figure out why his money and contacts didn't help, but I don't believe he completely understands what he did wrong other than miscalculating David's family's standing. We decided to meet with both of my parents. But this time at Robert and Linda's house on our territory. With our support system present. The symbolism was not subtle, but it was important. My parents would have to enter a space that represented the family they had rejected, and they would have to interact with Robert and Linda as equals, not as charity cases or social climbers. The meeting was scheduled for the following Sunday afternoon, and that week felt interminable. I practiced what I wanted to say. David prepared for a possible confrontation. Linda prepared enough food to feed 20 people. Even though only 8 would be there, and Ramon made sure his English was impeccable, refusing to give my father any reason to dismiss him. The tension in everyone's preparations was palpable. Sunday arrived, sunny and warm, and my parents arrived exactly on time, my father's expression carefully neutral, my mother visibly nervous. Linda greeted them at the door with graciousness that put me to shame, offering refreshments, showing them to the living room, and making small talk about the weather. As we sat in Ramon and Linda's comfortable living room, surrounded by family photos and evidence of a life well lived, my father looked around with an expression that could have been appreciation or assessment. Ramon shook my father's hand firmly, not deferentially, but not aggressively, and they established themselves as hosts, not supplicants. My mother focused on Maya, who was playing with blocks in the corner, overseen by Eva, and the hush lasted until David stated, "We're here to set ground rules. If you want to be a part of Sophie and Maya's lives again, here's how you do it." He laid out our criteria, which included a full apology, and an acknowledgement of particular harms. My father's face darkened with each point David made, and when he was finished, he said, "These seem excessive. We are willing to recognize that mistakes were made on both sides." Ramon spoke for the first time, his accent careful but his words clear. No mistakes on both sides. Only one side made errors. "My son married your daughter in love and respect. You replied with rejection and cruelty. That is all." The room was silent. My father looked at Ramon as if he had been slapped, and Ramon said, "You want to repair now that you know we are succeeding. But we were successful previously. You didn't want to know. You made a judgment without knowing," Linda continued. "In our culture, family is everything. We would never forsake a child who chose love. This isn't typical. This is unacceptable. If you want to be a part of Maya's life, You must acknowledge that you failed your daughter. Completely failed her. And you must do better. My mother was silently crying. My father's jaw worked like he was grinding his teeth. And Ryan and Anna, who had come as witnesses, were uncomfortable. I found my voice. Everything David listed is non-negotiable. These are the basic prerequisites for admission to my family. You'll apologize explicitly for cutting me off, damaging David's business, returning my unopened letters, and missing Maya's birth. You'll admit you were incorrect without qualifier or explanation. You will treat Ramon and Linda as equals, not based on their nationality, language, or anything else. And you'll show that you've changed by taking continuous action over months. One slip, one condescending comment, one attempt at control, and we're done forever. My father stood up. I won't be dictated to by my own daughter, or lectured by people who don't understand our family dynamics. He walked for the door. My mother stood but didn't accompany him. She looked at me and said, I accept your terms. All of them. I will perform the work. I'll earn my way back. She stared at my father. With or without you. His reaction was almost hilarious. My father looked at her as if he didn't know her. Ella Lanner, we're leaving. She shook her head. No, you're leaving. I am staying. I'm meeting my granddaughter properly. I apologize to my daughter and her spouse. I am learning to be better than I was raised to be. You can join me or not, but I'm done putting your pride ahead of our children. Her posture had changed. She'd been brittle when she arrived, but now she stood taller and more solid. My father looked around the room at everyone watching him, at Ramon and Linda, who'd maintained firm boundaries, and at David, who hadn't backed down. He stood there for a long time, then sat back down hard. What precisely do you want me to say? The following 3 hours were both painful and necessary. My father struggled to apologize without defending himself. My mother cried through her apology, but did not make excuses. David shared how the sabotage had affected his business and his sense of safety. I discussed the isolation and grief of being cut off. And Ramon and Linda shared their own experiences with family betrayal and forgiveness. By the end, my parents had agreed to family therapy and individual therapy for my father. They had acknowledged specific harms and apologized without qualification, and they had committed to demonstrating that they had changed through their actions. My mother begged if she might hold Maya, and I said yes, watching my daughter gingerly enter her grandmother's arms. Maya inspected my mother's face intently before touching her cheek, a comforting gesture she'd learned from me. My mother broke down entirely, and the weeks that followed were tentative. My parents came to Ramon and Linda's house for Sunday dinners, fitting into the established routine rather than demanding separate accommodations. My father was stiff at first, uncomfortable with the casual warmth and multilingual chaos of David's extended family. But he showed up, listened more than he talked, and observed how Ramon and Linda interacted with their children and grandchildren with obvious affection and no conditions. My mother took to Maya with a gentleness that surprised me. She asked permission before giving gifts, followed bedtimes and routines, accepted correction when she overstepped, and faithfully attended therapy, sharing insights she was learning about her own upbringing and the prejudices she'd internalized. Slowly, very slowly, I began to believe that the change was real. Ryan remained distant, loyal to the family structure that benefited him. But Anna fully integrated into our lives, becoming the aunt Maya deserved. She brought her own daughter to play dates and family dinners, raising her child differently than we'd been raised, and creating something better from the wreckage of our family patterns. A year after the confrontation in Ramon and Linda's living room, my father approached me at a Sunday dinner. We stood in the backyard while kids played, and adults talked inside. He looked older, tired, but somehow more real. I was wrong, he said. Not just about David or his family, but about everything. About calculating people's worth using their bank accounts and family names. About treating love like a transaction that required clearance. About cutting you off when you made a choice I didn't understand. I waited for the caveat, the justification. But none came. He continued. I missed 4 years of your life, Maya's early years. I'll never get that back. And it was entirely my fault. Not yours or David's. His voice broke slightly. I'm grateful you gave me another chance, more appreciative than I can describe. I'm trying to be better, to be the father you deserved all along. I hugged him, the first physical contact we'd had in 5 years. He held me closely, shivering with grief or relief. David's business grew into one of the most respected contracting firms in the city. My father, in an effort to make amends. Recommended David for projects through his business connections. But always disclosed the relationship and let David's work speak for itself. David appreciated the referrals, but never relied on them, preserving the independence that defined his success. Maya grew up surrounded by two families who loved her completely. She learned Spanish from Ramon and Linda, practical skills from David, and compassion from witnessing her grandmother's transformation. She never knew a time when her maternal grandparents weren't present. But she grew up hearing the story of how family can be lost and rebuilt through accountability and change. Years later, at Maya's 8th birthday party, I witnessed my father conversing with Ramon, two men who had once been adversaries but had become friends thanks to the bridge their children had built. My mother played with Maya, truly present in a way she had never been with me as a child. Anna's daughter and Maya ran through the yard like sisters. David stood with his crew, men who had become loyal employees because he treated them with dignity and paid them fairly. Linda came to stand by me and watch the celebration. "You did good," she murmured in her meticulous English. "You stayed strong when it was difficult. You demanded respect. You built something beautiful from something broken." I leaned against her. This woman who'd accepted me after my own mother had rejected me. "We all did," I whispered. "All of us together." She gripped my hand. "Yes, each of us. That is what family implies." The past could not be undone. The 4 years of desertion and pain would remain part of our story. But we had created something better on the other side. A family that prioritized character above connections. That judged value through kindness rather than bank accounts. That knew that belonging was won via presence and respect, rather than compelled through obligation or blood. My parents realized too late that the family they had rejected was exactly what they needed. And we'd discovered that knowing what you deserve, and refusing to accept less, can be the most powerful thing you can do. Thank you for staying till the end. My brother called the police to arrest my 9-year-old son for stealing a $12,000 Rolex. And my parents did nothing to stop it. My brother contacted the cops on my 9-year-old son, alleging he stole a $12,000 Rolex. My parents backed him up. While I was saving someone's life in the hospital, the police handcuffed my child and took him away. When I discovered what had truly transpired, I made certain that everyone involved paid for it. Here's the full tale. I am Daniel, a 42-year-old male cardiologist at a prominent hospital in California. A decent career, a respectable suburban home, wife Emily, and 2 children. At the time, Ethan was 9 years old, and Lily was 6. We live quite calm lives. I work long hours at the hospital and come home to help with homework. Weekends are for family time. Nothing spectacular, just a comfortable middle-class existence doing what I enjoy while earning a good living. The journey to becoming a cardiologist was not simple. 5 years of undergraduate studies, 5 years of medical school, 2 years of internal medicine residency, and another 2 years of cardiology fellowship. By the time I finished training, I was 33 years old, had significant school debt, and was just beginning out in my job. But I liked the labor, the accuracy necessary, the direct impact on patient survival, and the satisfaction of repairing something so intricate as the human heart. At 42, I've been an attending cardiologist for 8 years. I specialize in interventional procedures, which involve threading catheters through arteries, performing treatments, and occasionally cracking open the chest when things go awry. It's high-pressure work that demands calm hands and clear thinking under duress. Life depends on you making the right decision in critical situations. That duty never gets lighter. But you learn to bear it. My hospital compensation is solid, over $350,000 per year, plus extra for being on call and conducting emergency procedures. Emily and I bought our 4-bedroom home 6 years ago, in a quiet neighborhood with decent schools. Nothing flashy, but quite pleasant. We aren't flamboyant people. Emily works part-time as a school nurse, primarily because she enjoys having her own career and contributing, not because we need the money. We save, invest, and live below our means. Financial stability is important to both of us. The medical profession is not for everyone. The hours are terrible. The stress is constant. And you literally have people's lives in your hands. But there's something tremendously rewarding about repairing a failing heart, and returning someone to their family after they've reached the end of their life. That gratification is what keeps me going during the 60-hour work weeks, and 3 a.m. emergency calls. My parents reside around 20 miles away, in a large Spanish-style mansion that they bought in the 1992. The property is on roughly half an acre and has a big backyard that is essentially a park. They have a patio with a built-in grill, a fire pit, and a little vegetable garden, which my mother tends to obsess over. The backyard has always been the main attraction for family gatherings. There was plenty of space for children to run around while adults talked inside. We still saw them on weekends because family matters, or so I thought back then. Sunday lunches were a ritual. My mother would prepare these extravagant dishes. If the weather was nice, my father would grill, and we'd all gather around their dining table like in a Norman Rockwell painting. Ethan adored going there. He would ask all week when we were going to see Grandma and Grandpa again. Lily was always quieter, more reserved. But I assumed that was simply her personality. She is naturally introverted. Or so I thought. My father has retired now. I spent 35 years working as an electrical engineer before retiring 6 years ago. Solid career, decent retirement package, and the house is owned outright. He's the pragmatic type. He fixes things himself. Has ideas on politics and sports. Pretty typical boomer dad. My mother stayed at home with Travis and me while we were growing up, then returned to work part-time as an administrator at a nearby community college. She retired 3 years ago, and now devotes her time to gardening, book club, and becoming unduly interested in everyone's affairs. Then there's my brother Travis, who is 4 years older than me, and is a successful attorney with his own firm. The guy created a name for himself in California legal circles, and he knows judges, prosecutors, and half of the police force, by first name. He enjoys reminding everyone about it too. Travis never fails to tell a story about winning a case, or networking with someone important during a family dinner. Travis opened his own practice approximately 10 years ago. After spending 5 years at a mid-size company building his name and client list, he now specializes in criminal defense, especially white-collar crimes such as embezzlement, fraud, and tax evasion, for which clients can afford to pay premium rates. His firm grew to approximately 7 personnel, including 3 other attorneys, 2 paralegals, and support staff. He earned at least $450,000 per year, if not more. He never provided exact figures, but he enjoyed giving hints about his performance. The guy drove a Tesla and wore Rolex watches. Yes, the irony. I lived in a McMansion in one of those gated communities where the HOA will locate you if your grass is more than half an inch long. Victoria, his wife, had a wealthy background. Her father operated a chain of car dealerships throughout Southern California. They sent their son Connor to private school, took European vacations every summer, and generally lived the lifestyle Travis thought would prove he'd made it. Travis never let anyone forget it. Every family gathering became his personal highlight reel. Stories about his most recent high-profile case, naming judges he played golf with, and indicating which prosecutor owed him a favor. My mother ate it up, always boasting about my successful attorney son, to anyone who would listen. My father was more modest, but definitely proud of Travis's accomplishments. Travis and I had never been close. He's always had this superiority complex, constantly trying to outdo me, or make subtle comments about my career against his. It must be wonderful working for someone else, he'd comment on my hospital job, casually ignoring the fact that I'm a specialist making good money, while he's drowning in business overhead and client acquisition costs. When do you plan to establish your own practice? He'd ask. As if working in a huge hospital was somehow settling. We have competed since we were children. Travis was the firstborn, the golden child, the one accepted to the greatest institution and then law school. My parents supported my decision to pursue medicine as a younger brother. But we never celebrated it together. When Travis passed the bar, my parents threw him a massive celebration, inviting half of the neighborhood. After I completed my cardiology fellowship, we had a family supper. That pretty much captures the scenario. What really bothered me was Travis's treatment of Emily and the children. He'd make snide comments about Emily's part-time job, implying that she was squandering her education by not seeking full-time employment. Never mind that Emily deliberately chose to provide more flexibility for our family. Travis couldn't understand anything that didn't fit his idea of success. Maximum income, prestige, and everything. Travis was contemptuous toward Ethan and Lily. He'd compare them unfavorably to Connor, discussing his private school successes, test scores, and intentions to attend Ivy League college. Ethan was a good student at his public school, made friends easily, and excelled in athletics. However, Travis thought it was plain and unimpressive. Lily's modest demeanor made her almost invisible to him. He'd forget her name and refer to her as the small one, when he bothered to acknowledge her at all. Connor is a decent kid, despite Travis's parenting. Quiet, polite, and seemingly embarrassed by his father's repeated brags. I'd see him playing with Ethan and Lily at family gatherings, acting like a good older cousin, and wonder how he turned up so well with Travis as a role model. Maybe Victoria balanced things out. She's always been more grounded than her spouse, even though she puts up with his nonsense. My parents' relationship with Travis and I was textbook golden child against scapegoat. Travis could do no wrong. If he missed a family gathering, it was due to his busy and essential schedule. When I missed one due to an emergency surgery, the response was, "Can't you find someone else to cover?" Travis's lavish lifestyle seemed enviable. My more modest options were too safe. I learnt years ago not to indulge with his crap. Allow him to have his own spotlight. He needs to feel superior. I had my career, my family, and my own notion of success that did not necessitate daily validation. But that relationship, in which Travis was always correct and I was expected to defer, paved the way for what happened. Travis was the authority figure in his world, and everyone else, including me, followed suit. Saturday morning, I spent an hour at home going over patient files and surgical notes. I had a complicated case scheduled for Monday, a valve replacement on a 6'2" with significant stenosis, and wanted to be prepared. Emily prepared breakfast as the children watched cartoons. This pleasant domestic scenario felt quite typical. There were no signals that our lives were about to disintegrate in a matter of hours. Emily drove us to my parents' home. I'm a poor driver, and she's gotten used to being my chauffeur on family trips. It is not that I am unable to drive. Rather, I am too careful to the point of discomfort. 15 miles below the speed limit. Excessive brake use. Treating every merger as if it were a military operation. Emily is patient about it. Takes over any time we go somewhere together. The children don't even question it anymore. Mom drives. Dad navigates and controls the radio. Ethan was jumping in his seat the entire way there, asking if Grandpa had mended the soccer goal in the backyard. My father had promised to repair the net during our last visit, and Ethan was holding him to it. Ethan has always been active and passionate about everything, believing that people will honor their promises. That trust was about to be shattered in the worst possible way. Lily sat calmly next to him, glancing out the window without saying much. I asked her a few times if she was all right, but she merely nodded and gave me one-word responses. Fine. Yes. Okay. I remember assuming she was tired or simply wanted to stay at home that day. Children might become cranky when faced with familial commitments. If I had known what was coming, I would have followed my instincts, turned the car around, and kept my children safe. Looking back, Lily may have felt something I didn't. Kids have that instinct, that feeling when something is wrong, even if they can't explain why. She'd always been more cautious about Travis's family than Ethan was. Ethan trusted everyone, until he had a reason not to. Lily observed first and decided later. She would sit silently during family events, observing interactions and reading the room in a way that most 6-year-olds do not. Travis had yelled at Ethan months previously for being too close to his car, concerned about fingerprints on the Tesla. Ethan had been hurt by the roughness, but he recovered within minutes. Lily, who had been observing from the porch, refused to approach Travis for the remainder of their stay. She'd literally moved to keep someone between herself and him. Emily and I noted her deliberate avoidance but did not pursue her further. Children are entitled to have preferences for relatives. We arrived about 9 a.m. Travis's family was already present. He, Victoria, and Connor are sitting in the living room. Travis barely looked up from his phone as we walked in, just gave me a quick nod before returning to whatever vital email he was reading. Even on weekends, the gentleman was continuously checking his phone for messages, as if he was managing a catastrophe. Connor was doing what all teenagers do, glued to his device, earbuds in, immersed in whatever digital world meant more than actual family time. Victoria greeted us pleasantly, however. She has always been the more personable part of that couple. She hugged Emily, complimented Lily's clothing, and inquired about my job. Normal small conversation makes the morning more comfortable. My mother was in the kitchen preparing lunch despite the fact that we wouldn't be eating for several hours. She's one of those people that begins cooking at dawn for a 1 p.m. meal. Needs everything to be flawless. Despite the fact that it was too early to start cooking, my father was outside playing with the grill. This was their routine. Stay busy, keep moving, and make sure everything is perfect for family gatherings. The first hour went as usual. Ethan dashed to the backyard, as if he had been released from captivity. He grabbed the soccer ball from the garage, and began dribbling around the grass, setting up his own game while Grandpa was still fiddling with the grill. I could hear him out there talking to himself, narrating his own soccer match, as children do. Ethan cuts left, beats the defender, and shoots for a goal. Lily remained close to Emily, sitting quietly on the couch, and occasionally coloring in a book she had brought. She had a full art supply bag, including crayons, markers, coloring books, and sketch paper. She'd set up in a corner of the room, creating her own little world as adults conversed around her. That was her comfort zone, being present but not necessarily participating. I talked to my parents about work, the hospital, and boring adult topics. I shared a few stories about recent cases. Nothing with patient information, just general anecdotes about the difficulties of interventional cardiology. My father inquired about the technical aspects, genuinely interested in the procedures. My mother mostly listened, occasionally commenting on how stressful my job must be. Travis would occasionally chime in with stories about his latest case, ensuring that everyone knew how brilliant and connected he was. He was defending a CEO accused of embezzling from his own company. And, as Travis described it, he was single-handedly saving an innocent man from a corrupt justice system. Regardless, the evidence appeared to be pretty damning. In Travis's version, he was the hero who outwitted the lazy prosecutors. My mother hung on his every word, asking follow-up questions and marveling at his legal abilities. My father nodded along, clearly proud. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there thinking about how Travis probably charges $600 per hour to defend people who have stolen from their employees. But whatever. Not my circus. Standard family gathering protocol. Everyone played their assigned roles. Travis, the successful attorney. I am a stable doctor. My parents, the proud grandparents. Emily, the supportive wife. The kids being kids. Surface level harmony. Masking all the underlying dynamics and resentments. Then at 10 a.m., my phone rang. Hospital emergency. My colleague's voice was urgent. Serious accident. Victim in critical condition. Heart trauma. Needed immediate surgery. Or the patient wouldn't make it through the afternoon. This is the reality of being a cardiologist. Emergencies don't care that it's Saturday or that you're at a family lunch. Someone's heart stops working, right? And suddenly your weekend plans don't matter anymore. I stood up immediately. Emily volunteered to drive me. She knew in an emergency situation, having someone who could actually drive properly would save precious minutes. Before we left, I checked on the kids. Ethan was playing in the backyard, happy as could be. Lily was still on the couch with her coloring book. I found my mom in the kitchen and asked her to watch the kids, give them lunch when it was time. We'd be back as soon as the surgery was done. She agreed immediately. Why wouldn't she? These were her grandchildren. My parents had watched them dozens of times before without incident. I had zero reason to think this time would be any different. If I could go back to that moment, if I had any idea what was about to happen, I would have grabbed both kids and brought them to the hospital to sit in the waiting room. But you don't know these things. You trust your family to do the absolute bare minimum. Don't harm your grandchildren. Apparently, that was too much to ask. Emily and I got to the hospital in 20 minutes. The patient was already prepped for surgery, and the situation was worse than initially reported. Severe chest trauma. Damaged ventricles. Internal bleeding that was filling the pericardial cavity. We spent 3 intense hours in that operating room working to stabilize the heart, repair the damage, and get this person's cardiovascular system functioning again. The surgery was successful. By 1 p.m., the patient was stable, moved to ICU with a decent prognosis for recovery. I felt that familiar rush of satisfaction. Another life saved. Another family that wouldn't be planning a funeral. Emily and I grabbed a quick lunch at the hospital cafeteria, then headed back to my parents' house to pick up the kids. We arrived around 2 p.m. The second I walked through the door, I knew something was catastrophically wrong. Ethan wasn't there. His laughter, his constant energy, the sound of him running around, all absent. The living room was dead quiet. Lily was curled up on the couch, her face pale, looking smaller than her 6 years. My parents sat across from her, looking uncomfortable. Travis's whole family was there, also silent, with this weird tension in the air that made my stomach drop. As soon as Lily saw Emily, she jumped off the couch and ran over, grabbing onto Emily like she was drowning. And Emily was a life raft. Her little shoulders were shaking. Then she looked up at Emily and said in this tiny, scared voice, "Mom, the police took Ethan away." Time stopped. I literally couldn't process what she just said. Police? Ethan? My 9-year-old son who was supposed to be playing in the backyard. The words didn't make sense together, like hearing someone say, "The sun rose at midnight." I spun around to face my parents, then Travis. "Where is Ethan? What the hell does she mean?" "The police apprehended him." Travis stood up slowly, with an infuriating calm expression on his face. He looked me in the eye and said, "Your son stole my Rolex, worth about $12,000. He refused to admit it and return it, so I called the cops." The room tilted. I had to brace myself against the wall because the rage and confusion hit me so hard I became dizzy. "You called the police on my 9-year-old son? Are you completely insane?" "He stole from me," Travis said, as if explaining basic math. "Actions have consequences. The cops will teach him how to behave properly." I couldn't believe what I heard. I turned to my parents, expecting them to explain that this was some kind of sick joke, that they had obviously intervened and stopped the madness. But they sat there silently, not meeting my gaze. My mother appeared uncomfortable. My father looked tired. Neither said anything to defend their grandson. "Dad," I said, my voice shaking with barely contained rage. "You let them take Ethan away? Your grandson? He's 9 years old." My father finally spoke, his voice quiet. "Travis claimed Ethan stole the watch. We asked Ethan several times if he did. He kept saying no, but Travis was convinced. The police arrived and took Ethan to the station for questioning." "For questioning?" I repeated slowly. "You let the police take my child for questioning without calling me first." "You were in surgery," she said weakly. "We didn't want to disturb you during an emergency operation." The logic was so twisted that I laughed. "So instead, you let the police take my son away and traumatize my daughter by watching it happen," Travis said, maintaining his calm, infuriating tone. "Ethan kept lying about not taking the watch. Sometimes kids need to learn the hard way that lying has consequences." That's when something inside me snapped. The protective parental instinct, the rage at this injustice, and the complete betrayal by my own family, all coalesced into a cold, focused fury. I took out my phone and called the police station, asking where my son was and requesting to speak with whoever was handling his case. They confirmed that Ethan was being questioned about theft. I told them that I was his father. I had never been notified, and I was on my way right away. Then I turned to Travis and said, "You just destroyed your own life. I hope that watch was worth it." He smirked. "Don't be dramatic. It's just a question." Emily and I left right away, taking Lily with us. Lily held Emily's hand throughout the drive to the station, silent tears running down her cheeks. When I asked her what happened, she said in hushed tones, "Ethan didn't take anything. I was with him the entire time. Uncle Travis is lying." At the police station, I found my son sitting in an interrogation room. A 9-year-old child is in a room intended to break adult criminals. The room was exactly as you'd imagined. Gray walls, a metal table bolted to the floor, and the ubiquitous two-way mirror. Ethan appeared so tiny in that chair, dwarfed by the institutional furniture. His eyes were red from crying. His entire body language communicated fear and confusion. When he saw me enter, his face crumpled. He jumped up from the chair and dashed over, wrapping his arms around me, his little body shaking with sobs he'd been suppressing. I could tell he was tense, filled with stress and fear. Children are not supposed to feel like this. They're supposed to feel safe, protected, and secure. But my son felt like a cornered animal. "Dad, I didn't take the watch," he sobbed, his voice muffled against my shirt. "I promise I didn't. I told them so many times, but nobody believed me. Uncle Travis keeps saying I'm lying, but I'm not, Dad. I swear I'm not." His desperate tone broke my heart. This was a kid who had never been in trouble, or lied about anything significant, and now he was being treated as if he were a criminal. I held him as my heart broke, and my rage grew. "I believe you, buddy. I know you didn't take anything. We're going to fix this." They kept asking me the same questions, Ethan continued, words spilling out now that he felt safe. "Where did you hide the watch? Why did you take it? What did you do with it?" I kept insisting that I did not take it, but they wouldn't listen. Uncle Travis was also there, and he told them I was lying. "Why would he say that, Dad? Why would he lie about me?" That was what hurt the most. Ethan didn't understand why an adult he trusted would falsely accuse him. His worldview was simplistic. Adults spoke the truth. Adults primarily protected children and their families. Travis had shattered the fundamental trust. The officer in charge of the case, a guy named Wright, came over with his report. He appeared to be in his early 40s, tired, and nearing the end of his shift. The boy says he did not take the watch. We've been questioning him for about 60 minutes now, and without evidence, or an admission, we can't really proceed. We'll need to wait for the complainant to provide more proof of theft. For 60 minutes, I repeated, keeping my voice level despite wanting to scream. You questioned my 9-year-old son for 60 minutes without his parents present. Without even calling us first. Wright had the decency to appear uncomfortable, shifting his weight, and not quite meeting my gaze. The complaint was filed by his uncle, a well-known local lawyer. Travis is well known in the department, and has worked with us on numerous cases. Since you were unavailable during surgery, your grandparents confirmed that they had legal guardianship. We followed protocol for questioning a minor in custodial supervision. Conventional wisdom? The word tasted bitter in my mouth. Did this protocol include checking if the watch was actually missing? Or did you just take my brother's word and drag my child away in handcuffs based on nothing but his accusation? Did you verify that anything was actually stolen before you traumatized a 9-year-old? Wright's facial expressions changed. Something flashed through their mind, possibly guilt, or the realization that they had made a mistake. We operate on good faith when complaints come from attorneys and family members. Travis insisted the watch was taken during the visit and that your son was the only person who could have taken it. He was very convincing in his certainty. I'm sure he was. My brother's very good at being convincing. That's literally his job. But being convincing doesn't make him right. I was struggling to keep my voice calm and professional, when all I wanted to do was start breaking things. Was it also protocol to use handcuffs? Wright inquired, his expression becoming increasingly uneasy. Handcuffs were not strictly necessary given the child's age, and the non-violent nature of the accusation. Travis, the uncle, insisted on standard arrest procedure, saying it was important for the boy to understand the seriousness of theft charges, and that sometimes children need to experience consequences to learn. Travis had not just called the cops. He had specifically requested that they traumatize Ethan, handcuff him, and treat him like a dangerous criminal. This sealed the deal. I want to file a formal complaint, I said, my voice cold and precise, against my brother for filing a false report and against whoever authorized questioning a minor for 60 minutes, without parental notification. This wasn't about a missing watch, but about Travis asserting dominance, and putting my kid in his place. I also need copies of everything. The report, the interrogation notes, the recordings if you have them. Everything. Every word. Every document. Every piece of evidence that will show exactly what happened here today. Wright nodded slowly, as if he realized the situation was about to become a major problem for everyone involved. I can make that happen, but sir, I have to tell you that your brother has important connections with the department. Several officers here have worked with him professionally. The captain considers him a friend. If you pursue this, it may become complicated. Let it get complicated, I said, meeting his gaze directly. I don't care if he's best friends with the police chief or the governor. He traumatized my child for something she did not do. That will have consequences. And if those consequences make some people uncomfortable, they should have considered that before handcuffing a 9-year-old, on the word of his uncle. Wright nodded again, looking resigned. I'll get you those copies. For what it's worth, your son maintained his denials throughout the questioning. He never wavered, never changed his story, and exhibited none of the typical signs of deception. I mentioned it in my report. So, why keep questioning him for 60 minutes? Because your brother kept insisting that we weren't pressing hard enough, that the boy was a skilled liar, and that we needed to work harder to get the truth. He was extremely persistent. Obviously he was. Travis probably enjoyed watching Ethan squirm, demonstrating his power, and the overall performance. We got Ethan and Lily home. Emily ordered pizza, because cooking was the last thing on anyone's mind, and Ethan sat on the couch between us, still shaking occasionally, and appearing smaller than he should. Lily sat on Emily's other side, holding her mother's hand. Both kids had been traumatized by different aspects of the same nightmare. That night, after the kids had fallen asleep, Emily and I sat in our bedroom and planned our next move. I called a friend from medical school, who had gone into medical malpractice law, and asked for a referral to someone who handled false accusations and police misconduct. He gave me a name, Jennifer Walsh, an attorney who specialized in this type of case. I took a personal day, and went to see Walsh on Monday morning, bringing all of the police documents, explaining the entire situation, and not holding anything back about Travis's connections or my parents' complicity. She listened to everything, took notes, and then sat back with an expression I couldn't quite read. "This is bad," she finally admitted. "But it's also extremely actionable. Your brother made a false police report. The officer violated procedure by failing to notify you immediately after your minor child was taken into custody. There's also the question of the watch itself. Has your brother proven that it is actually missing?" "No idea," I admitted. "For all I know, he put it somewhere but forgot where. Or he's lying outright to make a point." "Then we start there," Walsh said. "We demand proof that the watch was stolen. We demand interrogation records and recordings. We document everything that happened to your son, and build a case not only against your brother, but also against the department for how they handled the situation. Your brother's connections might have gotten him this far, but they won't protect him from documented misconduct." Over the next week, Walsh filed motions and demands, and the police department was forced to turn over all records of Ethan's interrogation. We got recordings of the entire thing. 60 minutes of my terrified child insisting he didn't take the watch while officers and Travis pressed him to admit. It was one of the most difficult things I've ever listened to, hearing Ethan's voice get smaller and more terrified as the questioning continued. The recording also captured Travis coaching the officers on how to question Ethan, which questions to ask, and how to pressure him. An attorney using his knowledge of interrogation tactics against his own nephew. Walsh subpoenaed Travis's financial records and phone logs, looking for proof that the watch existed and was actually missing. It turned out that Travis had filed an insurance claim for the watch 6 months earlier, claiming it was damaged beyond repair, and his insurance company had paid him $12,000. When Walsh presented this evidence to the district attorney, they immediately opened an investigation. Travis's claim that Ethan stole the watch either didn't exist anymore, or he was committing insurance fraud in addition to filing a false police report. Travis's connection suddenly became less important when he was potentially facing multiple felony charges. The DA's office loved cases involving corrupt lawyers, because they made for good press and helped clean up the legal profession's reputation. While this was going on, my parents began calling, first my mother crying, asking why I was escalating things unnecessarily, and then my father, using his stern voice, telling me I was tearing the family apart over a misunderstanding. Travis also called, alternating between threatening me with legal action and pretending we could work this out between us. I blocked them all. Every phone number, email address, and any other way they could contact me. Emily did the same. We were tired of being the family members who tolerated mistreatment in order to keep the peace. My parents showed up at our house one evening, 3 weeks after the incident, and I saw them through the window. They had gift bags, probably thinking they could smooth things over with presents for the kids. I didn't even open the door, but yelled through it. "Leave now or I'm calling the cops." "Daniel, please," my mother responded. "We need to talk about this like adults." "Adults don't let their grandchildren get arrested for lies," I said. "Adults don't side with a liar over the victim." "Get off my property." My father tried again. "Son, Travis made a mistake. Can't we get past this? He is your brother." That's what sent me over the edge. He stopped being my brother when he handcuffed my son. You stopped being my parents when you allowed it to happen. This is not an error. This was a choice. All of you made decisions. Now you have to deal with the consequences. They eventually left, but not before I called 911 and reported them for trespassing and attempting witness intimidation. The police documented the incident and added it to the growing case file. Ethan was examined by a child psychologist, who documented the trauma caused by his interrogation, including anxiety, nightmares, fear of police, and trust issues. The report was damning, painting a clear picture of how the incident had harmed a child who had done nothing wrong. Travis was charged with filing a false police report and attempting insurance fraud, while Wright, the officer who conducted the interrogation, was charged with violating minors' procedures and constitutional rights. Although my parents were not charged criminally, I filed for a permanent restraining order against them, citing emotional distress to my children and their role in enabling the false accusation. Travis tried to use his connections to make it all go away. He called in favors, contacted colleagues, and tried to persuade the DA's office to drop the charges. But the evidence was too strong, the case was too public, and local news had picked up the story. Travis was a well-known lawyer, accused of filing a false report against nephew, and his reputation was rapidly deteriorating. The judge and jury heard my 9-year-old son's voice, scared and confused, insisting he didn't take the watch, while Wright and Travis pressed him to confess to something he didn't do. The trial for Wright was the first, and it was brutal, given all of the evidence Walsh had gathered. Wright attempted to defend himself, claiming that he followed protocol and had no reason to doubt Travis's story. However, the violations were clear. Failing to immediately notify parents, conducting an extended interrogation of a minor without counsel or parental presence, and allowing a civilian, Travis, to coach the interrogation. Wright was sentenced to 2 years in prison, fired from the police force, and permanently barred from law enforcement after a jury deliberated for less than 4 hours. He was also ordered to pay Ethan $1.2 million in damages. When the sentence was read, I saw him cry in court, his career and life destroyed by his own choices. Travis's trial came next. If Wright's trial was brutal, Travis's was devastating. The evidence of the insurance claim, combined with the false police report, painted a picture of a man who had either committed fraud or falsely accused a child to cover up his own mistake. The recording of him coaching Wright during Ethan's interrogation demonstrated calculated cruelty toward his own nephew. Travis's lawyer tried everything. The jury saw a powerful man using his position and connections to traumatize a child, and they weren't having it. Character witnesses spoke about Travis's community service, his successful law practice, and his family, but none of that mattered against the recording of Ethan crying, while Travis pressured officers to break him. Travis was found guilty of both charges. Ethan was sentenced to 4 years in prison, $450,000 in damages, and permanent disbarment. Within a week of the verdict, his law firm closed, and all of the connections he'd boasted about for years vanished overnight. It turns out that when you're a disbarred attorney facing prison time, your professional network decides they never really knew you that well. Travis broke down in court when the disbarment was announced. All those years of building his practice, reputation, and network were gone. Victoria sat in the back row, devastated, probably calculating how to support Connor and herself with Travis in prison and no income. I felt bad for her and Connor. My parents were not prosecuted, but a restraining order was granted, preventing them from coming within 400 feet of me, Emily, Ethan, or Lily. Despite the fact that they had done nothing wrong, Travis had made his decisions, and his family would have to bear the consequences. When the order was read in court, my mother cried. My father looked like he had aged 10 years, and I felt nothing. The judge's decision was unequivocal. Their failure to protect their grandson, as well as their subsequent attempts to intimidate us into dropping charges, demonstrated that they posed a continuing threat to my family's well-being. Maybe that makes me cold, but they'd chosen Travis over Ethan. They'd watched police take their 9-year-old grandson away and done nothing to stop it, and that's not something you forgive just because they regret it now. Life gradually returned to normal after the trials, and Ethan had some difficult months. After we cut contact with my parents and Travis, Lily began to come out of her shell more. He had nightmares about police, anxiety when he saw officers in public, trust issues that he needed to work through with a counselor, but kids are resilient, and with time and support, he healed. The nightmares faded, his smile returned, and he joined his school soccer team and became one of their top players. It turned out that she had always felt uneasy around them, but couldn't explain why. Children can sense things that adults don't, and she is now 9 years old, more self-assured, and actually talks and laughs during family dinners rather than sitting quietly. Getting rid of the toxic family members allowed her to be herself. I don't know what I did to deserve a partner like Emily, but I'm grateful every day. She kept Ethan and Lily's routine stable, and made them feel safe and loved in the midst of the chaos. 3 years later, we're in a good place. Ethan is 13 now, thriving in school, and a star player on his soccer team. When I watch him play, I remember that scared 9-year-old in the police station, and am grateful he overcame it. Lily is 9. Quieter than her brother, but genuinely happy. She hasn't mentioned her grandparents in 3 years, and I don't bring them up. When you let police handcuff and traumatize your 9-year-old grandson over a lie, you don't get to come back from it. I've blocked all contact with my parents and Travis, and other family members occasionally reach out, urging me to forgive and reconnect. But there's nothing to talk about, so I either hang up or walk away. Travis is serving his sentence, and from what I hear, prison hasn't been kind to an ex-lawyer. Wright's in a different facility, most likely having an equally rough time as a former cop. Their choices destroyed their lives, and I don't lose sleep over it. My parents tried to show up at Ethan's school once, apparently thinking they could see him during recess. The school was given copies of the restraining order and called me right away. I called the police, who arrived and documented the violation. My parents haven't tried since, and they'll eventually realize that the relationship is over. They made their choice, and they live with it. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe. It greatly benefits the channel, and allows us to bring you more and better stories. Thank you. My sister ruined my engagement dinner by accusing my fiancé of cheating without proof. Now, I exposed her new fiancé's deceit at her wedding. My engagement dinner was ruined by my sister. I ruined her nuptials. Although my sister Rachel and I were never best friends, we got along well as children. She had to be first at everything and was 4 years older. They were the first to drive, graduate, obtain a job, and do other typical sibling things. I worked for myself, saved money, attended a community college while working at a veterinary clinic, and eventually earned my accounting degree. On our parents' expense, Rachel attended college right away, and earned a marketing degree that she never utilized. Rachel developed strong ideas about everything when we started dating Ethan. He was too short, his truck was too old, and his position at the fire department wasn't renowned enough. She dated men for no more than 3 weeks before they abandoned her. After 3 years, Ethan and I moved in together, and Rachel unexpectedly came to look around. Claimed the kitchen was outdated, and the neighborhood was dubious. We recently remodeled the kitchen and lived in a lovely suburb. I was so excited that I called Rachel first when Ethan proposed on our 4th anniversary at the beach where we first met. After congratulating me, she inquired about my pregnancy. She expressed amazement that Ethan would commit without a cause when I told her no. I should have realized she would try anything at that point. We decided to have my favorite Italian restaurant for a small engagement meal. Maybe 25 people. Just family and close friends. Despite the fact that toasts are typically given at weddings, Rachel insisted on making one. My mother found it adorable. Halfway through dinner, Rachel got up and began discussing the importance of honesty and trust in marriage while holding her wine glass. Then she let it fall. Said that she didn't feel appropriate to celebrate after seeing Ethan in a bar last month, looking extremely comfortable with a blonde. The whole table fell silent. Ethan's mother let go of her fork. My father's face flushed. Ethan claimed he hadn't visited a pub in months, and appeared utterly perplexed. Rachel reiterated that she had pictures. She claimed to have erased them to keep me safe when others asked to view them. In fact, my cousin Emma stated Rachel was full of it while laughing aloud. Rachel broke down in tears as she explained that no one ever trusted her and that she was only watching out for me. Ethan took out his phone and displayed his location history to everyone, demonstrating that he had spent every night of that month, either at home or at work. Perhaps she mistyped the dates, Rachel said. Everyone was uncomfortable when the supper finished early. Rachel acknowledged in the parking lot that she made it up because she thought Ethan was concealing something. Just vibes, no proof. Rachel said that I was overreacting, and that she was fulfilling her sisterly duty when my mom forced her to apologize. I entirely stopped communicating with her, because Rachel continued to take longer breaks to flirt with the man at the phone repair kiosk. She lost her job at the mall 4 months later. She could remain with us for a few weeks, but she was crying over rent when she called. No, I replied. She said that I was destroying our relationship for no reason. I ended the call. I refused to forgive her despite persuasion from my parents. Then an intriguing event occurred. Chris, the new person Rachel started dating, stayed with her. They got engaged in less than 8 months. She talked a lot about how she discovered her soulmate and how her relationship was ideal. Organized this extravagant wedding that she was unable to pay for. Our parents gave her $12,000 when she asked for money. Our grandparents contributed an additional $6,000 when we asked them. It was still insufficient for her ideal location. I became petty at that point. You see, my veterinary practice was where Chris's ex-girlfriend Megan worked. She brought up Rachel's marriage to her ex during a lunch, even though we had never really discussed him before. How did that end? I wondered. Megan claimed to have receipts, real receipts, text messages, pictures, and even footage from the security cameras at his apartment building, which proved that Chris had cheated on her with 3 separate women over the course of 2 years. Chris continued to converse with one of them. I invited Megan to go out for drinks with my cousin Emma, who had called Rachel out at my dinner, but I didn't take any concrete action based on this information. Emma loved drama and was a loud talker. Everyone in our extended family was aware of Chris's past within a week. People began turning down the wedding invitation, but no one spoke to Rachel directly. That weekend, her maid of honor unexpectedly had a work trip. Her college pals recalled previous obligations. Our grandparents even hinted that they might be on the road. In a panic, Rachel requested me to be her maid of honor because her first option had failed. Sweetly, I consented. For the following 2 months, I was the ideal sister. Arranged a fantastic bachelorette celebration, assisted with decorating, and attended dress fittings. Never once was Chris's past brought up. The day of the wedding arrived. Now available on Spotify, is Requested Reds. See the link in the comments or description. As I saw Rachel and Chris exchange vows in front of everyone, I held Rachel's bouquet at the altar. I was afraid that people might hear how loudly my heart was pounding. The officiant went over all of the customary wedding topics, such as commitment and love. When he reached the objections section, I remained motionless. Since everyone was aware of the engagement dinner situation, a few people in the crowd turned to stare at me. I simply grinned while glancing down at the flowers. I wasn't going to get up and cause a scene like I did in a movie. That was nothing compared to what I had planned. I performed my part flawlessly, and the ceremony continued. When Rachel turned around, I fixed her train, gave her the bouquet at the appropriate time, and grinned for every picture. No one knew what was about to happen. As the bridal party took photos, guests migrated to the reception room as the cocktail hour began. I found the wedding coordinator beside the bar after excusing myself. She was looking at something on her clipboard. With my biggest smile, I approached her and informed her that Rachel had a specific request that she had neglected to mention. Because brides typically remember to discuss things on their wedding day, the coordinator appeared perplexed. I clarified that Rachel requested a romantic surprise slideshow for Chris at the reception. Why didn't Rachel tell her directly? She questioned. I mentioned that Rachel was afraid that if she had to explain anything, she might become overly emotional and destroy the surprise. I took out the USB drive I had prepared, because the coordinator still appeared uncertain, informed her that everything was prepared, and only needed to be added prior to the first dance. She accepted it and promised to check with the AV specialist. Before she could ask any more questions, I thanked her and turned to go. Next, I located the photographer. He was using his camera close to the entrance to review photographs. The identical narrative regarding Rachel's unexpected slideshow was utilized by me. Since photographers don't typically deal with reception-related issues, he appeared less worried than the organizer, but I wanted to make sure he was aware of it, so he could record Rachel's response. Told him that we would want those pictures, and that Rachel would be very moved. I'll set up near the head table, he replied, nodding. Excellent. With all the decorations Rachel had been worrying about for months, the reception hall looked stunning. There are round tables with gold centerpieces and white tablecloths, string lights hanging from the ceiling, and a huge cake in the corner that costs more than my rent each month. Dinner service began when everyone had found a seat. Between Ethan and one of Rachel's bridesmaids, I took a seat at the head table. Under the table, Ethan squeezed my hand and inquired about my well-being. I assured him that I was all right. He appeared relieved, likely anticipating my annoyance at being forced to attend after the engagement dinner. If only he were aware. People were eating and conversing during dinner, and it went well. The toasts followed. Chris's best man started off by sharing a humorous story about college. It was then my time. I raised my glass of champagne and turned to face Rachel. She seemed very grateful that I was there to support her, as seen by the genuine tears in her eyes as she smiled at me. I began discussing sisterhood and how, as children, we had experienced everything together. Claimed that sisters are the ones who know each other the best. That despite our efforts to conceal things, we are able to see each other for who we really are. Rachel was using a handkerchief to dab at her eyes while nodding. I discussed honesty and trust in marriage. How crucial it is to truly understand the person you plan to marry. I saw the irony, but no one else did. Everyone applauded when I lifted my glass. Thank you, Rachel whispered in my ear, as she stood up and gave me a hard hug. I gave her a hug in return and took a seat. Ethan asked again if I was all right because I appeared tense, and he leaned over and remarked, "That was a beautiful speech." I explained to him that I was simply worn out from organizing the wedding. "We could leave early if I wanted to," he said, squeezing my hand. Telling him that I wanted to stay for the first dance at the very least, I shook my head. He kissed my cheek and grinned. Had no notion what was going to take place. Before the first dance, the DJ declared that it was time for a special presentation. Ethan looked at me as if he didn't know who I was. claimed to have protected her by telling her in private, avoiding embarrassing her in front of 100 people, ruining her wedding, and not using her suffering as payback for what she had done months prior. He merely shook his head when I attempted to protest, and walked away after saying he needed a minute. Everything had come apart in the reception hall. Small groups of guests were departing while whispering to one another. A few were in tears. Near the bar, Chris had his groomsmen all around him, could hear him attempting to defend himself by claiming that the communications were outdated or misinterpreted. No one was purchasing it. Rachel refused to leave the bridal suite after locking herself inside. One by one, the bridesmaids started rapping on the door. The wedding coordinator appeared disoriented, unsure of how to proceed with the remainder of the event. The cake remained undisturbed. The DJ had prepared his gear. In the parking lot, my mother discovered me. She approached me directly and gave me a forceful slap across the face. Never in my life had I saw her strike someone. She told me that what I had done was unacceptable, and that I was harsh and callous. She replied she didn't care when I tried to explain that Chris had cheated. Claimed that my approach was incorrect, even if everything in that slideshow was accurate. That I ruined my sister's wedding out of vengeance. That I was cruel and nasty, and that she felt ashamed of me. When Ethan returned, he announced our departure. In total stillness, we climbed into his pickup and headed home. He refused to look at me. Throughout the entire journey, his jaw was clenched. He immediately went to the guest bedroom as soon as we came home. Good night was not said. Remained silent. I simply shut the door. With all the lights off, I sat by myself in the kitchen. My phone was constantly ringing with texts from family members accusing me of being evil and insane. Stating that I ruined Rachel's life out of resentment, that what I did was worse than anything Rachel had ever done to me, that I was vindictive and cruel, and that they didn't want anything to do with me. I could still hear my phone buzzing even with the face down. I anticipated feeling pleased about my actions. I anticipated feeling as though I had tied the score. Rather, I felt unsteady and hollow. Around 7 in the morning, Ethan emerged from the guest bedroom. I had not slept at all. He sat at the kitchen table opposite me, making coffee. Claimed that he had been thinking about what I had done all night, and that it had shown him something frightening about my personality. He wasn't certain he wanted to marry a woman who could organize such a degree of public humiliation. After what Rachel did at our engagement meal, I attempted to make the case that she deserved it. Two wrongs don't make a right, Ethan said. That while Rachel's actions were horrible, mine were far worse. At a dinner, she lied once. In front of everyone she knew, I ruined her wedding. He claimed he needed time to reflect on our connection and if he could put his trust in someone who could exact such retribution. Ethan slept in the guest bedroom for 3 days, while I went about my duties, as if I were a robot. Every time my phone buzzed, I knew it was a family member telling me how awful I was, so I kept it face down on my desk. During my lunch break, Emma called, and I nearly didn't pick up. She spoke in a tremulous, tearful voice. She informed me that Megan was a complete wreck, and that she had been phoning Emma every night to express her disgust over what had transpired. Megan believed that I would use the knowledge to privately warn Rachel. Perhaps I would even take her aside before to the wedding, and present her with the evidence so she could decide for herself. Rather, I made it into a huge spectacle that ruined Rachel in front of everyone. Emma reported that Megan insisted that she only wanted Rachel to know the truth about Chris, and that she never intended for things to turn out that way. Emma then began to cry more and said how awful she felt as well. She said that she loves drama, and had a big mouth. But she never imagined that circulating rumors about Chris would result in what I did. Family members were now accusing her of being involved in everything, and claiming that she assisted me in ruining Rachel's wedding. Emma just started crying, and claimed she had to leave when I attempted to explain that it wasn't her fault, and that I had made my own decisions. That night, when I was looking at leftover Chinese cuisine that I couldn't eat, my mother called. Unlike her usual friendly tone, her speech was flat and icy. She informed me that since the wedding day, Rachel had not left her flat, simply remained indoors with the drapes drawn and didn't answer any calls or texts outside of Mom's. Chris left his key on the counter, went to get his belongings while Rachel was locked in the bathroom, and moved out that same evening. On their Hawaiian honeymoon, they lost all of their deposits. They were going to move into a new apartment together, but they lost the deposit and the first month's rent. Despite what transpired, according to Mom, the landlord refused to return any of it. In addition to being upset by Chris's infidelity, Rachel was even more devastated by my humiliation of her, which her own sister inflicted on her in front of everyone she knew. When Mom mentioned that numerous family members had completely ceased communicating with her and Dad as a result of what I did, her voice broke. My uncle and aunt weren't picking up the phone. My grandparents claimed they needed distance because their daughter was ruthless enough to ruin her sister's wedding. Mom interrupted me as I was trying to explain that Chris was cheating, claimed that Chris' actions were irrelevant. It was worse what I did. She hung up after that. 2 days after that, Ethan's mother called. My stomach fell when I saw her name on my phone because Ethan's mother was usually pleasant and inviting to me. She began speaking in a soft voice, which in some way made things worse. She acknowledged that I was offended by Rachel's actions during our engagement meal, and that her remarks were cruel and inappropriate. However, my reaction was completely out of proportion. She was afraid of how vicious it was. She claimed that Ethan had been living with James and calling her every night to discuss whether I was who he believed me to be, whether someone capable of organizing such a calculated act of retaliation would make a good long-term partner, and whether he could rely on me to refrain from doing such a thing in the event of a fight or disagreement. Her remark struck a different chord than my dad's silence or my mother's smack. She wasn't punishing me or shouting at me. She sincerely feared that her son would wed someone who could do what I could. She just expressed her wish that I would consider my actions and the aspects of my character that they exposed when I attempted to explain myself. She went on to say that although she understood Ethan's need for distance, she still loved me. After the call ended, I spent an hour sobbing on the kitchen floor. My father left me a message 3 weeks after the wedding. I listened to it 3 times in an attempt to comprehend his voice's flat, factual tone. According to him, Rachel's panic attack was so severe that her mother had to take her to the ER. Her heart was pounding. She was having trouble breathing. She believed she was going to die. The doctor sent her home with pills after diagnosing anxiousness. She was now seeing a therapist twice a week, and taking medication for sadness and anxiety. According to Dad, the therapist informed them that Rachel's lifelong desire for external validation and approval was caused by the public humiliation. She was already in a wounded place when I revealed her and Chris's connection to the world. Her wedding wasn't just ruined by me, it would take months or even years to mend the damage I caused to her mental health. Throughout the entire communication, Dad's tone remained objective and icy. Just facts presented like a weather report, with no emotion or rage. In some ways, that was worse than if he had screamed. He closed the voicemail by saying he had to leave, and I heard the beep. On a Tuesday afternoon, when I was meant to be at work, Ethan arrived home. My manager advised me to take a few days off after I called in sick, because I was crying uncontrollably. When I heard his pickup in the driveway, I assumed he would be returning so we could talk and work things out. Rather, he entered carrying an empty duffel bag, and made his way directly to our bedroom. Began carefully packing his garments, after removing them from his drawers. Even though I knew what he was doing, I followed him and asked. He stated that he needed to work things out, and that he would be staying with James for a time. He had to determine whether he could wed someone who followed my example. As he spoke, he continued to roll socks and fold shirts. He claimed that he couldn't stop thinking about our future children. Wondering if I would employ the same strategies in future conflicts, if I would instill in them the idea that it's acceptable to exact revenge on someone who has wronged you, and whether he could rely on me to not use that calculated cruelty on him, in the event that our relationship deteriorated. I began pleading with him to sit down and have a conversation. He tried to grab his arm, but he resisted. He claimed that he was so disappointed that he couldn't even look at me at the moment. The term disappointed struck a deeper chord than angry or hurt. He took his toiletries from the bathroom, closed up the bag, and left. I was standing in our bedroom, surrounded by his partially empty drawers, when his truck started up and drove away. I began phoning relatives in an attempt to defend myself. My aunt, who had always been kind to me as a child, was called. She replied, but her tone was cold. I made an effort to inform her about Chris's infidelity, the evidence Megan had, and Rachel's impending marriage to someone who would undoubtedly cheat on her as well. Even if everything about Chris were true, there are 100 other ways to deal with it, my aunt interrupted. I had the option to tell Rachel in private. May have presented the proof to her prior to the nuptials. Rather than ruining her in front of everyone, they may have spoken to her like a sister. Then Mom declared that unless I truly apologized to Rachel, I would not be allowed to attend Thanksgiving or Christmas. I sincerely apologized and accepted responsibility for my actions, not a phony one. According to me, Rachel never truly expressed regret about the engagement meal. After her mother pushed her, she muttered something in the parking lot. My aunt's tone became more forceful. claimed that Rachel's actions were a single instance of poor judgment. Perhaps jealousy. Perhaps it's stupidity. I waged months-long, deliberate psychological warfare. She said exactly that. Psychological conflict. She hung up after that. My uncle didn't pick up when I called. My cousin put me on voicemail when I called her. When I called my grandmother, she answered the phone but claimed she was too upset to speak with me at the moment. Everyone's rejection accumulated till I gave up. I received a text from Megan requesting to grab coffee. I nearly declined since I didn't want to hear from anybody else about how awful I was, but I went nonetheless, and saw her on a Saturday morning at the location close to the clinic. She appeared worn out, as if her sleep had been poor. Placed an order for coffee, and took a seat in the corner booth across from me. Began by stating that she had been considering the reasons for her sharing that information about Chris with me. She acknowledged that she was still upset with him for treating her badly, lying and cheating, and making her feel insane for having suspicions about him. She wanted him to be held accountable. I wanted someone to make him responsible for his repeated infidelity. However, she didn't think I would utilize it in the manner that I did. I never imagined using it as a weapon to ruin Rachel's wedding. Megan reported that she had been in therapy for a year, to deal with Chris's lack of trust. She also gained insight from her therapist. In reality, nothing is healed by taking revenge on someone else's suffering. It simply makes you feel worse, and changes you into someone you don't recognize. When she finished speaking, she turned to face me. Sad, yet not judgmental or cruel. She claimed that even though she didn't pull the trigger, she felt accountable for providing me with the ammunition. For a while, we sat there sipping coffee and observing the passers-by outside without saying anything. She gave me a hug as we walked away, and expressed her hope that I would work things out. After I got home, I couldn't get her words out of my head. I made myself consider what I had done and why. Using a notebook, I sat down at the kitchen table and wrote everything down. The humiliation, the engagement dinner, and my rage at Rachel's falsehood about Ethan. How she injured me, and how I wanted her to hurt me. But humiliating Rachel didn't make me feel better when I considered the real situation. It didn't make the engagement dinner better or take away from her actions. The fact that Ethan was gone now made me feel worse, if anything. Rachel was taking medicine for depression and anxiety, and my entire family detested me. She hurt me less than I hurt her. We overcame the awkward and uncomfortable evening of the engagement dinner. For years, perhaps forever, Rachel would be affected by what I did. She would be remembered by everyone at that wedding as the bride whose sister revealed her husband's infidelity during the reception. She could never get back what I took from her. I finally realized that I had gotten worse than the person I was angry with while I sat there writing and crying. Wrote a letter to Rachel over the course of the following few days. I had to discard 6 drafts before I was satisfied. There are no justifications for Chris's infidelity. No mentioning the engagement dinner or attempting to defend my actions. Just accepting complete accountability for my deeds, and admitting that they were immoral and hurtful. I didn't anticipate a reaction when I addressed it to her residence. 4 months passed. While Ethan was staying with James, we periodically texted about everyday tasks like mail and bills. My relatives remained far away. My sole regimen was work. After reading my letter, Rachel texted me to ask if I wanted to meet up. We chose a coffee shop in the middle between our locations. A place where neither of us had any recollections. I arrived early and saw her enter. She appeared smaller, more worn out, yet in some ways stronger than before. After we sat down, neither of us spoke for a minute. Then, Rachel began to speak. And has acknowledged that she was envious of my relationship with Ethan. It had been years. I felt envious that I appeared to be in control of my life while she was having difficulties. That jealousy combined with an odd protective impulse that even she couldn't understand, led to the engagement dinner incident. Because of her own issues with needing to be first, needing to improve, and needing external affirmation that she was valuable, she had spent years feeling as though she was in competition with me. She was being assisted by the therapist in recognizing that pattern. I admitted to her that I allowed my rage to make myself worse than the person I was upset with. That I truly apologized for the humiliation in public, the panic episodes, the medication, and all the consequences. We spent 2 hours conversing, chatted a lot. Not merely surface-level issues. We both sobbed because it was uncomfortable. However, it was more sincere than we had ever been. We didn't exchange hugs or arrange to get together when we left. Simply accepted that we would both have to live with the fact that we had both made mistakes in separate ways. I wrote Rachel a letter. which I showed Ethan. I sent him a picture of it, and a lengthy text stating that I had begun seeing a therapist in order to understand why I felt that taking revenge was appropriate and why I allowed my anger to take precedence over all other considerations. Asked if he would be open to trying counseling for couples. It was 4 days before he responded. Then he texted, saying, "Okay, I'll try counseling," but he didn't promise anything. We started seeing a relationship-focused counselor once a week. The meetings were harsh. Ethan forced me to face the fact that my behavior exposed a brutality that truly alarmed him. The counselor helped me examine patterns in my life, when I had harbored resentment or severed ties with individuals entirely, rather than resolving dispute by asking pointed questions about my anger, sense of justice, and readiness to harm those who had wronged me. Ethan discussed trust, and if he could spend his life with someone who might one day use that cunning retaliation against him. I had to listen while I sat there and acknowledge that I had harmed something that might never completely recover. Over the course of the following few months, I made an effort to demonstrate by my actions that I could resolve conflicts in a different way, that I could choose to talk things out rather than get even, and that I could once again be someone who could be trusted. It was difficult and slow, and on certain days Ethan gave me the impression that he was still undecided about staying. However, we persisted in attempting and attending counseling sessions. It was like traversing a minefield on Thanksgiving at my parents' house, when everyone knew there were explosives, but pretended they didn't exist. Even though I hadn't been invited since Christmas, my aunt turned up, but she sat at the other end of the table and didn't even glance at me while we were eating. Although he avoided anything that could spark genuine conversation, my uncle made small talk about the football scores and the weather. To avoid any awkward seating configurations, my mom carefully arranged the table so that I was seated between Ethan and my dad. She asked me whether I needed another roll or additional stuffing in same courteous, aloof tone she'd used with a stranger. My dad made a greater effort, inquiring about his job and the condition of the flat, but even his inquiries seemed prepared, as if he had practiced what appropriate subjects to broach. There was no Rachel. When my mother said she was spending the holiday with friends, no one inquired more. Every talk at the table seemed to be drowned out by the vacant chair where she usually sat. My cousin, who had assisted me in spreading the rumors about Chris, arrived late and departed early, hardly even looking at me. Those who did attend spent the most of dinner looking uncomfortable, and half of the typical number was absent. Dessert happened quickly as everybody made excuses about long rides home or early beginnings. Before anyone could suggest that we watch football or play cards like we used to, Ethan and I departed. When he asked me how I was doing in the car, I assured him I was fine, but we both knew it was a lie. In all honesty, I had anticipated that some people would continue to be angry. But witnessing it unfold, and witnessing my own family treat me like a courteous outsider, made it more real than I had anticipated. Christmas was made worse when my mother called 3 weeks prior, and cautiously suggested that since Rachel would be present on the actual holiday, perhaps Ethan and I might visit on Christmas Eve rather than Christmas Day. We both knew what she was truly saying, even though she presented it as if I had a choice. I assured her that Christmas Eve was all right. I said, "At least we'll have Christmas morning to ourselves," and Ethan squeezed my hand after I hung up. On Christmas Eve, we arrived with gifts and freshly baked cookies that I had cooked the night before. Everything about my parents' house felt strange, even though the decorations were the same as they had been each year. In an attempt to make up for something, my dad gave me a hug at the door, and hung on a bit too long. As we opened gifts in the living room, my mother handed me a gift card to the bookshop I liked and a scarf she had crocheted. Presents that were thoughtful, safe, and didn't need much discussion. I presented them with a framed picture of Ethan and I from an autumn hiking excursion. In addition, my mother placed it on the side table rather than on the mantel with the other family pictures. After staying for precisely 2 hours, we excused ourselves by saying we had to go home to feed the cat. After guiding us to the door, my mother gave me a tight hug. I thought she may say something genuine, but instead she pushed away, and advised me to drive carefully. For the first time since the wedding, I started crying on the way home. Being handled with careful politeness by my own mother hurt more than I had anticipated, not because anyone had been cruel. After New Year's, Ethan moved back in, but our relationship wasn't the same. As if he wasn't really committed to staying, he kept his belongings partially packed in boxes in the guest room closet. He began to unload one box at a time as we attended weekly counseling sessions. However, there were times when I caught him observing me with a look that wasn't entirely trustworthy, as if he was waiting to see if I would exact revenge once more. When a coworker took credit for my project presentation in March, I became enraged, and we got into a fight. I also let Ethan know that I wanted to provide our supervisor the email chain to demonstrate that it was my work. He fell silent, and asked if I could speak to her directly, or if I was going to publicly embarrass her. I heard what he was truly asking, so the question landed like a punch. After we resolved the issue through private conversation, Ethan started to feel more at ease. But when I became upset, I knew he was observing, waiting to discover who I was. He was afraid of what the wedding had revealed about me, and now I had to demonstrate that I could manage conflict without becoming nasty by 1,000 tiny decisions. 7 months after the wedding, in June, I ran into Rachel at a family cookout. My mother had asked if I could take it, and informed me that she would be there. Yes, I replied. I didn't recognize the person Rachel arrived with. She was dating someone fresh. He didn't look like Chris. He was friendly and normal. We both froze for a moment when she noticed me across the yard. Then she approached. We awkwardly stood there till she greeted me and inquired about my well-being. I responded I was fine, and inquired about her well-being. She reported that she was improving, and that her therapy was beneficial. We spent perhaps 5 minutes discussing trivial topics, my promotion at the clinic, and her new position at a marketing company. Nothing profound, nothing about the engagement banquet, the wedding, or the years of rivalry and sarcastic comments. Just two women who were once sisters talking to each other in a way that you would hardly recognize. When she introduced us to her new partner, he seemed really kind, which gave me optimism that she had found someone worthy. She and I both claimed it was nice to see each other after they departed. And we both meant it as little as possible. When Ethan later inquired about my well-being, I told him the truth. Rachel and I would definitely never be close, but at least we could be in the same room without everything blowing out. It was strange, but bearable. He gave a nod and stated, "That was probably the best outcome I could hope for, given everything that happened." I knew that he was correct. You can't fix some things that you break so horribly. My stepdaughter called my twins Spawn and wished they had never been born, so I stopped paying her $28,000 tuition fees. My stepdaughter referred to my twins as offspring, and expressed her wish that they had never been born. I therefore stopped paying her tuition entirely. When Daniel's daughter Emily was 12, I married him, and for 4 years we were practically a family. Her mother lived across the nation with her new husband, and I never attempted to replace her. Emily spent her summers with her mother, and her school days with us. I used to assist with schoolwork as part of our wonderful routine. On Sundays, she would tell me about her crushes as I braided her hair, and we would bake together. She referred to me by my first name, which was acceptable, but she always made me cry when she told her friends that I was her bonus mom. Emily was 16 when I became pregnant with the twins, and she appeared thrilled. She attended ultrasounds, assisted with painting the nursery, and even organized a surprise baby shower for me with her friends. She learned how to change diapers, declared herself the greatest big sister ever, and would run home from school to hold the boys after they were born. Seeing everyone together made Daniel immensely happy. After turning 18, Emily was accepted to her ideal university, which was 3 hours away. We were ecstatic. Daniel and I decided that her family would take care of the books and spending money, and we would pay for the tuition and accommodation. Pricey. But Emily's future will make it worthwhile. During that first semester, she returned home every few weeks, and everything appeared to be as usual. When the twins saw her, they would scream with delight as they passed by. Something changed in the second semester. Emily began critiquing my every action. The twins wore gaudy attire. Their playthings made too much noise. I didn't make enough organic food. Despite the fact that we had merely installed a toy box and kept all of her belongings, she complained that we had transformed her room into a playroom. She was just getting used to college life, according to Daniel. She took Amber, her roommate, home for spring break. Amber was among the females who believed that parents were nothing more than ATMs, and that having younger siblings was a source of embarrassment. She kept saying that Emily was unable to travel to Cancun like everyone else because she was stuck visiting relatives. Emily began to concur, stating that it was hard to unwind at home with the twins. I asked Emily to watch the boys for an hour one afternoon while I went grocery shopping. When I returned, Emily and Amber were watching Netflix on the couch as they were sobbing in their cribs. She put them in timeout after claiming they wouldn't stop making noise. They were 3 years old. She simply rolled her eyes, and stated that we were being theatrical about newborns who wouldn't even remember when Daniel spoke to her about duty that evening. Emily declared that she would remain in school for an internship when summer arrived. An internship did not exist. Daniel didn't want to make trouble, so we continued to pay tuition even though her friend shared pictures of them at the beach every day. The twins went to embrace her when she returned home for Daniel's birthday, but she actually pushed them away, claiming they were sticky. Daniel then said at supper that since the boys were growing, we were thinking about moving to a larger home. Emily went crazy, claimed that no one cared about her anymore, that we were deleting the house where she grew up, and that everything was now focused on the twins. I attempted to explain that if we bought a house, we would make sure she had a room. She remarked, "I wish the twins had never been born because they ruined everything and made my dad into someone who only cared about his new family," looking me in the eye. Daniel's cheeks turned pale. There they were, the twins. The older one questioned why he was upset. As Daniel attempted to speak with Emily, I led the boys upstairs. The twins were evidence that I had replaced her, and I could hear her yelling about it. How she had a better life before I arrived with my spawn. My babies are the subject of that word. An hour later, Daniel appeared defeated. Stated that everyone might need some space, because Emily was returning to school early. Though I sensed something needed to change, I still consented. I went over our accounts that evening. The annual cost of Emily's education was $28,000. Monies that could be used to pay for the twins' college education. With 2 babies, we were having financial difficulties. I decided we needed to update our payment details for the upcoming semester. The college financial aid office informed us over the phone, removed our card and replaced it with Sarah's contact information, Emily's mother. I then called her mother, Sarah, and informed her that due to the twins' expenses, we were no longer able to pay for tuition. Sarah panicked out and said she couldn't do it on her own. I advised Emily to either transfer to a less expensive location, or take out loans like most students. Emily yelled at Daniel over the phone 2 weeks later, claiming that her registration had been blocked due to non-payment. For 5 days, Daniel roamed the house like a ghost. He would go to his home office till midnight, have dinner with the twins while ogling his plate, and then get coffee in the morning without glancing at me. I didn't know how to respond to the boys' repeated questions about why Daddy was quiet. I made 2 attempts to speak with him, but he simply nodded and turned to leave. Before the boys woke up on the 4th morning, I discovered him in the kitchen. Instead of acting as like I didn't exist, I asked if we could truly talk about this. His coffee mug smashed against the counter when he slammed it down. He claimed that before making such a significant decision regarding his daughter, I ought to have spoken with him. Morgan takes of. My face started to get red, so I informed him that when his daughter called the boys spawn, he ought to have spoken up for me and the boys. I was shifting the topic, he argued. And that wasn't the point. I pointed out that he was upset with me for taking action after he allowed her to abuse our kids without any repercussions. Without saying goodbye to the twins, he picked up his keys and headed off to work. When Aiden asked me at breakfast why his father hadn't given him a hug, I had to pretend that he was simply preoccupied. Sarah's number rung on my phone the following afternoon. Daniel's phone began ringing after I sent it to voicemail. I heard the entire exchange on the baby monitor while he was upstairs changing Liam's diaper. I could hear every word Sarah was yelling. She claimed that because he had neglected his financial responsibilities to his daughter, she was suing him. She claimed that in order to put his new family first, he was now breaching the vows they had made. Daniel sounded worn out as he attempted to clarify that they had never signed any enforceable contracts. Sarah shouted that it didn't matter because she had witnesses and he had verbally committed. She claimed that he was favoring his offspring over his first daughter, and that she would ensure that everyone was aware of his true fatherhood. Sarah hung up on Daniel when he stated that he wanted more time to think things out. Part of me was happy that Sarah was displaying her crazy side, but I also felt awful that I had placed Daniel in this position, so I stood in the kitchen feeling strange. Even though we both knew I had heard the call, we didn't discuss it when he walked downstairs 10 minutes later. 2 days later, my mother called. We often only speak on Sundays, so I was taken aback. She claimed that Daniel's mother had brought up the matter, and that she was interested in hearing my perspective. I gave an explanation of everything, from the spawn comment to the tuition cutoff. I thought she would be supportive, but she became silent. She went on to say that while I had every right to feel hurt, it was unfair to abruptly stop paying tuition. She claimed that I was portraying Emily as malevolent when, in reality, she was just a bewildered adolescent observing her family's transformation. Mom interrupted me as I was trying to explain the money and how we couldn't afford it. I realized what she meant when she claimed that wasn't the true problem. She claimed that rather than considering my options, I had taken a significant decision out of rage. I informed her that she had no idea what it was like to hear someone refer to your baby as offspring because I felt my throat tighten. Even if she claimed to understand, my response was nonetheless inappropriate. Feeling like I was being attacked from all sides, I hung up. My own mother believed that I was the villain. Sitting on the couch, I pondered whether or not I was perceived by everyone as the bad stepmother who destroyed everything. I took out our bank statements that evening after the boys had gone to bed. Daniel took care of the most of the bills, so I hadn't seen our real finances in months. There used to be $18 in our savings account, but now there is $2,500. In the previous 2 months, we had used credit cards 4 times to purchase food. Beginning in January, the twins' daycare expenses increased to $1,500 per month. We had been paying about $2,500 a month to Emily's school, until I totaled up the tuition. It makes sense why we were broke. When I saw the numbers presented that way, I felt justified. We were practically unable to raise 2 children and continue to make payments. However, I wondered what would happen if Daniel felt that I had ruined his connection with Emily, to the point where he was unable to forgive me. Would he go? Would he always be angry with me? I went to bed after shutting down the laptop, but I was unable to fall asleep. Daniel had already fallen asleep with his back to me. The following morning, Daniel received a text from his sister that included screenshots. He showed me his phone as I was giving the twins breakfast. Emily had shared on Facebook that her father had left her behind, and preferred his new, ideal family over hers. There were 50 comments on the post, all of which expressed sympathy. I was being referred to as a cunning stepmother, and Daniel as a deadbeat father. I had never met them before, but some distant cousins told me they always knew Daniel would do this. Stepmothers always take fathers away from their real children, said one of Emily's pals. Reading them made me ill. Daniel snatched his phone back before I could respond honestly to what she had said. Posting anything, he claimed, would make things worse. I questioned how it could be worse than everyone believing I was a bad person. As the twins saw us quarrel, Aiden broke down in tears, and he remarked, "Trust him. It could get a lot worse." Daniel looked discouraged as he stared at his phone as I grabbed him up and led the 2 youngsters to the playroom. Daniel was quieter than normal during dinner that night. He said he needed to speak with me after we had put the twins to bed. As we sat in the living room, he confessed that he had been discussing ways to assist Emily with Sarah, without telling me. I had the impression that he had struck me in the stomach. He said that he had been doing that ever since the registration was blocked when I asked how long he had been doing it. He was undermining me and making me appear to be the only villain, so I got up and said so. He claimed that because he was her father, he couldn't simply leave her. I screamed that he had betrayed me by seeing his ex-wife behind my back. He claimed that since I had made a decision on my own, he was also doing so. He was aware that what I stated was completely different. He rose and picked up a pillow from the sofa. He told me he was sleeping in the guest room when I asked what he was doing. I asked him if he was serious as I followed him down the hallway. Without responding, he shut the door to the guest room. After 5 minutes of standing there, I returned to our bedroom. Thinking about how I might have ruined my marriage over one terrible supper kept me up until 4 in the morning. 5 nights later, at 2 in the morning, Aiden woke up screaming. When I rushed to his room, I saw him sobbing over how angry he was. He kept asking when Mom was coming home because he missed her, even though I hugged him and told him I wasn't angry. Restoring his sleep took an hour. When I took a shower the following morning, Liam wouldn't let me leave the bathroom. Before I left, he was sobbing outside the glass door. Instead of using his high chair for breakfast, he perched on my lap and refused to eat until I fed him. This continued for a week. I reported the differences when I took them to their pediatrician for their routine examination. If there was stress at home, the doctor inquired. I acknowledged that Daniel and his daughter were at odds. Children pick up on household stress and it affects their behavior, she remarked gently. She recommended family counseling. I felt worse when I left than when I arrived. To shield the twins from Emily's brutality, I had severed our relationship. But now my choice was harming them in a different way. After a week, Daniel received a big packet from a law firm in Sarah's state. As I prepared the twins' lunch, he unwrapped it at the kitchen table. As he read, his face turned white. And he read, "Ease intensive tame." Without a word, he gave the letter to me. It came from Sarah's attorney, who insisted that we start paying tuition again right away. The letter threatens to sue Emily for emotional harm and breach of verbal contract. It said that due of our abrupt abandonment, Emily was depressed and her grades were slipping. She had been prescribed antidepressants, according to the medical reports that were attached. Daniel had a defeated expression. I took a seat and read it twice in its entirety. Daniel said that verbal agreements may be enforceable in some jurisdictions, and that Sarah most likely had emails or texts in which we had discussed tuition payment. I asked. We never signed anything. So how could they sue us? I inquired about the expense of hiring a lawyer to challenge this. Probably $10,000 just to start, he added. I came to the conclusion that we would lose money either way. Not only were we unable to pay for tuition, but we were also unable to pay for attorneys. Daniel just sat there looking at the letter, while I buried my head in my hands. That weekend, I got a call from Trish at work. She claimed to have done some research, and that her daughter attended the same college as Emily. When I questioned Trish about it, she revealed that she had ordered her daughter to look through Emily's social media accounts. She forwarded me 3 months' worth of Instagram story screenshots. Emily was seen at a concert, at someone's lake house, at a party with red cups all over the place, and at the beach with friends. These weren't the actions of a distraught girl who was experiencing abandonment. When I saw evidence that Emily had lied to both the lawyer and her mother, I felt justified. However, I was also depressed. Sarah and everyone else were being duped by this girl who used to bake with me on Sundays. I saved the screenshots and thanked Trish. I texted Daniel to let him know that I had information about Emily when he and the twins were in the grocery store. 5 hours passed before he responded. On Monday morning, Ken gave me a call on my cell phone. I had always gotten along well with Daniel's father. But when Daniel wasn't there, we didn't talk much. Without Daniel knowing, he asked if we might have coffee together. Despite my suspicions, I consented. We got together at a diner close to his residence. Ken got right to the point and placed his coffee order. He claimed that he had to share with me the details of Daniel's first marriage. Ken shook his head when I replied I understood the fundamentals. He clarified that Emily had always been a weapon for Sarah. Sarah had threatened to deny Daniel custody whenever he didn't comply with her demands. She would abruptly decide Emily needed to spend the holidays with her, or she would cancel his weekends with Emily. In a panic, Daniel would give in to Sarah's demands in order to see his daughter. According to Ken, this continued for years until Emily turned 12 and was able to make her own decisions. He gave me a serious look and told me that while I was right to set limits, I had to realize that Daniel was afraid of losing his daughter entirely because Sarah had done it once before. My chest tightened. Do you think I should just let Sarah win? I said. Ken declined, but perhaps there was a compromise that didn't require hiring attorneys or severing ties with Emily entirely. As I drove home, I considered all Ken had said, and pondered whether there was any way to clean up the mess I had made. In the dining booth, Ken leaned back and used both hands to wipe his face. He appeared older than normal, and his fatigue went beyond simple sleep deprivation. He claimed that roughly 10 years prior, his brother Ashton had experienced a similar situation with his stepchildren. Every time they came to visit, the children from his wife's first marriage made life terrible and never welcomed him. They would steal money from his wallet, smash things in his house, and accuse him, and tell their mother he was cruel to them even though he had only spoken 2 words. Ashton loved his wife, and did everything he could to make it work. He transported them to practices, paid for their school vacations and sports teams, and attended games where they pretended he didn't exist. They never did, despite his wife's constant assurances that they would. He couldn't give them instructions because by the time they were teenagers, they were openly hostile, calling him names and claiming he wasn't their father. The oldest daughter's accusation that Ashton had smacked her during a fight about her curfew was the tipping point. Although it was untrue, Child Protective Services became involved and looked into him for 3 months. Even after the lawsuit was closed, his bond with those children was permanently ruined, and his marriage barely made it through. According to Ken, Ashton continues to pay their college tuition because his wife pleaded with him to. But they no longer communicate with him, and don't attend family gatherings. He gave me a serious look, and explained that biological parents with blended families are constantly caught between their old and new families. Their child losing the whole family, the divorce, and selecting a new spouse all cause them to feel guilty. Despite their best efforts, the step-parent constantly feels like an outsider because of the entire history they were not a part of, because they are upset over things that aren't truly anyone's fault. Children can sense this tension and occasionally use it as a weapon. He claimed that I had every right to be hurt, because what transpired at Daniel's birthday dinner was nasty. However, Emily had been coping with her parents' divorce since she was 7 years old. So it's likely that seeing her dad start a new family triggered emotions she wasn't prepared to deal with. As I stirred my coffee, I noticed a change in my chest. This was more than one bad remark or one supper. Before I even met Daniel, there had been years of complex family issues. After the divorce, Emily had taken center stage in his life. After I arrived, there were 2 infants who need round-the-clock care. I hadn't given much attention to what it may have been like for her to see her role in her father's life dwindle since I had been so preoccupied with keeping my boys safe. Before I departed, Ken gave me a hug and paid for our coffees. He claimed that although Daniel loved Emily, he also loved me and the twins. We all had to figure out how to live together as a family, without ruining one another. Daniel was feeding the twins lunch in their high chairs when I arrived home. He asked me where I had been after glancing at me. He halted with a scoop of mashed carrots halfway to Aiden's mouth when I informed him I'd met with his father. I told him to just talk about Emily and the whole thing, when he asked what his dad wanted. Daniel set down the spoon and used a towel to wipe his hands. I shouldn't have gone behind his back, he added, and his dad had no business getting involved. I was furious because I had gone to grab coffee with his father, rather than plotting a plot. For the remainder of the day, we did not speak. For the first time in a week, I checked Facebook after the twins had gone to sleep that evening. My notifications were piling up. Emily wrote a lengthy essay about how her dad's new ideal family felt like a replacement for her own, having grown up with divorced parents. In fact, she had used the twins' names and labeled Daniel. After 6 hours, the post had received more than 300 comments. With each one, I felt worse as I scrolled through them. Daniel is being referred to by many as a deadbeat father, who abandoned his first daughter in favor of his new children. Someone claimed that I was obviously a cunning stepmother who desired Emily's exclusion. The tragic fact that Daniel had forgotten his origins was mentioned by one of Emily's aunts from Sarah's side. I had met some extended family members maybe twice, and they were sharing their thoughts on our private family business. Even strangers, friends of friends, added their opinions about what awful parents we were. As I read Emily's account of feeling forgotten and erased, returning home to discover her childhood room transformed into a playroom for the replacement kids, and her father picking his new bride over his own daughter, my hands began to shake. She gave the impression that we had cast her out into the open. She gave the impression that Daniel had just accepted her suggestion to have the twins. She gave the impression that I had deliberately excluded her from her own family. There was a part of me that wanted to write a comment outlining her genuine remarks regarding my babies. A part of me wanted to share screenshots of her pretending to be depressed while having a good time at the beach. There was a part of me that wished I would never be seen again. I was staring at my phone when Daniel entered the bedroom. I rotated the television to face him as he questioned what was wrong. As he began to read, his face turned white. He scanned through the comments while perched on the side of the bed. He remained silent for a considerable amount of time. I shook my head when he finally inquired if I had replied or remarked. "Good," he said. I questioned how it could get worse than hundreds of people believing we are monsters. "Don't engage, it'll only make it worse." He had no response. Daniel recommended marriage counseling the following morning. "We obviously couldn't work this out on our own," he continued, "and perhaps a professional might improve our communication." I had no other option, so I consented. That Thursday, we were scheduled to see Dr. Smith, a therapist who specialized in blended families. I walked in hoping she would see my point of view, acknowledge how offended I was by Emily's remarks, and concur that stopping tuition was a fair punishment. Rather, she asked me defensive-sounding questions for the entire hour. She was curious as to why I hadn't consulted Daniel before making such a significant financial choice. She wondered if I had thought about Emily's reaction if her registration was suddenly blocked. She pointed out that by calling Sarah directly, I had completely circumvented Daniel. I attempted to clarify that I was shielding my kids from someone who had referred to them as spawn. Dr. Smith acknowledged that it was hurtful, and nodded. But she also questioned if I had discussed with Emily why Emily had said it or if I had just retaliated right away. She arched an eyebrow when I pointed out that the word retaliated was strong. She claimed that I had withheld $28,000 in financial assistance as retribution for remarks made during a disagreement. My face began to heat up. I explained to her that she had no idea what it felt like to hear someone wish your children had never been born. Dr. Smith assured me that it was really painful. But then she said something that made me want to leave. She claimed that by penalizing Emily, rather than talking to my husband about how we might resolve the matter together, it appeared as though I was parenting Daniel. She claimed that I had deprived Daniel, Emily's father, of his right to make choices regarding his own daughter. Daniel sat motionless on the couch next to me. When Dr. Smith was asked how he felt about my choice, he replied he understood my hurt but wished I had spoken to him first. Daniel said that we hadn't talked about money before I made the move. Daniel replied that we hadn't decided on punishments for Emily jointly, when she inquired. I felt deceived and ganged up. "I don't think this is helping," I remarked, getting to my feet. I picked up my bag and left even though Dr. Smith begged me to have a seat again. I got inside the car even though Daniel followed me to the parking lot and asked me to get back in. Silently, we drove home. A second session was not scheduled. Our bank statements were laid out in front of me as I sat at the kitchen table that weekend while Daniel took the twins to the park. I went line by line through 6 months' worth of charges. I insisted on purchasing organic baby food, which was about twice as expensive as conventional. In just 3 months, the expensive baby outfits I purchased from that downtown boutique totaled more than $800. I had read that the particular educational toys were excellent for development, so I had ordered them online. I felt terrible when I summed up the identical Halloween costumes I had purchased in August because I thought they may sell out. In only the last 6 months, I had spent more than $2,500 on unnecessary items for the twins. Every time Emily's tuition was deducted from our account, I was secretly resenting it. I recalled all the times I'd been irritated that we were helping her when I'd noticed a fee for her apartment or food plan. When Daniel said that she needed to send her more money for textbooks, I recalled feeling resentful. I convinced myself that it was because she didn't value what we were doing and was ungrateful. However, as I sat there examining the evidence of my own expenditures, I had to acknowledge something unpleasant. I was jealous of the money Daniel had spent on Emily over the years, which contributed to my animosity at her. Instead of going to me and the twins, the money went to her. Money reminded me that we were Daniel's second family, and she had been his first. I was ashamed of myself for even having such thoughts. When I married Daniel, Emily was still a child. Her parents' divorce was not anything she chose. She didn't request that her father be married again and have more kids. Eventually, though, I had shifted my perspective from Daniel's daughter in need of assistance to one of competition. I laid my head on the table and closed all the bank statements. I would stop at nothing to keep the twins safe since they were my babies. However, it's possible that my actions weren't actually intended to safeguard them. On Tuesday afternoon, Daniel was working from home when his phone rang. His voice became low and solemn as soon as I heard him respond. His expression was odd when he entered the living room where I was building blocks with the twins. "That was Emily's college financial aid advisor," he said. "Emily was on academic probation, and if she didn't improve by the following semester, she might lose her merit scholarship completely. She was barely passing her current classes, after failing 2 last term. The counselor had contacted to let her parents know what was going on since they were worried about her." Daniel merely gazed at the wall, while seated on the couch. He stated he had no idea when I asked what he wanted to do. Daniel accepted the block that Aiden brought him, but he did nothing with it. I experienced a complex range of feelings that I was unable to identify. I honestly worried about Emily's future, since I knew that she would suffer for years if she didn't graduate from college. I was a little upset that she was squandering her chances by pretending to be a victim on Facebook. I felt bad because I wondered if her grades had suffered because of the tuition. Based on those Instagram pictures, I had a sneaking suspicion that she had been partying excessively and that this was her own fault. Despite everything that had transpired, I came to the realization that I still cared about her. That perplexed me since I wanted to dismiss her as ruthless and self-centered, yet I was unable to do so. For years, she had been a member of our family. She had cradled the twins while they were babies, and assisted in painting the nursery. On Sunday afternoons, she had joined me in baking cookies, and referred to me as her bonus mom. Somewhere beneath all the hurt and rage, that girl was still there. Daniel informed me on Thursday night that he would be visiting Emily at college this weekend to discuss the situation. He answered no when I asked whether I was invited. They have to be the only ones involved. I had the impression that he had struck me in the stomach. After everything she had said and done, I questioned whether he was siding with her. "This isn't about sides," he said. "It was about attempting to make things right as her father before she totally ruined her future." I told him that because I was his wife, we ought to decide jointly. He gave me a look and remarked that I had decided on her tuition on my own. Thus, he was choosing to visit her on his own. I tried not to cry when I started crying. I accused him of betraying me during our heated disagreement. And he accused me of attempting to distance himself from his daughter. He said that I had forced him to make a difficult decision between his wife and his child. I accused him of being overly dramatic, and he accused me of being domineering. Both of us uttered things that were probably inappropriate. Once more, he slept in the guest room. Without saying goodbye, he packed his bags and headed out to Emily's college on Friday morning. As I watched him drive off in the kitchen, I questioned whether this would truly be the end of our marriage. While the twins stayed with my mother, Daniel and I worked through everything over the weekend. We actually discussed what we could manage without going bankrupt, as we were seated at the kitchen table with our bank accounts spread out and the community college tuition figures scrawled on a notepad. Daniel said that he had been throwing money at the issue rather than dealing with Emily's conduct, because he was afraid she would become like his cousin, who never completed school and spent 20 years working in retail. I told him that I had been so preoccupied with keeping the twins safe, that I had forgotten Emily was still a little child, who had witnessed her family fall apart, and was unsure of how to deal with it. Instead of paying $28,000 with explicit requirements, we decided to pay about $7,000 for a semester at the community college close to Sarah's home. Emily was required to maintain a B average, go to in-person or video family therapy sessions twice a month, and stop disparaging us on social media. We would assist her in transferring to a state school for her junior year if she maintained her grades and made an effort. Even if it wasn't the ideal education she had envisioned, it was something, and it seemed more legitimate than simply giving her money while she called my children shit online. While I stayed at home with the boys, Daniel drove to Sarah's house to personally notify Emily. 3 hours later, he returned, looking relieved yet fatigued. Emily sobbed and acknowledged that she had been struggling because she was angry and depressed, but didn't know how to seek for help. She stated she would attempt treatment if it meant not losing her dad entirely. And she accepted the community college idea. I wanted to think she was sincere, but I had also witnessed her manipulate circumstances in the past, so I felt this strange mixture of hope and caution. 2 weeks later, we received word that Emily was living with Sarah at the community college for the spring semester, and that her first therapy session had been set. Daniel appeared lighter, as if he had finally set down the concrete blocks he had been carrying. Thanksgiving arrived sooner than I had anticipated, and Emily and Sarah were on their way up for supper. While the twins ran about wondering when she was coming, I spent the morning cooking, and trying not to throw up from nerves. Daniel kept shifting items on the table that didn't need to be moved, and checking his phone. Emily's hair was pulled back in an untidy ponytail instead of her normal flawless curls, and she appeared thinner and more exhausted when they arrived. Instead of pushing the twins away, she actually went down on the floor, and let them to climb on her as they shouted and ran to her. Sarah made awkward small chat for an hour before departing. Then it was just the two of us. At first, dinner was somber, with everyone speaking carefully. However, when Liam knocked over his milk, we all laughed, which helped to diffuse the atmosphere. Emily asked if we could have a quiet conversation after the twins went to bed. Even though I felt sick to my stomach, I went with her to the back porch, where we used to sit and braid our hair. She apologized for referring to the twins as spawn, saying she was so upset over feeling replaced, that she had said the most heinous thing she could think of while glancing at her hands. She claimed that although her feelings concerning the divorce and the new family were real, the way she had expressed them was incorrect, and that her therapist was assisting her in seeing this. I apologized to her for abruptly stopping her tuition, and I said that rather than making such a big decision out of rage, I should have spoken to Daniel first, and dealt with my injured feelings more effectively. It wasn't flawless or fully healed, but it was something genuine, and we both shed a few tears. Before going to bed, she went inside and played blocks with the twins, and Aiden dozed off while clutching her hand. After 5 months, Emily phoned the twins every Sunday, to video chat with them. She would point at the TV while holding up drawings she had done in art class, goofy images of trucks and dinosaurs that made the boys giggle. At the conclusion of the semester, she had 3 B's, and an A-. And when Daniel saw them, he started crying. When we shared family pictures, she occasionally commented that she felt excluded. There were still times when it was clear she was having difficulty with things, but she was making an effort rather than merely being upset. I had to come to terms with the fact that our relationship would never be like it was when she was 12 and we spent Sundays baking cookies. That was the simple fact that she was no longer my bonus daughter. And whether anyone wanted to acknowledge it or not, the twins had altered the course of history. However, She was making progress, and that was important. Daniel and I went to therapy together to go through how we had both handled things poorly, with me making important decisions by myself when I felt upset and him avoiding conflict. We had difficult talks about priorities and communication, and how our lack of communication had nearly cost us our marriage. Every time she made a video call, the twins lit up and asked about her nonstop. They also followed her around the house like puppies when she returned home for spring vacation. We were learning how to truly be a blended family, rather than acting as though everything was great, while animosity festered beneath the surface. Things weren't perfect and probably never would be. I had discovered that sometimes the best way to safeguard my children was to have awkward conversations rather than make grandiose gestures. Additionally, even if Emily's expression of her complex thoughts about her family altering was entirely incorrect, she was permitted to have them.